Chapter 531. Prala, seeing that she had achieved her desired effect, stood up and swaggered to the front of the Fuxian sect members. The group was now drenched in sweat. Their reverence for Jifeng was ingrained in their bones. They knew nothing about Halola and had no idea how to deal with her. Everyone's here. Yes, immortal, let's eat. Halola chewed on some fries. Eating is good. It's not just immortals who need to eat, you cultivators need to eat too, and ordinary people in this world need to eat, right? Yes. Many nodded hastily. Prala continued, I know that many of you consider yourselves cultivators, thinking yourselves superior, doing whatever you want, regarding all living beings as nothing more than ants, pigs, and dogs, to be manipulated at will. We wouldn't dare. Dare to do but not admit it. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong? These words were so hurtful that even the most composed cultivators felt their knees buckle. Those who deserved compensation have been compensated, and those who deserved punishment have been punished. Halora took a bite of her hamburger. I'm different from Jifeng. She has countless immortals above her, while I only have one, my teacher. My attitude towards you is also different from Jifeng's. When you cultivators fight each other until your brains come out, it's quite a show. But if you bully the weak and attack the unarmed, if heaven doesn't punish, I will. Halora pointed to her eyes. I'm not the only immortal who thinks heaven's justice is flawless, and can be deceived. Then try it. Jianghe watched Halora return to her seat with curiosity and asked, What did you say to them? Why have they all turned into quails? It's nothing, just some verbal rules that will allow ordinary people in this world to live peaceful lives for a long time to come. Li Furan was filled with respect. He had witnessed the chaos since the spiritual energy revival from a young age. Most of the disciples of the star-gazing sect were orphans, a veritable orphanage of their own. It was all due to the decline of morality and the lack of order. The old sect leader was a righteous and wise man from the last dynasty. Unable to bear the widespread bullying and moral decay, he established the star-gazing sect to protect this land. They were fortunate to be born in this land under the old sect leader's protection, and thus lucky enough to grow up. On one side was the abundance of resources brought about by the spiritual energy revival. On the other side was constant man-made disasters, moral contracts as worthless as blank paper, and corpses and bones scattered everywhere. The world was absurd, causing the old sect leader to cry out in anguish about the injustice of heaven until his death. Harola stepped forward, playing the role of that non-existent heavenly way, and he felt his blood boil. Master, is there anything we can help you with? Fry said, just stick to making your fried chicken and soda, keep improving it with the money, and give the world more choices on the table. That show your dedication. The jailer chimed in, don't raise prices arbitrarily. Randomly raising soda prices is very annoying. Li Furan nodded hastily, I wouldn't dare, I definitely do as you say, small profits but quick turnover. Orange Tea also said, when developing new flavors, I suggest launching trial versions. Don't release any really weird flavors, please. The word please was used, and Li Furan was swaying profusely, vowing to seriously consider the public's taste preferences. The news that Halola had led a group of immortals to the star-gazing sect to taste the fried chicken spread like wildfire among the major sects that knew the inside story. The Wind Weaver showed them the limits of the path of cultivation. Halola further convinced them that there are always those beyond the heavens. As if paying a pledge of allegiance, everyone followed the example of the immortal supporting sect, purchasing 100 family reunion set meals. Sects further away, unable to take away, trekked across mountains and rivers to dine in. As for differences in taste, if they couldn't get used to it, they forced themselves to eat it. If even immortals came in groups to eat this, it was their own problem if they couldn't enjoy it. They should reflect on it. Besides, it was some immortal who personally wrote no wasting food. This single line made the cultivators, who had tasted delicacies before, slurp the bones clean like dogs, wishing they could chew them to pieces before swallowing. Meanwhile, the boundary between reality and illusion, accompanied by Li Furan and the others, had already been sketched by the best painter of the star-gazing sect. This was probably the most difficult portrait the star-gazing sect painter had ever painted in his life. Fortunately, he possessed a strong heart. Once he entered a meditative state, he focused intently on his writing, producing exceptional results. Each figure was remarkably lifelike, even eliciting a gasp of amazement from Halola. He's comparable to Master's wife, Li Furan thought, feeling this was enough to be etched on his tombstone. Erecting a monument, erecting statues, whatever they wished for was left to the star-gazing sect. Halola and the boundary between reality and illusion wouldn't interfere. This was what they deserved. If the journey to Anna became the final chapter of their miracle, at least one more group of people in this world would remember the boundary between reality and illusion. Brother Jailer, what's wrong? The four primal bodies, seeing his disappointed expression, couldn't help but wonder. Having heard from Wei Shen about the treasure collection sharing, Brother Jailer happily went to appreciate it. He went full of enthusiasm, but returned utterly disappointed? Li Furen felt he already done enough by worrying Wei Shen for the rest of his life. He truly hoped that when the stargazing sect fell, he would be a deserter too. What did you show the expert? My collection. But the expert didn't seem interested. Maybe my perspective isn't as broad as his. The jailer sighed along with Jiang He and the others. I still prefer anime characters. I can't appreciate anything too realistic. The jailer added, however, it seems there are quite a few furry enthusiasts in this world. Wei Shen said his most collected classics are all about ghosts and gods, shape-shifting monsters, and some people even fantasize about doing that with dragons. TSK, the Three Realms land is quite fascinating. Jiang He facepalmed. Enough, I roughly know what it is, let's stop here. Due to printing limitations, the dissemination of the Three Realms land's classics was limited. Many classics, after being printed for 2 or 3 years, became rare copies. Wei Shen had a 2-room-long collection of books, showing just how much he had hoarded. According to Li Furen, Wei Shen started earning money down the mountain in his teens, and all those books were the result of his hard work. In that respect, he's much better than someone who's still sponging off their family after graduating from university, Li Furen added sarcastically. The jailer, sticking his neck out, said, things are different now. Let's talk about something positive. Orange Tea sighed and shrugged. Anyway, it seems like the jailer will never change these bad habits. The jailer immediately felt guilty. You can try to change. If you change, it won't be like you anymore, Orange Tea chuckled. Let's leave it at that. Halora smiled as she looked at the two of them, suddenly struck by a thought. I heard someone say something similar before. Who? The person you dealt with. That teacher who could pluck mushrooms, Halora said. The man you all call gloomy, the one the community calls a mother-dead guy, the one he left behind almost killed my teacher centuries later. Damn, Li Furen was sweating buckets before, now it's everyone else's turn to be sweating at the boundary between reality and illusion. The community nature of Proof of the Stars means that people often speak recklessly about game characters when discussing them. Halora gives everyone a list of information, calling people like Shilu mom or wife is probably okay. But when it comes to commenting on floors or the difficulty of level bosses, it's always something like, this boss is brain dead, mentally challenged, an idiot, may his whole family die, his ashes mixed with rice. Good heavens, what would the real boss think if he saw these comments? Oh right, and the jailer's unit of measurement. Currently, the most valuable jailer is the Tarot Knight, the Grim Reaper. The star-studded version of Shi Lu was rejected after the jailer repeatedly reviewed the fan-made character creations. Tarot Knight Death has returned to the throne. Jiang He couldn't even imagine that after meeting the real person, if the other person curiously asked about the reputation of her in-game avatar in this world, all the comments would be about people wanting to fawn over her. Harola suppressed a laugh and comforted her. We considered similar issues when we started doing this, so don't worry. Many characters were just based on prototypes, and modifications were made during the adaptation process. Of course, most importantly, if we were so petty, we wouldn't have bothered to find miracles for Anna. Leading the boundary between reality and illusion back to its original world, Harola once again became a lazy otaku. She reclined on the sofa in the villa on the boundary between reality and illusion, gulping down a can of soda. With all problems resolved and no further threats, she became carefree. She asked for an extra set of chopsticks and bowls for the dinner prepared by Cuttlefish. During the meal, everyone noticed her unusually skillful use of chopsticks, marveling at her impressive learning ability. She really knew how to learn. Learning ability? Halora tilted her head. Ever since I met my teacher, he's taught me to use it. Most of our races can use it, except for the jellyfish army. Jellyfish? Yes, jellyfish. Halora explained, our homeland has the largest number of jellyfish of all races, a staggering 892,819 as of the last count. Of course, they're all low-intelligence life forms, on par with slimes. Our slime population is also enormous, 572,912. There are also some races that lack intelligence, like the insectids, but we can't count them precisely, they're in an inactive state. Of course, we also have species that don't possess life forms. Fries found it unbelievable. As a powerful civilization, your main race's population hasn't even reached 1 million? 1 million? Halora couldn't help but laugh. Wake up, it hasn't even reached 100,000. Ah! Humans truly can't imagine things they don't know. From the flickering candlelight, they imagine the colossal nature of the civilization behind this, capable of traversing world bubbles. Using existing science fiction settings, while there is some debate, everyone agrees that it's a monster spanning multiple star systems, illuminating countless star maps, and possessing all the resources of its own world bubble. The population must be at least tens of billions, right? It didn't even reach 100,000? Is this really reasonable? Not only did it not reach 100,000, but this number even includes the concept of human clones. In Halora's description, their civilization is more like a massive, boundless fortress that moves through space, and this boundless island-like fortress sounds more like a living organism, capable of adaptive evolution according to its environment. Returning to the jellyfish topic, Halora jokingly said that any one of their jellyfish could plunge any of the 4 worlds currently connected by the proof of the stars into an extinction crisis. It's a mobile natural disaster that requires all life to abandon prejudice and concentrate resources to cooperate fully to resist. Jianghe swallowed hard, instinctively applying the common sense of the proof of the stars. This doesn't quite fit the description of low-intelligence monsters. Halola shrugged. They are indeed low intelligence, but unfortunately, their living environment is far too privileged compared to yours, so physically they might. Got it. A giant jellyfish in the form of a sports student. French fries, being a writer after all, couldn't resist the allure of these fantastical details. She asked, I'm a little curious, have you ever conquered other civilizations? The lowly. Halola blurted out. This really is a legendary race, worthy of being made into a game villain by a dominant civilization and promoted worldwide. They're practically immortal. Besides that, currently no. Halola said, let me give you an analogy. If you see children fighting, would you think, as an adult, I should also step in and punch the children? Everyone shook their heads. Unless that child is a reincarnated celestial venerable living a second life. That's right. While we're curious and enjoy observing, we're not interested in snatching lollipops from children. More than making children cry, we're interested in being worshipped as masters or gods, and interacting with interesting people or races. Civilizations are already extremely rare. For 4 candles to be lit at once is unprecedented good fortune. We've been on this journey for many years, and the number of civilizations we recorded is only 21, including you. After returning, she will be given a special doll number. Unfortunately, she doesn't seem to plan to go back, the blanket teased. Then her wish will likely be granted, Halola said. We don't see dolls as mere tools. Her master, Shilu, has already given her permission. Easy to talk to. That was truly the biggest impression the virtual and real boundaries had of the civilization behind Halola. Powerful as they are, they diligently abide by local indigenous rules, and even help limit the local high-level combat forces to prevent excessive conquest and harm to ordinary people. It's practically like a divine intervention. Not bad, Brother Squid. Your braised pork ribs smell delicious. Even better than the teacher's cooking. Squid was flattered. When was he ever able to compare himself to a ruler-level figure, and even surpass him? The jailer commented, would you call this star-level cooking? Halola nodded generously, I think it is. You have to trust my mouth, spoiled by my teacher. What about orange tea? Although it's not quite appropriate to say this, I really think orange tea's luck is strange. It's not very obvious in reality, but in the game, it seems to have a special magic. I specifically checked the game information, but there's nothing wrong. Strange. Then what is jailer? A star-level jailer enthusiast. Halola generously bestowed the title. As long as you don't like my jailers, I'm happy to award you this honor. The jailer waved his hands repeatedly. No, I'm starting to get scared. Scared of what? Your tarot knight, Death, his personality should be. He's a 3-no, no one's emotions, no attitudes, no one's speech, he said. Then I reluctantly accept it. The jailer puffed out his chest proudly. Chapter 532. The final change in the Tower World after the Wind Weaver era stemmed from the Tower World's inherent randomness. Just like the celestial sphere that opened in the second phase, the Tower World activated the Redeemer blessing as it entered the final sprint. Each team would have 2 free challenge slots per day. For the Chinese server team led by the boundary between reality and illusion, this was already a mere formality. With the technological boost, many of them had already achieved a points loop. But looking at other servers with less peaceful environments, this was tantamount to a final sprint signal. As the guarantor of snow water fried noodles, Jianghe could occasionally glean some interesting information from his chat. St. Helena had experienced more than 10 attacks in a short period. The good news was that everyone had stopped using trenches. The bad news was that while the total number of Allied forces remained the same, their combat skills had improved significantly. They were even pulling out all their best equipment, which they were reluctant to lose durability for, to wear during attacks. At this point, it was a matter of face. Surely he can't go on without winning a single battle until the end of the Tower World? What kind of face would St. Helena have then? After Snowwater Fried Noodles gained the complete trust of the Black Sword Guardians, he gained full control over St. Helena's base customization functions and resource allocation. Calling him the Vice President of St. Helena wouldn't be an exaggeration. With full support, Snowwater Fried Noodles truly heeded the suggestions of the European server community, recreating the battlefields as various famous ancient battlefields. Most recently, Snowwater Fried Noodles repelled the Allied forces using the Carthage template provided by the system. European server players were overjoyed, jokingly calling it the Fourth Punic War. Carthage didn't perish this time. The cybernetic world survived. The game isn't reality. You can die and be resurrected. Resurrection allows for learning from experience. The seemingly purely AI-controlled Allied commanders in Shui Chao Mian's eyes are gradually taking on human form, posing some challenges to his command. One-sided domination is always boring. A little resistance is what makes it interesting. Jianghe doesn't know how others see it, but at least Nongya mentioned that an Allied commander in the European server community had confessed to feeling immense pressure. Several commanders invited to take turns strategizing have already voluntarily left. Because every time they fight Shui Chao Mian, they feel like their very weaknesses have been exposed. No matter how many times they replay, or how much they improve, there's still an insurmountable gap. Actually, community players don't mock them much anymore. After all, they've lost so many times they're used to it. Winning against Shui Chao Mian is what matters. Losing is just part of the routine. However, most commanders can't overcome their inner struggles. Snowwater Fried Noodles asked, "Can I congratulate you in advance on becoming number 1 in the Tower World Championship?" No. Everyone's downplaying the concept of the World Championship. Number 1 or not, it doesn't matter anymore. Snowwater Fried Noodles chuckled. Even a top-tier guild should be this humble. Victory was already a foregone conclusion. The moment Jifeng died, Jianghe knew victory was inevitable. With no one causing trouble, who could stop the fully equipped, 24/7 scoring virtual reality boundary? Want to demolish their base? Of course, ask Elalavi if she agrees. With the Pearl of the Koreans being trampled on first, virtual reality boundary's phenomenal rise to fame has instilled fear in many challengers. There's still a week until the Tower World Championship ends. Reality/illusion boundary conquest level 139. Second ranked, Korn's Chosen, conquest level 101. Third ranked, Orange Sky Conquest Group, conquest level 95. With the help of Snowwater Fried Noodles, St. Helena is currently in 4th place with 92 levels. Behind them is the comical tree, relentlessly pursuing, unwilling to be ridiculed for consuming reality/illusion boundary resources, and still lagging behind, at 90 levels. People from the 3 realms are basically excluded from the top 50. The death of Weaving Wind has demoralized the guilds that received her instructions first. The Immortal Foster sect is still hovering around level 60, progressing slowly, and is not worthy of its former title as the number 1 in the 3 realms. On the contrary, some small sects and teams from the 3 realms, thanks to their love for the Proof of the Stars, have surged into the 2nd tier. Crawley used her avatar to inquire with interest, and found that they genuinely just like to play. They love to play. They wished it would be dark as soon as it was light, so they could sleep some more. It was purely addictive, and incredibly so. Even if they were defeated in a fierce battle, they wouldn't be discouraged. Back in the preparation room, they would excitedly discuss what they had just seen and learned, as if being crushed by a new boss was a wonderful experience. Harola led the virtual real boundary on a tour. "It's like the first time we encountered video games as kids," said the girl in the blanket. "That's apartment. It reminds me of when I was in elementary school, bringing my little tyrant to school and playing with my classmates after class." Squig crossed its arms, its face full of nostalgia. It was so lively back then. A bunch of people would gather around a table, just watching him play. I always fantasized back then, if I could have won too, haha, I'd be a big star at school. The primal body smiled helplessly. I had a similar experience. During weekend extracurricular classes, I watched them play online during my free time after class. But back then, games were something to be terrified of. Talking about playing games meant arcades, shady internet cafes. If your parents heard that, they break your legs. I wanted my own game console, but I never dared mention it to my mom. The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. Nonya, confident the translation was working correctly, had an idea. Behind the blankets, curious, oh yeah, the four primals must have experienced the era when games were universally hated. How did you get your early gaming education? Me? The four primals smiled happily. My mom knew I wanted it, and gave me a handheld console for my birthday. She only knew it could play games, but she didn't know you couldn't play without cartridges. That was great. From then on, every weekend I could play without a care in the world. I still have the console, but unfortunately, it won't turn on. Jiang He suddenly understood more deeply why the illusion created by the black cat couldn't trap the four primals. His childhood was always illuminated by a ray of light. That handheld console would probably keep him happy for a lifetime. Even if he got lost in his dreams, as long as he could smell it, the primal could fight his way out. The episode Renee envied the most. If Renee had the primal's mother for a few days, she probably wouldn't have gone berserk. Aw, that's so nice, so nice. Unlike me, I have to sneak out to play after my parents are asleep. Orange Tea sighed, Jailer, you're truly amazing, your operations never disappoint us. There was no way around it. When I first started, I was really addicted, so I had to sacrifice some of my sleep time. Back then I was young, full of energy, so sleeping less didn't matter. Every little bit of fun counted. French Fries glanced sideways. You didn't secretly spend money on in-game purchases before, did you? No, but I saved some money for breakfast, or skipped meals when I wasn't hungry, so I could squeeze out enough for the first top-up and monthly pass. Turns out, that crazy trick from college was something he did even as a kid. So he's experienced. Back in their original world, before parting, Halora reminded them, it should be in the next few days, get ready. Everyone paused. Master, the teacher only arrives early, never late. If some unforeseen event forces it to be late, then the two alchemist groups have probably messed things up again. The two alchemist groups Halora mentioned always seemed to be the ones causing trouble. In casual conversation, they were frequently associated with keywords like destroyer, violent maniac, resource burner, and madman. In short, unreliable. Yet, this very group possesses the most powerful core technology of a civilization. Subtle. The title of world's #1 in the virtual reality boundary tower is practically a foregone conclusion. The only guild truly worthy of the title, Korn's Chosen, has seen its leader, Instant Eat, publicly declare that he's no longer interested in competing and will aim for second place. It's clear to everyone that this is a gesture of courtesy and respect between friends. Virtual Reality Boundary was the first to elevate the Chinese server's top 4, sacrificing points to help them advance their technology. Then, they climbed up and snatched the top spot from Virtual Reality Boundary. Someone who consistently seeds the dead chain is a strong candidate for Cyber Saint. Instant Eat wouldn't do something like that. The remaining 2 guilds share the same stance. Dude, you already sacrificed points to help us, what more can we say? Take this first place. Saint Helena doesn't intend to compete with the reality/illusionary boundary. Black Sword Guardian directly messaged Snowwater Fried Noodles, requesting to secure 4th place and aim for 2nd. If they don't want to compete with their own guilds, then they should aim for a solid 4th. Snowwater Fried Noodles was introduced by the reality/illusionary boundary, and has helped them win all the way, allowing Black Sword Guardian to focus solely on ranking up. That's already commendable. The siege of Bright Peak by the European server is still fresh in their minds. Without Snowwater Fried Noodles' assistance, they wouldn't have even made it to the top 4. Their stronghold would probably have been destroyed long ago. Black Sword Guardian acknowledges both Snowwater Fried Noodles' favor and the reality/illusionary boundary's kindness. He's a proud man. He wouldn't do something like betraying his benefactor. The community initially thought the end of the version would be a fierce battle among many guilds, a clash between T0 players. The top-ranked guild statements left the players bewildered. They're really giving face to the virtual reality boundary. You have to give it to them too. The virtual reality boundary is feeding points and tech to the top guilds in the Chinese server, transferring top commanders to foreign servers to gain favors, and even bringing honor to the Chinese server by taking first place. Do you dare to betray them? The martial arts world isn't about fighting and killing, it's about relationships, right? Bullshit. Without strength, who cares about your relationships? Wake up. The virtual reality boundary can do all this precisely because they reached the top in terms of raw power. If it were any other guild, their guild stronghold would be a scene of immortals lined up everywhere, like Saint Helena, still locked in a bloody battle. The Europa Balkan powder keg is really getting interesting. Nonya's private messages were about to explode. The boundary between the virtual and real worlds has only two designated external communication channels. Due to his unreliable nature, the jailer was excluded from the normal communication list. Those wanting to contact the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, including Nonya, an outsider, became the best target. After essentially securing the top spot in the tower world, she received daily contacts from various media figures and social media creators on the Chinese server, hoping to assist with interviews. Just acting as an intermediary and opening her mouth could earn her tens of thousands of yuan. Nonya shook her head. When the tower world was initially very closed off, she earned more in a day selling strategy guides. It wasn't that she didn't want to act as a go-between, but the people in the boundary between the virtual and real world simply didn't have the desire. Previously, Nonya always wondered if the boundary between the virtual and real worlds was a haven for ascetic monks. Ordinary people could market themselves, cultivate a persona, and fame and fortune would roll in. They didn't need to work hard. They just opened their mouths, and food would fall from the sky. The boundary between the virtual and real worlds, however, kept its mouth tightly shut. One person might be understandable, but for an entire team to act this way is truly bizarre. Seeing the candlelight, seeing Halora, she understood. However, this also benefited Nonya. She handled the first-hand information from the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, crafting it into interviews, news articles, and other formats. She could also conveniently create a small column for the four primitives. Everyone in the boundary between the virtual and real worlds could sense her ulterior motives, cooperating with information gathering to push the four primitives into the spotlight. Only the four primitives, the ones being manipulated, remained unmoved. Bed rubbed his temples. Even if you threw them into a fire pit, they wouldn't burn. Even Fries doubted his own judgment. Is it possible that Nonya isn't in the four primitives' good zone? Jailer exclaimed. Those four primitives are really eating well. How many erotic pictures must they have seen to surpass my threshold? That's just how the jailer is. He can flaunt strange things as if it's perfectly natural. I say, how about we let Nonya try a different approach? Mou stroked his chin. Well, what do you mean, a love genius? The jailer's lips curled up. Men who are ensnared by Du Jin are going to get some serious criticism. Mou let out a deep sigh. A cybercrime record for life. I really suspect that the four primal bodies' insensitivity far exceeds everyone's imagination. They can't distinguish between love and friendship. They're really just good buddies when they play games together. Jianghe understood. Got it. Nonya is just... Well, you know, to the four primal bodies, they're all just buddies. French Fries felt like he's seen this situation somewhere before. But that person wasn't seriously ill. A slight hint would make them realize it. The four primal bodies, on the other hand, are truly seriously ill. Even if you were to use a megaphone to make a direct statement, they might still misunderstand. What should we do then? Duh, just go for it. What if the Primarchs don't like it? Wow, why are you being so girly? Squid teased the jailer. If the Primarchs had such a bad attitude, would they still be playing games with everyone and willingly playing a supporting role? The jailer paused for a moment, seemingly realizing something. He had been too much like the Primarchs. Sizzle. A crack suddenly appeared in the space in front of everyone. In their daze, Halora's hand had already reached out from the other end, slowly widening the crack. Seeing everyone was there, she was overjoyed. Great, quickly call the rest of you out. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Saying this, she ran upstairs to find the Primarchs. The Overlord's communication has arrived. Oh. Huh? Reality and illusion boundary, realizing what was happening, stood there dumbfounded. There are still a few days left until the agreed-upon time in a month. Just as Halora said, the Overlord will only arrive early, never late. From another civilization, the most supreme life form, has descended upon this world through the powerful world bubble barrier. Chapter 533. Jianghe found it difficult to describe the sensation of hearing the sound. It was as if thousands of live insects were wriggling and crawling on thin, brittle paper. The fine, sticky, cricket-like sounds echoed like a tide in the quiet space. The villa where he lived couldn't possibly produce such a massive echo. It was as if, in that instant, the threshold of space had been forcibly widened by an invisible force. Darkness, like viscous asphalt, seeped down from the ceiling. At first, it was just a few wisps of black mist, silently winding down along the shadows in the corners of the walls. Light and shadow flickered. Darkness grew wildly from the shadows, instantly weaving a trembling membrane that covered the ceiling. The black mist churned and collapsed inward, forming a bottomless, pitch-black curtain. A huge shadow tore open the curtain from the darkness. Deep within the sea of mist, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. It was a black mist over 3 meters in diameter, its surface constantly bulging with tumor-like protrusions, only to quickly collapse back into a chaotic outline. Dozens of asphalt-like tentacles extended from the depths of the mist, then disappeared again with the churning of the mist. Everyone breathed heavily, their hearts pounding, seemingly terrified and wanting to flee this body. Both Candlelight and Allura repeatedly emphasized that they shouldn't misunderstand the Overlord's appearance. It was merely their most frequently used limited edition skin for mutual understanding, thought, and action. It's just that after using it for so long, it's become somewhat of a classic. Everyone swallowed hard, exchanging bewildered glances under the oppressive black mist. Bed murmured, it seems. Fries also thought, are we in a game? Jianghe looked at his hands, which had once sculpted the coal ball doll with such pleasure. So that special coal-shaped doll was actually a sovereign-level being. Wait! 3 dolls formed the final Black Sun body, which means this limited edition skin actually contains 3 souls. A trinity! What a black triad! Candlelight rushed over, kneeling on one knee, holding a ring in her hands above her head. The ring, compatible with the magic of this world, was slowly drawn into the depths of the black mist by the giant coal, rippling with a bright light. Teacher. Sovereign. Allura and Candlelight smiled, one with her back turned, the other bowing deeply, kneeling on the ground. The people standing upright at the boundary between reality and illusion were deeply shocked by this strange sight, as if entering a constellation of stars, distorting the boundary between reality and virtuality. A novel experience, completely different from Anna's. It was a very cold female voice. B, if the craftsmen take the money and don't do the work, someone will lock the warehouse door. A lively female voice, sounding like a child. C, with a few improvements, it will be even better. The man's tone was relaxed. Just as Jianghe had guessed, the coal briquette was composed of 3 souls. 2 women and 1 man. Without needing to look up, they could feel the burning gaze of the Overlord. It seemed to penetrate their bodies, and see into the depths of their souls. See, an aura of nostalgia. The boundary between reality and illusion was stunned. Nostalgia? Upon reflection, everyone understood. If Allura's description was correct, they had experienced several explosive technological leaps in a very short time, reaching their current scale in one fell swoop. In terms of civilization, they were incredibly young. But in terms of power, their ability to disregard world barriers and traverse freely was remarkable. In the eyes of the Overlord, they were probably like grown-up children returning to the countryside where they played as children. Looking at the desolate, overgrown ruins and the streets still inhabited by a few people, they uttered a sigh. We used to play in the mud here. A, is this it? C, it looks very similar, but it's not. B, then let's assume it is. We have some time to linger. Since we're here, let him show us around. Jianghe was somewhat taken aback. He had imagined many scenarios of communicating with the Overlord for this day he envisioned. Facing a supreme being who ruled an entire civilization, almost equivalent to the will of that civilization itself, Jianghe imagined him to be majestic and sacred. But it sounded. He exchanged a glance with Fries, seeing her somewhat bewildered expression, knowing that her writing material library was about to be enriched once again. A somewhat cold voice from the coal ball soul steered the conversation back on track. A, it's a pleasure to meet you all. The miracles found by the proof of the stars and distant lands are truly remarkable. It must be said, it's also a miracle that Candlelight was able to find so many civilizations in one go. Upon hearing this, Candlelight responded, loyal to the Overlord, loyal to Lord Evening Dew. C smiled noncommittally and shifted the topic. To those of you on the boundary between reality and illusion, we are deeply sorry for exposing our disgraceful state. A, the reason for the tearing of the puppet's soul core is unknown. On behalf of the other puppet Overlord and the Alchemy Puppet Group, I apologize to you. B, if you're not satisfied with the compensation offered by Holola, you can raise your concerns. The boundary between the virtual and real worlds was immediately flattered. Jianghe quickly said, No, we have no complaints. What happened to Candlelight was due to unforeseen circumstances. We are truly satisfied with the solution offered by Holola, and the people in the 3 Realms land have also happily accepted it. Thank you for your concern, Master. To be honest, your kindness frightens us. When dealing with an existence of the Master's level, simplicity is the best approach. B, fear? Ha, don't worry, we won't eat people. A, that's not necessarily true. Some people will eat sea monsters raw. Orange Tea whispered to the jailer, eating sea monsters raw, that sounds so familiar. C, Because the glutton avatar you use in the game is a shadow left behind by my former faith. A tentacle form from black mist rose up and pointed at Jianghe from afar. See, I heard you really dislike the gluttony incarnation? Jianghe was about to explain when the other person spoke again. Coincidentally, I don't like it either, because I was wronged. Orange Tea nodded. I understand. Your Majesty must have eaten even more. The believers all say you haven't. Jailer Brother whispered a reminder. According to the background description of the incarnation, gluttony is a later fabrication, embellished and exaggerated. Your Majesty is a victim of rumors. Orange Tea instantly covered her mouth. See, it's alright, if it's in the game, we're not afraid of players teasing us. B. Which one is Jailer Brother? Suddenly called out by the Majesty, Jailer Brother nervously raised his hand. B chuckled. I already seen it from the information received by the backup doll from the candlelight. You said? The feet of the Tarot Knight Death Sister are stellar, the most beautiful jailer I ever seen. She's alluring, dazzling, shimmering with a captivating charm that eclipses the stars, making one irresistibly want to kiss her. Those rosy, slightly wrinkled, soft, sweet arches, those slightly curled, taut toes, just one glance, and you want to pop them into your mouth like ice cream. No, no, no. Please, master, stop reading. The jailer, clutching his head, forgot all about politeness and shouted to interrupt. These were his mad pronouncements posted in the community, now being read aloud by the master with relish. Like a childhood diary, later unearthed by family, and read aloud to visiting strangers in front of relatives. Everyone at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds lowered their heads. A meeting between the supreme beings of one civilization and another should have been a solemn affair. The Overlord, however, wasn't rigid. On the contrary, he seemed no different from them, carrying a slightly unreliable air. Then, in this strange atmosphere, they overheard the jailer's erratic pronouncements. Imagine, years later, this historic meeting will finally be known to the world, and the records left behind by the righteous historian Nonya will be made public after his death. Everyone was eager to know what topics were discussed in the first exchange between these two civilizations. Opening the outline, what came into view? The Overlord highly approved of the jailer's discussion about the beauty of jailers, and read his quotes aloud in front of everyone. At this moment, even the wildest unofficial histories paled in comparison. C's comment, the writing has good tension and creates vivid imagery. It reminds me of the friend who wrote love poems to the slime. She also said she wanted to suck every drop of your juice. Wow, so even the Overlord has some amazing people on his side. B. Tarot Knight Death is the most expressionless figure in the Tarot series. As one of our proudest creations, we're actually quite curious to see what kind of words could elicit a reaction from her. C. We read your quotes to her verbatim. The jailer was on the verge of tears. I'm really not going to do anything abstract anymore, Overlord. A. Your role in the team is clear, keep it that way. No need to change. Miracles happen precisely because everything is just right. Bedtime rant. So the pervert has a point? A. Miracles are built from countless seemingly unrelated coincidences and chance encounters. Since the pervert, who hasn't changed his ways, is the reason he's standing here with you, then we're willing to believe in this unreliable miracle. C. After all, the situation in the Anna world is already quite dire. B. Our achievements themselves are also the result of various unreliable miracles, so our belief in you is also a kind of inheritance. That sounds pretty proud, doesn't it? Orange Tea. Orange Tea, called out by the cold female voice, jumped. Yes. She could feel the burning gaze sweeping over her. Orange Tea felt ants crawling all over her. A. Wonderful. B. Cute. C. It's more like a miracle in a literal sense. Orange Tea puzzled. What's wrong with me? C explains. Your situation is perplexing to Candlelight, but I completely understand. Within the proof of the stars, the possibility selection process ensures your luck always manages to erupt at the right angle. B. The game data hasn't changed at all. Weaving Wind and Candlelight haven't been modified. Operations are running normally. Then the only explanation is that you're incredibly lucky. It's not obvious in reality, but it's very apparent in the game. It's amazing. Isn't it obvious in reality? Orange Tea has helped countless people get their desired wives from the gacha pool. In her eyes, getting lost in the gacha pool and not returning for a long time isn't something that can be solved with money. Just tap the screen with your finger. I don't understand why you guys spend so much money. Only she could say something so inhuman. A. If Anna is doing well and doesn't want to stay in that world, she can contact us anytime. B. Come to us, the door is always open. It's impossible to extend an invitation to Orange Tea alone. It obviously includes everyone in the virtual real boundary. Jianghe was lost in thought when a voice entered his mind. It was the male voice from the Trinity. See, the potatoes grow. They gathered together because of you, and they are bound together by you. The miracle originated from you, so I think I need to thank you separately for the sake of all the beings in the Anna world. At least, they and we can try to dream of that tiny, slim possibility. Jianghe's lips were a little dry, but she smiled with relief. At first, I didn't think so much about it. I just wanted to play games with my friends. But things seem to have developed beyond my expectations. See, I used to love playing games too. So, are you having fun in the world of Proof of the Stars? Jianghe replied without hesitation, this is the best game I ever played. C smiled. To filter out the solution, we interfered with you. Games are one of the few sources of joy we can offer to the native beings. If it brings you joy, then I'm satisfied. Shilu's projection slowly emerged from the black mist. The boundary between reality and illusion was now clear. In the civilization of the Overlord, all high-ranking beings held the highest degree of reverence and respect for the Overlord, but in practice, they weren't bound by such formalities. She suddenly appeared, not greeting the Overlord, and floated to Candlelight's side. Candlelight didn't look up, softly saying, Shilu, my lord. Qin Xiaoyu, who had followed, couldn't help but feel uneasy. Don't call me my lord anymore. I'm not your master either. Your puppet number has been erased from the alchemical puppet group sequence. Candlelight's eyes widened. My child has grown up and made her choices, and I will give you the corresponding rights. Shilu stroked the candle flame's head. Life is short. 100 years pass in a flash. I told you many stories, and taught you many lessons, but this is a lesson you must learn yourself. As for whether you can comprehend the puppet's final lesson, that depends on fate and miracles. Since a miracle has been born here, perhaps there will be a second. Staying here is indeed a good choice. 100 years later, return with the boundary between reality and illusion. Your rewards will all be reserved for you. Shilu smiled. I already applied to the master for it. Shilu glanced at Qin Xiaoyu. Sigh, that native brat kidnapped my little maid I raised. Said in a deep voice, Shilu, watch your words. Shilu sighed, the master is even scolding me. My little maid is gone, and the master is siding with an outsider. Sigh. Chapter 534. French fries seized the opportunity to voice the question that had long lingered in the minds of everyone at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds. Master, I want to know why us? As the first to discover the anomalies in the Anna world, are you so incapable of intervening, even with your abilities? The black mist churned. The only male voice in the soul spoke. See, aside from the Easter egg level, you encountered our existence twice during the game's progression through the story. Squid pondered briefly. The arrival of the Temple of the Clarities, and what else? The bed reminded him. The witch Tina, Elaravia's best friend. See, after the Temple of the Clarities' initial arrival, we continuously observed the changes in the Anna world. It shares many similarities with the world we once rose to power in, making it very valuable for recording. Tina, it makes us somewhat. A sticky murmur came from within the black mist. The other two cold balls seemed to be helping C choose his words carefully. It feels familiar, like seeing my past self, perhaps on a different path. The woman's cold voice suddenly softened. Curiosity drove us to make contact and extend an invitation. Jianghe also recalled. Faced with an opportunity to rise to the top, Tina chose to refuse, giving the reason. Anna needed her, and countless people in Anna who didn't need the potion also needed her. If anything drove the Overlord to seek a miracle to save the world, Tina was perhaps the biggest reason hidden behind the data collection and observation. She was like a succubus, captivating the Overlord with a single sentence. C continued to explain. Upon entering the world of Anna, information is recorded. Any unit that has been recorded, trapped in a loop, is unaware that it is in a loop. Of course, there's another crucial reason why none of us can enter the Anna world. In the current environment, information cannot be effectively transmitted. Huh? The crowd stared blankly at the boundary between reality and illusion, while the entity within the black mist murmured softly. In an instant, Jianghe felt dizzy. His vision was instantly torn to shreds. The world before him seemed to shatter and collapse like broken lenses. He saw countless images. A boy in a school uniform dozed off in a classroom. A warrior, transformed into a blood-soaked figure, knelt and wailed in the ruins. An elderly man with white hair stretched out his hand towards the starry sky. For a brief moment, each image seemed to flicker at a rate of thousands of frames per second. Sound couldn't keep up with the speed of the flashing images. Overlapping echoes buzzed rapidly, and his brain throbbed and numbed. He couldn't understand the meaning of those images at all. It felt like a fleeting moment, yet as long as eternity. Everyone reacted in the same way. When they came to their senses, their bodies were still trembling uncontrollably. This, B, a simple explanation is meaningless. Compressing language, you can't understand it at your current level. Therefore, you only need to know one thing. We are truly powerless, and you, on the second point we cannot articulate, are undoubtedly the chosen ones. Jiang He roughly understood. Their souls simply couldn't bear the framework laid out by the Dominator. Even understanding just a corner of the information would overwhelm them. At their level, the complexity of information transmission was far beyond what normal people could comprehend. Language transmits effective information at too low a rate. Perhaps they only retained this communication habit in daily interactions to make themselves seem more human. Higher-level academic discussions and verbal exchanges are likely outdated and long-abandoned options. The Trinity might be the most direct manifestation of this. Integrating the wisdom, thoughts, emotions, knowledge, and physiques of three lives, possessing complete power, mutual understanding and balance. Thinking of this, Jiang He asked, will we retain our memories after entering the Ana world? A. Those within the cycle are reset. You come from outside the cycle, therefore, you are outside the rules. Fries asked again, our current combat power in the game, relying on equipment, is enough to deal with a 9-tier opponent. What will we do after entering the Ana world? C answered. Equipment cannot compensate for this. Therefore, if you want to replicate it, you need to solve it yourself after entering the Ana world. All forging methods and approaches in the game are an integration of existing knowledge in the Ana world. The paths can be copied. Theoretically, if you can retrace your steps and obtain some of the equipment, it shouldn't be too difficult. He understood, but only partially. After all, some game item acquisition feels more like the developers deliberately giving them to players to enhance the game's enjoyment. In reality, there certainly wouldn't be such a kind-hearted game planner, stuffing your World Online gift pack overflowing with benefits. The jailer decided to address the most crucial question. Although Alora explained some things before, I still want to know. Knowledge isn't completely inherited, right? The lively bee looked troubled upon hearing this. After all, reality isn't a game. We just imprint knowledge into your minds through the game. Even if you enter the Ana world, you can quickly activate your existing memories, but without a doubt, you won't possess peak combat power from the game upon arrival. Knowledge will be like a capsule, undergoing a slow awakening process. At the same time, your bodies will need to adapt to the magical environment of the Ana world. The Ana world will not provide physical bodies for this journey. You will need to bring your own. In the initial stages of entering the Ana world, you will also experience a very dangerous period of magic-free immersion. The jailer stroked his chin. I thought reincarnation in Ana meant finding a family to be reborn into, living a second life, and being born with the bearing of an emperor, enjoying preferential treatment and resources. Orange Tea was almost amused by the jailer's optimism. She said irritably, we're here to save the Ana world. Coming here to possess characters who exist in the normal history of the Ana world and steal their lives. Don't you think there's something wrong with that? Sigh, let's not talk about right or wrong. Just tell me, wouldn't you like to pretend to be the same age as me, find Mint's mother, and grow up with her? That way she suffers so much less. Squid facepalmed. What kind of new idea is this, bro? What do you mean? Jiang He tilted his head. Squid added, but it sounds quite interesting. This is probably your most filial episode. Wow, Squid, you're starting to speak in human terms too. The teasing and complaints couldn't hide the pressure everyone was facing in their second life. The early stages are the most difficult. Arriving and landing is like a level 0 alt of the stars of proof. With no external assistance, the only thing to rely on is a brain equipped with a clear understanding of the course of history, and high-level knowledge that will gradually take effect without further learning or honing. The core problem lies in the fact that once they deviate from the optimal path in the game when advancing the historical narrative, the butterfly effect occurs, and the only useful information becomes their foresight in recognizing people and things. Nongya reminded everyone, what about the avatars? Hearing this, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. A key element for the early snowballing of the reality/illusion boundary is acquiring avatars early. While the Glutton's avatar's 5 passive abilities have been criticized for a long time, its special attack effect is too dazzling. Aquatic creatures are naturally inferior to reality/illusion boundaries, and sirens pose no threat to them throughout the game. Word of Power, a pure bug talent, is one of the most criticized features in the player community. Competing with sirens in terms of magic casting speed is like using a fire poker against a semi-automatic weapon. By the time you pull the trigger, the siren has already riddled you with bullet holes. And even so, Halola said that the game has weakened and limited the sirens. We can't let players have no gaming experience. The original word sounded inhuman. So the real-life siren can do even more insane things. During the Screamer Snow Mountain incident, Xiao's attitude suddenly changed. She couldn't help but cling to Jianghe, captivated by his mysterious aura. Being suppressed and beaten, yet filled with joy. The siren species is truly amazing. Aside helplessly, the avatar system is meant to allow players to experience higher-level authority, providing a universal key meant to make everyone happy, to let high-level combat power players and lucky players have fun. In reality, it doesn't exist. Without the gluttonous avatar, how do we seduce Xia? B chuckled. That requires you to thoroughly understand the information of every key character. The remaining time is enough for you to repeatedly peruse the history of everyone in the Anna world. They are like a book, waiting for you to further read and understand, and to find feedback that better meets your expectations through simulation. The amount of information was vast, and everyone needed time to digest it. Seeing that there were no more questions for the time being, the Overlord stopped speaking and instead tapped Alora's head with his tentacle. The Dark Elves, over 1,000 years old, stretched out their faces like kittens when the tentacle touched them, letting their teacher rub them. It's said that the older one gets, the more mature and sophisticated they become, but these powerful figures, in both their speech and demeanor, exuded a vitality untouched by time. They seemed as youthful as ever. Jianghe was quite curious about how they managed to do it. The puppet who would guard this world alongside the candlelight for the next 100 years was a beautiful human girl with long straight black hair. She was the last to arrive among everyone present, walking unsteadily, as if she were drunk. Her loss of composure in front of her overlord was astonishing. In ancient times, this would have been considered a breach of etiquette before the emperor. Harola explained, she just received the information, her thoughts are still a bit muddled. She needs some time to process them. The three voices overlapped within the black mist. It's all right, I help her. Hearing this, the long straight black doll lowered her head, her jet black hair cascading to the ground. Thank you for your presence, master. The doll alchemy team leader present, and Candlelight's sole designated adopter, Shilu, covered her forehead. This is just her language module being cluttered by redundant information. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. What she means is definitely, I am deeply honored. While everyone was still wondering what this honor was, thick, sticky black mist from the ceiling began to drip down, like flowing liquid. The darkness, thick as liquid asphalt, began to drip, each drop leaving a thin thread in midair. These threads precisely wrapped around the doll's body, entering through her slightly parted lips. The darkness, as if formed into a river, flowed into the long-haired black doll's body with each breath. The remaining mist, like a veil, enveloped her body, slowly merging into one over a dozen breaths. B chuckled, a new body to move around in, we have it. A asked, so where are we going? C laughed, it's similar, but I don't know the difference. Let's go wherever we want, but... The long-haired black doll slowly turned her head, looking at everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion. At first, you could hire a tour guide. How impressive can a person's resume be? From now on, everyone on the boundary between reality and virtuality can write something like this if they want. Once served as a tour guide for visitors from another world, the ruler of an entire civilization. The ruler showed absolutely no interest in the jailer's suggestion to see famous local attractions, even offering the sharp critique that it's better to eat. No wonder he became a ruler. The jailer's family insisted on having dinner at a specific restaurant, practically booking the whole place. The manager, looking at the large wad of cash shoved into his hand, looked at the jailer with trepidation. This is common practice in restaurants. The head chef occasionally shows off his skills, but usually lets his apprentices and new chefs practice, resulting in inconsistent quality control. But the jailer is a regular customer, someone he knows well, so it's impossible to let a new chef practice on the same dishes they eat. The overly formal and distant behavior could only mean one thing. The newcomer's status was unimaginable. The manager panicked, hurriedly grabbing his hand and asking, Shucheng, you need to explain clearly what you can and can't eat, what you like and dislike. Don't ask, just say I can eat anything, show me all your specialties. The overlord seemed inexplicably familiar with their situation. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Trinity's existence. It had so quickly and comprehensively absorbed all the common information of this world, seamlessly integrating itself. Only Jianghe subtly felt a subtle warmth in the other party's familiarity. It was as casual as coming home, exuding a sense of ease. When the food was served, He even joked, "We have to try it to see if it's a novice chef practicing, or if the master chef is personally in charge." The jailer suddenly felt he had been prescient. The other party knew his stuff. He ordered dishes like stir-fried double crisp and poached chicken, dishes that reflected the kitchen's consistent quality. Seeing the Dominator finish chewing the two newly served dishes and remain silent for a long time, everyone felt uneasy. Could it be that she's not used to the taste of this world? The tastes of people from other worlds are unpredictable. The jailer was already glancing at the menu on his phone. He had to catch up. French Fries cleverly changed the subject, tentatively asking, "Dominator, I'd like to know, can the doll's sense of taste accurately transmit to the three of you?" The Dominator smiled. "Of course, very accurately." She paused, then spoke with a touch of nostalgia. "It's been so long since I tasted such a familiar flavor. It makes me a little nostalgic." Why does this sound like the taste of home? Could it be that there are similar dishes on this other world continent, and this is triggering a memory? Chapter 535. The Overlord's sightseeing was filled with a sense of spontaneity. Possessing a ring, they could teleport anytime, anywhere. They could stop at a scenic spot, imprint the surrounding scenery with their eyes, and then quickly move on to the next location. The boundary between reality and illusion only provided a little useful guide value on the first day. As the Overlord's teleportation frequency increased, they could only sit at a table with Allura and move freely. The information they observed and recorded was not monotonous images, but entities that could be reconstructed into real scenes, including sound and light, and tactile sensations that resonated with the body. When they shared memories, the visitors could also resonate with the moments frozen in their memories. Using this method, he imprinted a large number of famous scenic spots in 2 days as souvenirs. It is said that this was the initial prototype of the star-proof game. Using this power, combined with powerful puppet-making technology, the Overlord achieved an immersive interactive game experience long before setting foot in the starry sky. The original proof of the stars was exceptionally wild. The immense demands of the NPCs, and their fervent pursuit of realism and immersive experience ultimately led to more complex demands in the game's development. The current filter function is merely the tip of the iceberg in a watered-down version. Is this why we feel the Tower world's content far surpasses the main world? Jianghe asked. The complete proof of the stars has much richer content and gameplay. The watered-down version is to make it easier for you to adapt, otherwise, it would be too unfair. After all, many things in the complete version are difficult to balance, Allura explained. If you successfully complete the Ana world, come back and have a proper game. Indeed, no matter where you are, game balance is always the most difficult aspect to adjust. I wonder if the Overlord has pulled any tricks involving filling in the numbers with his feet. Reality is like that. You fill in the numbers with your feet anyway, Allura chuckled. Do you really think sirens, dragons, and the dominant vampire race are balanced? Everyone was speechless. Protected by the power of words, naturally possessing a high affinity for magic, and surrounded by water element. Awe-inspiring magical power and rapid circulation, a powerful body that ordinary life forms can hardly destroy. Touching or consuming fresh blood can trigger a berserk state, making them like war gods. The 3 races Allura mentioned were truly among the elite. They wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them celestial dragons of the magical world. Any one of them could make races with naturally low magic power in the magical world gasp for breath. There are many races like these, born to sit on the judge's seat, which is why Allura deeply revered her teacher. For no other reason than that the 3 races within the Overlord's soul were of very ordinary origin. They also coveted the Siren's word of power, occasionally switching bodies to experience the almost cheat-like thrill. Everyone stifled their laughter. The Overlord's simplicity was endearing. French Fries couldn't help but tease. With their strength, they truly deserved the title of not really rich, pure green players. Eating with Allura, the most amusing thing, besides chatting, was sneaking peeks at Qinshaoyu and Candlelight. One only drank vinegar while eating, while the other had to chase after her to try the good food, while simultaneously fighting over the vinegar bottle. Others educate buffet owners by showing off their ingredients. For Candlelight, it was by wiping out all the vinegar on the tables. The condiment bottles on the tables of the small restaurant would disappear whenever Candlelight ate. It was something the owner would never understand without checking the security cameras. Allura stated that most dolls' tastes closely resembled what they considered normal. However, the Alchemy Doll Group had occasionally created several bizarre dolls over the past few centuries. One was born scavenging for food in garbage dumps, drooling at the sight of rotting food. Another exhibited innate decomposer potential, unmatched in its ability to steal food from slimes. One wanted to eat the Overmind's breath. This one, for unknown reasons, became the only being in a millennium to successfully launch a surprise attack on the Overmind. This one frantically gnawed on tentacles, its ravenous appearance even causing the Overmind to playfully tease it for a while before shutting it down. Given its utter inexplicability, the original was sealed in the doll collection room and preserved as a research sample to this day. The doll's tastes fluctuate within a normal range, primarily depending on which part of the soul was sewn into the doll's core during its creation, and which part ultimately exhibited the strongest desire. Orange Tea remarked with relish, "Listen, it's very genetic, very biological." Halora shook her Orlan-style chicken leg. Of course, it could also be the doll's own will that made the choice. Judging from Candlelight's current behavior, she's clearly the latter. Having tasted vinegar, she fell in love with it, unable to extricate herself, gradually becoming addicted. Glancing at the doll and the human who had come together over time, Jiang He glanced at the jailer again and couldn't help but sigh. The act of exchanging gifts had initially made him think there would be more developments. But in reality, after the gifts were given, there was no sign of further development in their conversations and daily interactions. Compared to Nonya, who showed signs of going high with a shield and trying to gain an advantage, these two were driving the onlookers crazy. The barbecue in the courtyard continued. With only a few days left until the end of the Tower world, the boundary between reality and illusion had completely relaxed. The punctual login and timely assistance times were also delayed by an hour to allow for some indulgence. "Mind if I try some?" The Overlord, who had entered the body of the long-haired black doll, returned from teleportation and, seeing the commotion, gladly joined in. Halora hurriedly handed over her freshly grilled chicken wings. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Instead of her flashy, exaggerated palm flame grilling, she diligently helped everyone build charcoal and slowly grill the chicken. French Fries asked, "Overlord, where did everyone go?" "They've mostly been reading comics today, collecting anime and film materials, and replenishing their novel library." "Oh, that's really busy, The others, belatedly realizing what was happening, were taken aback. "Don't be surprised. Of all the civilizations we observed so far, your knowledge and information are the easiest to acquire. Many worlds can't achieve your level of resource integration. The ability to freely access knowledge is a dream for countless people, yet you can do it all through the internet. Even libraries require card access. The treasure trove of knowledge is open to everyone who longs to enter its halls. Before we reached our peak, we didn't have such a privileged environment. It took an incredibly long time for this fertile ground of knowledge to benefit several continents. Countless frustrated mages, witnessing all this, would probably weep in despair." These words filled the boundary between the virtual and real worlds with pride and excitement, and a deep sense of fortune at being born into this world, rather than a world like the Three Realms. "But, my lord, aren't your reading materials almost exclusively comics and novels? It's clearly a highly entertaining classic, but why do the words sound so exhilarating? Regarding the promise of a peaceful end, do you have any additional requests?" Behind the long, straight black spine, jet black tentacles extended forward, proactively taking the skewers being grilled and deftly manipulating them on the grill. Anyone who saw this would have to say, having many hands is certainly convenient. The stunned onlookers shook their heads hurriedly for a while. Being able to live a smooth and peaceful life with their families is the greatest reward. Moreover, the dividends from the proof of the stars effectively guarantee their financial freedom after the Tower world. Having spent so much time together, they know each other inside and out. The boundary between reality and illusion belongs to a group of low-desire individuals. Their biggest expenses are truly just food and drink, and the impulse to be the first to buy the latest electronic gadgets. And just by eating and drinking, without recklessly spending money, the interest alone is more than enough for them to relax in front of their computers and enjoy themselves for a lifetime. The Overlord distributed the skewers to everyone and continued grilling. "Let this promise benefit future generations. This is what you deserve for your risking your lives to save another world." The jailer instinctively retorted, "For your numerous battles, I deserve this reward?" He was then forcibly silenced by Orange Tea shoving a skewer near his mouth. "If you have offspring, then the next generation will also receive protection," the Overlord chuckled. "Consider it compensation for what I've taken from their fathers and mothers. At the same time, I will have the remaining puppets provide you with the necessary nourishment and assistance, so that you can reach the end of your lives with your current physique, ensuring you avoid the ravages of old age, and thus the inability to enjoy the rewards you deserve." Knowing why Halora said that no one in their homeland had ever betrayed the Overlord, the boundary between reality and illusion was inclined to believe it wasn't about strength, but rather a unique personal charisma. If it weren't for the overwhelming sight of the coal briquette, and instead a bright, blazing sun, Many natives would have knelt and cried out to the sun god. Life's journey is long, and the end is still decades away. This is your final test. May the boundary between reality and illusion remain firmly connected when you reach the end of your lives. Let miracles have a beginning and an end. The people gathered around the oven suddenly, and subconsciously turned their gazes to those they cared about. Witnessing this scene, the overlord was satisfied. Just eating and drinking isn't good without some entertainment. Jiang He muttered, that opening line sounds a bit ominous. French fries chimed in, classic. Nothing to do here, let's have a sword dance. What could the overlord dance with? Tentacles? Tentacles behind the long-haired black doll tore through space, piercing into it. The next second, a figure rolled to the center of the courtyard. The ferocious Jifeng jumped up, instinctively trying to unleash her magic, but she was struck dumb, frozen in place as if put on pause. Like a delicate, terrified figurine, she was completely still. More than half a month had passed since Halola defeated her and forced her to shut down. But in Jifeng's mind, it was all just a blink of an eye. She wasn't stupid. Seeing Halola serving tea, water, fruit platters, and skewers to the doll she never met before, she immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Lord. After entering the doll's body, the voice, previously dominated by the male soul, shifted. A cold female voice took over. What an ugly posture. You have shamed us. At this point, Jifeng was reckless. I don't want to be anyone's possession. What's wrong with that? No. The crisp answer left Jifeng staring wide-eyed, dumbfounded. I know your ways in the three realms, and I understand your thoughts. The woman's voice grew even colder. You consider yourself a superior being, treating the indigenous civilization as your domesticated animals, taking at will, life and death at your whim, disregarding iron laws, displaying your cleverness by manipulating rules. And all this, simply because you believe you are strong, able to trample them ruthlessly. Therefore, you are not wrong. The voices of the other two merged into the woman's voice. A trinity of souls resonated. The ring on his hand shimmered, surging magic gathering at the master's fingertip. In a fleeting, indescribably fast instant, a blinding flash of white light streaked past. Upon closer inspection, Jifeng's head was severed from her body, rolling on the ground. A puppet, decapitation wasn't enough to kill her. The overlord rose from his seat, gripping Jifeng's head tightly with one hand. Overlord. Fries had never heard such a strange tone before. Anger, fear, grievance, trembling, and an undisguised defiance. Stubborn yet also mad. Until you separated from the candlelight, you had many opportunities for me to seriously assess your existence. But now? Trampling the ironclad rules of puppets. The foolish act of instigating conflict within the tower world, yet exploiting its loopholes. Attempting to destroy the boundary between reality and illusion. Killing countless powerful beings from the three realms, interfering wantonly. The Dominator's hand tightened. Weaving Wind's head, like a piece of cardboard, began to deform. The head exploded. Weaving Wind's body tried to resist, but was crushed to death by Halora. The strong can dominate the weak at will. This is the view you agree with. Then you should act accordingly. Weaving Wind's flattened head was ejected by the Dominator, piercing through the puppet's body. You are weaker than me, so you deserve to die. She then roughly ripped out the puppet's core and tossed it to Halora. Weaving Wind, dead. The Dominator smiled and turned on the tap in the courtyard, washing the blood from her hands and body. Now, the compensation is completely complete. Are you satisfied? Everyone nodded hastily. The Overlord is so decisive. Jifeng possesses some of the memories and knowledge that Zhuwa lost. Under normal circumstances, she loses recovery and efforts to restore the original body are standard procedure. Zhuwa, your memories and knowledge are gone. But there will be other compensation for you when you return. Zhuwa immediately knelt on one knee. Choose each aside, you really don't seem like the supreme ruler of a civilization. At first, everyone used the honorific you, but now they abandoned it. Oh, then what am I like? The Overlord asked with a smile. Betting pondered for a moment, then snapped its fingers. Like a parent, nagging, but very doting. The Overlord laughed heartily. We were indeed described that way before. Too concerned about their own people, almost obsessive, but it's fine, I like that assessment. You are the miracles we found, and from now on, you're one of us. Halora winked, reminding him, mushroom, mushroom. The Overlord suddenly understood. That's true, actually, we're already one of our own. The two who played with you during the critical trial really like you, the Overlord said. During the waiting time before your second life, they'd be happy to continue your relationship. Chapter 536. By the way, hypothetically speaking, just hypothetically, you have the ability to make changes. Would you prefer this world to have magic, or continue developing along its current path? The Overlord's sudden question silenced the room instantly. French Fries pondered, are we on the right track? The Overlord said, there's no right or wrong. At the end of the road, you will find a suitable solution and open the door to the next stage. The difference lies only in the methods and routes you take, which will determine what you encounter along the way. Squid stroked its chin. For the Overlord, which path do you favor? You ask this because you have a reference point in mind, but I must regretfully inform you that our experience is not a reference point at all. You were born in a world without magic, so you cannot understand me. We naturally possess the way magicians think. Anaerobic life dies when it encounters oxygen, and aerobic life suffocates without oxygen, neither can comprehend the other's world. Jianghe asked curiously, why ask this question? It doesn't sound like you're asking players to fill out a questionnaire to collect opinions? Because your situation is special. This world possesses the potential for, in your words, a spiritual energy revival at some point. No one can predict when it will happen. Perhaps tomorrow morning, flames will emerge from your palms. But it may also never happen. The primordial fairy Wu's self-sealing cannot solve the core problem. She possesses a somewhat hazy naivete, unable to comprehend the existence of the primordial sea of magic, like a volcano. This seemingly dormant volcano still possesses the destructive power to shatter your current social order. For example, aren't you surprised that the sea of magic hasn't shrunk despite our frequent use of magic? Everyone gasped in horror. Halora and Candlelight were frequently using the ring's power, and if their weak, stagnant magical sea showed no signs of weakening. She swallowed hard. It's slowly recovering, the Overlord said. It might even be giving birth to a nascent world consciousness. That would be quite a spectacle. Everything you manage on the surface of the world will clash with the inner layers that have given birth to this nascent will. The result is similar to the three realms. In a world undergoing normal civilizational development, due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, unified dynasties crumbled, morality collapsed, strongmen proliferated, individual will superseded the collective, and violence and atrocities became rampant. Even a sect like the Stargazing sect, which established itself with principles and words of guidance for good, became an endangered species. If it weren't for your assistance by chance, do you really think that a young man like Furan, so promising and righteous, could lead a group of children and fight against those old fogies who are well-versed in the rules of the world to carve out a place for themselves? The boundary between reality and illusion understood. The ruler was letting them decide the future of this world. In an instant, 1,000-pound boulders seemed to fall on each of their shoulders, suffocating them. They weren't being modest, they were just playing a game. How did this happen? Don't put so much pressure on yourself. I said it before, at the end of the road, all paths lead to the same destination. Wu and I have discussed it, the future is in your hands. If you remain hesitant, I will take Wu away and seal the primal magic sea, having the puppet check it periodically. Nongya clapped her hands. That sounds like locking down the development of magic, a disguised technological blockade. The Overlord nodded. That's entirely fair to say. Although it doesn't solve the problem at its root, as long as the seal is maintained regularly, the problem shouldn't be too serious. By the way, perhaps one day, if the Ana world returns to peace, you might want to come back and take another look. His meticulous consideration was exceptionally comforting. They had originally thought the Overlord would be the kind of supreme powerhouse, who used his might and strength to all things. The boundary between reality and illusion did indeed sense his power, but it was on a different level. Jianghe couldn't help but say, I understand now why so many people unconditionally believe in you, Overlord. The Overlord's voice came through. A.O.B. That's high praise. We three will gladly accept it. See, you're not bad either. Jianghe, self-aware, replied, you flatter me too much. If possible, I like to emulate your virtues and aspire to become someone like you. See, let's start with the Ana world then. We too will rise from a similar world. B. Whether you succeed or fail, your homeland will always be under our protection. A. And your little sect in that other world, so go ahead and do it with peace of mind. The Overlord originally planned to stay only 3 days, but to ensure a perfect conclusion to the Tower World competition at the boundary of reality and illusion, they stayed for 7 days straight. It began with the Candlelight Weaving Wind Duel Challenge. Initially, it was hailed as a world competition. Players on each server were on high alert, blocking information. Off-site media hyped the seriousness of the World Championship. The mid-game breakthrough with the Sky Sphere broke the deadlock, The seriousness faded, and information exchange was unlocked. Live streaming became rampant, and the lighthearted entertainment trend tore through the heavy veil. In the late game, the fence between reality and virtuality strategy reached its peak, dominating the leaderboards and leaving all challengers far behind, firmly securing its T0 position. This led to the foreign game media, which had initially marketed the seriousness of the World Championship, choosing to remain silent. Instead, they started discussing the entertainment value of the Tower of Trials. Such a stance is laughable. No wonder even foreign game communities were mocking it. You can't just promote Tower World as the World Championship when you can win yourself. Brothers, this is why I hate traditional media these days. Journalism is a pile of crap. When will these pretentious idiots leave the gaming community? They don't play the game, they don't understand the content, but they still have to jump on the bandwagon. Putting everything else aside, seeing how the 4 guilds from Virtual Boundary took 4 of the top 5 spots, making these guys so upset they shut up, I suddenly feel it's all worth it. Virtual Boundary didn't care much about outside opinions. After all, Tower World's final floor of 181 spoke for itself. They were 21 floors ahead of second-place Corns Chosen. Virtual Boundary was also the first to test the viability of the tech-based strategy. And they guided all 4 of the top 4 guilds in the Chinese server onto this correct strategy path. In the later stages, the top 4 guilds in the Chinese server were all using NPCs to boost their accounts and mine resources at strongholds. Real players were rarely involved anymore. Virtual Boundary didn't know much about other guilds, but with them, Mint and her friends had a blast. In reality, even a slight touch can cause injury or death, but in the game, you can endlessly restart and resurrect. One word, awesome. Even a dragon like Elradia, who prefers a serious and aloof demeanor, has come to enjoy the thrill of soaring through the skies, breathing dragonfire, and BB-ching. The destructive urges that have nowhere to go in reality are swept away here. Waking up to a refreshed day, even the forging of magical artifacts feels lighter. Players enjoy racking up points, NPCs enjoy mowing down enemies. A win-win situation. If the community has any complaints about this result, it's this. St. Helena is only 4th. The unlucky comical tree at 143 floors, just 1 floor away from tying the record. As the only one to break the Chinese server's monopoly on the top 5, St. Helena celebrated by spamming the Chinese server's flag in the community comments section. The 4 primals were shocked. Wasn't the Black Sword Guard supposed to be a very arrogant guy? Why would he be willing to raise 2 flags in a situation like this? Nonya shook her index finger. It's precisely because he's arrogant that he admit he's inferior and acknowledge his opponent. Jianghe retorted, it's not entirely because of arrogance, the Black Sword Guard is just deliberately trying to annoy people. Snowwater Fried Noodles had an astonishing record, remaining undefeated throughout the entire stronghold defense battle. Winning 1 match was attributed to St. Helena, as French can only achieve victory under the command of foreigners. Winning 2 matches was attributed to St. Helena disgracing France. Those of impure blood cannot represent their country. Winning 3 and 4 matches was attributed to St. Helena's stronghold battles did have merit. Perhaps we should study the replays and learn from them. After winning continuously, St. Helena is undoubtedly the #1 guild in France. This honor also belongs to us in Europe. Black Sword Guardians get high just reading the community comments. St. Helena's ability to catch up and overtake others despite their lead in the borderline 8 points speaks volumes about their strength. If they hadn't dragged the team down, they might have been able to compete with Corns Chosen. But during the siege, only a few top French guilds refrained from kicking them while they were down. The rest practically wanted to expel them from the country. As the top-performing French guild, once hailed as humanity's last glory, they were now being ganged up on, with very few offering domestic assistance. Now that they won, it's France's shared honor. Servers from all over Europe are jumping on the bandwagon. Which servers guild ganged up on them? Aliens? The more they think about it, the angrier they get. Even winning doesn't feel right. Black Sword Guardians, on the other hand, has their guild members display both their own server's flag and the flag of the server where Snowwater Fried Noodles is active in the community. A truly bizarre sight. The star players, who had been watching Cyber 1 and 2 were witnessing a mysterious spectacle of an entire guild defecting to the enemy for the first time. You like to freeload, don't you? He said, openly declaring that this glory was inseparable from Snowwater Fried Noodles. Those who like to freeload, come and get some Snowwater Fried Noodles too. It was like a cybernetic charm. Seeing that Snowwater Fried Noodles was prominently featured in large letters, expressing special thanks to St. Helena, many people reacted enthusiastically. Instantly, the community was abuzz with excitement. Players on the Chinese server were overjoyed. Since the Black Sword Guardians were so enthusiastic, they didn't mind acting as cyber mercenaries to help them infiltrate the European server community and attack others. Wow, the Chinese server even has a branch in France now. So the top 5 on the list are all Chinese guilds. Hey, who's the number 1 guild in France? You said St. Helena, but St. Helena also has our Chinese server's flag flying over. French players, I have a question. Why are you all so indifferent when St. Helena is being besieged by outsiders? I know you're anxious, but don't worry, because this really doesn't happen in the Chinese server. We, the virtual border, are leading the way in supporting other guilds. The top 4 guilds in the Chinese server are all providing support. Everyone has points to upgrade their technology. Why aren't you doing that? Black Sword Guardian felt relieved. So having someone to talk for you is this great? The top 4 guilds in the Chinese server, led by Virtual Border, are living this well all the time. So, when it comes to their own country's community in foreign wars, even if they don't all unanimously support each other, at least they can refrain from booing in public and not be dragging everyone down. Originally, the Chinese server community had some reservations about Funny Tree, feeling it was just one step away from dominating the top 1 to 4 rankings. Even Yellow Dream was prepared to face the community's criticism. The St. Helena incident drastically changed the community's sentiment. Who said there wasn't a ranking? Numbers 1 to 5 are all from our own group. Since St. Helena and the Chinese server are one family, then you and I, wouldn't we be considered one family? Everyone was posting in the lobby. Even the Overlord was watching this chaotic community with great interest, lightly clapping his hands, and tentacles stretched out from behind him, slowly waving. Nomya spoke up unexpectedly. The 4 primals, whom Nomya accidentally touched, subconsciously responded. Halfway through the conversation, he suddenly felt something was off. Although emotionally oblivious, being directly pulled into Nomya's arms. Xianghe and French fries were the first to realize the drama was about to unfold. Holding their paper tubes full of French fries, they turned to watch the show. Even the Overlord, resting his chin on his hand, sat down, observing the two with interest. Nomya? I treated you to so many meals, subtly and overtly, hinting and suggesting, but you still can't get it. Nomya gritted her teeth. Can't you get going? At this point, even the 4 primal bodies, if they were truly made of wood, were starting to get angry. He was sweating profusely, completely at a loss. Fine, I be blunt. For primal bodies, you must have a relationship with me, with the goal of marriage. Don't think you're unattractive, I'm after your money. The Overlord is here, and everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion is here. If we can't make it work in the future, I can leave without hesitation, and I don't want you. This is a supplementary explanation added after seeing the jailer being lured by Hu Qian. The jailer, who had been enjoying the show, immediately tilted his head upon hearing this. You guys confess, fine, but why drag him into this on such a memorable moment? Will we have to drag him out and whip him again later when we reminisce about this? I like you want to talk about it. A direct, veiled approach. The speed was too fast. Even if Chasa came, he wouldn't achieve such a top-tier breakthrough. The Primarch's eyes shone with a dull light, seemingly completely unprepared for this turn of events. Completely unprepared, his lips moved. Nonyal waved in front of him. Hey, Primarch, hello. Can you tell me what you like about me? I like you, that's all. Nonyal pouted. Fine, it's just that I like you. Nobody likes that, right? That way, no one will compete with me for such a reassuring person. It's very safe. The Primarch seemed to have finally had his thought process unlocked by Nonyal, instantly understanding. Wow, that's so perfunctory. Well, I really don't know how to say it. The Primarch was practically fuming. The wood is really on fire. Then tell me you like me first. Nonyal, I like you. Not bad. It's quite satisfying to train you. Nonyal said contentedly. Chapter 537. The playground under the scorching sun, the corridor after class, the school gate on a rainy day. The innocent romance of student days is always accompanied by a strange yet envious chorus of teasing as two people approach each other. There's always a classic scene that belongs to everyone's student days. Having only recently left school, everyone wanted to try the same trick, but seeing the 4 original bodies almost completely burned out, they all chose to suppress their laughter. For a piece of wood, getting it to ignite is difficult enough. If you light another fire, the 4 original bodies' brains will be fried. Be cheered, it's great, I love watching it. See, it reminds me of when I confessed to Sarah. A. Don't project strange images from my memories. Don't occupy my consciousness. Don't you understand? B. It's great, I love watching it. A classic rewatch. Hey, don't get so excited. Don't you realize there are outsiders here? Jianghe, watching from the sidelines, clicked his tongue in amazement. Trinity, so amazing. Information sharing, memory synchronization, a comprehensive amplification of the strength of the soul and body. Although it looks sinister, power is everything. Wow! A sudden exclamation, perfectly synchronized. Jianghe and French fries turned their heads sharply, just in time to see Nongya remove her lips from the face of the four primal bodies. The four primal bodies instantly stiffened, their pupils contracting violently, as if a pause button had been pressed. Nongya, on the other hand, decisively took a half step back, a sly smile still on her lips. She licked her lips, like a cat that had just stolen some fish, but her reddened ears betrayed her feigned composure. Wow! It was impossible not to cheer. The Overlord extended its tentacles and gently clapped. Candlelight, have you memorized the important learning materials? Candlelight nodded earnestly. Yes, Your Majesty, I have. This time, it was Qin Xiaoyu's turn to be drenched in sweat. Beiwo clicked her tongue in amazement, smoothed her hair, and asked, how come I remember Nongya always emphasizing that she's different from the postmodern guys, a bit traditional? Who says traditional people can't be proactive? When you encounter something or someone you like, you have to find a way to get it, Nongya said. Are you expecting the four primal bodies to take the initiative? I'd be dying of anxiety then. Halora clapped. Kuxiao must have a lot in common with you. You might be able to beat her in this area. Nongya thanked the praise and continued. Besides, the four Primarchs are a bit too naive when it comes to relationships. What if someone more skilled than me uses a little trick on him? Wouldn't he end up worse off than the jailer? The jailer interrupted. Shouldn't everyone show me some respect? Hu Qian was just an accident. Inkfish crossed his arms. Respect? What about my cybercrime record? Even if you're married, you can still compare to me. The blunt remark made Inkfish facepalm. Nongya waved her hand. Anyway, it has to be me. After all, I really like wood. A little wood makes me feel safe. With me around, he won't be fooled by others. French fries retorted, only you can fool him. Fooling someone for a lifetime is also a skill. Nongya said nonchalantly, I promised in front of the Overlord, and I keep my word. The Overlord nodded. This request is approved and is valid. The four Primarchs, whose brains had crashed, successfully restarted the system. So that's why you were so busy at my house during the new year. China Telecom 3G, so fast. Jianghe sighed helplessly. So it wasn't a system restart, it was a rollback. Only now are you realizing it. Where did your amazing predictive skills from the game go? French fries clapped his hands speechlessly. Finally figured out what happened during the new year. That's really something. Are you like Qin Gong? Squid shook its head, maybe a sloth. Teased by everyone, the four primal bodies were a little embarrassed. He still didn't dare to look Nongya in the eye. His whole body as red as if he just had a sauna. Orange Tea suddenly remembered something. Master, if I reincarnate as Anna, can Nongya go with me? Master shook his head. No. Huh? In an instant, the room fell silent. An uncomfortable silence enveloped everyone. The four primal bodies and Nongya stared at each other in surprise, their joy vanishing, their expressions complex and subtle. The Overlord explained, the simulation results of the proof of the stars were based on the 7 of you. We cannot know whether adding one more person would cause immeasurable changes to the simulation results. A slight misstep could lead to an endless cycle, which would be nothing short of annihilation for you. The four primal bodies were about to say something when Nongya spoke first. It doesn't matter. A lifetime is long enough. Maybe one day we get tired of it. Let the four primal bodies go over there. It'd be good for them to have a change of pace. Another world has its own unique charm. The Overlord smiled slightly. I know you're very generous, Nongya, but I haven't finished speaking. Huh? Everyone tilted their heads. Although I cannot add you to the cycle, I can take your spirit and reshape you, the Overlord said. Once the dust settles in the Anna world and the cycle ends, you can descend with us in your normal form. Nongya's face actually turned red. She hadn't blushed when kissing the four Primarchs just now, but now she was burning red. B, you're imagining scenes of life and death, of being separated by death. I can feel it. A, you shouldn't have said that. B, what's wrong with it? Don't you think it's cute? A trinity, it's kind of cute. The trinity is fine, but every now and then someone jumps out and does their own thing. Orange Tea whispered in Halora's ear, honestly, are you tired of being with your teacher? Halora lowered her voice. It's probably a little better than your teacher. She seemed so kind and gentle. Heh, It's precisely because she's kind and gentle that it's tiring. Nongya's reincarnation has found its home, and the future of the chosen team of the Ana world is set. The Overlord has returned to its triune form. Allura, Candlelight, Black Carp, the three of you will remain in this world for now. Ensure our promise regarding the boundary between reality and illusion is fulfilled smoothly. The puppet whose soul had been taken over by the Overlord responded, making the scene particularly comical. Allura, you have a little more work to do. Please give your orders, teacher, the Overlord said earnestly. To complement the game, comprehensively teach them the fundamental knowledge of the Ana world and the details of magic. To make them truly native Ana people. To enable them to survive the most dangerous early stages of reincarnation, when they have no power whatsoever. You can do it, right? If you're not confident, or feel your teaching ability is insufficient, I find someone else. Allura patted her chest. If you can't, teacher, you can dig up my crypt. Those familiar with Allura knew that digging up a crypt was definitely her most ruthless vow. The Dominator's face smiled again. Everyone, a lifetime is more than enough time to learn how to become natives of another world. Relax, with your abilities, it won't be difficult. Jianghe sensed the Dominator was about to leave. He glanced at someone not far away out of the corner of his eye, pursed his lips, and called out, Dominator, can I speak to you alone about something? The Dominator turned around, blinking curiously. Jianghe led the Dominator outside the room. Even away from the others, he still lowered his voice. After explaining in a few words, a look of relief flashed across the Dominator's face, and his smile deepened when he looked at Jianghe. You really are a competent guild leader. Jianghe sighed deeply. I wish I didn't need to be so competent, but unfortunately, some people are causing me a lot of trouble. The Sovereign, who was thought to be leaving, returned and announced he would stay for 2 more days. Everyone with eyes could guess that the sudden decision was related to Jianghe, but no one knew what he had said. The entire day, the boundary between the virtual and real worlds was busy receiving congratulatory calls from friends and family. Although the concept of the Tower World Championship had been dismantled the moment the Chaos Celestial Sphere appeared, transforming it into human versus machine competition, that was the mindset of players within the community. The idea that the Tower World equals the World Championship was deeply ingrained in the minds of those outside the community. As the competition concluded, various self-media outlets opted for the most attention-grabbing tactics. Chinese server dominates the world rankings, top 5 all gathered. World champions, despite a half-season slump, still undisputed T0. French mercenaries from the Chinese server expressed their respect for the Chinese server in this way. In this era, everyone has a need to win. Some consider not losing a victory a win. Some, even without winning, celebrate wildly, announcing to the world their resounding victory. The Chinese server guild's winning streak from start to finish at the Proof of the Stars undoubtedly generated an explosive amount of discussion both on and off the field. While many topics from the Proof of the Stars have already seen their popularity fluctuate, this off-field buzz was exceptionally massive. In the evening, Yuan Huanai drove to the villa. Accompanying him was a small truck loaded with various fresh ingredients and drinks. From the moment he started directing the workers unloading the goods, his lips never drooped. He was grinning from ear to ear the entire time. The jailer had rarely seen his father so happy in his life. When he saw his father take out a very antique-looking jar, carefully and solemnly place it in his hand, telling him to enjoy it slowly, he truly got goosebumps. If he remembered correctly, this was a treasure hidden at the top of his father's tea cabinet. When he was a child, he spilled a jar, and his father crawled on the ground, painstakingly picking it up again, while he ate his fill of stir-fried pork with rattan. Dad, don't do this, I'm scared. The jailer swallowed hard, shoving the tea jar back in. Be normal. How dare you talk like that? Yuan Huanya's voice rose 8 octaves, but upon glancing at the crowd watching from the boundary between reality and illusion not far away, he immediately softened his tone and continued laughing. Just take it. If your friends see it, they think the Yuan family can't afford it. We really can't afford it. I remember it was just 1 can. You? His voice rose involuntarily. Yuan Huanai paused, then explained with a smile, Do you know how many people called to celebrate with your dad today? As he spoke, he took out his phone and scrolled through his call logs. Since 9 a.m., a dense line of calls had been forming. Without exception, they were all celebrating the prison guard's world championship victory. Relatives, business partners, old friends, a flurry of greetings. This was the kind of celebration Yuan Huanai had during his business boom. Tonight, all his old friends had gathered for a celebratory feast. The jailer was shocked. Such a big fuss? You're so engrossed in your game, you wouldn't understand. It's the final stage, and there's a constant stream of trending topics about you guys every day. Even the slightest fluctuation in points or floor rankings will attract countless people. Not to mention, I bet a lot of people will be setting you up on blind dates tonight. The jailer was terrified. Stop messing with me. Last time you found Hu Qian, I thought you met the right person, but in the end, sigh, just let me have a few days of peace. That's your mother's doing, don't blame me. The jailer hadn't told his mother the whole story, but Yuan Huai clearly sensed the truth from the change in events. People are in high spirits when things are going well, and Yuan Huai assured him. We won't rush you, we won't rush you. Play however you want, you can even stay in bed. As parents, they are proud of their child's success. Yuan Huai felt this way, and others couldn't escape it either. The Tower World Championship is the World Championship. World Champion, what else could it be but a championship? Depending on the local level of importance, it might even be a momentous occasion etched into local history. In Orange Tea's hometown, the banquet stretched from one end of the village to the other. A continuous feast, starting from daytime, with no shortage of chicken, duck, fish, or meat. The village's renowned chefs, famous for their large pot meals, hired 2 or 3 to ensure the grand feast ran smoothly. Everyone was a guest. A red envelope, regardless of size, was enough to get a table. The village's elderly primary school teacher personally wrote 2 large characters next to the door god statue. Tea God. Orange Tea's parents didn't know what Tea God meant. They just heard the village youth say that writing it in large characters and pasting it on the front door was a good idea. Orange Tea's old house was brightly decorated, with strings of firecrackers burning and drums blaring. The only thing missing was a lion dance. The spectacle was so grand that players wanting to make a pilgrimage to the holy site could only watch from afar, snapping photos with their long lenses. Orange Tea was the last to know how lively the village was. Her parents' voices were broken by the boisterous toasts and the sounds of guessing games. On the other end of the phone, the village elders were eager to chat with her. This enthusiasm made Orange Tea exclaim how lively it was. It was similar at her home in bed. Only, the scale of the feast was much larger. Bed's parents invited all their relatives and friends over, giving everyone a red envelope. Instead of others congratulating them, it was the other way around. No wonder, Bed's parents knew that soon, this family would have 2 world champions. During the spring festival gathering, everyone in Bed's family spoke highly of Squid, and they couldn't wait to book a banquet after the new year. Not long after the new year, good news kept pouring in, and they felt that their Bed had truly inherited their decisive and courageous qualities. If they had been even a little later, seafood like squid would have already ended up in someone else's hands. Seeing everyone talking to their families and relatives, French Fries couldn't help but look at his phone. Strange, why haven't they contacted his parents all day, despite their sweet talk? Are they really that good at holding back? It's not like them at all. Chapter 538. What do you mean you're on vacation? Huh? A sweet trip to celebrate becoming champions? French Fries had initially intended to use a cool, indifferent reaction to test what mischief this lovey-dovey couple was up to. The news she received, however, instantly shattered her composure. Her well-trained arm muscles tensed instantly. Her phone was under unimaginable pressure. What French Fries imagined would happen. The lovey-dovey couple would suddenly appear in Guangzhou, catch her off guard, and then, under the guise of celebration, leave her exhausted and satisfied. Or perhaps, they buy piles of bizarre gifts, have them delivered to her house, and then have the deliverman read their carefully prepared scripts. Of course, it could also be that they changed the names of the shopping items to strange names and deliberately have the deliverman read them aloud, making everyone present want to bury their heads in the ground. Wrong prediction. The lovey-dovey couple didn't do anything this time. They didn't even prepare any special blessings. When French Fries finally called, she casually added, "You're my best daughter." The sweet, rustling sounds of their affection on the other end of the line made French Fries' lips tremble slightly. Sigh. With a long, exhausted sigh, French Fries rubbed her forehead and sat back down. Jiang He comforted her. Good news. You don't have to worry about them doing anything weird. French Fries pouted. Thinking about how her parents were always unreliable when they were reliable, and surprisingly reliable when they were unreliable, she could only shake her head helplessly. French Fries, we were thinking of sneaking over to surprise you. But then we remembered Potato is with you, so we decided against it. After all, you always complain that we're too lovey-dovey and annoying. Looking at the message from his mother on his phone, French Fries' lips slowly curled into a smile. Deep down, children always crave affirmation from their parents. If you were to evaluate who the biggest victim was in the virtual reality Boundary Tower world's top-ranked player, the community's answers would be surprisingly consistent: Du Jingwen. By now, she's become part of the game community's culture. Because she's so iconic, she's even become a frequent topic of discussion in relationship-related discussions. The relationship between Mayu and Beiwo was no secret. Insiders had already revealed it in the community. They met each other's parents during the Spring Festival, and were both very satisfied. For Beiwo's family, Mayu was the ideal son-in-law. They ran a seafood processing business, and already had some money. Beiwo and Moyu's fame also benefited their family business. It's only because Beiwo didn't allow her family to use her fame, or the virtual reality Boundary Tower marketing tactics, that they could have capitalized on this trending topic and made even more money. On this point, Beiwo's family strictly adhered to the rules. In one's life, opportunities to soar to great heights are few and far between. Many people waste half their lives, only to realize what they missed when they look back. What should you do if someone in your family achieves great success? Answer: do nothing. My dad used to play games when he was younger, and he deeply agreed with the comments from community players about those who couldn't even win a game by being carried. My older brother is amazing, well-developed. It's a pure carry game. As long as you stick close to the carry, and don't make any rash moves, victory is within your grasp. Any presumptuous or overly clever help can backfire. Quietly following instructions is the key to winning. Obediently being a puppet is the right approach. On this point, it doesn't matter whether it's an elder or a father/daughter. Just lie down and be done with it. People can't stand comparisons. Community players compared Du Jingwen to her bed in every way, and sadly found that Du Jingwen only won in one aspect. She came first. The childhood sweetheart was defeated once again by a sudden appearance. Du Jingwen herself once thought she could use her negative fame to gain exposure and earn some money. Unexpectedly, the players on the Proof of Stars platform were exceptionally realistic. They support her, but wouldn't spend a penny. As soon as the live stream started, the scrolling chat was full of sarcastic remarks. Streamers belong to the service industry. They need to provide entertainment value and emotional support. Enduring the negative fame and criticism requires a strong mentality. After 2.5 years of being nurtured by Mayu, Du Jingwen has long since become a spoiled brat. A person who needs constant care for their basic needs, has no work experience after graduation, and maintains a low level of social awareness and understanding is no different from a college student who indefinitely delays graduation. No! College students also work part-time and earn money. Du Jingwen is paralyzed. Calling her a giant baby wouldn't be an exaggeration. She can only hide in her small apartment, pretending everything is peaceful. In the first few days of her live streams, she could still maintain a professional demeanor, relying on the illusion of making a fortune through her controversial online popularity to stay afloat. But a closer look at her live stream clips reveals signs of an impending eruption. Streamer, can you tell me what the most expensive seafood is? Du Jingwen read the comments aloud, realizing something was wrong. The comments had already started flowing on their own. Bro, I know. Bro, it's squid. Bro, I know a squid worth millions, too expensive. A rich young woman caught it, and enjoyed it to her heart's content. I want to be a little rich woman. Then I want to be that squid. The streamer is just a toy for the chat, part of the show's entertainment value. After the divorce, my ex became a world champion, reaping both fame and fortune. Is there any way I can use this to my advantage, and get a share? Streamer, why aren't you saying anything? Streamer, I posted a picture of the squid rice I ate. Why didn't you like it? Are you saying I didn't eat well? Someone said the streamer in this room is incredibly skilled. I asked him how skilled he was, and he told me that he could make the strongest shield guy in the T0 guild serve him faithfully for 2.5 years. Streamer, can you teach me the trendiest and toughest mind control techniques? I also want to mind control a squid for 2.5 years, then I crush his gold coins and come back to split them with you. No money earned, but plenty of insults received. Reality shatters illusions. Not everyone can be like the jailer guy, so abstractly impervious to all poisons, unmoved by any verbal attacks, letting them dissolve effortlessly. Du Jingwen failed to learn the techniques for purifying her anger, and eventually, she exploded. She engaged in a heated argument with viewers in her live stream, and within 2 minutes, a flood of reports reduced her stream to a black screen. Given the thoroughness of Du Jingwen's self-destructive act and the vulgarity of her insults, those outside the platform looking for an angle to defend her were hesitant to enter the fray amidst the overwhelming public outcry. In just half a month, her attempt to gain notoriety through controversy resulted in her being banned. Depending on the community's reaction, she will likely face further reports, and in the streamer industry, being banned is a permanent fate. This farce unfolded during the final half-month of the boundary between reality and virtual reality, Tower of Assault World. The day before they were to settle their claim to the top spot in the Tower World rankings, Du Jingwen used her livestream room as a stage for a spectacular fireworks display, giving Mayu a grand early gift. No wonder the community players were all repeating the quote written by some genius. She has you in her heart, she ignites herself, a final dance, to celebrate for you. The jailer, always a bit of a joker, was also among those who shared it. He tirelessly shared the shit of the related events with his group members. Jiang He arrested this guy, who was spreading the shit without paying any taxes in his room. What? Want to eat Crazy Thursday? I give you 50 VAT now. Stop messing around. Let's chat for a bit. The jailer's playful grin gradually faded. Jiang He's face was serious. He rarely acted like this. He got up and followed them to a quiet outdoor area. Once they reached a secluded spot in the villa district, Jiang He slowly began to speak. After eating the gossip about Nonya and the four primal bodies, and then watching the drama between MOU and Beiwo online, and even joining in the fun at Du Jingwen's place, have you managed to sort out all this? Huh? The jailer was puzzled. Isn't it just for fun? What's the point of trying to sort this out? Jiang He didn't beat around the bush. The Overlord's temporary stay was my suggestion. Why? For your sake. Wow, you're making me so angry. Be serious for now. You have many more chances to say that in your life. Jiang He emphasized. Don't you really understand why Nonya chose that moment to launch her direct attack? Ripples spread through the space. Under the two's astonished gazes, the Overlord slowly walked out through the distorted rift. I apologize for interrupting your conversation. I just happened to be quite interested in President Potato's suggestion, so I came to join in. You two, give me control of this body for now. The Dominator ended the Trinity, and the male voice represented by C gained control. As an outsider, I shouldn't be involved in this topic, but I think some of our experiences might offer you some insights. Both blinked. Dominator C chuckled. Back then, I was deeply infatuated with a girl, but for various reasons, I never dared to take the final step. Every time I was about to muster the courage, I would hesitate, just like you. Dominator A, the somewhat cold female voice, squeezed out. You don't need to recall so clearly, don't. The other member of the Trinity seemed to have done something, suppressing her consciousness. Please excuse my foolishness, let's continue. After experiencing so much, I still hesitated, until one night, I saw a couple, recently acquainted, deeply in love, their love burning like a raging fire. It was just an impulse, and they got together. I sat in my chair, pondering for a long time, and then it dawned on me. That night, I wasn't prepared at all, relying only on instinct. I confessed my feelings to the person I had loved for a very, very long time. At first, she didn't agree, of course. She was just being stubborn. She's always been like that. Her mouth is the most stubborn part of her body. Then she... I tell you, no need for such details. Well, I think you know what happened to her afterward. Master C laughed. She's trying to stop me from reminiscing about the past. Jiang He's lips curled into a smile. No matter how many times, I want to say that you're not like a ruler, more like a parent. Your anxiety and impatience with your children's relationships and marriages are so similar. No one ever taught me how to love someone. It's hard to teach, and hard to learn. I just hope that the right people shouldn't waste each other's time, because of inner hesitation and torment. Back then, I should have embraced them much earlier. I could have played with the bunny ears and tail 2 years earlier. I should have slept for another 100 years, just to keep you two awake. Ruler C wasn't bothered by their interruptions. Fortunately, I did the right thing. They're still by my side, one with me. It was clear that even the ruler was clumsy at teaching. It must have been difficult for him. You probably couldn't find many people in the entire civilization who had been dragged along by him. The boundary between reality and illusion unexpectedly refreshed its achievement in a strange place thanks to Jailer Bro. Jailer Bro scratched his head. The commotion was too big. I had to get the Overlord to give me a push. When did you guys figure it out? Besides the two of you, I guess everyone else figured it out. Jiang He shrugged. Am I that obvious? So you think you're good at hiding? Jiang He scoffed. So fond of hiding, a famous Go player, hiding at crucial moments, huh? Jailer Bro took a deep breath. I know what to do, but I have a question. Spit it out. Jiang He cursed. I like Jailer really not. Regarding that, Overlord C raised 2 tentacles and waved them. I really like her bunny ears and tail. My followers even have a special religious ritual, expressing their loyalty to me by making pastries shaped like animal ears and tails. This ritual has continued for thousands of years without interruption. I can feel their fervor even in my dreams. Hey, what's the point of talking about this? Can't you learn to be serious? See, what does it matter? They all been chosen by the teacher. After Anna's departure, they might be dragged back. We find out sooner or later. The jailer gave the master a thumbs up. So tasteful. He took a deep breath, said nothing more, pushed Jianghe aside, and walked towards the villa. Orange Tea was sorting the fruit delivered to the house. This is from the fries shop. This one's for Squid, jailer. Never mind, I had 2 oranges for you, to get some vitamin C. The door opened. Seeing the jailer walking briskly, Orange Tea pouted. Such a commotion. Orange Tea, could we? After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth. Can I see your feet? Orange Tea held 2 oranges, blinking rapidly. She froze for several seconds, her ears and neck turning bright red. A blush belatedly spread across her face. No, this is, No. Then if I like you, and we get married, can I see them? Jianghe, who was eavesdropping, couldn't help but facepalm. You're a top-tier genius. Silence enveloped the room. The air seemed to have stopped flowing. The thumping of her heart echoed in the small space, like the beating of war drums, or like a lurking beast. Orange Tea's head spun from the jailer's abrupt words. Why don't you eat an orange first, and then, and say it again? The jailer's forehead was also sweating. His previous words had exhausted all his courage. A thoughtless sentence slipped out. But I really like you. Chapter 539. Oh, what does that mean? The jailer asked nervously. Means oh. Anyway, I kind of guessed it. Orange Tea started peeling the orange in her hand. I'm afraid of misunderstanding. French Fries, who had arrived unnoticed, was eavesdropping against the wall with Jianghe. So, you two were playing that tug-of-war game that was driving us crazy? Jianghe muttered in a low voice. Back then, that French Fries who kept switching flavors was also so unpredictable. What's wrong? For you, haven't I already settled on a certain flavor? French Fries pouted. If you don't like the changes I made for you, then I change back. French Fries hadn't used that aloof, coquettish tactic in a very long time. She missed that seldom reacting cold face. Now that she brought it up herself, it inevitably made Jianghe's heart itch. Time changes 2 people who are together, making changes in a way that makes both of them feel comfortable. Who could resist the small changes their loved one makes for them? Jianghe and French Fries both felt the current pace was perfect. Even Squid joked that the longer they were together, the more alike their personalities and habits became. Potatoes and French fries really do come from the same source, the Overlord said with a smile, glancing at the 2. After sleeping for so long, waking up to a scene like this will keep you in a good mood for the next few decades. The awkward silence between the 2 continued for a while. The conversation stalled for a while, and the jailer's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. Went out, but the situation didn't unfold correctly, leaving him in a dilemma, unprepared for any eventuality. Compared to Jianghe and French Fries' natural progression, he was remarkably self-aware of his own development. Amazing. Should I hurry up and make up for it? The constant stream of thoughts in his mind made his mouth dry. Can I ask? Go ahead and ask. Cut off so quickly, Orange Tea shrank back, hesitated for a while, and then spoke again. Do you think my feet are pretty? What kind of topic is this? Jianghe and French Fries almost laughed out of exasperation outside the wall. How did Jailer Bro, this genius, turn a confession into this? What are you doing, all crammed together? Bed and Squid came to find a fruit platter, and saw a bunch of people huddled in front of the warehouse. They spoke up casually. Buzz? The tentacles behind the Overlord rose, the faint light surrounding the 2 silencing the abrupt sound. What's wrong? Watching the show, Jailer Bro is charging. Through the shared vision of the Overlord, the 2 suddenly understood. As expected, after Orange Tea asked the question, the jailer became the victim of his own genius. But a genius is a genius. Faced with a genius question, he wasn't so nervous. Great leg shape. The kind that looks like you worked out, a bit muscular, but overall straight and slender, is the best. Really, insightful. The jailer proudly replied, of course. Orange Tea tentatively asked, then, compared to the Tarot Knight Death God? Huh? Not only the jailer, but even the eavesdropping Overlord exclaimed in surprise. As the creators of the Tarot Knights, They found it incredibly difficult to remain calm. In a distant other world, at a crucial moment, when two people were expressing their feelings for each other, the keywords that popped up included their own masterpiece. To be precise, it's related to her leg. I wonder what the Tarot Knight Death would think if he knew this. The jailer swallowed hard and said confidently, everyone has their own merits. There's no single standard. I think, what I like is the best. Purely subjective evaluation. You're getting serious now. So sincere. Orange Tea sounded a little speechless. The eavesdroppers were also speechless. Jailer, if you keep talking like this, what topic won't fall apart? If you think I'm weird, I can try to change, the jailer said, sounding aggrieved. But it might take some time. When you were with Hu Qian, you were already thinking about marriage, right? Was that the same thought? Orange Tea asked curiously. If she didn't like it, you changed? The jailer nodded. It's rare to find someone compatible. No wonder you're being led by the nose. Didn't I notice something amiss, and I didn't suffer any losses? You used the same excuse with me. The jailer suddenly became excited. You're different. This sudden burst of energy startled Orange Tea, who blinked rapidly. After spending so much time together, you're definitely different from Hu Qian. Orange Tea feigned anger. Then why did you prioritize Hu Qian and not me? That's precisely why I didn't dare approach you. What if I rejected you? In the next life in Anna, there are still decades to go, and we still be spending time together every day. More than myself, I hope everyone can live this life well, and that we won't part ways in the next. The jailer finally poured out all the words he had kept buried in his heart. He had really been holding it in for a long time. Unlike Potato, who's known Fries for ages and played together for ages. Online, he's emotionally stable. When we met offline, we hit it off immediately, and slowly we became inseparable. After living together for so long, have you ever seen Fries' cold face when he used to play games with us? The subtle change is enviable. Potato himself is pretty amazing. He doesn't seem particularly special, but think about it, we all want to be by his side and play with him. He was the one who organized the first guild, from its development and operation to the most difficult part, profit distribution. Whatever he said, we had no objections. We let him take full responsibility. Thinking about it, he has a special aura that makes you believe he can handle everything well as the guild leader. No wonder even a chatterbox like Fries, who never speaks with his microphone, has gone from frozen fries to tomato-flavored. Fries, who was eavesdropping, face-bombed. Jailer Bro's sharp commentary on Jianghe was very insightful, and she liked it. But the commentary itself sounded awkward to her. The duality of the divine and the demonic applies to speech too, right? I'm not like Squid, who's naturally very capable, the jailer sighed. He's only a few years older than us, and he's already quite promising at a young age, a homeroom teacher in a top class. A genuinely nice guy, recognized by colleagues and friends. Look at how harshly he criticized Du Jingwen on the online forum after his divorce. Isn't that proof of his charm? He's also an excellent cook. We lived together for so long, and he's always prepared a variety of delicious meals to keep us well fed. He's even better than a hotel chef. Even Halora and Candlelight say he's good. He's definitely a star-level chef. Not to mention he's certified by Du Jingwen, a truly ideal boyfriend, a steal. The worst thing he ever did was be blind to choose Du Jingwen at such a young age. Look, after leaving Du Jingwen, everything's going smoothly, flawless. The person in the blanket couldn't help but smile. On the other hand, Mou's head was throbbing, and he couldn't stop rubbing his temples. He felt that his life, and even his next, was ruined by Du Jingwen. It was like returning to old Qin, becoming a prisoner, getting a tattoo, being exiled, all in one go. In this life, everyone who sees his tattoos will laugh at him. The jailer continued. The four primitives are pretty good too. You think his damage output is weak, or his skills aren't great? Look at how hard he tries when he's acting as a turret, always running out to cover for others, and even managing to save teammates in his spare time. He doesn't say a word, content to play a supporting role. Just like me, as long as the guild doesn't disband, as long as everyone stays together, he's fine no matter what. In crucial moments, he's willing to sacrifice his own interests to ensure everyone stays together. That's the kind of person he is. Simplicity is the best. Nongya. Why do I like him? He's emotionally stable, and I feel very safe living with him. Because he's the kind of person who's easily satisfied. As long as he's comfortable enough, he can stay put forever, like a sloth, slowly living his life. A devoted person, once you grab them first, they become your whole life. Nongya must have understood, that's why she left so happily. The prison guard just spends his days browsing the community, joining in the fun, and watching the drama unfold. Everyone outside thinks he lives a carefree life, and it's hard for anything to pierce the walls of his heart. But he had always kept a close eye on everyone in the guild. He silently observed and memorized everything about the guild and its people. Even the most discerning members had a sensitive side, which they simply kept hidden. The more he understood, the more afraid he became. Afraid of the guild breaking up, Orange Tea asked gently. Jailer nodded, afraid. Tea God, if you mind, just consider this me rambling nonsense after watching too many erotic pictures today. I didn't answer anything, so you're assuming I refused? Then you agreed? No. Jailer deflated instantly, dejectedly wondering how to gracefully exit the situation. And incidentally, to tell Master and Potato that he had let them down. I have another question. Go ahead, Jailer said, going all in. You're willing to change for Hu Qian, and you said you're willing to change for me. So you're tacitly assuming I'm like Hu Qian? Orange Tea smiled playfully, having already peeled a whole plate of oranges. The peels were set aside, the glistening orange flesh placed on the plate. Orange Tea, with an orange peel in her mouth. Then I'm really going to get angry. All that effort to scold Hu Qian for you was for nothing. Let's talk this out. I didn't mean that. Then what did you mean? The jailer was sweating profusely, caught in a dilemma. If only Orange Tea hadn't gotten up, he would have instinctively retreated to the wall, crouching down with his head in his hands. You really like me? The jailer nodded slightly. Orange Tea blushed and added, not just your feet, right? No, no. The jailer answered hastily. After a while, a low, helpless sigh came from the room. Fine. The jailer swallowed hard. What does fine mean? Orange Tea turned her head. It means you're preparing to be besieged by community players posting. Stunned for several seconds, the jailer was overwhelmed with joy, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. A wave of heat lingered above his head, making him feel lightheaded. You're not laughing at me, are you? Looks like you want to hear me refuse. No, no, please, please don't. I can perform a kneeling crawl while shouting your name. Orange Tea sighed. The people outside the room also sighed. Come help me distribute the fruit platter. It's time to take it to everyone. Okay, okay. The jailer hurriedly stepped forward to help, beaming from ear to ear. Jailer. The group eavesdropping and watching outside the room all breathed a sigh of relief. This feeling was like riding a roller coaster. It was too thrilling. If it weren't for the jailer, they definitely wouldn't have endured this ordeal. The confession process was made incredibly convoluted, interspersed with comedic moments and abstract rhetoric, and in the end, it even turned out to be. The overlord said, Look on the bright side. This way, you only have one last trial left. Maintain the status quo and live this life to the fullest. Wait for us to reunite with you at the end of our lives. A long time span, numerous variables. Strictly speaking, this might be the most difficult instance in the star-proof selection of miracles. However, judging from the overlord's relaxed tone, he clearly had ample confidence in everyone and probably had contingency plans to deal with unforeseen circumstances. Nonya and the 4 primal bodies returned in the evening. The entire day, Nonya had been fulfilling the 4 primal bodies' wishes. Taking them to restaurants they didn't really want to go to alone. Eating hot pot alone seems a bit lonely. Too difficult? No problem. Nonya took his hand and led him inside for a quick and easy meal. Haven't received many gifts from others? Whatever he wanted to buy, Nonya immediately spent money to fulfill his wish. The money she earned helping the virtual real boundary, the remaining travel funds after the transfer, came in handy. From today onwards, travel expenses are converted into a love reserve fund. Unfortunately, the 4 primal bodies hadn't treated themselves much in a long time, to the point that even buying a physical card required searching on the map for ages. Nonya felt a little sorry for this ox-like idiot. How could someone not know how to please themselves? There's so much to teach him, hee. In response, the 4 primal bodies accompanied her through the standard love scene of the aquarium and Ferris wheel. Or what was it like? The 4 primal bodies just scratched their cheeks, stammering, unable to utter a single word for a long time. On the contrary, Nonya frankly said, on the Ferris wheel, he said my lips were very soft and hot, but my tongue was wandering around, and I wasn't used to it. True to her French prowess, she easily defeated the 4 original beings, leaving them seeing stars and their brains congested. A chorus of frogs croaked in the hall. Humph, so shy back then, yet you dared to say it. Are you too cowardly to come back? Nonya laid bare her true feelings without a care in the world. Jiang He glanced sideways at the jailer. What? The jailer jumped. Didn't I do well today? I succeeded too. The French fries were muttering amongst themselves. Wait, until you can do Nongya's standard couples meal before you start complaining. What? Can you guys be as explosive as Nongya right from the start? The French fries feigned indifference. We've been sleeping in each other's arms for a long time, but it's just routine. You still have a long way to go to catch up. The jailer gritted his teeth. I can do it too. After all, Orange Tea said she'd let me see my feet. You're hopeless. Everyone fell silent. Chapter 540. As the release date of the Stars proof approached, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly looked up at the night sky. It seemed as if some unseen force was urging him to do something. You felt it? Qin Xiaoyu asked in surprise, waving a half bottle of vinegar over to Zhu Hua, urging her to savor it. Zhu Hua was already addicted, drinking vinegar like water. He asked, what happened? The sovereign has sealed off the sea of magic and the dormant volcano. It won't overturn this world for now. Then why? Why do I feel uneasy? Candlelight smiled gently. Because you used that ring. Although the sea of magic has no consciousness, it sensed the threat and subconsciously called upon the child it raised for assistance. She paused, then pursed her lips. The passage is closed. The sovereign is returning. Aren't you going to see him off? The sovereign informed me beforehand. There's no need. He told me to cherish every moment I spend here, especially while you're still alive. Qin Xiaoyu sighed. Your words always make me feel so sad. Can't you be more positive? Who told me to be a puppet? Candlelight said. Our lives and deaths have already been designed. It was the Lord and Master who granted me freedom, and I live under this common sense. At least try to be optimistic about the time you spend here. Qin Xiaoyu shrugged. Try to use our common sense. I'm trying. For example, I observed some things Nongya did to the 4 primal bodies today. Would you like to try? What did she do, In Qin Xiaoyu's struggle, even the stars seemed to dim. After a long while, panting heavily, Qin Xiaoyu regained the freedom to breathe. He felt hot all over. The puppet's tongue is more flexible than I imagined. Candlelight tilted her head. After all, it's a symphony of several sovereigns' amazing knowledge, a body born from the Tower of Reincarnation. In your words, it's a masterpiece. Staring at each other, silent for several seconds, Qin Xiaoyu couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Candlelight had indeed picked up some bad habits from the community. She could even use double entendres with ease. Qin Xiaoyu asked curiously, could you provide another joke like that? Candlelight thought for a moment, then rested her chin on her hand. I don't know if that counts as a joke. Oh! We puppets probably know more than ordinary people. As a creation of the sovereigns, you possess incredible information processing abilities. Even though you lost some of your memories and abilities because of Jifeng's death, it's only natural. Just as Qin Xiaoyu was about to retort, say something I don't know, he saw Zhu Hua twist off her own head and hold it in her hand, cosplaying as Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king. This was probably the most entertaining performance Qin Xiaoyu had witnessed since they became acquainted. Was there some kind of humor hidden that I couldn't sense? After staring at the head in Zhu Hua's hand for a while, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly realized something, involuntarily covering his face with his hands, his whole body turning bright red. While Qin Xiaoyu and Zhu Hua remained silent, black mist filled the ceiling of the villa's hall at the boundary between reality and illusion. Just like when the Dominator descended, a precise projection from beyond the stars opened a passage. The 3 coal balls, residing within the newly appointed permanent resident puppet Black Carp, gradually detached from the puppet's body and disappeared into the pitch-black mist. Hollow, Black Carp, the next 100 years, this place, and everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion are entrusted to you. I gave Candlelight a separate reminder, but perhaps it's better for her to share this piece in peace. Halola patted her chest. Teacher, don't worry, I will definitely teach the lessons well. Black Carp knelt on one knee. Lord Overlord, please rest assured, I will remember your promise. Overlord C couldn't help but sigh as his gaze swept over everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion. Seeing others take action back then gave me the determination to take that step. Now it's my turn to give you the determination to bring about everything? Hearing this, Jailer Brother and Orange Tea both blushed slightly. Fate, how wondrous. It must be a kind of inheritance. From the depths of the black mist, voices surged like a tide, rhythmically washing over everyone's eardrums. Amidst the chaotic sounds, Jiang He heard a familiar female voice. How are my new students doing? Then came the man's tense, somewhat cold voice. It would be better if you didn't tease their toys. The Overlord's voice faded into the distance, and he answered the 2 figures deep within the black mist, they're both fine. The passage isn't completely closed, you can call out a few times. Hey, you must be happy. 100 years from now, hell might be just ahead. Promise your teacher, no matter what, being happy is the most important thing. Your teacher will be waiting for you at the end of her life. How did she become a teacher? Halora spread her small hands and sighed helplessly. You get used to it. It happens sooner or later. Fries asked, puzzled. Logically speaking, she's the Overlord's teacher, and we're her students, so how does that count? Calculate it however you want. With the teacher absent, Halora immediately became lazy, quickly grabbing a soda from the fridge and chugging it down, while also grabbing a large meat pie that Squid had just made and starting to eat. As she chewed, she said, "Where I come from, very few people care about these things." A question she had forgotten to ask before resurfaced. Fries asked, "You guys have lived this long. Don't you get tired of it?" Squid clapped his hands. "Yeah, that's one of the fundamental questions about lifespan." Halora had become everyone's substitute teacher, answering all their questions without reservation. Back in the early days of the world, we faced this enormous challenge. The immortal beings you witnessed in the game have all tried to break through this barrier in various ways. Countless people have witnessed the long-lived dragons and the sirens' maddened transformations. Even my teacher's friends couldn't escape this curse. Fortunately, over the long course of time, countless pioneers have provided us with numerous clues, ultimately converging into several proven and effective paths, still in use today and continuously being improved. My teacher used the sleep interval method in this cycle, Halora continued. This method was first discovered by the dragons, with the most outstanding among them realizing the feasibility of repeatedly weakening the threshold using dreams. By switching between dreams and reality, we can effectively reactivate our numb senses, cognition, and mindset. The gameplay of the Proof of the Stars, which begins on a dream stage, originates from this. This is just one method. If you don't want to remain in a dreamlike state, you can also achieve a similar effect through drug stimulation. If you don't like the medication, there's segmented memory storage, consciousness desensitization reset, and personality backup. We have it all. In short, don't worry about the argument that immortality equals torture. Immortality without power is a cage, and we, Halora snapped her fingers lightly, possess very reliable power. In the future, this power will also belong to you. The jailer didn't feel a strong connection to this topic. Transforming from ordinary humans into immortal beings was still a long way from the boundary between reality and illusion. Their life's journey had only just begun. Right now, what he cared about most was his family's reaction. I found a girlfriend. No need to worry anymore. A very short sentence, the jailer tried his best to suppress his inner elation. The message was reviewed by Orange Tea, confirmed to be correct, and sent. His family, however, wasn't as excited as he had imagined. Shu Chung, we know you have a problem with Hu Qian and complain about us, but there's no need to use those paper scraps you like to fool us. The jailer was puzzled. Why didn't anyone believe the truth? After emphasizing that she was really his girlfriend, and specifically Orange Tea, even Yuan One-Eye chose to ignore her. The main point is, you can say whatever you want, I don't believe a word of it. What does that mean? Looking down on his own son. The two had just started dating, so they couldn't be as seamlessly connected and clingy as potatoes and fries. It also couldn't compare to the natural, perfectly matched compatibility of a squid in a bed. As for manipulation, everyone has to bow down to Nongya when they see the boundary between reality and illusion. The four primitives don't need manipulation. Even if they're like a block of wood, Nongya can still manipulate them beautifully. The jailer and Orange Tea were in the early stages of their relationship, cautiously and awkwardly adjusting to each other. Every word and action carried the bittersweet feeling of unbroken boundaries. They'd known each other for so long, their daily interactions strangely familiar. But after confessing their feelings, they were unsure how to interact anymore. Is it okay to hold this hand? Following this line of thought, the jailer couldn't help but let his mind wander. And this foot. Unexpectedly, there was a knock on the door just before he logged on. Orange Tea held a tray with a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, gesturing for him to take it quickly. I haven't had a late-night snack in ages. He immediately regretted saying it, and hurriedly took the noodles with both hands. What's wrong? So sudden. He knew he was being deliberately obtuse, but he couldn't hide his little thoughts. There's something else I haven't asked. When Jifeng ambushed me, you helped without hesitation. Rather than saying you were just doing it, you were actually keeping an eye on me, right? The jailer nodded silently. Didn't I ever ask for credit? I don't remember, probably not. Orange Tea asked, didn't you take the opportunity to say it back then? I don't want to see any plot where saving someone's life leads to them paying you back. What kind of person does that? If you're willing to agree, then agree. If you don't like me, Then it's my bad luck. Orange Tea suppressed a smile and helped the jailer set out his chopsticks. Eat up. The taste might not be great. Back in school, we didn't have much of a budget, so my cooking was pretty haphazard. Just don't mind. Since living together, Cuttlefish Potato had been cooking for everyone every day, and her cooking skills had somewhat deteriorated. It's definitely a bit of a sloppy job, the jailer bluntly stated. But the taste is alright. Add some salt next time. Without it, the sugar and vinegar flavors are too overpowering. Orange Tea wasn't angry. Instead, she laughed. Communicating with the jailer, although his bluntness sometimes annoyed her, was actually quite easy to understand as long as she followed his line of thought. Alright, I learned from Squid Potato. Me too. Orange Tea rested her chin on her hand. You're interested too? Even if you want to slack off one day, I won't let you eat pig swill. That tone, outsiders won't think you're the jailer. She couldn't help but tease. It's okay. The jailer quickly slurped up his noodles, let out a burp, and said slyly, as long as you let me see my feet, no one will mistake me for someone else. Orange Tea took the plate and left the room, leaving the jailer with a frustrated sigh. I shouldn't have been so direct. Sigh, I promised, but I went back on my word. After hesitating for a moment, he felt conflicted and blamed himself. Ah, I'm such an idiot. Hee, at least she didn't yell at me, hee. She's so nice. The Tower World event came to a close, and the guilds that had benefited from the boundary between the virtual and real world sent messages of gratitude as soon as they logged in. Although they had already expressed their gratitude outside the game, players who had been playing for years, including those with the stars of proof, habitually considered the in-game world as another reality. They needed to be present on both sides. Recalling the chaos they experienced when the game launched, the grand scene of a sea of people cheering their names now felt like a distant memory. Their popularity and reputation were unprecedented, even just by using their connections. Saying give me some face was enough to make guilds on the Chinese server voluntarily withdraw from the competition for in-game resources. As for foreign guilds, only a few groups seeking attention are likely still considering challenging them. The invasion of strongholds hasn't occurred since the later stages of the Tower World. After the Tower World, the NPCs returned to peace. Ksha, as usual, waited with her tail between her legs for Jianghe to appear. Feeling she had made a contribution during her active time in the Tower World, she finally unleashed her signature move, the Flying Pounce. Mint Renee readily agreed, and within the guild stronghold, they began researching new potions. According to Elaravia, her daily routine consisted of keeping an eye on the strange potions these two were concocting, in addition to her forging. They wouldn't explode, but their unknown effects always unsettled her. Not long ago, they had created a potent corrosive potion that could erode her scales, yet proudly declared it a new cleansing potion. The Slime King was addicted to herding. The 9th floor of the Clear One's temple was overflowing with cattle and sheep. Along with Gloria and her beloved companion from the Sunrain, the Ghost Rat, they all became undead shepherds, helping to manage the ever-growing flock. Giving but not eating, the Slime King truly lived up to his cybernetic reputation as a cyberpunk rat. His sole designated mascot, the NPC Insect Mist, after munching on a box of scrolls, was unexpectedly suppressed by Gloria's powerful Golden Holy Word spell. It was wicked, biting off the words and rearranging them, causing the scrolls to spontaneously combust. After experiencing so much, watching these scenes again filled everyone with a sense of peace and joy. The world bubble, unique to the boundary between reality and illusion, was orderly and peaceful. It was quite good. Rala snapped her fingers, casually freezing time. The people here are merely simulated data, an illusion you cannot bring into the Ana world. The teacher didn't have time to complete this lesson, so I will complete it for him. She spoke softly, in a calm, almost prayerful tone. Remember everything that happened here, and recreate the miraculous path that once unfolded. If you truly want to reconnect with them, then imprint them all deep within your heart. Chapter 541. Using the information embedded within the stars, Alora's little classroom, in conjunction with Mint Renee's little classroom, was activated simultaneously. Unlike martial artists' physical skills, magical combat techniques don't awaken immediately after reincarnation. Therefore, Alora focused her attention on the 4 primal bodies within the team who only possess magic, including Jailer Bro. They had to be comprehensive and thorough in their magical knowledge. Only with unbreakable theoretical knowledge could they hope to quickly adapt to the magical environment of the Ana world and awaken their magical abilities on their own. Jianghe, French Fries, Squid, and Bed, a total of 4, couldn't slack off as martial artists either. Although the combat experience inherited from the game was sufficient, The harsh environment where reincarnation could mean life or death battles left Allura no room for carelessness. In front of everyone, she unlocked the Star's Proof's embedded area, which had been opened when the Overlord left. In the Easter egg level, everyone witnessed the vast library of the Flesh and Blood Dominator, where Allura pulled a thick stack of tomes from the shelf. Without exception, the tomes were untitled, their handwriting as if casually penned. You should remember the creator of this. His name is Yeti. He was a member of the Critical Instance, and his physical training was unparalleled back then. Choose the parts you feel are suitable to practice. As long as you can master them, the adaptation period of magic immersion won't be difficult for you. For a long time to come, your opponent will be him. Yeti, Jianghe, and the other's strictest physical training teacher, has arrived. Hey, is this reasonable? No transition period at all, directly facing a Critical Instance level opponent? Squid's astonishment was not without reason. In the Critical Instance, they challenged a weakened version of the Yeti, and nearly got beaten to death. This guy was practically a walking calamity. Of course, I won't let you die in one punch. I set a threshold I hold back. Physical skills are different from magic. Only by walking on the edge of life and death can you grow rapidly. Real combat is the fastest way to grow. The jailer asked curiously, what about us? We magic users should also have people for intensive training, right? I personally act as your combat dummy. No need to increase the intensity for now. She conjured a scroll and tapped the jailer and the 4 primarks on the head. Prioritize memorizing. Make sure you know the questions by heart. The jailer slumped. Memorizing, his worst skill. If he were a natural learner, he wouldn't have been nagged about being inferior to his older brother since childhood. Can't you just cram knowledge into our brains? Orange Tea sighed speechlessly, glancing sideways. What would you be like if you hadn't met us? Lying down. Still so self-righteous? The jailer quickly shrank back. It was just a hypothetical situation. Now that we met, it's definitely different. Allura dissuaded the jailer from taking a shortcut. Wake up. Even where we are, this kind of operation requires a mental magic team to assess the risks to both the caster and the recipient before it can be performed. The consciousness and soul of a normal being are not like a puppet. If they're burned out, they're truly burned out. There's no restart button. Allura tapped her forehead. Last time, the Overlord used divine words to make you dizzy and confused. If we tried to give you an initiation, your skulls would explode. The Proof of the Stars is meant to subtly and naturally allow you to absorb this massive amount of information, rather than injecting it all at once. Jianghe couldn't help but complain. If you were born in another world, with your previous attitude towards life, you'd be carried off by monsters the moment you stepped out the door, completely defenseless. Stop scolding me, stop scolding me. Aren't I trying to change? Zhu Zicha pouted. I help you remember. Having someone supervise your studies will make them more efficient. Wow, Zhu Zicha is the best. Saying this, he pretended to take Zhu Zicha's hand, striking a pitiful, tearful pose. French Fries silently gave his acting a 0 score in his mind. The others also exclaimed in unison, so cheesy. Jailer Bro, full of confidence, puffed out his chest. What? I didn't even say anything when you guys were showing off your love, and now you're criticizing me for being so emotional? Zhu Zicha is just the best. Zhu Zicha quickly pretended to cough. She remembered something. Don't I need any training? Allura waved her hand, and a book from the library floated into her palm. The Ana world doesn't have gods. Summoning and other spells are actually connected to the world's consciousness itself. Fries remembered clearly, but the Ana world's consciousness is gone. Therefore, Orange Tea's path of faith is special, requiring her to enter the path through both summoning and elemental magic. Allura clapped her hands, and the newly arrived doll, Black Carp, with enviable long straight black hair, slowly stepped forward and respectfully bowed. This is also one of the reasons why the Lord sent Black Carp this time. Her suitable knowledge happens to include these 2 types. You can learn spirit summoning from scratch through her, but in the form of magic. Each school has its own exclusive teachers and trial subjects. The master's arrangement is just right. Concerning their next life, the boundary between reality and illusion cannot be taken lightly. Everyone displayed the same focus and seriousness they had when preparing for the college entrance exam. Most students in school have encountered similar situations. The originally noisy self-study class suddenly fell silent. For no apparent reason, as if everyone's emotions had been soothed by the wind. Even without a teacher, hearing the rustling of pages turning and the atmosphere of everyone heads down studying, even the most unruly student would restrain their exuberance, pretending to pick up textbooks and exercises, trying to blend in. That was the manifestation of a learning atmosphere. Being in it always heightens one's desire to learn, accelerating the acquisition and integration of knowledge. Back in school, Jianghe enjoyed the atmosphere of forming groups with classmates to work on problems and exchange ideas. Each time, he could clearly feel himself becoming stronger. It was a reality that didn't show positive feedback mechanisms, a rare act of kindness. The jailer, however, was different. He had never experienced this kind of atmosphere. Study groups were a distant memory from his student days. But with orange tea beside him, helping to cram knowledge into his head, he suddenly understood the wonderful experience Jianghe had described. If orange tea had been his desk mate back then, he might have become a top student. If you get an excellent grade on Halola's test, I can show you my feat. The jailer, who was reciting while his mind wandered, suddenly felt a jolt. There's no need to joke about that. Clearly wanting it but not saying it honestly earned him a soft snort from orange tea. Looks like you don't need this reward, forget it then. No, no, no. The jailer cried out, orange tea, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Can I only see it if I'm excellent? One excellent performance for one reward? Orange tea deliberately put on a cold face. Take one first and let me see it. Let me make it clear, I'm afraid of being taken advantage of, so I adjust the conditions depending on the situation. The jailer grinned from ear to ear. Adjusting the conditions wasn't a problem. Orange tea was offering it as a reward, so she must have been mentally prepared. Given her personality, how could she go back on her word? At most, she added a little something extra. Compared to ultimately appreciating the jailer, this test was insignificant. If he had studied hard back then, and someone had rewarded him with this, surpassing his older brother wouldn't have been impossible. The jailer thought to himself, this is exactly the process described by potato fries. When people who like each other are together, they gradually move closer to each other's comfort zones. During this process, the two were like glutinous rice balls, kneaded and fused together, their original colors indistinguishable in the end. Orange tea was trying her best. Thinking of this, jailer brother suddenly became serious. Remembering how Potato and Overlord had pushed him forward during his sprint, making him seem cowardly and irresponsible. His eyes sharpened. They were born of the same mother. His older brother excelled academically. There was no reason why he couldn't. So what if he was a test taker? He could just memorize it. They wouldn't believe it. A fleeting, chaotic scene unfolded in his mind, comparable to the clean and hygienic fruit salad preparation scene at a South Asian street vendor. Coming to his senses, he tried to suppress the ever-growing corners of his mouth. What's the harm in that? I'm just looking, I won't do anything. He patted his chest, as if doing so would increase his credibility. I'm an honest person. Orange tea ignored this dishonest remark. She quickly glanced around, seeing everyone either fighting the Yeti or learning historical tidbits from Mint, and relaxed. Before she even spoke, just as she was preparing, her wheat-colored skin glowed with a ripe, fruity red. She swallowed, feigning disgust. I haven't forgotten your rant in the community, saying you licked the tarot death god's foot like ice cream. You wrote it so vividly, like you actually ate it. Given the widespread circulation of this rant, it had become a kind of Bible for certain groups. The question was, even the legendary necromancer Jailer Bro from the famous T0 Guild thinks it's good. Can you know more about Jailer than him? His rant about Tarot Night and death was just the tip of the iceberg after he became famous. He even imitated the Tower of Trials rankings, creating a Jailer ranking list. Common characters from the Tower of Trials world, and the main world of Proof of the Stars were all on the list. The list was continuously updated until after the critical dungeon, when editing stopped. The community nickname was Must-Eat List. Jailer Bro's face was redder than orange teas. Before they were officially together, his rants were just for fun, a part of what everyone in the guild enjoyed. After they were officially together, oh no, it's all a dark history. He could delete his community posts, but he couldn't erase Orange Tea's memory of having viewed his rant quotes. Paper dolls. Paper dolls are different, aren't they? Am I a paper doll too? You only want to see mine? You're different. Jailer Bro's tongue was practically slurred. How is it different? The jailer asked without hesitation. You're chocolate flavored. Chapter 542. High EQ. The jailer's inner world is exceptionally rich and exciting. Low EQ, a genius. Orange Tea sensed that many similar scenes awaited her in the future. Hearing Orange Tea's private sharing, French Fries casually asked. Disgusted? No, I just suddenly understand his previous carefree attitude, his pure joy of being immersed in his own world. And I quite like what he said, I'm different. Orange Tea said, unable to help but laugh. French Fries shared a spicy snack with Orange Tea and then chewed. Thinking to herself, it's understandable that she would think that way. Before meeting everyone, Her life lacked even basic entertainment. Her understanding of electronic products was limited to mobile phones. She never touched games. She didn't watch short videos. When she was tired of studying, her way of relieving boredom was to go to the library and browse books on other majors to distract herself. Parents probably all like children like this, with no other thoughts besides studying, a chosen lineage of test takers. If she hadn't casually reserved one of the first slots for the star token and wanted to earn money part-time in the game, she probably wouldn't have even stepped into the game world. This boundary between reality and virtuality had already been tested. She knew nothing about games, only that playing as a skinny person could earn money, but she didn't know how to do it. The innocence of a college student was perfectly embodied by orange tea. Orange tea is too pure, was the consensus at the time. The jailer was the other extreme of purity, and the two of them together were quite a good match. A month has passed since the Tower World ended. The ripples created by the Tower World, both in reality and virtuality, having completely subsided. Some wanted to arrest the top 4 members of the Chinese server offline, obsessed with when the cohabitation between virtual and real boundaries would end, hoping they return to school and coincidentally meet. And some were still unwilling to give up, looking for an opportunity to steal their partners. In this information-saturated age, trending topics come like a tidal wave, bombarding everyone's senses. It's rare for Tower World to maintain such high discussion even after its conclusion. Adhering to the philosophy of preparing for the next life and quietly making a fortune to enjoy the rest of their lives, virtual and real boundaries entered another period of silence. Even the official account went on hiatus from video updates. The community suspected that this was intentional, to divert some traffic to other players in the Proof of Stars Chinese server community. After all, as long as they're around, players' attention will inevitably prioritize virtual and real boundaries, and the top 4 members of the Chinese server, then top streamers, and finally peripheral players. Given virtual and real boundaries' deliberate waste of points during Tower World, this seemingly absurd conjecture actually gained widespread acceptance among the community's players. When the fries were shared, everyone was both amused and exasperated. Sitting at home, the drama just fell from the sky. They didn't do anything, yet people still created a spectacle for them. Jianghe, clutching fries, sprawled on the living room sofa like Guyu, engrossed in an intense online racing game. That's the good thing about living together, getting together to play games. The loser goes out, reminiscent of the childhood experience of using a coin to enter an arcade. This description, from the 4 primal bodies, was something many present hadn't experienced and couldn't truly understand. Everyone was simply enjoying the thrill of vying for a turn on the machine and competing. In the words of the jailer, it was a battle for the loser's custody. Nongya slept in late, and was the last to wake up. Her long, golden hair, unkempt and messy like a bird's nest, wandered out to forage for food. As long as she told Mou and Tu Do their menu, a special breakfast would be waiting for her after she woke up. This leisurely life captivated Nongya. Initially, out of curiosity, as a game media person, she wanted to ask everyone when they would go home, but now she never mentioned it. Holding her bowl of noodles, she slurped them down, half asleep, and snuggled close to see Yuan Ti, like a golden retriever. Tu Do and Fries were the first couple to form in the guild, but in terms of progress, they couldn't compare to Nongya. From confirming their relationship to sleeping in the same bed, less than half a month had passed. Judging from Yuan Ti's energy level after waking up, he must be experiencing a bittersweet feeling. Nongya thought this was the normal pace of liking someone. Slow burn? A test? What was that? When you're truly in love, you want to exchange hearts and then hold each other tightly in your arms and kiss passionately. She was a woman of action, and the day after confirming their relationship, she was kissed by the 4 primal bodies. At that time, the 4 primal bodies' comment, "I almost drowned on the white ground," instantly earned them the highest praise from their close friends. Oh, Nongya and the 4 primal bodies' relationship wasn't initially revealed. The 4 primal bodies weren't the type to boast, and Nongya knew this, so she kept it a secret. But she underestimated the aftermath of the Tower World incident. Increased wealth, and the young, famous top 4 players in the national server became highly sought after. The boundary between the virtual and real worlds was an even more attractive version of this. It was hard not to be drawn to them in a crowd. For those who were paired up, many people tried every means to bump into them and steal them away. The 4 primal bodies, a standard, honest, and hard-working person, was still single, with a blank slate of romantic experience, practically meat in a wolf pack. Countless people tried every means to find people near the old house, where the 4 primitives had lived. Each one tried to curry favor with the 4 primitives' mother. The online interactions were even more outrageous. They openly promoted themselves via private messages on personal accounts. She couldn't take it anymore. After obtaining the four primitives' permission, Nongya carefully selected her outfit, spent half a day meticulously applying makeup, and took a photo with him, arm in arm. She also attached an artistic photo taken by French fries. Mission accomplished, she posted it on social media. This day would be etched in her memory forever. Like a bombshell dropped on the Stars-approved community, players on both the Chinese and European servers were in an uproar, shouting and discussing the same topic. How did Nongya manage to win over the four primitives? Oh no, did Nongya scheme against the four primitives? I have a strong feeling that Nongya is a bad woman. Someone save the four primitives. Nongya conspiracy theory, activated. Cross-server romance. Considering the reason Nongya was associated with the boundary between reality and illusion, her stubbornness, arguments with community players, and her impulsive decision to become a fan of an unknown guild, everyone suddenly realized that Nongya's journey was equally remarkable. While others observed, she took to the field. When others began to discover the excellence of the boundary between reality and illusion, she had already indirectly established contact with Jianghe through the Crimson Music Box, completing her first exchange. When the community began to widely discuss the boundary between reality and illusion's gameplay, she not only memorized everyone's operational details, but also went offline, receiving a joint welcome from the boundary between reality and illusion as an enthusiastic overseas fan. Regarding the four primal bodies, which no one had high hopes for, she had already written an article after their first offline meeting to help explain their hidden contributions to the team. Every time, she was one step ahead of everyone else. One step ahead, and she was ahead every step of the way. Community writers praising Nongya couldn't help but admire her. Those familiar with Nongya knew she often said, "I'm different from postmodern guys." And on her French server, the dating environment was so corrupt that normal people were complete outcasts. What if the current version doesn't suit you? Go back and play on a classic server. Nongya's drive allowed her to learn another language and jump onto another server. The classic Nongya opportunism theory was incredibly popular in the French community, to the point that mentioning Nongya would trigger someone's immediate response. It was as if some deep-seated code had been triggered. Nongya openly shared the post with four primitives, eagerly anticipating his reaction. "They're jealous of your drive. I understand that feeling, full of enthusiasm, brimming with plans, wanting to do something. The enthusiasm fades, you can't even last 3 minutes, and you abandon your grand ambitions. Because you did it, when they see you, it's like seeing themselves always saying wait a minute, so they feel a tingling sensation. Only by slandering you can they alleviate their anxiety. After all, slander is much easier than praise." The usually taciturn four primals, in private, have a much stronger desire to express themselves than one might imagine. When it comes to Nongya, he becomes even more verbose. What others see as a blockhead, Nongya sees as a treasure trove waiting to be discovered. He deserves a reward. Let him be free tonight. Successfully drifting and accelerating around the bend, Jianghe, like playing a motion sensor game, rubbed the controller and shook his arms, almost elbowing the fries in his arms. A last-minute overtake successfully defended his predator status, making him the foster parent of Potato. Potato, pouting slightly, reluctantly handed the handle to the blanket. This one, even more carefree, shouted, "I want to adopt Potato and Potato all at once," and ran over. Taking advantage of the gap in the custody handover, Nongya asked, "Potato, Halola has been missing for 24 hours. What's going on?" "Looking for me." "Wow." A head suddenly appeared beside Nongya, startling her so much that she almost dumped the fragrant braised beef noodles on its head. Halola, completely oblivious to her recent display of Chow Chow's constitution, picked up a large piece of beef from Nongya's bowl and stuffed it into her mouth. Being your babysitter and teacher is such a good job." She rested her chin on her hand, pleased. "Potato's cooking is so good, I never get tired of it." This girl, when mentioning past exploits, clearly always emphasized that the master's cooking was the best. She brought over a jar of cookies and a bottle of ice-cold soda, then leisurely found a soft chair and lay down, enjoying the custody battle. "Let's go pay the bill." "Pay the bill?" "A little cleanup," Alora said. Candlelight initially promised the world leaders some assistance based on their world championship results. Plans change, and the sudden emergence of Wind Weaver disrupted the original arrangements. The slogan Tower World equals World Championship was absurd, leaving the regional leaders unsure whether it counted as assistance. Alora personally visited the countries where the top guilds in the Tower World rankings were located, fulfilling her promise. Even the bed was too busy to compete. She put down the controller and asked, "May I know what kind of promise it is?" Rala waved her hand. "We're all on the same side, no need to be so formal. To minimize the impact and avoid further turmoil caused by the reward, the gifts I'm giving are all the same in nature. A detailed map of geological and mineral resource distribution and a mineral list. The size of the exploration area varies depending on the ranking. The Chinese server, leading the top 4 with its virtual real boundary, achieved excellent results, thus obtaining the most data and the largest area. It's easy to imagine how much money and trouble this list can save in mineral exploration and mining. Mastering the exploitation and utilization of resources early can accelerate the progress of civilization. This is also a method of fulfilling promises that the Overlord approves of." Jiang He asked curiously, "What were their reactions?" "You mean those big shots?" Halora chuckled. When they found out the promise had actually been fulfilled, they were basically all relieved. Seeing it was a mineral distribution list, some were disappointed, some looked serious, but as for you, they seemed very happy. Chapter 543. By the way, do you have any community outreach programs where you live? The question, "Open the can and eat it," brought the Frenzy Thursday-style posting in the food discussion group to a halt. Huang Liang Yiming wondered, what community outreach program? Checking the water meter? A few days ago, some people from the community came over, delivered a bunch of stuff, dropped it off, and left. No explanation, just random. Crimson Music Box. My family did say they received some community assistance, a rice, flour, and cooking oil package. Jiang He knew the situation at a glance. Rolla kept her promise, but didn't mention when the next competition would be held. Regardless of the next reward, the importance of top players was self-evident. But Halora had specifically instructed them not to interfere too much outside the competition. Therefore, they could only awkwardly and cautiously express their importance. Leaving their names in the community and paying special attention were the most basic things. Regarding compensation, there might be other offers after further discussions. Compared to their cautious approach, the French side, after receiving Halora's promise, launched a massive and high-profile promotional campaign for St. Helena. Black Sword Guardians and others gave offline interviews. There were also dedicated game streaming platforms conducting exclusive interviews to help shape their personas. The overwhelmingly strong performance of the Fate/Alliance Guild actually facilitated their promotion. The number 1 guild below T0. This rhetoric made it seem as if St. Helena was actually the second-ranked guild, and that Korn's Chosen didn't exist. However, this seemed to be a consensus among players on foreign servers. The strength of the Chinese server in this round of the World Championship stemmed from Fate/Alliance's open-source point system and gameplay, allowing them to seize the initiative. Rather than saying they lost to top-ranked guilds, it's more accurate to say they lost to the top-tier Chinese players, who formed a cohesive unit without internal strife. Black Sword Guardian honestly admitted they were skilled inferior. The aggressive publicity didn't cloud his judgment. In an interview, he frankly confessed that the Snowwater fried noodles were introduced to them by Virtual Reality Boundary. Without Virtual Reality Boundary's generosity, they might have been stuck in a quagmire, unable to escape. With the official publicity in full swing, Black Sword Guardian could have easily been less honest and reaped both fame and fortune. Recalling Nongya's assessment of him, a very proud person, with the arrogance of an old-fashioned nobleman, but responsible. Remarkably accurate. No wonder Nongya maintained a good relationship with him. Conceptually, they both frequently said, "I'm not a postmodern waste." The live stream chat exploded. Previously, the community only speculated that Snowwater fried noodles might be related to Virtual Reality Boundary. Now, it's official confirmation. Why? The host's question was perfectly timed. When Black Sword Guardian, with a hint of shame and a tone of disappointment, said, "I don't want to lose the AI battle," a dense barrage of comments finally engulfed the video screen. Reflection, a deep reflection is necessary. A month later, the content of Tower World once again reached a peak of discussion. "Brother, I don't like the boundary between reality and illusion and their propaganda offensive, it's too annoying. But this time is different. Some people are doing the right thing, benefiting themselves and those around them in the right way, while we wasted all our energy on harming each other. That's why there are only 2 guilds in the top 10 of the EU server. Our people are desperately dragging us down. Our gaming environment is absolutely terrible. Look at what you guys did when you were leading in St. Helena. Everyone else was cooperating. What were you doing? Strange, the Tower World encourages competition. Isn't this just normal gameplay? What's there to reflect on and criticize? You're right, that's how games are. If your competition brings you an advantage and gets you a top ranking, then what you're saying is correct, but that's not the case now. I agree with the point that the way the winners played best represents the trend in the game. You're not number one now, so put away your arrogance and try to learn from the methods of the real world and the boundary. If you don't want to do that, try to become number one, otherwise shut up. Why is the community all reflecting on this? Only one person in the North American server made it into the top 10. Isn't that something to reflect on even more? Why can't you face your own problems? Is it so hard to admit the gap? Players are human too, and humans have similarities. Seeing people from other servers frequently exploding with their skills, the crowd in front of the screen was overjoyed. It turns out that the same words sound so pleasant coming from other people. For Primal Bodies was wrapped around Nonya's neck from behind, her entire body leaning against him, smiling as she showed him another post. The community already harbored the theory that Nonya was opportunistic. Now, knowing that the snow water fried noodles were related to the boundary between reality and illusion, she, who had most likely facilitated communication between the two sides, once again became the center of public opinion. Is it possible that Nonya seduced 4 Primal Bodies to help them summon reinforcements? The most imaginative episode. Perhaps you should write a novel about it, focusing on the seduction process. The poor quadruple primal was completely manipulated. It must have been the Black Sword Guards who sent Nonya. They're torturing the quadruple's feelings, damn it. The Frenchman has been saved by a woman again. Strange, why did I say again? That's fortunate, at least you don't have a stake this time. Shouldn't you be fortunate that you have enough money to ransom him this time? Good question. So how much should Nonya's ransom be? Nonya whispered in the quadruple's ear, how much do you think? $12. Huh? Nonya tilted her head, her eyes widening. The people watching the projection in the living room also turned to look. What a strange number. You mistakenly thought that treating you to tea was equivalent to the price of that fruit tea you paid for the night I saw you off. The 4 primals scratched their cheek. This is the first time I've seen such a misunderstanding. It's quite amusing. 12 yuan to send you away. It's like selling you. Nonya pounced on the 4 primals on the sofa. There won't be any more misunderstandings like this. Getting rid of me isn't that easy. The Weiwo stroked its chin, its eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Inkfish, I want that too. Inkfish was typing today's vegetable prices into the computer. He was a meticulous guy, recording every expense in detail after each shopping trip. He said that looking back on it, after more than 10 years, would have a special charm. Hearing this, Inkfish looked up blankly, not understanding what the wanted. Let me hang on you tonight. I be the sloth, and you be the tree. Oh! Wow, such a calm reaction. Are you actually looking forward to it? Mou pursed his lips helplessly, his smile full of indulgence. Before, Beiwo treated him like a kangaroo, lifting his shirt and peeking out from the collar, stretching the tight fabric until it ripped. Having experienced that before, being a sloth was nothing to him. Beiwo was like that, occasionally possessed by a superhuman, acting crazy towards him. It felt like seeing a cat sleeping soundly, suddenly feeling playful, rushing over to pet it, wanting to shove its lips against its head and suckle it all over. Mou felt that Beiwo was the crazy person, and he was the good-natured cat. It was nice, he liked this kind of interaction. After marrying Du Jingwen, the passion only lasted less than 2 or 3 months before settling into a tiresome dullness. As the only person on the boundary between reality and illusion to have experienced marriage, looking back only made him cherish Beiwo more. Being crazy with her was nice. Jianghe, sprawled on the sofa, munching on fries and chips, smacked his lips and muttered to himself. Ugh, the stench of love is stronger than the jailer sneaking a bowl of snail noodles. It fills the whole house with its aroma. The fries, crunching and munching, seemed to shrink back a little at his words, making him realize his mistake. Prala had dug a crypt beneath the villa and settled in comfortably. Illegal alterations would get her arrested anywhere. Unfortunately, no one in this world was as resourceful as Halola. She came to the surface to forage, ladling out some broth from the kitchen and cooking some noodles. Slurping them down into the living room, she saw 3 couples huddled together, radiating sweetness. The noodles in her mouth tasted like they were sprinkled with sugar. Sigh. So the biggest challenge of being your nanny is being tortured by this kind of daily routine? Alora silently found a corner to squat down and eat her noodles. She asked, "Where's the jailer?" Jianghe hugged his fries tighter. He took orange tea out to play. At first, the jailer's family absolutely refused to believe he found a girlfriend. After repeated emphasis, even Yuan Huanai was skeptical. Upon hearing Orange Tea's name, Yuan Huanai called him home that very night. Expecting a reaction of surprise and elation, the jailer was eagerly anticipating his parents' changing expressions. However, "You can't keep your mouth shut, joking about your own friend. You kneel down?" "Huh?" "You kneel down first." The pressure was overwhelming. The jailer wanted to argue, but seeing his father's flushed face, he obediently knelt. He'd been in similar situations countless times since childhood. He was quite used to it. "Do you know that doing this will cause the teen to fall apart? You finally have a group of friends. Don't you understand how you can cause trouble with your words?" Yuan Huanai was furious, and the jailer could only shrink back in anger. Unlike before, when he caused trouble and was scolded until he trembled and sweated profusely, this time the jailer felt a strange sense of satisfaction, listening to his father's scolding. He was truly enraged. Before, he would at least give him time to explain, smugly admiring what lies he could come up with to fool him. This time, he was going to cross the line between truth and falsehood, skipping the explanation stage and going into full-on judgment mode. Most parents are strange, conflicted creatures. They find it hard to express love directly. We complained a lot when we were young, only to realize what those words meant when we grew up. Seeing the jailer cowering like a quail, Yuan, the older brother, pushed open the door and entered, using the excuse of bringing tea to ease the atmosphere and interrupt Yuan Huanya's spellcasting. This was usually something their mother did. She wasn't there, probably because she felt she had really gone too far, actually making a joke about her own people. "Can I say a few words now?" Yuan Huanya's breathing was heavy, but seeing the teacup Yuan was offering to his lips, he swallowed it back. The jailer stood up on his own, which made Yuan anxious, and he quickly gestured with his eyes. Sure enough, Yuan Huanai grunted and In the past, the jailer would have obediently knelt back down. This time was different. He proudly raised his head, making no attempt to hide his smugness. He took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. After 2 rings, the voice of Orange Tea came from the other end of the phone, interrupting Yuan Huanya's spellcasting again. "Orange Tea, now that we're officially a couple, let me treat you to a meal." "Why do we have to spend money on a meal? Isn't Squid's food good?" "Wow, we have to do something memorable, otherwise, in 10 years or so, when we look back, it all seemed too mundane. I really went through a lot to get you to agree." "What did I go through?" Orange Tea retorted. "So you're not going? Fine, you choose the place." The call ended. In the room, his parents and older brother stared wide-eyed at him, blinking rapidly. Yes, that's the reaction. That's exactly what I wanted to see." The jailer was screaming inwardly, but outwardly, he had to pretend. He waved his phone, showing Orange Tea's number, to show he wasn't just putting on an act to amuse everyone. Yuan Huanya's lips trembled. "You guys have so little faith in me. Do you really think there's absolutely no chance between me and Orange Tea?" Yuan Huanai really wanted to nod. Because when he first heard about this, his reaction was, "Heh, I don't believe it." After a while, he swallowed hard. "What? When did this happen?" "About half a month ago." "Why are you only telling us now?" "We just started talking, getting used to each other." The jailer tried to keep a straight face, feigning grievance. "Does it matter whether you tell us sooner or later? We all just get a lecture from you guys anyway. I only opened my mouth, and Dad, you already said 10 things, practically turning me into a paramecium." Yuan Huanai wasn't exactly comfortable with himself. It's no wonder he was agitated. He was genuinely afraid the jailer would cause some trouble, and make the others in the group dislike him. He finally achieved something great, and his relatives and friends were all looking at him with new respect. If a scandal suddenly broke out, they wouldn't care, but the jailer would be stigmatized in everyone's eyes. Who wouldn't want the best for their own child? Yuan Huanai swallowed his pride, and couldn't help but ask. "How did you do it?" "Well, I just got pushed, and I bravely confessed." The jailer scratched his head. Although some time had passed, his body still flushed and felt hot every time he recalled that moment. Recalling the lewd things he said during his confession, he wanted to disappear into the ground. "So what did you say in your confession?" The jailer shook his head. He couldn't very well tell his dad he wanted to see Orange Tea's feet. Seeing the jailer's reaction, the 3 people in the room laughed with relief. "All right, you want to go on a date, right?" Yuan Huanai rummaged through the cabinet for a while, found a card, and slipped it to him. "Don't spend your money on the date, pay for mine. You better behave yourself, don't scare her, understand?" Oh no, she was already scared when he confessed his feelings. Chapter 544. From childhood to adulthood, prison guard Bro was a complete pauper. His family's wealth had absolutely nothing to do with him. On his way home from school, if he craved something to eat or drink, He had to shamelessly beg his classmates for a bite. Even after finally getting into university and escaping his family's control, his wallet remained empty. Only after a period of extreme frugality that left him malnourished did he gradually loosen his purse strings a little. Prison guard bro believes this is how his love for video games was established. As a child, it was a handheld console. He insert the cartridge and immerse himself in the game for hours. His parents would take the console away at night, but that didn't matter. Prison guard bro could then sneak in a tense and exciting stealth sequence, tiptoeing to open the door. Every time he did this, he always found the creak of the door opening particularly jarring. Even with a handheld console, he couldn't let his guard down. He had to sneak in some games under the covers, constantly on guard against his parents suddenly getting up and interrogating him. He still remembers the helpless yet secretly amused look his older brother gave him when he woke up. As he grew a little older, computers became standard. He could simply turn on the computer, select a game, and even without a penny in his pocket, he could easily enjoy a whole day. Compared to handheld consoles, which required hiding and playing discreetly, Prison Guard could use the excuse of researching to cleverly switch screens and play games to his heart's content. This was his earliest understanding of making the most of fragmented time. Of course, since he did this, Prison Guard's grades were predictably mediocre. Occasionally, when he saw a news report about someone who had casually earned a high degree while playing games, he always felt that they had achieved a life of success. Why couldn't he? He used to think such people were far removed from his life, until he saw Jiang He and then Mou. The former recounted playing online games with classmates right before the college entrance exam, while the latter treasured his handheld console, grinding for rare characters. Yet, both of them got into their desired universities with relatively little effort. Mou was the most infuriating. He graduated, landed a job immediately, and within a few years was teaching a top-performing class, becoming a well-known figure at school. Of course, if he hadn't married Du Jingwen, his life would have been even more perfect. French fries was also unfair. He only managed to pull himself out of the intense gaming a year before the college entrance exam, skipped Jiang He, and refrained from chatting in group chats, yet still easily managed his studies. Comparing people really is infuriating. That's because you never tried. You always just drifted along, living life as you please, Orange Tea said irritably. If I worked hard for 3 years, and then a lazy guy like you surpassed me, and got into the same school, then I... The jailer, licking his ice cream, looked up curiously. And what about you? Orange Tea turned her head away, silently rolling her tongue on the ice cream. Then I just have to sulk. The jailer suppressed a laugh. Orange Tea's act of sulking was hilarious. Yuan Huanai had given him a card with nearly 100,000 yuan in it. Back in his student days, the jailer would probably be drooling. As for how to use it, of course, he eat at his favorite restaurants for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, indulging himself. For the games he wanted to play, he didn't need to be careful with his spending, considering the pity system or luck. In short, just spend money. If you need to be careful with your spending, it just means your wallet isn't strong enough. Would you be like this if you were using a cheat software? He used to buy things without a second thought, even if it meant sacrificing a few dollars for a discount. He'd just blindly enter his payment password. But now, the prison guard's spending habits aren't so decadent. Having truly suffered in university, he understands the weight of money. The rice he bought for 648 yuan could fill several rice containers. Converting that to rice, flour, and cooking oil, it's so heavy that even taking the elevator would leave your arms numb. As for why rice? This deeply ingrained conversion method originated from a mysterious member of a gaming group. Every year during the White Album, a popular Chinese meme season, the old gaming group would have a classic gift exchange. Initially, it was just a casual activity created to play with the White Album reference. After years of successful execution, it became a fixed ritual. At first, the gifts exchanged were mostly otaku-themed items. Figures, electronic accessories, trading cards. Of course, some weird stuff gets mixed in like, well, you know. Since the group members know each other well, once they get their hands on this thing, someone will actually write a serious review, telling everyone whether they should buy one to play with. In this cheerful gift exchange activity, a mysterious group member nicknamed Seal would casually write down how many kilograms of rice. Initially it was 50 kilograms, then 60. Until the last 2 years, it's been an outrageous 70 or 80 kilograms. In exchange, it's for rice, flour, cooking oil, or local specialties. Jay Lu was lucky. He won the prize on the very first time the Seal group member did this. He thought the other person was just joking, and that he ended up with some rice-related gadgets. Recently, There's a hardcore farming game that's perfect for gifting. Maybe that's it? Jayla's wild imagination shattered the moment he received the delivery guy's call. Still in school, the sight of the heavy sack of rice made his mind go blank. The rice, worth over 400 yuan, could crush him into a pancake, leaving him unable to move. From then on, whenever he wanted to spend money on in-game purchases, the image of that afternoon with the mountain of rice weighing him down would always come to mind. Surprisingly, this calculation effectively curbed his urge to spend money on in-game purchases, allowing him to gradually pull himself out of the mobile game addiction in his later years of university and focus on his computer. Hearing the prisoner's words, Orange Tea blinked in surprise. Really, a group of amazing friends. Is that how you use that term? Strolling with Orange Tea at a romantic date spot like the aquarium, chatting about his past, the prisoner felt like he was in a dream. Especially Orange Tea, who seemed quite interested, listened intently the whole time. So far, the topic of rice had elicited the strongest reaction from her. So endearingly simple. Jiang He compiled a travel guide of the places he and French Fries had visited during their daytime date after confirming their relationship, and showed it to the jailer. He emphasized that Jiang should learn more about the fish in the aquarium, so he could provide some on-the-spot education. Although this action didn't quite fit his public image, it was better than the two of them casually strolling around, seeing a fish floating by, staring at each other blankly, and then Orange Tea asking, "What kind of fish is that?" Followed by both of them staring at each other in silence. The jailer listened to advice, but listening was one thing, remembering it was another. Recently, he had been intensively studying the magical theories of the Ana-world, and with Orange Tea's help, he had managed to cram some knowledge into his head. But this fish trivia was simply overwhelming. He memorized it, and immediately forgot it. What kind of fish is that? A pale blue halo flowed across the glass as a manta ray, its broad pectoral fins outstretched, slowly glided overhead, its shadow briefly brushing against Orange Tea's face. Her eyes remained fixed on the shimmering school of fish, her lips slightly parted. The question, "What kind of fish is that?" floated between them like a bubble. The jailer was sweating profusely. The expected unfolding, the only problem being, his mind was suddenly not working properly. Were manta rays and stingrays the same thing? Should he just guess? A few seconds passed in this agonizing silence, and whether it was a manta ray or a stingray, it leisurely swam away. Its slowly swaying fins seemed to hold up two large, glowing characters. A god! The two stared at each other in silence. Orange Tea's eyes were full of expectation, but the jailer's eyes held a despair like a student turning to a blank notebook before an open book exam. Orange Tea tried to suppress the smile on her lips. Of course she knew what kind of fish it was. But she also received a strategy guide from French Fries. A silly guy like jailer will most likely try to act a little more normal to make himself noticed, trying to memorize some trivia to show off. If you indulge his little desires a little, you see him happy like a child. Easy to please, give it a try. Neither of them knew that the strategies provided by French Fries and Potato were perfectly matched. Orange Tea made her move, and jailer didn't catch it, immediately putting the act on hold. "It looks delicious. Reminds me of the fish fillets Squid had last night." Jailer desperately, yet forcefully, pushed the conversation forward. Strange. Normally, this little embarrassment wouldn't be a problem at all. He was known as a social terrorist in the community. Why would he be afraid of embarrassment? But in front of Orange Tea, he felt his abstract facade naturally peel away, involuntarily revealing a more authentic version of himself. Orange Tea is definitely different. Thinking this, he couldn't help but observe Orange Tea's reaction. Smiling. Although he made a fool of himself, he provided the perfect comedic effect. With anyone else, the jailer would have felt the other person was mocking him. But Orange Tea is different. So this is what King Yu of Zhou felt. The jailer suddenly understood, feeling his understanding of historical figures had deepened. It's better to come out when the weather gets warmer. It's so cold now, you can't see anything even if you try to peek, Orange Tea said unexpectedly, making the jailer turn his head in surprise. Orange Tea pursed her lips. Actually, you were really looking forward to me wearing a skirt, right? I didn't say anything yet. Can you read minds? Do I need to read minds? Look at me dressed like a penguin. You can't see my legs. You feel a little disappointed. That's more in line with my name. When she first arrived, Orange Tea's outfits were indescribable. You can't expect someone who was buried in their studies throughout high school to care much about worldly matters. She hadn't even been in university for a few days before she was dragged into a guild and embarked on a different path, continuing her dowdy style. But her bed was the best. It opened its heavy wardrobe, took out pieces one by one, and let her try them on. After some training, Orange Tea gradually understood how to coordinate clothes to show her charm and personality. Want to make the jailer happy? That's easy. Just slip on some tight stockings, then wear a pleated skirt and dangle it in front of him, and he'd be kneeling on his knees, begging you to keep this outfit all day. A critique from under the covers, the jailer's ugly appearance. Orange Tea didn't think it was that serious. She was bundled up today, and the jailer had been cheerful when she left. She simply slipped her hand from under her down jacket over his shoulder, pulled on a sleeve, and casually squeezed his fingers. The jailer's smile instantly lit up. Sigh, this guy's always online, playing around with abstract images and watching tons of erotic pictures. When he's commenting, he's so comprehensive, like a seasoned veteran who's been to countless nights of revelry. But offline, just being held hand in hand elicits a pure reaction, like a finely aged wine, its aroma already overflowing even before it's opened. Like a giant onion, peel back the jailer's abstract exterior, and inside is pure innocence. Thinking this, Orange Tea tossed her sleeve over again. Like a robot that understands commands, the jailer eagerly reached out his hand, completing the connection inside the sleeve. Fun, the onion peeling game is really interesting. Orange Tea tried hard to purse her lips, not wanting the jailer to understand her little thoughts. After browsing for quite a while, just as they were about to leave the aquarium area, Orange Tea suddenly stopped. The jailer followed her gaze to the shop selling souvenirs from the aquarium's collection. Dolls, trinkets, and pendants, they had it all. Let's pick some. It's all Dad's money anyway, he'd be unhappy if I don't. The jailer flicked the card. Orange Tea said, it's your family's money too. Don't act like you're emptying your savings for me. I'm not Hu Qian. The jailer tilted his head. Are you that concerned about Hu Qian? If I like you, then I really like you. It has nothing to do with your family, your affairs, or your money, Orange Tea said seriously. It only concerns you. I hope you feel the same way. You can't just like me because of my legs. Orange Tea muttered softly. The jailer's brain, upon receiving the first half of the sentence, was already overloaded and went into berserk mode. At this moment, Orange Tea was the highest damage DPS character on the entire boundary between reality and illusion, instantly killing a max level, fully trained necromancer with just one sentence. The jailer wanted to make a move, but he suddenly realized that in the face of this explosively destructive statement, any action would be like that of a clown. Thankfully, he likes being the clown. It's like your legs don't belong to you. I already said you're chocolate flavored. Orange Tea laughed and scolded. So your focus is still on your legs, and if you mention chocolate again, I should tape your mouth shut. No way. Why? Orange Tea, you're not that kind of person. You definitely wouldn't do that. For you, I make changes. Orange Tea said matter-of-factly. Isn't that a kind of change? Passers-by, noticing the commotion on this side, couldn't help but stop and steal glances. Orange Tea quickly coughed. All right, I made my choice. Let's pay. The chosen item was a huge seal plush toy, grayish-white with a few spots. Well, the jailer's assessment was ugly, but after looking at it for a while, you get a feeling the little thing is quite unique. Why did you choose that? Beiwo has a similar seal-patterned bag, Orange Tea laughed. I don't know much about this, but following Beiwo's aesthetic is always a safe bet. There are plenty of teachers on the boundary between reality and fantasy, enough for Orange Tea to learn from. It's the same with fashion, and it's the same with dating. However, stealing a glance at the jailer paying the bill, Orange Tea smiled wryly. She didn't seem to need any dating guides or anything like that. She could just treat the jailer like an onion. Although cutting him open might be a little pungent, once cooked, he's always sweet. Chapter 545. Instead of eating out, Orange Tea spotted a roadside stall and casually called out, my treat, before leading the prison guard to a seat. Snail rice noodles, with egg, braised duck feet, sausage, duck intestines, and beef brisket. That's it. The prison guard blinked. He hadn't even said anything yet, and he already ordered. Is this your favorite? He nodded. My favorite lately. That's how the prison guard was. When he found something he liked, he'd eat it all in one go until he got tired of it before switching to something new. He felt this habit stemmed from his student days. After all, he didn't have much money, and after careful budgeting, he had to resort to a formulaic approach. After a while, the formula just became second nature. He'd been raving about snail rice noodles for almost half a month, ordering takeout, ordering himself, and finally having Cuttlefish pre-make a pot of broth and sauce, so he could sneak a couple more sips before bed. How did you know I had all that? I saw your takeout order. Next time, could you please empty the soup from the bag after you finish eating and throw it in the trash? Orange Tea criticized him directly, and the jailer nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Definitely, definitely, I won't do it again. As one of the early risers, Jiang-hei, the inkfish, went straight to the kitchen to cook, while Orange Tea naturally helped with cleaning and assisting. It's really a good thing, she only complained about the jailer's bad habit now. Orange Tea ordered the exact same set meal as the jailer, which puzzled the jailer, who was eager to know her tastes. Try what you like. By the way, you added a lot. It took a lot of work to get that figure from fries. Are you going to gain it all back? No way, self-discipline, self-discipline. Compared to Potato and Fries, who had known each other for a long time and had an unspoken understanding in real life, the two of them still carried a bit of awkwardness, unsure of their relationship's direction and boundaries. Your immediate priority is to start with the details and further understand Orange Tea's daily preferences. I suggest you just ask. Orange Tea should be happy to tell you. These two, who moved into someone else's house together and immediately took control, were inseparable. The jailer couldn't say a word against their comments, but he wanted to slightly modify Jiang-hei's strategy. That way, he seemed more capable. Slurp slurp. He had noticed before, but now, looking at it this way. Slurp slurp. Orange Tea, she has quite an appetite. The noodles were eaten quickly. She clearly ordered extra spicy, full of red oil, and with some scalding hot broth, but she seemed oblivious to the spiciness, devouring the food in her bowl. The jailer took a bite of the mildly spicy sauce, his forehead beaded with sweat, making one want to compliment, "This is really good for the cold weather." Just a glance was enough to make his Adam's apple bob, and his saliva flow like crazy. No, it's not spicy. It's okay. Orange Tea looked up blankly. Oh, so you can't handle spicy food, then why are you eating snail rice noodles so often? Caught off guard, he, who usually couldn't help but pant and exhale after every bite, forcefully suppressed the throbbing sensation on his taste buds, deliberately holding back the burning sensation rising from deep in his throat, his face turning red, without uttering a sound. Absolutely no panting. Orange Tea struggled to keep a straight face, peeling an onion and uncovering something interesting. The jailer's strange competitive spirit and petty pride were too much for her to bear, so she got up and bought a bottle of ice water. After thinking for a moment, she directly pressed the ice water against the jailer's face. His face, which had been flush red as if about to erupt like a volcano, returned to normal under the cool pressure of the beverage bottle. The jailer still wanted to be stubborn, but after thinking it over, he simply stiffened his neck. It's bad, but that doesn't stop me from enjoying myself. I know, eat slowly, Orange Tea laughed. Is one bottle enough? Should I buy another? Observing the jailer's eating habits, Orange Tea couldn't help but murmur. When I was little, my family was poor. We only ate meat during festivals, so I wasn't picky about food. As long as I was full, that was enough. I'm easy to feed. If you want to know what I like, what I want, what I like to eat, you can just ask. There's no need to secretly observe me. I won't hide anything from you, making you interpret and guess. You can't possibly think I'm that long-winded, can you? The jailer quickly shook his head. No. That's right. Since you like me and want to know, just say it directly. This way now, and this way in the future. I won't change. As for you, well, I think you never be able to give up jailer for the rest of your life, so it doesn't matter. In the rising steam of the soup, the jailer suddenly lowered his head and quietly slurped. A strange heat rose from the bottom of his heart, making his head spin a little. The almost heartfelt honesty tore a large gash in the very center of the onion. Orange Tea. I like you. I really like you. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly being so cheesy? Orange Tea, who was gazing at him with her chin resting on her hand, blushed instantly. Did you eat too much spicy food and get dizzy? As she spoke, she reached out and waved her hand at the jailer's face. I'm serious, really serious. The jailer suddenly became teary-eyed. You can like me. Really? Wow, if you're going to say something self-deprecating, I get upset. Orange Tea feigned anger. In my eyes, you're the best. Since I like you, you must be the best. Orange Tea added, I can't let outsiders say that I've fallen for a fool whose mind is only on jailers, can I? Stand up straight. Before the overlord left, Jiang-hei privately asked him a question. What if we can't guarantee that Anna's history will develop according to the optimal route of their strategy game? Even the powerful and wise overlord, the highest leader of a civilization, only gave him a soft sigh. The phrase adaptability encapsulates the difficulty and cruelty of this realistic game. Completely beyond the scope of simulation, and not controlled by the simulation itself. The butterfly effect, occurring the instant the boundary between reality and virtuality begins to unfold, impacts the entirety of Anna. As the team leader, Jiang He works tirelessly day and night, closely following Halora, memorizing all the major events on Anna's historical timeline and the figures associated with them. Following the threads of historical figures, he further expands their lives and the key moments in their lives. This is an infinitely extending tree diagram. When you try to enter from a particular person or point, the tree diagram will extend into the void, revealing infinite possibilities. Jiang He didn't know which one, which person, or which piece of information would become the key to repairing the Anna spiral. He could only answer, to the best of my ability. Even though everyone in the team had their own roles, the only one they unconditionally trusted in terms of overall decision-making ability was him. Therefore, after the Anna World University began, some people could steal moments to cultivate relationships and date, while others could be deeply in love. Jiang He couldn't. They only needed to operate, only to provide opinions and reference information. The person making the decisions couldn't afford to make a single mistake. Let's rest. That's enough for today. Halora gently patted Jiang He's shoulder and put away the projection screen. On the screen, dense information flashed in Jiang He's eyes. An ordinary person would feel dizzy and lightheaded after just one glance. Prolonged use of his eyes had left them red, swollen, dry, and tearing profusely. Halora raised her hand, and a shimmering green light flowed into his body, relieving the agonizing itching. "It's difficult, isn't it?" she asked. Jiang He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. "I'm prepared, and so are we." He paused, then continued, "The good news is, we have at least a lifetime to memorize and remember." Halora pursed her lips, encouragingly saying, "Perhaps you can perfectly replicate it on your first try, without triggering too many unexpected events, giving the butterfly a chance to take flight." Jiang He shook his head, hoping for low-probability events is irresponsible to everyone. "I won't put everyone in a hopeless situation." Halora smiled wryly. "I think I understand why they chose you as a student. This sense of conviction is something most people don't possess. I believe that for most people, the most normal reaction upon seeing the tree-like diagram spread out is shock and despair. But you are different. Your unwavering conviction to throw yourself into the game has never wavered, not even for a moment." "How could it waver?" Mint, Kisher, the Slime King, Ellerby, Renee. The real them truly knew nothing of the boundary between reality and illusion. Those they encountered in the Anna world treated them only as outsiders. But Jiang He absolutely refused to admit that everything that happened in the Proof of the Stars was just a dream. Perhaps everything they achieved in the game couldn't be carried over to reality, but at least they could save everyone. For example, now that the erroneous timeline has appeared, does that mean the disaster that occurred 100 years ago in Devil Land could have been avoided? If the intervening loop causes a rift to appear in the distorted timeline again, allowing them to enter, can the destruction of the Clear One's underground temple be prevented this time? Even if it can't be prevented, can the people in this part of Deviland's history escape history itself and arrive in their present time? To the past, the Slime King and the Sunrain Squad are dead. But in the now, where the boundary between reality and illusion has descended, they are still alive. I'm not sure if your idea is extremely clever or extremely dangerous. Maybe after you die, you can ask your teacher yourself. Your immediate priority is..." Halora smiled, and Jiang He turned around following her gaze. Carrying 3 bowls of sweet potato soup, Fries entered the room. "You should eat something good to nourish yourself. Too much mental activity has not only made you thinner, but also drained your energy." Halora took her bowl and drank from it. "This is something my magic can't cure." French Fries noticed Jiang He's thinness. Before he could act, French Fries forcefully pulled her into his arms. Usually, she was the one who used Jiang He as a cushion. This time, the roles were reversed. "Your tummy is so warm. If it's warm, lie down a little longer." French Fries picked up the sugar water. "Here, Potato, let me feed you." "I thought you say, Potato, it's time for your medicine." French Fries wasn't annoyed. Instead, he smiled indulgently. "We won't get sick, this won't happen. If you want to experience being cared for, it's not too late to start now." "Really? Really?" French Fries answered earnestly. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang He murmured, "Am I really that bad? Have you looked in the mirror?" Hearing this, Jiang He sipped the sugar water from the spoon, slowly got up, and went to the full-length mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror, his figure hadn't changed much, but his eye sockets seemed sunken, the light in his eyes dimmed, and his face was deathly pale. This was probably what people in novels, who had their life essence drained, looked like. In our teacher's words, knowledge is a curse. To fully master it, you have to pay a price. Your bodies and souls are fragile, unable to withstand a massive bombardment of information in a short time. This requires gradual growth and evolution, not something that can be achieved overnight. I intentionally wanted to test your limits. I didn't stop you, and even used a slight concealment spell, so only French fries could see the changes in you. Jiang He looked back at Alora. What was the conclusion of the test? The teacher chose you. You stood out from the proof of the stars, which is only natural. Alora said seriously, you have a very high ceiling, but it's a pity you were born into this world. Alora hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but sigh. If you had been born in a world where the rulers were born, there's a high probability you could have achieved something in the realm of spiritual magic. I believe that even the stern-faced one you met in the critical trial would have been tempted to carefully examine your talent and past, and extend an olive branch to you, even if he's pessimistic. Possessing the right talent, yet born in a world where that talent cannot be realized. Jiang He was speechless, then laughed. It's alright, I didn't want to be born in another world either. He looked at Fries beside him, who was holding a bowl of sweet soup, his eyes filled with worry and heartache, and said with relief, if I were born there, how would I have met Fries? How would I have met the others on the boundary between reality and illusion? It's fine as it is now, talent. I don't care. Alora couldn't help but clap her hands. Not everyone can be so nonchalant about the gains and losses of talent. Along the way, following her teacher, she had witnessed countless prodigies. They debuted at their peak, born with the world's favor, possessing enviable talents. Then, one day, an accident caused their loss, and countless people crumbled, their former pride and arrogance gone. Many drastically changed their personalities, plunging into the abyss. But Jiang He didn't even ask if she had any way to help him realize his enviable talents in this world. His eyes were only on those around him. Subconscious actions reveal the true nature of people. She couldn't help but hum an unknown tune, leisurely continuing to savor her piping hot fries and sweet soup. Being your nanny for 100 years will probably be a wonderful memory. Now I must have separate memory slices for personality storage. Chapter 546. The Tower world has ended, a new season has begun, and the routine after the holidays has returned. Everyone on the boundary between the virtual and real worlds is getting closer to returning to their original lives. Having adapted to living together, the impending separation is inevitably bittersweet. The good news is, they don't need to make a choice. Alora, sipping her popsicle, lazily made the decision for them. I think the scenery around this villa is nice, and there aren't many guests, mostly people living alone, so no one will bother you. Besides, I already dug my underground cave, so it'd be easy to find you. Why don't you guys buy some of the houses around here? It'd be easier for me to protect you in the future. Jiang He really wanted to complain to Alora. Why not just leave her perfectly good house, and instead fixate on her underground cave? Even if she doesn't have one, she insists on giving it up. It's unnecessary. Alora responded with her hands on her hips, self-righteously declaring, but I just can't resist. Despite her playful complaint, her plan was flawless and perfectly tapped into everyone's secret desires, to gather anytime, anywhere, and feast on potato and squid's culinary skills until they were stuffed. Everyone agrees? Alora clapped her hands. I might as well go talk to a few more people, and have them transfer the land ownership to you, continuing until you die. It was obvious who Alora would approach. Squid was surprised. Is that appropriate? Why wouldn't it be appropriate? They're really looking forward to continuing the tower-like world competition. Without a competition, there are no rewards. Alora clicked her tongue. The teacher entrusted me with the right to organize the competition, you know. Given the precedent of the mineral map, Alora, this visitor from another world, was communicating on an equal footing. The other side would likely respond with an yes without much thought. Wait a minute. With that, Alora disappeared from the living room, carrying her soda. Her tone was as casual as if she were just dropping by a neighbor's. Since becoming addicted to Proof of the Stars, Snowwater Fried Noodles days have become much more fulfilling. Scrolling through the community, watching videos, searching for information related to herself. The Chinese server community is plentiful and satisfying, an indispensable main course. The foreign server community is like dessert and fruit after a meal. She can skip it, but she can't be without it. Eating a little of everything ensures a balanced diet and a comfortable day. You were the first one to join the game, and you all tried to dissuade me, but now you're the one addicted, hanging out with a bunch of kids and even bullying them. She shook her head as she spoke. Snowwater Fried Noodles scoffed. What do you mean by bullying a child? This is a game, there's a winner and a loser. If you're bad, just practice more. Fine, you got a trendy phrase now. You really figured out how to navigate this online community. Having such a great chat. Want to join in? The third voice in the room made the two men freeze, slowly turning their heads. Hrala shook her almost finished soda, and casually sat down on the sofa against the wall in the study. The two men quickly stood up. You? Halora said casually, sit down. We met several times already. Why are you so nervous? Snowwater fried noodles, and the enamel mug exchanged a glance, and slowly sat back down. Compared to the stiff, somewhat somber candlelight, her superior, Halora, seemed much more approachable and friendly. But for them, who knew the truth, communicating with a normal attitude was truly difficult. The sheer power emanating from the candlelight was suffocating. What would Halora, as the one in power, be like? The other side respected their weak civilization and didn't treat them with the arrogance of a superior civilization, so they couldn't afford to be ungrateful. Especially since there were other server rulers in the world, who had foolishly considered focusing their attacks on Candlelight. When they learned the truth, they were momentarily overwhelmed and wanted to angrily curse these idiots. Even if they had the ability to kill Candlelight, so what? To lure the ruler behind her, and play a game of match 3? It's hard to understand how, as human beings in the same position, their opponents could be so low level that it's unbearable to look at them. Yet on a whim, they could come up with the idea of pushing billions of lives to their doom. Hrala knew what they were worried about, and through Candlelight, she knew about those brilliant minds, who had come up with such ingenious ideas. However, since it hadn't even been implemented before being suppressed by the people of this world and immediately excluded from the core circle, she couldn't be bothered to care. Frankly speaking, Halora thought the average level of the rulers in this world was acceptable. While there were many humanoid beings, they were far more numerous than the anthropomorphized beings of the magical world. I need a piece of land. Halora raised her hand and projected a circle around the villa district, where they currently resided on the boundary between the virtual and real worlds. Following your procedures, this land belongs to these 7 people until the last one passes away. The two exchanged a glance. The enamel cup asked, puzzled, I mentioned before that we no longer belong to retirement, I understand, but since you experienced the proof of the stars so thoroughly, it's more convenient for me to contact you. Please pass on a message for me. Halora waved her hand. I prefer communicating with people I know well. The enamel cup immediately made a phone call, informing Halora of her needs. The person on the other end of the line was flustered and anxious. Snowwater fried noodles remained silent for a while, before finally asking the question that had been weighing on his mind for so long. What secret do those 7 people hold that makes you go to such lengths? I looked at their files. There's nothing in common. If anyone stands out, it's that teacher named Zhong Ziming. He teaches in the advanced class for this age group and is very popular with the children, leaving a deep impression. The enamel mug's voice almost slurred, and he quickly gestured for Snowwater fried noodles to be quiet. Snowwater fried noodles didn't shut up. He took a deep breath and continued the conversation. The rest of the people. Jianghe, as the president, does indeed possess a wonderful charm that brings everyone together. I met people like that before. He might be slightly less talented in other areas, but his ability to inspire trust and connect with others is indispensable for a team leader. Lu Yanfei, her execution ability is far less than imagined. She's been hesitant to take the plunge into serializing her novel, writing and deleting on the website, creating one pseudonym after another, until she met Jianghe, finally mustering the courage to secretly begin serialization. She gained the determination to stop hesitating because of Jianghe. Her unwavering determination in the game is touching, but it shouldn't be the quality that those behind her yearn for. Jailer bro? He laughed as he spoke. Not only that, even Halora, who was resting her chin on her hand, listening to the sharp commentary on shui shui fried noodles, laughed. The room was filled with a subtle, almost comical atmosphere. Just mentioning their names was enough to make people laugh. I'm sorry, I wasn't making fun of him. Halora nodded. I know what you mean, please continue. The jailer is an oddball. In today's youth parlance, he's a genius. A very pure person, almost obsessively so. It makes you wonder how his brain works. I can't understand it, but all the kids in the community like him because, you see, when we mention him, we all laugh. That's just the kind of person he is. Orange tea. She was born into a relatively poor family, but over the years she has gradually escaped poverty. She still retains a hardworking and simple quality, which is truly admirable. Her luck in the game is astonishing, but in reality, if luck really works, her background shouldn't be so bad. It's just a marvel of fate. The 4 primitives. Nothing remarkable to report. His materials are so dry they're hard to read. He's just an ordinary person, the kind you see everywhere in life. If it weren't for the boundary between reality and fiction, he might never have woken up in his job and would have just lived his life like that. The same goes for Bed. Her family has a little money, she's proactive, and she knows what she wants and will actively pursue it. Such a person rarely falls into hardship. She always makes brave judgments that benefit herself. I read it again and again, and I still don't understand. They're ordinary, at least in my eyes, but the resources and power you use far exceed what we can imagine or see. Why? The enamel mug was impatient. This time, her curiosity had clearly crossed the line. How strange. How could Snow Water Fried Noodles make such a mistake? Halora stared at Snow Water Fried Noodles, old yet still able to see the dignified brightness in his eyes. For some reason, a few words floated into her mind. If one hears the way in the morning, one can die content in the evening. The elderly man, nearing the end of his life, still couldn't resist the allure of the unknown. To your world, they're just young people who became famous through games, but to us, they're indispensable. It's my mission to ensure they live happy and fulfilling lives. Since he was born in this country, it's fate. To cooperate and make their lives complete and smooth, I have the World Championship held every 8 years. If their lifespan is long enough, until they die, you gain enough information from the competition. That's enough to accelerate the transformation of this world to a certain extent. Seeing the despondency in Snow Water Fried Noodles' eyes, Halora seemed to have thought of something, and she sighed with relief. On the day you die, I come to see you off and tell you the answer to your questions. In an instant, a glimmer of hope burst forth in Snow Water Fried Noodles' dim eyes. Like a child reaching out to their parents for a toy, and the joy of being granted. It was like a young self opening a new book, its pages still damp with ink, immersing themselves in an ocean of knowledge, exploring the unknown. That boundless curiosity was like a child gazing at the stars, 1,000 thoughts flashing through their mind. Reflected in Shui Chaomian's eyes was the unwavering source of human progress. Thank you, but I have one more request. The enamel cup swallowed hard. He was really in a hurry. Why was Shui Chaomian talking so much today? Halora didn't mind. Please speak. Could I, in my dying moments, take one last look at your homeland behind you? I want to know what the world that nurtured such a powerful life as yours looks like. So many childhood dreams have ended here. I've done so much, but I always felt it wasn't enough. But I no longer have the means to continue. I want to borrow your hometown's imagery. Life is short. I won't live to see this country stand at the pinnacle of the world, nor will I see my descendants leading the next generation, still yearning for the stars, gazing upon the cosmos. I hope this country, no, our world, can one day reach your heights. The enamel mug's anxiety was extinguished by the gentle warmth of the words. He felt his eyes welling up. Halora's languid posture automatically straightened as Shui Chaomian spoke. She sat up straight, her back perfectly upright. The old man's stern gaze melted into water. A gentle warmth, seemingly capable of encompassing all things, rippled through him. If people like you can continue to be born in this world. Halora extended her hand. We will meet again on the other side of the world. As Shui Chaomian grasped her outstretched hand, Halora added with a smile. My teacher also hopes that more civilizations can emerge from their cradles, otherwise. The starry sky is too desolate. The phone in the enamel mug rang. A reply had already been given. No problem, we will process it as quickly as possible, completing it without revealing any information. Halora nodded, turned, and vanished without a trace. Back at the villa on the boundary between reality and illusion, seeing everyone still squatting at the scene waiting for news, she couldn't help but sigh, recalling the earlier incident. They really are better than our humanoid beings. You have a safety net mechanism here, that's great. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what Halora was rambling on about. However, the expected good news had arrived. The territory Halora had casually claimed now nominally belonged to the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, and they could do whatever they wanted with it. They could do whatever they wanted until they died of old age. Nongya clapped her hands. That way, we won't have to complain about our non-human neighbors anymore. We're all neighbors now, and the problem is solved. As their romance intensified, Nongya's language learning, which didn't rely on translation, continued rapidly. She could effortlessly spout such down-to-earth phrases and trending memes. Since that's the case, Squid stretched lazily, I have to go back for a while. I need to finish teaching this year's honors class before I come back to enjoy time with you all. Jianghe said helplessly, I knew you'd say that. The most responsible man, a good teacher. The bed chuckled, Those kids who came here because of your reputation will be extremely disappointed to hear you won't be teaching honors classes anymore. If that's how you see it, then I continue being a teacher. If you really have an addiction, just find a school here to re-enter the workforce. I believe no school can refuse you, right? French Fries shrugged. Why can't you put yourself in their shoes? It's not like you're being restricted from standing on the podium. Squid clapped his hands. Yeah, right. Ah, then what about our breakfast, lunch, dinner, and midnight snacks? The jailer asked blankly. Your words are like your stomach replacing your brain. Do you think I starve you? Squid scoffed. Besides, there's always potatoes, isn't there? Well said. Don't eat anything made with potatoes anymore. Damn, Fries obsessed mode activated. No way. Without potato food I won't accept your apology until you kneel down and hold Potato's hand. Wow, you actually slid down on your knees. Alora watched the noisy group, her sugar-free soda deflated. TSK, still pretty sweet. Chapter 547. As expected, this temporary separation began with MOU. After the Tower Whirl began, he severed ties with the school. Substitute teachers mentioned to him more than once that students kept asking when he would return. There was much discussion at the school about his continued presence, with most speculating that he would no longer be a teacher. After all, who would continue working so diligently after achieving fame, fortune, and financial freedom if they didn't truly love it? Teaching isn't as leisurely as one might imagine, especially for top classes. Before the new semester began, MOU had already informed the school. Having anticipated this, the school didn't try to persuade him to stay, only hoping that MOU would remember their support and give the school some small advertisements on social media, as competition for students is always fierce. The happiest people were undoubtedly the students in his class, when they learned that MOU would leave after teaching their entire year. Attending MOU's class was like a rare, unobtainable achievement in a game, but they acquired it in bulk. Later, in college, chatting with their roommates, they could proudly hold their heads high, basking in their envious glances. Beiwo, on the other hand, really wanted to go to Qingning with him. This incredibly efficient girl had already conceived the idea that college isn't that important. Naturally, she received a lecture from MOU. Beiwo obediently lowered her head, looking just like a child being scolded by their parents for doing something wrong. French Fries always felt that Beiwo was saying it on purpose. MOU was too much like a sloth in real life, with an unbelievably good temper. His stern side seemed to be hidden only in his role as a teacher. Teasing MOU was definitely the least fulfilling thing. The most successful prank he ever played on him came from Du Jingwen. She brilliantly broke Cuttlefish's defenses, even swearing. Not counting the venting in the game. What's so special about Beiwo? Du Jingwen enjoyed it, and she wants it too? Jianhe wondered. French Fries just smiled without saying a word. Sometimes, Jianhe could be a little slow to understand girls' feelings. Beiwo, French Fries, and Orange Tea each returned to school. Now famous, they were undoubtedly like giant pandas on campus, attracting crowds of younger and older students at the mere sight of them. Beiwo was always a show-off. Like the jailer, when the mood struck, she'd throw a tantrum in public. Even before she became famous, she was a well-known tough nut in the department. On the third day of school, she dared to confront the student council members during their room check, calling them top-tier troublemakers. When the student council abused their power to target her by name, she didn't back down, immediately writing a note and storming into the department head's office demanding an explanation. This perfectly matched the circumstances of her encounter with the boundary between reality and illusion. Anyone who offended her would remember their name fiercely and bite back with a vengeance. It was only by the side of the boundary between reality and illusion that she, a hedgehog at heart, sheathed her quills and huddled like a kitten beside the docile MOU. On her first day back at school, she was surrounded by students from her department. However, most were simply curious, inquiring about the boundary between reality and illusion's recent activities. None of the rumors about him poaching her were heard. It makes sense, MOU's reputation is truly immense. The label of Du Jingwen, so firmly attached to him, made everyone feel sorry for the honest girl who had to suffer so much. She finally found a normal person in bed, and they were mutually attracted. But then some clueless freak popped up with outrageous declarations, and she was likely to be instantly killed by the school's righteous and pure love warriors. Now, the student council and the department's dorm inspectors probably won't dare mess with us. Bed nodded, correcting her. What are you saying? It's like I'm some kind of rule-breaking villain. You should say, with Sister Bed around, our trash cans can actually hold trash. We can put our computers on our desks now. Buying snacks won't get us criticized anymore. We can make our beds however we want. Wow! A walking hot topic generator, a member of the T0 Guild boundary between reality and illusion, she carries the title and can walk with impunity. Universities fear losing control of public opinion most, but Bed's incredible popularity is enough to silence school leaders. By the way, even though MOU isn't here, he asked me to treat everyone in the department to dinner. The budget is 50 yuan, and he reimbursed me for the food tonight. Really? Damn, MOU, I'm never telling Du Jingwen's jokes again. But you already are. Wherever MOU's hand reaches, everyone's stomachs fill. Haji Mo, I finally wanted to lose weight, and you're doing this? You win. Sigh, my weight loss plan is ruined too. I've been tricked by capital. This was exactly the effect MOU wanted. He knew Bed's tendency to act crazy, and fearing this big hedgehog would raise its quills again after leaving him, he had already planned her actions after returning to school. For 4 years of university, they see each other all the time, and treating them to a meal or two now and then wouldn't be a big deal. It's better to share happiness than to enjoy it alone. In both the real and virtual worlds, there are many people who have experienced the financial hardship of being broke during their university years and running out of living expenses at the end of the month. Even if all else fails, just bring some milk tea to the classmates on the weekend, and that be the end of it, right? Since Bed has moved off campus anyway, all the arrangements are done, her persona is solidified, her network expands, and Inkfish can focus on her studies. A win-win situation. French Fry's situation upon returning to school is almost a carbon copy of Bed's. Except back to normalcy, she once again adopted her classic frozen fries persona. Her naturally solitary nature discourages many from even trying to get close and chat. What's commendable about the school members is that Jianghe, who is always there to pick up and drop off students, drives the same classic minivan as jailer brother. The multiple dividends from Proof of the Stars have already accumulated considerable wealth for the virtual reality boundary, yet their lifestyle remains surprisingly simple. The luxury cars and designer brands that students expect are a given are nowhere to be seen on the virtual reality boundary. Inkfish's performance is good. As a gamer, good things should be put to good use. Jianghe didn't inflate the standard. His dinner allowance remained the same at 50 yuan, the same as the students in his department. As an outsider appearing on campus, Jianghe became a walking tourist attraction, drawing many people to check him out. French Fries is a bit serious both in the game and in real life, so please be understanding. Because French Fries seemed a bit unapproachable, Jianghe's image instantly became more approachable and friendly. I understand. It's this consistent personality, both in and out of the game, that's what allows someone to reach such heights. Your reading comprehension is good, the meal allowance is increased by 50 yuan. Damn, potato bro, I can do reading comprehension too. I can praise French Fries too. At this moment, Jianghe suddenly felt like some kind of spoiled brat, spending money to get a smile from French Fries, who was eating an ice pop on a cold day not far away. Only after getting into the car did French Fries' tense face reveal a playful smile. Jianghe couldn't help but tease, you've been in university for 4 years, don't always have such a cold face. Are you quite gentle and kind to us? If I don't act like that, how can you? This lucky charm seems so friendly. Jianghe caught a glimpse of French Fries' mischievous grin out of the corner of her eye. People in the community always say you're not as strong-willed as others, and I don't like those comments. Sometimes, I also want outsiders to know how much you like me, and how much you take care of me. I also want to tell others that you're mine, and no one can steal you away. Ouch. Did they put chili powder on today's fries? So spicy and hot. I'm driving. Don't suddenly say strange things. Is this considered strange? Save it for tonight. It's affecting the steering wheel speed. Jianghe took a deep breath. My hands are shaking. Okay, I say more tonight. The Fries grumbled, took out a bag of wafers, and started crunching away again. As always, a big eater. Compared to the Bed and the Fries, Orange Tea's return to school probably caused the biggest stir. While the former two schools seem to be still going through some procedures, Orange Tea's department at Qingning University has already openly made banners. Welcome to the World Championship winner, Proof of Stars. Hanging the sign in the department office conveyed a sense of pride. Before leaving school, Orange Tea was already a star, attracting a surge in groups of visitors who had to be cleared by security. Now, with its Tea God moniker firmly established, on the day of my return, the chants of Tea God never stopped on my way back to the dorm. It's unbelievable, it's packed with people. The message posted in the group chat included a picture. It truly was a sea of people, as if the entire school had surged in. School leaders and department heads contacted Orange Tea immediately. Previously, they were worried Orange Tea would move out of the school, but now their words implied a desire for her to rent an apartment off campus. Before returning to school, someone had relayed instructions from higher up. Take good care of Orange Tea's daily life. Don't let her be disturbed too much. During the conversation, the person who relayed this message also revealed that the person was from even higher up. Just imagining the level of those possibly monitoring the school leaders were already sweating buckets. A thorough safety and hygiene inspection was conducted 2 weeks early. Everywhere was swept clean. Even the most obscure corners and dark crevices that might have gone unnoticed for decades were cleaned. The school cafeteria's food standards and menus were displayed directly on their counters. On the very first day of school, the students clearly noticed an improvement in the quality of the cafeteria food. Wait, Annie, why aren't your hands shaking today? The portions are huge. Is this still only 2 liang, 100 grams of rice? Damn, are they trying to kill us? So much egg and seaweed in the seaweed and egg drop soup? Last semester it was like a garbage can. What kind of life is this? The sweet and sour pork ribs are all meat, hardly any bones. Don't even mention it. Have you ever had fried pork chops? Last semester, the batter was so thick you couldn't even bite into a piece of meat. Look at these now. As he spoke, the student took a bite of the pork chop, crunching loudly. The chop was only coated with a thin layer of batter, golden and crispy. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. The snail rice noodle soup at the cafeteria's window actually has snails in the broth. It's more authentic than the chain stores. You think that's outrageous enough? Dude, did you order tofu? What's wrong with tofu? Before, bean products were considered meat, now they're considered vegetarian. Huh? The changes in the cafeteria quickly sparked widespread discussion among the students. Soon, some diligent students checked and found that there hadn't been any special inspections recently. This standard, which only applies when higher-ups visit, was clearly not just a perfunctory measure. Because for the second and third days, the cafeteria's food standards remained unchanged. Upon learning this, those who had mocked their roommates at the beginning of the semester for spending hundreds of yuan on their meal cards now felt that their act of ordering takeout was even more of a rip-off. No, why is this so outrageous? Isn't there any definite answer? Is there a mole? Any inside information? I'm so curious. I don't believe the cafeteria staff suddenly changed their ways and had a change of heart after a semester. I do have a guess, but I don't know if the mole's words are accurate. The school's internal chat group instantly erupted, with everyone tagging the person who spoke, urging him not to hide anything. After being tagged so many times, the person decided to just go for it. I was just saying, just consider it a dream. It's okay, we're all dream interpreters. Okay, I heard it's related to the big star who recently returned to school. Big star? Who is it? Duh, the tea goddess, of course. Right? The tea goddess has such a huge fan base, and she insists on not ordering takeout and eating in the cafeteria. Really? The tea god must be really rich. Still eating in the cafeteria? Wake up, the line between reality and fiction is pretty simple. Didn't you see that truck that the Potato Association uses to pick up French fries? My dad's is better than that. So we're benefiting from the tea god's fame? Definitely. As long as the tea god keeps eating in the cafeteria, the school has to maintain appearances. Otherwise, if the tea god complains about the food, do you think the school will shut him up faster? Or will the tea god's fans explode in the community? The person who broke the news spoke up again. Actually, I also dreamed about some really wild things. Speak, Dream Master, the Duke of Zhou is here. Okay. The person paused for a moment, then dropped a line of text. Rumor has it that someone asked the school to take good care of Tea Goddess, and ensure she has a good 5 years of university. And this person who made this request is extremely high-ranking. Their words are likely to cause a stir. Damn, bro, stop talking. I don't want to invite trouble. That's a bit too far-fetched. How could someone like that possibly notice Tea Goddess? I don't believe it. It's pure hearsay. Snowwater Fried Noodles yawned. Who did you talk to? I heard it's all over the school where Orange Tea is. The enamel mug waved its hand. A former student, don't worry about it, it's nothing. Why all the fuss? Why didn't you say anything to the school where fries and bed are? To make you laugh. The enamel mug touched its face, since Orange Tea is the good luck that Halora and the others have certified. Maybe I can get some luck by doing this. Since there's someone like the Overlord, I should believe it a little. Besides, since you said that, I just give them a heads up, and that's it. Chapter 548. Looking at the campus life shared by Potato Fries, Bedtime, and Tea God, And glancing at the feedback from the other university students in the top 4 of the Chinese server, Yuanti couldn't help but feel envious. During his student days, he had also fantasized about being in the center of the stage, basking in the envious gazes of his peers. As he grew older, these unrealistic daydreams were worn away by the daily grind. Nongya beside him asked, "You're envious, aren't you?" Yuanti didn't deny it, nodding, "I won't have the chance to experience that feeling anymore, but it's good that they're so happy. Besides, I have nothing to be dissatisfied with, I received enough." Nongya casually wrapped her arms around his neck and nuzzled his cheek. "I feel most secure when you say things like that, I like it. You experience that in your next life, saving Anna, everyone will see you as a hero." Security was the word Nongya mentioned most often when they were together. The safety she referred to wasn't about force or physique, those tangible metrics manifested through violence. As for its specifics, the primal being couldn't understand even after asking. Before the Tower World's decisive victory, the primal being's mother had moved out of the old house she lived in for nearly 30 years. That old house held all of the primal being's memories. The cramped, less than 50 square meter house was filled with the marks of time. Upon her first visit, Ningyao pushed open the door and felt as if she had opened a portal back 40 or 50 years. The old wooden furniture was brittle, many shelves, if pinched hard, could be rubbed into sawdust and powder. The moldy paint on the walls was peeling and crumbling, scattering dust everywhere. The wall sockets, which should have been off-white, had yellowed with age. The tiles, repeatedly repainted, had lost their shine. The deep-seated stains and slightly rough texture spoke volumes about the power of time. Yuanti lived in an old apartment building, a high-rise 8 stories high, without an elevator. Nongya, accustomed to elevators, couldn't imagine Yuanti and his mother climbing up and down the stairs day after day. Yuanti, upon hearing this, simply laughed and said, "That's why I didn't experience a sudden weight gain like the prison guard." Even delivery drivers shook their heads at the height. Buying large appliances in the narrow passageways tested the mover's agility. During major shopping festivals, if one went all out, the mountains of packages would be enough to give Yuanti a high-intensity workout. He was actually a very adaptable person. No matter how dilapidated the house, as long as the computer and its mainframe were still there, he felt he could manage for the rest of his life. Nongya had thought so before. If they didn't live in modern society, she felt that the 4 primal bodies were like Lyra from Maupassant's novel. Life could be outrageously simple. Without external intervention, inertia would propel them in the same motion for decades, without a single ripple. In modern society, the diversification of entertainment and the ease of acquiring resources allowed the 4 primal bodies to carve out a niche for themselves in social interactions, accidentally becoming a member of the boundary between reality and virtuality. Such a low desire, easily satisfied person's only longing was for a clean, bright, sunny, low-density residential area. This was a luxury that the 4 primal bodies could only dream of. For his mother, even at his young age, he couldn't help but frown from climbing the stairs day after day, let alone his family whose health wasn't ideal. Before meeting everyone, the 4 primal bodies' daily work, plus gaming services, had already saved up a sum of money. The dividends from the stars proof made up for all the remaining needs of this wish. Now, what he needed to do was fulfill another wish. Pushing open the door, the sound brought a response to the brightly lit room. A somewhat bewildered 4 primal bodies' mother came out, catching a glimpse of 2 people changing shoes in the entryway, and a woman dressed in strange clothes who seemed to have stepped out of a painting. She was momentarily stunned. The 4 primal bodies' mother's memory wasn't very good. During the new year, Nongya noticed that she often forgot details she had repeatedly emphasized. They had clearly eaten together at the same table, but after finishing, she would suddenly become absent-minded, subconsciously getting up and anxiously saying, "I forgot to call Nongya for dinner." Upon seeing Nongya, she greeted her warmly, taking her hand and setting aside 2 cartons of milk, muttering, "Why are you being so polite again?" Then, she curiously inquired of the only woman in the room she didn't recognize, "Who are you?" "Herlela, your son's friend." Hearing this, the mother of the 4 primal bodies' expression shifted. She quickly poured tea for everyone. Remembering that young people seemed indifferent to tea, she immediately took out some juice from the refrigerator. A warm feeling washed over Nongya. It was orange juice. She had casually mentioned liking it during the new year. When she hurriedly left, the stock was empty. Undoubtedly, this was what the aunt had bought and stored. Hopefully, she could drink it whenever she returned. Having done all this, the mother of the 4 primal bodies lured her obedient son to the balcony with her eyes. "Mom, what's wrong?" Seeing her mother's less than pleasant expression, Reminiscent of the impending storm after her own mischief as a child, the primal was puzzled. Was she upset that she left so hastily after the new year, leaving Nonya at home without even saying goodbye? But it wasn't her fault. It was all the fault of the treacherous weaving wind. Tell me the truth. What are you really thinking? What? What am I thinking? Nonya seems fine to me. She came over during the new year, helping out with this and that. Didn't you say she was nice too? What's she doing now? Bringing other people home again? Huh? Huh, what? Now that you're a celebrity, you're trying to pull these weird tricks like foreigners? I'm innocent, Mom. No, Halora is a doctor. She's here to treat you. The moment those words left her lips, the primal felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. You haven't told me such a terrible lie in a long time. Fame has changed your mindset. Trying to fool your mother? Do you think I don't know whether my illness is curable or not? If there were a cure for diabetes, it would be big news on TV. The Primarch realized what it meant to be speechless. He truly couldn't explain it. Harola snapped her fingers, and the sliding door to the balcony opened automatically. Before the Primarch's mother could even react, Harola clapped her hands, and a dazzling green light enveloped the room. In just a moment, the Primarch's mother's eyes lost focus and began to glaze over. I never seen you this nervous, even when you're playing a game and you're sweating buckets, Primarch. Faced with Harola's teasing, the Primarch could only sigh. This is so unfair. I still went to steal food after having Nonya. When did my mom become so clueless about me? Halora chuckled. It's not that she doesn't understand, it's just that concern makes her confused. She's already considered Nonya family. I'm like an untimely cat-stealing fish, trying to steal Nonya's man. Nonya blushed, a rare sight. She hadn't blushed this much even when she broke through the four primitives' defenses. Taking advantage of her mother's dazed state, Halora slipped a ring adorned with unknown vines and scattered grass seeds onto her index finger. Anyway, the sea of magic in this world is sealed, so the overflowing power is just that, overflowing. It's perfect for nourishing your mother's body. After a while, once her physical condition improves, I use magic to treat her further. Generally speaking, these 2 steps are enough. If there are any emergencies, I also have the puppet route and the option to call for outside help. The puppet route involves replacing the diseased organs, becoming a half-flesh puppet, which won't prevent her from living her life as a human. Outside help is simple. We get the medical team to come and operate on-site. Although it will destroy some of the alchemist team's masterpieces, but don't worry, our promises are comprehensive. He trusted the value of the Dominator's promises. After a while, the mother of the 4 Primarchs came to her senses. Finding herself sitting on the sofa, recalling the scene that should have been on the balcony, she felt a wave of disorientation. She sighed inwardly, my brain isn't working properly. Looking around, there was no sign of Halora. She was even more astonished and couldn't help but touch her forehead. The unusual thing on her hand made her examine it closely. This ring. It's a gift Nonya bought for you. She picked it out very carefully, so please don't lose it. The mother of the 4 primal bodies was taken aback, then her face lit up with joy. It's a very unique little trinket. Wearing it makes me feel refreshed. It wasn't just a casual remark. Strangely, she felt a warm current flowing through her body, coursing through her blood. Her previously sluggish and weak body seemed to be awakened, regaining its strength, just like when she was young. Seeing the 4 primal bodies, so engrossed in the joy of her mother's redemption, Nonya smiled and pursed her lips. Auntie. What a terrible translation. It seems even the built-in translation of the stars approved sometimes falls short of emotion and meaning. It needs improvement. Mom, I discussed it with him. If we get married, we move to the villa in Guangzhou and bring you there too, so it'd be easier to take care of you. Okay. Ah? The mother of the 4 primal bodies nodded to herself, then her eyes widened halfway through. She glanced at her good son, then at Nonya, who was playfully twirling her blonde hair with her fingers. Oh no, she just felt so refreshed, and now she was suddenly in a daze. Get married. You already gotten to this point. So fast? Well, I know things might be faster in foreign countries, but when it comes to feelings, should we? The 4th primal was also bewildered. Get married? When did that happen? How come I didn't know? Nonya leaned down and whispered in the 4th primal's ear. Why? You already done it. Aren't you going to get married? Nonya's straightforwardness could practically drag Kesha out of the screen and challenge him. Almost like self-destructing in front of his mother, all the timidity and awkwardness in the 4th primal's heart turned into. Yes, you're absolutely right. Can't I speak first? Nonya chuckled, squeezing his hand from below the stage. If you wait until you speak, I'm afraid I have to wait until you reincarnate as Anna. Calling him mom was already a natural progression. In just a few words, what should have been a simple visit with Alora for treatment turned into a ceremony to inform the parents of their engagement. As for whether to discuss it in detail with Nongya's family, she waved her hand dismissively. We're adults now, so we can decide for ourselves. I don't think they possibly look down on you. The boundary between reality and illusion, sigh. What can they do besides offer their blessings when they hear the guild's name? That was the truth. A few days ago, when she logged into the game, the four primals had chatted with Black Sword Guardian, the guild leader of Saint Helena. The other generously offered to attend and congratulate her if Nongya married him. Of course, if they wanted to follow the French example of a low-key wedding, with no banquet, and just a photo posted in their social circle, he could send the wedding gift money in advance. The emphasis was on the guests following the host's lead. The four primals underestimated the abstract nature of the outside world. According to the Black Sword Guardian, posting a photo in the wedding circle was already considered a big deal. Many people got married quietly, or simply didn't get married at all. The sudden surprise made the four primals' mother pause for a while, before she grasped the problem in the previous conversation. Are you buying another house? This is already a new house. How can you possibly live here? Wasteful. Even if you have money, you can't squander it. It took some effort for the two to convince her that the new house was not only free, but the land was also free. The answer was that a mysterious person was handling everything. The chat group on the boundary between reality and virtuality had long been comprised of 8 people. Once everything was settled here, Nongya immediately edited the message and tossed it into the group chat to start a frenzy. There wasn't a deafening explosion, but all the members floated to the surface, belly up. Wait, what do you mean, you completed the engagement process? Wasn't Halora supposed to be treating her aunt's illness? What are you doing? A cacophony of chatter followed, leaving everyone speechless with awe. Squid, Nongya's fighting power is too strong. One punch shattered the hard wall of the 4 original bodies. Now all that's left is chickens pecking at rice. Bed, that's right, that's Nongya, a pure French superhuman, a typical example of miracles through sheer strength. Jailer, TSK. From now on, the 4 original bodies will be Nongya's toys. What? My wooden 4 original bodies, burned as firewood, so tragic. Instead of acting like this, I'm going to interrogate you and tee God about your situation. Fries asked. Orange Tea went back to school. What were you busy with? May I ask? Jailer wailed. Stop cursing. I set off to catch up tomorrow. Tomorrow? Bed sneered. Our jailer is so proactive. Don't say that, I told Jailer not to come. I'm not a child who needs to be clung to and taken care of. Orange Tea said. The jailer was already getting impatient. Didn't you say you were going to move out of the school to avoid being treated like a mascot and surrounded by people? How can I not go? Jianghe, I see, the jailer is afraid someone will come out and claim ownership of Orange Tea. After all, that happened. Nongya belatedly realized. So the jailer hasn't mentioned your relationship on the platform yet? Wow, jailer, so lame. Chapter 549. The hottest topic in the community lately is that Orange Tea, after being confessed to at school, personally admitted to having someone he likes. His private account has surpassed 1 million followers, and his most famous lucky videos still have hundreds of viewers making wishes late into the night, with total views exceeding 100 million. The fact that everyone's beloved tea god has someone he likes instantly activated the gossip spirit of the player community. Everyone is on high alert, determined to dig 3 feet into the ground to find this bastard. Judging from the trending posts in the community, Jianghe has no doubt that if Jailer Bro were to step forward and claim his love now, he would be met with a horde of ferocious zombies. Everyone has curiosity, especially when it involves tea god. The top 4 players in the Chinese server, who started enjoying life after the Tower World ended, couldn't resist chiming in. Open can eat, you're being too polite. Tea God is someone he likes, and didn't even share the news with everyone. Give us a heads up. Jianghe, without the Tea God's permission, remained tight-lipped. I don't know, I don't understand, don't ask. I understand, that means I know everything, but even if you ask, I can't tell you. Reading comprehension skills are off the charts. Jianghe complained, go have your romance with the music box, stop messing around. Orange Sky's sashimi guy jumped in cheerfully. From now on, Corn and Orange Sky are allies. In any more matches, we see who can take on the boundary between reality and illusion. Fries laughed, you guys should worry, if there's a forced competition, how will you and Corn be dealt with? Domestic violence, right? How did we get dragged into this? Let's continue with T-God. The music box quickly jumped in to change the subject. Can't you really reveal who T-God likes? Sure. Exactly. A girl like T-Goddess, I'm really afraid she'd be deceived by weirdos. Just thinking about it makes my fists clench. Nago Nong Tang. To be liked by T-Goddess, this person is so lucky. My fists are already clenched. Friendly reminder, Nago Nong Tang said before that he likes T-Goddess type. Wow, he was just joking before. Don't talk nonsense about this kind of topic. T-Goddess is in this group too. Urgent. Nago Nong Tang got tricked by Cinch. Jiang He felt immense pressure for the jailer just by looking at the group chat history. T-Goddess has too many halos. Given his previous touching image, many people might feel like a saintess being kidnapped by goblins the moment her true colors are revealed. What do you mean, a saintess being kidnapped by goblins? What kind of ridiculous analogy is this? In his own group, the jailer was complaining. Jiang He said innocently, aren't you a big fan of nuns? This is a metaphor specifically designed to fit your preferences. It's very true to the current situation. You abducted the saintess, so it's perfectly reasonable for the believers to be indignant. Halora, who had been watching the drama unfold, chuckled. Jiang He glanced at her and waved her hand. It's nothing. I was just thinking about some funny things from the past. My teacher was also chased and insulted like this before. Huh? Fries asked with interest. Why? Because he really did abduct the most prestigious chosen one in people's eyes at the time. And my teacher's reputation back then was worse than a goblin's. Your gluttonous incarnation was a derogatory term for him. The mere fact that the holy chosen one would fall into his hands and become the subject of countless literary creations is enough to keep the story going, no matter how hard it's tried. From then on, this legend circulated throughout the Silver Maple Kingdom, the entire continent, and even other continents. So much so that winning the heart of the Silver Maple Chosen One and the Holy Maiden is a crucial criterion for retracing the teacher's path. The jailer suddenly felt relieved. So, I'm retracing the Dominator's old path? Halora clapped her hands hard on the other side of the screen, teleporting to the jailer's side in an instant, startling him into thinking he'd gone too far with his words, and was about to face divine punishment. Yes, that's how shameless he was. Back then, the teacher also readily accepted discriminatory looks, forcibly transforming the term glutton from a derogatory label into a prestigious one, which then inspired faith. It seemed she was just caught up in a moment of excitement, and had to show off her skills. The jailer sighed in relief. I never knew you were such an introvert. Halora, munching on fries, muttered, back then, yes, but after 1,000 years, things have changed. If you like that personality, I can switch back when we meet after death. Role-playing? A backup of my personality experiences. This way, we could always remember our original selves and avoid getting lost. I don't understand, but it sounds impressive. Halora left after showing off her agility, all flustered. Inkfish joked in the group chat. It seems like the jailer has suddenly become more sensitive after liking orange tea. He's been posting fewer erotic pictures lately. Jiang He teased. He's started caring about his image, huh? The jailer usually doesn't care much about his clothes. He's very casual, but now he's obediently asking for advice from his bed. The bed directly exposed the jailer's secret. Someone who used to have no more than 4 outfits in his wardrobe now has over a dozen new choices. I can only say orange tea is just too charming, making this rough guy seriously re-examine himself. The jailer was genuinely embarrassed by this. Although orange tea didn't force him to change, he still didn't want outsiders to say that the tea goddess had fallen for a weirdo. But you are a weirdo. If you weren't weird, we wouldn't know each other, orange tea said privately. She felt the jailer was putting unnecessary pressure on himself. Knowing that someone would eventually find out, she had thoughtfully leaked the news beforehand, giving the jailer time to adjust. Whether the jailer wanted to proudly announce it or quietly maintain the relationship until the dust settled, he was free to choose. Everything should take its natural course. The public's attention on them would eventually be diverted to other hot topics. As time goes by, the names of those on the boundary between reality and virtuality will temporarily fade from public view. Their peaceful post-tower world life will officially begin with their university graduation. Liking someone is always mutual. The jailer is thinking of her, so of course she should think of him too. However, watching him awkwardly face everyone's interrogation in the group chat, nervously commenting on screenshots of trending community posts, Orange Tea couldn't help but twirl her pen and laugh out loud in class, attracting many stares. It's quite amusing to be mischievous sometimes. At the end of Get Out of Class, Listening to the discussions around her, she belatedly turned on her phone. The next round of the Proof of the Stars global competition is scheduled for 8 years later. Halora has completed her consultations with the various factions. Calling it consultations is perhaps less accurate than informing them, as none of the parties dared to express any opposition. The community, unsurprisingly, has been drawn to her attention. 8 years? Isn't that too long? The Olympics are only 4 years apart. Looking closely at the announcement, it says there will be some smaller tournaments interspersed throughout. The 8-yearly world-class tournament is comparable to this Tower World. I was even dreaming of an annual event, so I could ride the wave next year and share the profits with Virtual Boundary and the others. 8 years? Enough time for a child to grow up and qualify for the game. Judging by this, it seems like Proof of the Stars is going to operate for 100 years. So far, no one has been able to open source Proof of the Stars technically. Operating it for 100 years shouldn't be a problem. On the bright side, for these 8 years, the world champion has always belonged to the Chinese server. That's true, we won't have to worry about being trampled on by the champion theory in debates anymore. What champion? This has always been an unavoidable sore spot when discussing competitive events in the gaming section. Like a mountain, the exit instantly crushes the topic and its initiator at the very bottom. That's always been the way of esports. Those at the top are remembered. Of course, there are exceptions, like consistently losing to those at the top or being a perennial runner-up. Foreign servers stubbornly changed their tune, saying the Tower of Trials doesn't represent the World Championship, but that doesn't stop Chinese players from using their witty language to defeat foreign trolls when they encounter them on the World Championship. The right to be immune to criticism. A phrase often used in other game communities for amusement, it became a reality in the StarCraft community. After the Tower of Trials ended, the top 4 players on the Chinese server rarely faced criticism, and profanity was even rarer. The international servers were even more peaceful regarding the boundary between reality and fiction. After all, winning once is luck, but winning every time, even the most thick-skinned player couldn't bring themselves to call them lucky players. Orange T stared at the announcement on the official website, then couldn't help but look up into the distance. The chill and dampness of early spring had subsided, and sunlight peeked warmly through the dim clouds. She couldn't help but stretch. 8 years later? That's too far away. I wonder what it will be like when I graduate. Thinking this, Orange T swiped her phone's screen, carefully avoiding the gazes of those around her, and found the name of the jailer. You can't cook, so don't bother. Just find something delicious to take home and eat together. But I'm trying. No need for your fuss. If you want something, I cook it for you. After graduation, we go back and eat potato and squid dishes, Orange T said. Let's be patient for these 5 years. Then I come all this way for nothing. And you taking care of me. Taking care of you gives me a sense of accomplishment, so give me some achievements. What achievements? Raising pigs? The jailer on the other end of the phone was full of question marks. Who taught this? Time flies like an arrow, and 5 years have passed in a blur. Proof of the Stars is still operating smoothly, and in its 5th year of stable operation, while adding main world gameplay, it has also launched a brand new DLC. This high-level operational privilege was also unlocked due to Halora's arrival. Game data that was inaccessible during the Candlelight Weaving era was added to the game as DLC. Entering the DLC world, character data is not inherited from the old world, everything starts afresh. This gameplay attracted countless players eager to recreate the miracle of the boundary between reality and illusion in the new world. On the day the DLC world launched, the community was flooded with boundary between reality and illusion guides. This was the greatest tribute from Stars of Proof players to their guild, which had dominated 5 years ago, and was now a winner in life, enjoying a dual life in reality and virtuality. Just like when the server launched 5.5 years ago, there are no substitutes for Stars of Proof on the market. The ability to play directly in a dream, and the flexible entertainment mode that allows for control over one's schedule, has made it a necessity for billions of beings in this world. The only thing that draws criticism is Stars of Proof's consistently and profitable business practices. For the past 5 years, they have only issued a batch of game qualifications through a lottery at the beginning and end of each year. Limited spots available, it's all about luck. The only way to expand the lottery pool and increase the number of players eligible to play is to wait for players with gaming qualifications to quit the online game. The gaming qualifications of those who quit will automatically be added to the lottery pool for that year. Many players in the community believe this is a result of server capacity limitations. This has led to a joke. Many unlucky players have been trying to get a qualification since the game's launch, and even 5 years later, they still haven't been able to enter the game and witness the wonders of the world of Anner. A meme depicts someone sitting in front of their computer, waiting for a lottery qualification, until they become a skeleton from sitting in vain. The release of the new DLC world involved an unprecedented lottery for gaming qualifications, almost like a replay of the game's launch 6 years ago. Even the game's draw interface UI remains unchanged, exuding a nostalgic atmosphere that evokes memories for many veteran players. It's been 5 years since Tower World ended, and there are only 3 years left until the World Championship. Time flies. It'd be over in the blink of an eye. I remember T-Goddess should have graduated this year, right? It's summer vacation already. She must have graduated. T-Goddess just needs to complete the procedures. Anyway, she doesn't plan to work, she's already financially independent. She's the latest one out of everyone. Bed and Fries graduated last year. It's said that after graduation, her juniors were lamenting that the food wasn't as good as they expected. Ha! I knew it would be like that. Students in the same year as the virtual boundary were the happiest. They supposedly gained a few pounds on average. It's a pity that, even now, we still don't know that she let slip that the person she liked back then. Who is it? Maybe it's just T-God saying something casually to avoid being bothered. Does anyone know anything about the current situation at the boundary between reality and illusion? It's been a long time since I've seen them active. The guild account just updates dungeon guides regularly, and occasionally there are some short skits about interacting with NPCs. Anyway, Jailer Bro is still the same Jailer Bro, posting lewd pictures and lewd bae fanfics in the group every day, chatting and goofing off in the community, hasn't changed at all. Jailer Bro is still so abstract, then I'm relieved. Completely following his heart, I think in 3 years, the boundary between reality and illusion. The real boundary is still a T0 guild. Does Prisoner Bro reveal the stable state of the virtual boundary? Is Prisoner Bro some kind of benchmark? You don't understand. Prisoner Bro seems carefree and a joker, but he cares about the team. If there's a conflict within the virtual boundary, he definitely won't be in the mood to post lewd pictures. This is the experience of the top 4 guilds in the Chinese server, you have to believe it. So, if Prisoner Bro doesn't post lewd pictures one day, the virtual boundary might have to split up, right? He hasn't posted any today. The virtual boundary is doomed. Chapter 550. Herola saw herself as a wish-granting machine in this world for the past century. Anything the boundary between the virtual and real worlds desired, as long as it wasn't too outrageous, she would do her utmost to fulfill. If it exceeded her personal capabilities, she would summon a more advanced wish-granting machine. Wealth, fame, status, lifespan, power, she could achieve them all through customized means. The most noticeable change over the past 5 years was her lifespan. After her mother, one of the 4 Primarchs, wore the ring, her health gradually improved, her previously sluggish and confused mind cleared, and her memory returned to normal. Her body, weakened by chronic illness, seemed to have returned to its youthful state. At first, she could only eat and drink, but later she was surprised to find that her physical abilities were also quietly improving. She could run and jump again. This initially saddened her, who thought it was a final burst of energy before death. She silently wrote her will, fearing that one day she would fall asleep and never wake up again. As time passed, the anticipated end did not arrive. Instead, hospital checkups revealed a healthy condition, leaving her utterly bewildered. Faced with her mother's numerous questions, the primal being attributed everything to a miracle. Being able to spend more of her remaining time with her child was enough for her. Since it was a miracle, she should naturally thank the source of her favor. So, Halola presented the primal being with a coal sculpture she had personally sculpted. A monster, all black and grotesque. What kind of deity is this? Faced with her mother's questioning, the primal being could only sweat profusely and fabricate a story. It's the sun god. The sun god isn't that black. He got tanned. Aside from lifespan, Halola didn't have many other talents to offer. The boundary between the real and the virtual wasn't insatiable. After transferring the entire villa area to the 7 people, they contentedly enjoyed their uneventful daily lives. Their material desires are low. After their dividends covered their basic living needs, everyone obediently chose to live a secluded life as recluses. Things they previously wanted but couldn't buy, they can now order without hesitation and even dedicate a room to display them. This is the only place they lavishly spend money after becoming wealthy. If you really want to categorize their collections, everyone has their own area of interest within the virtual real boundary. Beiwo's collection consists of clothes, both men's and women's, and all sorts of cosplay kits, allowing her to cosplay whomever she wants. She also collects other people's body figures, buying them for everyone as well just in case. When you see Kamen Rider, Ultraman, and even monster suits in her wardrobe, you understand the vastness of her collection. Don't ask, the answer is that everyone in the virtual real boundary has had the experience of waking up to see a monster and thinking someone from Halora's hometown has come. Mayu's collection is trading cards. Du Jingwen's repressed self from years ago has finally been unleashed, and what she discarded, MOU is reclaimed 100-fold. Popular card game cards, both common and premium, are all available. In their dedicated collection room, there's even a display wall covered with premium cards, shimmering under the lights, as if the cards have all come alive. Jailer's main collection is figurines. Given Orange T's laissez-faire attitude, his figurine collection has been remarkably smooth, even audacious, encompassing every style imaginable. Several life-size figurines have been crammed into the collection room. Aurora couldn't help but mutter upon seeing this. A necromancer collecting figurines, it feels a bit strange. The four primal bodies and Nongya don't have a particularly special collecting focus. If anything, they collect photographs. Given that there were no photography enthusiasts in the entire boundary between the virtual and real worlds, the four primal beings, as veteran mages, naturally became veteran mages upon the birth of their first child. Long lenses, short lenses, various camera models. Proficiency in all these was easy for the four primal beings, who could simply throw money at the problem and have expert instructors teach them. Officially taking up the post of veteran mage, the four primal beings became the recorders of everyone's lives. They had to leave traces of their existence in both the virtual and real worlds, at the boundary between the virtual and real. Especially after having children, this feeling of preserving time became even stronger. Orange Tea didn't have any particularly special collections either. If she had to say she had anything, she specifically found a yard in the villa area to raise chickens and ducks. Animal companions that a summoner finds in this world, Halora joked, except they all look very delicious. Jianghe, French fries, collects physical books. Not only physical books from this world, but also various rare rubbings from the Three Realms land. Both were curious about how the person inheriting this vast collection of books from another world would view them after their deaths. Would they be misunderstood as self-entertaining novelists who, despite filling a room with books throughout their lives, never published them publicly? As for the systematic theories, they would likely be seen as an ingenious collection of settings, even artificially aged to emphasize the passage of time for realism. To make this interpretation resonate with the public, Fries made an effort. She finally took that step she had hesitated to take. Jianghe secretly got up in the middle of the night and threw out her revised first chapter. By the time French Fries realized it, it was too late. I'm not ready yet. By the time you're ready, we all be going to Anna. Jianghe nibbled at her ear. You can't just keep the story bottled up inside and write it in Anna, can you? Come on, let's write it together. The beginning is always the hardest, but once you get started, everything goes smoothly. French Fries' story is basically based on her own experiences, mixed with some elements of the Three Realms worldview. An alternate world, transmigration, becoming a hero to save the world, and incidentally managing a sect. She originally thought not many people would read it, even with Jianghe's help in polishing, making deletions and revisions to adapt the plot, it would still drown in an unnoticed corner. Suddenly, the serialization gained a stable readership. Not a huge hit, but it had about 1,000 loyal readers. 5 years. You hesitated for a full 5 years. If you had acted 5 years earlier, you might already be famous. Faced with his lover's complaints, French Fries turned his head and muttered, We don't lack fame. If it weren't for me helping you, you would never have taken this step. Tell me, how are you going to thank me? French Fries gritted his teeth. Do whatever you want. Whatever you want. Back in school, the group of friends, French Fries, Orange Tea, and the bed, were willing to move around a bit. After graduation, almost everyone stayed home. They got up promptly at 7 a.m. Sleeping in was fine, since Potato and Squid always reserved a portion for the champion of sleeping in. After a satisfying meal, those with a customized exercise plan would be urged by French Fries to keep up and not slack off. If there's no workout plan or Anna knowledge course customized by Halola that day, then the entire virtual real boundary will basically be a place where everyone stays at home and enjoys playing games. With no calories burned, a quick snack at lunchtime followed by immersion in the virtual world is enough to while away the hours until evening. After enjoying a Potato and Squid meal to digest, they might stroll around the neighborhood, play ball, or revisit childhood games. It's truly unremarkable. Perhaps, only their playtime is worth mentioning. Initially, Halora wanted to dismiss it as so childish. How old are they to be playing hide-and-seek and tag? But the enthusiastic invitations led her to reluctantly join the kindergarten crowd with the stay-at-home dad, Black Carp. In Jianghei's words, this is also a game, a return to simplicity. Just because many children play these kinds of games doesn't automatically make them childish. That's only because, as adults, you can no longer find friends to play wildly and childishly with. Children's joy is simple and pure. Finding a smooth, blade-like twig in the wild is enough to happily play the role of a swordsman, treating weeds as enemies, and cutting through the undergrowth with unstoppable force. Thinking about it, this is the earliest form of role-playing. At least, I did this as a child. It seems the berserker spirit in Proof of the Stars, cutting through everything, was awakened long ago. The ability to switch between frozen and tomato-flavored fries was formed the moment I found the twig. Finding a smooth, shiny pebble on the riverbank, warm and smooth to hold in your hand, can bring joy for a whole day. Showing it off to friends makes your smile practically reach the sky. If the pebble is slightly brightly colored and has eye-catching patterns, it becomes a prized possession in the eyes of your friends, a treasure that no amount of snacks could buy. If someone adds layers of pressure at this point, then reluctantly giving up your card can be a kind of early experience of the simulation management game. There are many variations, not just limited to hide-and-seek. Hrala even saw Jianghei and the others specially buy pirated cards, slightly bent into an arch shape, and placed on the ground. There are many ways to play, the most common being to slap the ground, causing both cards to fall to the same side, thus confiscating one of the opponent's genuine cards. The pirated card determines ownership of the genuine card. The most influential episode featuring the pirated cards. The rules are simple and clear, the gameplay is simple and brutal, yet they can play endlessly until their hands are red from slapping, requiring her to use magic to heal them. It's hard to imagine that one of the game's enthusiasts is the Four Primal Bodies, who is already a father. The Four Primal Bodies, and Nongya's child, was born much faster than everyone expected. Less than half a year after Potato and the others returned to school, Nongya happily announced in the group chat that the Four Primal Bodies could become a father. Jianghei vividly remembered that afternoon when the prison guard was still performing his traditional act, a massive distribution of lewd pictures, with speeds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour, a wild ride. After Nongya's comment, there was a full 2 or 3 minutes of silence in the group chat. This made Nongya wonder if the prison guard had gone too far with the lewd content, completely disrupting the group. For a group of people who had only recently entered the workforce, the oldest member of their group was about to become a father, and they would soon be called uncle by their children. Their seniority was rapidly increasing, and they were starting to be called old. Were they really in their 20s, like unshaven, middle-aged men, even though it was just a change in address? Just thinking about it felt strange. Don't let the fact that the jailer is the most aggressive driver in the group fool you. In terms of actual driving speed, he's not even 1% as fast as Nongya. Given the Four Primitives' wooden-like insensitivity, the possibility of him taking the initiative emotionally is extremely slim. Therefore, it's easy for everyone to judge what role the Four Primitives played during that period, and what efforts Nongya made. With Alora around, the child's birth went exceptionally smoothly. At 2 years old, Jianghei was already happily addressed as uncle. At 3, the child was already able to assign titles more accurately. Jianghei was Uncle Potato, but French Fries was Sister French Fries. Squid, the jailer, was uncle, but Bed and Orange Tea were sisters. Jianghei and his group were all doubled in their affections, but when it came to French Fries and the others, this child's words were 100 times sweeter than his father's. The only exception was probably the sparsely noticeable Black Carp, who only occasionally appeared as a guard doll. Halora was utterly puzzled. Why only her? You said she's your sister? After paying the price of 2 gummy candies, the child spoke. Black Carp's sister is very respectful to all of you. You are the elders, and she is the little one. It's understandable that Nongya, with her pure bloodline, was born with the strongest genes for attracting women, but this child's little brain was unexpectedly clever. She could read people's expressions at such a young age. There was no fanfare, no announcement of the good news in the community. The child's birth was quiet. After experiencing the hustle and bustle of the tower world, surrounded by crowds, and finding it hard to find peace, everyone felt refreshed after being away from the public eye. Nongya and the Four Primal Bodies, already accustomed to this leisure, only shared the good news with a limited number of people within their circle. The top 4 in the Chinese server are naturally among them. Everyone is a good friend, and they keep their mouths shut. After all, they can keep things like instant food and music box weddings a secret, so having children isn't a big deal. However, Every time they see the children of the four original beings, they always think of two people. To be precise, one person, a puppet. What are Qin Xiaoyu and Candlelight doing now? Hrala lazily replied, the long vacation I gave them hasn't expired yet, they're probably still somewhere being all lovey-dovey. Can puppets have offspring? Of course not. Halora laughed, puppets are inherently flawed creations. Flawed individuals cannot give birth on their own. However, if they need it, the Alchemist Craftsman Group can provide support at any time. Qin Xiaoyu himself doesn't have a strong desire for offspring, he just likes Candlelight. He had already prepared himself mentally when he expressed this affection. The veer of the topic made Halora genuinely curious. After all, she hadn't actively summoned the Candlelight in 5 years. Where were those two now, and what were they doing? Curious, she tapped her forehead, extending her thoughts to the black carp, using the resonance between the dolls to locate the Candlelight. This place at sea? Or a deserted island, Facing the crowd on the boundary between reality and illusion craning their necks, curious about Qin Xiaoyu's current situation, Halora glanced at them, and pursed her lips nonchalantly. Nothing much, just the same mundane, tedious daily routine as you all. The others understood, but the jailer seemed slow-witted, insisting on asking specifically. At this moment, he was even more oblivious than the four primal bodies. Chapter 551. It was also the year everyone graduated that a restaurant called Anna appeared near the university town. It served home-style dishes. A glance at the menu revealed mostly dishes perfect for eating with rice. Eggplant casserole, shredded pork with garlic sauce, tomato and egg, braised potatoes with pork. Take the tomato and egg stir-fry, for example. The large portion was enough to make even high-energy high school and university students stuffed with unlimited rice refills. Basically, the equivalent of ready-to-eat meals from their hometowns. It was priced at 6 yuan. For an extra 5 yuan, you could upgrade to a set meal, getting a whole plate of carb-laden stir-fried shredded potatoes with vinegar, plus a bowl of soup. It was usually seaweed and egg drop soup, but it actually contained both seaweed and egg. Both meat and vegetable portions were large, making it suitable for both a small treat and take out for breakfast, lunch, or dinner the next day. In the prime commercial area of the university town, Anna Restaurant was truly an anomaly. The chefs are quite skilled, capable of preparing both large-scale meals and elaborate dishes with flair. Many regulars have even been lucky enough to become familiar with the chefs and sample the hidden menu items. Of course, over time, these hidden menu items were also made available on the main menu. Even the most astute restaurateurs couldn't fathom how they could make a profit with such low prices. After meticulous calculations of utilities, rent, and labor costs, they could only manage a rough conclusion. To operate stably in this area, with their current low prices and sales volume, their ideal scenario was to break even each month, or at least minimize losses. They were convinced this approach was unsustainable. Anna Restaurant would eventually burn through its cash flow and find itself in the dilemma of being rejected when raising prices. 6 months have passed, and Anna's restaurant remains consistently excellent, its generous portions still earning it widespread praise in the university town area. Any negative reviews I see on campus or online are actually sarcastic or malicious. For many students, it's become the shared canteen for all the schools in their university town. At mealtimes, countless people pounce on campus like hungry tigers, either reserving seats for others or acting as dorm supervisors, single-handedly packing food. Anna's restaurant doesn't offer online delivery, you have to dine in and order. Everyone understands this inconvenient rule. University students are already strapped for cash, being able to eat a full meal for 6 yuan, and even save some for the next meal if you have a small appetite, is wonderful. When you're short on cash, the name Anna's Restaurant naturally comes to mind. How do they make money? They can't be not making money or losing money, right? Even professional restaurateurs are baffled. They tried every possible way to glean information about the owner from the restaurant staff, hoping to learn about his business acumen. The answers they received left them bewildered. We never actually met the owner, he contacts us through a young man. Since Anna Restaurant opened, its affordable prices, generous portions, and ability to satisfy university students have become wildly popular on online communities. In today's era of trending topics and social media buzz, restaurants are attracting countless online influencers, receiving widespread praise for both their prices and culinary skills. Anyone who isn't immune to online attention should know how much traffic and revenue they could gain by making a public appearance at this time. It's utterly baffling. It's like the company behind Proof of the Stars, Starfire, they don't make money. Because Anna Restaurant shares the same name as Anna, the original setting of the phenomenal game Proof of the Stars, players occasionally visit it offline. When they get together, they often joke that maybe the restaurant is located on the boundary between the virtual and real worlds. After all, once they achieve financial freedom, they all settled down and rarely showed their faces. If they met in the game, they were busy creating strategy guides, and even a casual greeting felt like being looked after by an idol. Offline, the person they interacted with most often was the jailer. This guy, day in and day out, spammed the group chat with lewd images, even commissioning them himself. Many suspected he had a thing with QQ, a Chinese messaging app. Otherwise, how could other groups be bombarded with lewd images while he remained unscathed with his consistent, high-frequency output? After Ana Restaurant had been operating stably in the Guangzhou University town for a year, becoming the envy of university students elsewhere, they seemed to hear everyone's cries. Near the university where I used to study, Ana's Restaurant opened its first branch. Then came the university where Orange Tea was located. Same menu, same recipe. Identical decor. Oh no, while the branch opened, the main branch underwent some decorative changes. On the walls of Anna's cafeteria hung the symbols of the classes in the game Proof of the Stars. These corresponded to Berserker, Magic Warrior, Necromancer, Elemental Mage, Shadow Assassin, Flawless Wall, and Necromancer. Besides these symbols, a new mural depicting a dark elf holding a lit candle in one hand, and a black koi fish leaping in the water in the other was added. And the black sun hanging high above their heads. It was just speculation before, but now the case is solved. It really was the boundary between reality and illusion operating behind the scenes. They just didn't quite understand what the dark elves, candles, and black carp represented. The black sun didn't seem to appear in the main game storyline either. Could it be a side quest they hadn't seen? The idea of running a restaurant came from Jianghe, and unsurprisingly, everyone agreed. They had all been through the hardships of college life, and knew very well how impoverished they had been back then. Eating was their most desired desire to be fulfilled. The boundary between reality and illusion hadn't earned a single penny from the restaurant. Occasionally, due to overstocking, there were losses, and they would even incur monthly losses, requiring them to cover them out of pocket. However, for them, this expense was insignificant. All they did was for the sake of the kindness they had been taught, and also to pray to the elusive nature of fate itself. This unpredictable and ever-changing fate connected them to the ruler, and also to that broken world they had never physically visited. Having no experience in the catering industry, Yuan Huai offered to send help, but everyone resolutely refused. They had to do it themselves, willing to suffer losses and make mistakes. After a year of stable operation and everything going smoothly, they finally brought their innermost thoughts into the open. If what you hold onto will eventually come to pass, the virtual reality boundary was willing to believe in it to some extent, just as it had believed in Orange Tea. The virtual reality boundary is truly a dynasty, isn't it? I read many analyses. Operating like this, ideally, you break even, but not ideally you lose money. One store burning money wasn't enough, they opened 3 and burned through cash like crazy. It's practically charity. Sigh, it reminds me of Tower of Trials. In the early days, with the suppression of public opinion and the inability to share freely, they had to share strategies privately. You know, it's been 6 years already, time flies. Back when StarCraft launched and Tower of Trials opened, I was still a struggling college student. Now I'm a corporate slave. Sigh, it's like a blink of an eye. I'm different. Back then, I used my family's phone to watch clips of the virtual real boundary every day. I just graduated elementary school. I'm already a senior in high school. Wow, get out of here, you senior dog. Go back to studying and doing practice problems. Work-life balance is key. I definitely need to do practice problems. My dream at this stage is to get into the University of President Potato and T-God. I even got a StarCraft qualification this year after watching T-God's video. I played Berserker as soon as I log in, following in Sister Potato's footsteps. This pilgrimage mentality has persisted since he became famous on the boundary between the virtual and real worlds. It hasn't faded with their disappearances. Instead, it has become part of the symbolic meaning of game culture, possessing a vibrant life force in the virtual world. In the words of Jailer Bro, this is called cyber immortality. A century later, when people revisit the vast information databases of the internet, conducting a broad search by key figures in the key timelines, his name will inevitably be remembered. The name Jailer Bro alone is enough to link him to a series of abstract behaviors. As for how future generations will evaluate him, he's already dead, so it doesn't matter. The pilgrimage to sacred sites that takes place on the boundary between the virtual and the real world revolves around the life stories of several individuals. University, a crucial stage in their lives, became the ultimate destination for their pilgrimage. During her 5 years at university, the tea goddess promoted her departments, veterinary medicine, streaming account with numerous appearances. Her 5 years at the university also marked the peak of the department's enrollment. After the college entrance exams, inquiries poured in. Aside from the usual admissions questions about job prospects and faculty, the most frequently asked question, and the most often heard by admissions officers, was, "Can I meet the tea goddess?" The tea goddess also achieved cyber immortality. Her legacy remains inextricably linked when people search through timelines. A person who repeatedly uses her incredible luck as a symbol. This is clearly a character whose image is most prone to collapse, yet she has withstood numerous events both inside and outside the game, remaining steadfast and increasingly resilient. Compared to her, even the lucky charms of a koi fish pale in comparison. Her existence directly forced the university to strengthen its faculty, and teachers who heard the university's name always readily agreed. In just 5 years, the Department of Veterinary Medicine at Tea Goddess had become the top-ranked department in the admissions brochure. The Tea Goddess effect persisted even after her departure. Jianghe's former residence was also part of the pilgrimage. As someone who could mold everyone at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds into a team, he was widely believed to possess formidable leadership charisma. Thus, abstract things began to happen one after another. Various eccentric startup owners would bring their employees here to check in, defining it as the birthplace of the virtual and real worlds. If it were only that, it wouldn't be so bad. They also casually conducted corporate education here, the kind of bizarre operation that would be criticized as idiotic on short video platforms, making him frown. Just as he was hoping the snow water noodles could solve the problem, unfortunately, the old town was undergoing renovations, and the house filled with his childhood memories became a historical ruin, interrupting the group's pilgrimage. Besides the school and some other interesting places, this area was also included in the pilgrimage. Cheeling Lane. An alley that even locals might not know, it became a popular internet spot because of the story of how Bed, a nickname for a friend, verbally abusing Du Jingwen, and then attacking Mou, another nickname for a friend. People initially came to take photos to mock Du Jingwen, posing under the sign for Cheeling Lane, with captions like Pilgrimage to the Holy Land, Du Jingwen's losing place, or Ancient Battlefield Ruins, the place where Emperor Bed battled Du Jingwen to prove his Tao. But as the meme spread widely, the original playful and sarcastic tone diminished, and the place became a popular spot for couples. Bed, realizing things had become interesting, couldn't help but mutter in Mou's arms, "What's with this couple's checking in thing?" hoping one of them was also tormented by Du Jingwen. "That's just awful, I don't understand." Actually, as the couple in question, they had secretly checked in too. It was Mou's suggestion. After getting married to his bedmate, falling in love, and experiencing a truly normal marital relationship, he felt calm and grateful. Grateful that Du Jingwen was utterly rotten, leaving him with no lingering feelings. Grateful that his bedmate pulled him out of the mire, he might never consider marriage again. He had never told anyone that after the divorce, he had no hope for love or marriage. He was heartbroken. It was his bedmate who suddenly barged in, forcefully pulling him out of the mire. Hee, she's so nice, so soft and fragrant. The community discussion, centered on Anna's restaurant, extended to the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, continuing for a long time. So many years have passed, and they're still the same as before. I'm relieved. I don't know about others, but I'm a beneficiary of the area near the university town. After I finish eating there, I have to add, may good people in the virtual and real worlds live long and peaceful lives. I've seen this phrase used in other contexts. Sigh, your divergent thinking is just like that of the jailer. Don't pollute the meaning. Get lost, jailer, get lost. Seriously, I'm really curious. What are they doing now, after all these years? Yeah, everyone's reminiscing about the Tower World of yesteryear. The Proof of the Stars event, a world-class event held every 8 years, is coming up in 2 years. Isn't there any announcement? Everyone in the virtual and real worlds must be spying on the community. Come out and say something. We really miss you guys. There's something else. Something I've been curious about since then. What? T-God, who was the person you liked back then? Did you end up together? Maybe it was the jailer. After all, they both settled down. It's been so many years. Their kids are probably talking and walking by now. Sigh, if that's true, everyone's tanned. Lucky goddess has been snatched up by a stupid goblin. Crying? Jailer it is then. T-God's liking him is what matters most. I just hope everyone on the boundary between reality and fiction has good luck. After all, he accompanied me for 2 summers. I really miss him. If the jailer wasn't so abstract and eccentric, he wouldn't be so bad. Your prejudice against him is unreasonable. He's rich, and a total shut-in. All the fun he had was taken by anime characters. If he liked T-God, he'd be absolutely devoted. Seeing you all like this, hoping everyone in the anime you're watching has a happy ending. I suddenly understand. Chapter 552. The Star Cup, a testament to the stars. Held every 8 years, the Star Cup is the highest honor, often referred to as the World Championship. Due to the exceptional performance of the first Star Cup by the virtual reality boundary, the final winner was given a special title, T0 Guild. As the second Star Cup began, star trails created by the star campfire illuminated the in-game sky. The starlight was like mist, dazzling and brilliant. Spots of fluorescent blue, a torrent of data as thick as ink, formed a star map, outlining the names of the virtual reality boundary members. Drips of ink flowing across the star map scroll blurred their character information from the competition. Bright and dazzling, they earned their place in history with an absolutely overwhelming victory. Every 8-year tournament, their deeds will resonate once more. Just as everyone was wondering if the boundary between reality and illusion could dominate the leaderboards in this year's competition, a message exploded like a thunderclap in the community. Almost instantly, a long article, along with related screenshots, circulated throughout all the Proof of the Stars communities. It was posted from the official boundary between reality and illusion account. At the beginning of the article, Jianghe and Potato, in a tone close to friends, described the current situation of everyone in the community that players cared about most. Everything was fine, some were married, some were engaged, and the children of the 4 primals were old enough to run errands. However, the ceremonies were all attended only by close friends within the circle. Incidentally satisfying Jailer's desire to be tortured, Jianghe publicly announced that he had already married T-God. Then, at the end of the article, through Proof of the Stars, we gained friends, love, wealth, fame, and a ticket to an unknown future. As the guild leader of AT0 Guild, and as the #1 player on the Tower World leaderboard. And, as a player, I believe that the achievements and stories we created together with everyone in virtual reality boundary 8 years ago are beyond question. We tasted both fame and fortune. The spotlight is too dazzling. Even after fading from the spotlight for so long, people still habitually focus their attention on us, ignoring other excellent players. This stage belongs to those who haven't yet tasted success. I wish all players who love games can achieve their dreams here. Virtual reality boundary, hoping to play games with everyone for a lifetime. Following the long post was Orange T's livestream. With the assistance of Prison Guard Brother, Orange T's livestreams have been going smoothly for the past few years. However, her livestreams are spontaneous, and she doesn't have a dedicated chat group, hence the nickname T's Secret Realm. You need to be lucky enough to catch her quietly starting a livestream to be among the first to join the chat. You can attract a large audience to connect and share their thoughts like the T-God, who, without signing with any party or engaging in promotion, simply sits in front of the screen as a listener. People have become accustomed to the T-God's presence. Sometimes, Orange T feels like a nun listening to confessions. Those who visit her livestream find solace in whatever troubles or hidden secrets they have. Many say that after confiding in Orange T, they feel much better. And this seems to be one of the attributes that Jailer Brother, a popular streamer, likes most. Through the T-God's words, it was reiterated that withdrawing from the competition was a collective decision. However, at this point, everyone's focus had become somewhat strange. I really want to kill the jailer. Why the jailer? I can't accept it. I can't accept it. Damn it, I wish you well, T-God, I feed you, jailer. These contradictory statements appeared in every corner of the chat. On one hand, they said in the community that they could accept jailer and T-God being together, while on the other hand, their left and right brains were fighting each other in the live stream. T-God watched for a while, then covered his mouth in front of the screen and chuckled. Thank you guys, I will. He's actually quite nice. He's like an onion, you know, he smells pungent and strong, but he tastes sweet when cooked. You guys have too one-sided an understanding of Jailer, and you're also very harsh on him. That's not good. The chat was even more indignant. Wow, even T-God looks like Jailer Bro now. Still defending Jailer Bro. Where's Da-Yun? Da-Yun, save us! If it really crashes, T-God will be heartbroken. Fine then, let Da-Yun crash and kill me. The repercussions didn't stop there. Virtual Boundaries' statement was a nuclear bombshell for the entire Stars of Proof community. Many players from foreign servers lamented that they would never have another chance to defeat Virtual Boundary in the tournament. Is it possible that Virtual Boundary realized his skill level had declined, and was afraid the tournament's content was too advanced for him, so he became a coward? Joke analysis, IP, Korean. Thanks for the joke after 8 years. Looks like you haven't been purged yet. After the Tower World ended, your guild strongholds were all destroyed by Chinese players. Have you forgotten? Anyone who's even watched a clip of the original Tower of Trials wouldn't make such outrageous statements. Suddenly, players from both the Chinese and international servers are mocking those who make such cynical speculations. Players who personally witnessed the explosive dominance of the reality/reality boundary and its overwhelming presence at the top of the leaderboards wouldn't utter words like they were cowards. Renowned players from both domestic and international markets have flocked to the official reality/reality boundary account to leave comments. We will definitely leave the honor of the T0 guild in the Chinese server. Thank you, sir. Back then, I got into the game by listening to your stories and watching your videos and guides. Now I'm qualified to participate in tournaments too. Although we can't compete, thank you for your contributions to the community. The Chinese server's top 4 strategy group was founded by you. When we started playing, the information we found was mostly thanks to you. We're grateful. You're a winner in life, it's normal for you to enjoy it. If we don't live up to your expectations, you can step in and get revenge. Anyway, you didn't say you never participate in tournaments again. In 8 years, many new players have joined. Many of them have become well-known new generation gamers, creating their own accounts and gaining many fans. But the boundary between reality and fiction remains an unattainable goal for them. They rose rapidly in one summer, becoming a phenomenon. They were at the forefront of almost every hot topic in the game, going viral both inside and outside the game. Contentment is practically written into the profile of the Virtual Real Boundary Guild, and they have acted accordingly for years. These senior members, displaying a non-competitive attitude before the competition, also encouraged those who would follow. Their hearts were filled with respect. Of the top 4 guilds in the Chinese server, the remaining 3 left comments. Open can eat. Weacorn had never been a T0 guild before. Now that we got it, we follow your lead. We always copied your strategies anyway, might as well keep copying forever. A dream of yellow millet. Coincidentally, we, the hilarious tree, have never been one either. Why don't we take it first and then retire? You guys wait another 8 years. Crimson Music Box, sharing the spoils? Who said that just because the boundary between reality and illusion is gone, you two can easily take it? As for me, aren't we, Orange Sky, already in the top 4? This internal strife among the top 4 guilds in the Chinese server is a scene we all love to see. Snowwater Fried Noodles and Enamel Cup didn't say much after learning about this. Although the victory in the Star Cup was directly linked to Halora's rewards, the two of them vaguely sensed Halora's and the Overlord's intentions, indirectly promoting the progress of civilization. This was the compensation they offered for taking away the 7 members of the boundary between reality and illusion. Whether they can use this information to accelerate their progress, or be trapped in endless internal strife, unable to glimpse the deeper mysteries of the world, that will be the choice of all civilizations. Focusing solely on the top-ranked rewards is too narrow-minded. It's enough to ensure that there are national server teams at the top. The shortcuts pioneered by national server players will be paved by them as the main road to success. By the way, have you been reading that novel lately? Enamel Cup asked curiously, what novel? The Spiritual Chi Revival Cultivation Path starting from selling fried chicken. Huh? Enamel Cup stared at his old friend in confusion. This is the title of the novel? It's so long. How many years has it been since you read a web novel? It's not long, it's not strange. If you don't put the selling point in the title, no one will read it. Just from the title, it sounds like a terrible novel, the enamel mug chuckled wryly. The first half and the second half are completely different styles. I wasn't planning on reading it in the first place either. Snowwater Fried Noodles gestured for his friend to look at his phone. What? The author's name? Tomato-flavored fries. For a moment, the enamel mug fell silent, staring at his friend with a bewildered expression. This can't be. It is her work, Lu Yanfei's. Shui Chao Mian continued. Not only that, this book describes in detail the customs and culture of the 3 realms land where the stargazing sect is located. It covers everything from clothing and customs to local cuisine, down to the smallest detail. Even the cultivation methods are described in detail and at length. Many chapters say, have you ever cultivated immortality? They're just making this up. This stargazing sect started by selling fried chicken and soda, and transformed itself from a weak and impoverished sect into a top sect in the 3 realms land. There's a very interesting detail. The young sect leader's fried chicken and soda recipe came from a reclusive master, which he developed himself, while living in seclusion in the mountains after the spiritual energy revival. The enamel cup swallowed hard. Hearing this, he completely understood. This can't be another world connected to Biholola, can it? This isn't a novel at all. It's a documentary work based on real-life events, recounted in another world. Those so-called reclusive masters are just blurring the lines between reality and fiction. With this novel, French Fries has leaped from a mediocre writer to a mid-tier online novelist in terms of income, and his growth is clearly on the rise, showing the potential to become a legend. Then we should let others read this novel too. Perhaps in the distant future, our descendants will have the chance to interact with the immortals of the three realms. The enamel cup chuckled. It's a ready-made reference. Snowwater Fried Noodles shook his head. What do you mean? Not telling them? No, I think they might not be immortals, he said. In the latest chapter, the people of the star-gazing sect have developed incredibly powerful explosives. In an era where spiritual energy is just beginning to recover, their explosives are invincible. Can you imagine people who plan to steal the fried chicken and soda recipe by force being sent to their deaths by a self-destructing alchemy furnace? Can you imagine these people, after realizing the power of steam, using spiritual energy as an aid, trying to research a steam-powered mechanical system unique to the three realms? Snowwater Fried Noodles facepalmed. This isn't just a cultivation world. Someone is secretly exploring unorthodox technological paths and intends to complement them. The enamel cup's mouth dropped open in disbelief. He suddenly understood why this book had such a large following. A cultivation world, stealing fried chicken and soda recipes, using explosives to repel enemies. Can these three keywords really appear in the same book? Is this some kind of children's animation? Case closed. AI really can't replace humans. I feel like these things are at the boundary between reality and illusion. I felt it too, but Halora didn't say anything, probably tacitly approving. Snowwater Fried Noodles sighed. Perhaps this is also driving the progress of civilization in the three realms. The proof of the stars itself isn't just about providing entertainment. Snowwater Fried Noodles put his phone on the table, put his hands behind his back, slowly got up, and walked to the French windows. The setting sun's afterglow ignited the entire courtyard, bathing it in an amber-colored dreamscape. The moss on the artificial rocks gleamed with gold, and countless sparks danced on the surface of the koi pond. What will our world, the future, be like? The enamel cup walked to the window, its gaze following the setting sun. Don't be so sentimental. It will definitely be better than it is now. Snowwater Fried Noodles suddenly felt a pang of emotion. Perhaps, those children are burdened with a mission. They were born into this world, yet they carry the destiny of another. The enamel cup glanced sideways. Read too many novels? Snowwater Fried Noodles waved its hand. Intuition, I always trusted my intuition. The enamel cup remained silent for a long time before speaking softly. If, as you say, they receive the Lord's favor for a moment of sacrifice, then what awaits them? Problems that even the Lord couldn't solve, yet they are expected to bear? As he spoke, suddenly, he understood everything. So that's how it is. The Dominator's generosity is their life-saving money. After all, this is the land where they were born, their homeland. Both of them felt a pang of sadness. Although their interactions were limited to games and the internet, the way the people of the virtual reality boundary acted and behaved deeply resonated with them. Over the years, they had also privately looked after the virtual reality boundary quite a bit. Some of it was because of Halora, and some was simply trying to take advantage of the situation. At this moment of clarity, their eyes met, and they both understood each other's thoughts. Let them experience as much happiness as possible. If hell lies ahead, perhaps the beauty of this life can help them grit their teeth and endure it. After all, they are children of our world, children who grew up on this land beneath our feet. Neither of them knew that their simple thoughts perfectly aligned with Halora's and the people behind her. Though in different worlds, at different levels, their emotions were universal. Chapter 553. Jianghe felt as if he had been in a very, very long dream. The end of the dream was like a complex, intricate maze, with paths layered upon each other, presented in a topological form, their patterns twisted and distorted. Like an ant fallen into a maze, no matter which layer of the maze he crawled along, everything he saw was magnificent and enormous. He desperately wanted to escape, but on the smooth, mirror-like surface of the maze, countless images flashed by, indistinct and confusing. The people in the images were both strange and familiar. Some voices tried to emerge from the depths of his heart, but remained dry and frozen in his throat. Huff! Suddenly Jianghe sat up. He was drenched in sweat, completely soaked. He stared at himself in his pajamas, subconsciously looking around. The old house where he had lived since childhood, the old house full of memories that was demolished shortly after he moved out, came into view. The room's furnishings were exactly the same. Just like back when he graduated. Jiang He rubbed his forehead, stood up dazedly, and fumbled for the light switch. The lights came on, the darkness, like an evil spirit, vanished, receding like mercury into every corner of the room. The clock showed 3:24 a.m. He stood in his bedroom, staring blankly at the scene most familiar to him from the first 20 years of his life. He rushed to the computer desk and shakily typed proof of the stars. The expected result didn't appear. Irrelevant search terms frustrated Jiang He. He searched for boundary between reality and illusion. No relevant results. What am I? The voice descended from above, landing on his head. Oh, it sounds like someone's awake. Jiang He's spirits lifted. The voice filled every pore of his body with joy, as if his entire being was leaping with jubilation. So you woke up first, huh? In Jiang He's eyes, reality was like an oil painting canvas. A woman resembling a dark elf casually tore the canvas, depicting the bedroom apart with a wave of her hand. She emerged from the dark crack, a smile of joy at their long-awaited reunion on her lips, and waved her hand across Jiang He's face. Still in a daze? Your memories haven't fully integrated? She pointed to herself. Come on, say my name. Jiang He's lips moved, and a name slowly surfaced in his chaotic mind. Halola? Halola smiled, pursed her lips, and sat down, placing her hand on his shoulder in relief. Long time no see. Jiang He rubbed his forehead, trying to gather his thoughts. What am I? Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the surrounding reality rapidly collapsing, revealing a dark, desolate curtain adorned with stars. Jiang He's vision suddenly broadened, his pupils reflecting this blue gem suspended in the dark universe. The Terminator, like a golden boundary drawn by a divine hand, divided this blue planet into two distinct worlds. On the sunlit side, the vast ocean shimmered with a liquid gem-like glow, the floating clouds, like transparent enamel glaze. On the hemisphere shrouded in night, the lights of human civilization, like shattered crystals, meandered along the continental shelf, scattered like stars. Hurricanes swirled into milky white spirals near the equator, and the aurora borealis danced in the polar skies, like scattered fluorescent pollen. The blue planet, only seen in simulators and images, reveals its magnificence, a sight rarely seen by ordinary people. Jiang He stammered. Why can't I remember many things? Hrala explained, after you died, we made some cuts to your souls, retaining the first 30 years of your lives. Jiang He asked, puzzled, why? Too many life experiences would become variables in your journey to Anna. We need to control these variables as much as possible, bringing you closer to the ideal state of the simulation. This part of your life hasn't disappeared, we made a backup. You can view and access it at any time, but I suggest after your journey to Anna. Jiang He's mind was still muddled. Wow, amazing skills. Halola smiled. It seems you haven't fully recovered. Before, you wouldn't have been surprised by such a small thing. Jiang He asked, then Anna's knowledge. You basically finished learning it before you turned 30. It will recover over time, and there's still quite a bit of time before Anna's reincarnation. Even if you forget it, you can learn it again. At this moment, his muddled mind finally cleared a bit, and he eagerly looked around. The others haven't woken up yet. Your spiritual talent is exceptional, so you were indeed the first to adapt to the spirit form. Only then did Jiang He suddenly feel his body light. He gently twisted his body, and suddenly, without wings, he flew, swimming freely like a fish. Freed from the constraints of the physical body. What's that saying again? A soul bound by gravity. Halora laughed. Now, you've broken free of the well of gravity, and glimpsed a new world. Looking back at the world that had given birth to and nurtured him, Jiang He remained silent for a long time. He took a deep breath and asked, everyone, are you all alright? Your family members, as promised, all died peacefully without illness, and all lived to a ripe old age. With you by their side, they were happy until their passing. The friends you made in the game are mostly the same. After achieving financial freedom, your example set a strong influence. They all chose a low-key, quiet life. They achieved fame at a young age, enjoyed their early success, and are now peacefully surrounded by their children in their later years. Jiang He's revived memories included the events of the Second Star Cup. Instantly leading Corns chosen, they retained the T0 Guild title in the Chinese server. The consecutive victories in the Star Cup World Championships have caused jubilation in the Chinese server community. It seems that before the third Star Cup, They have made the same decision as Virtual Boundary, to utilize their resources and enjoy life as winners. He suddenly had a thought. Are there any still alive? Yes. This time it was Jianghe's turn to be surprised. Really? He had just said it casually. If there really were, wouldn't that be incredibly strange? Although Halola didn't say it, he had already guessed that some time had passed since they died of old age. And yet, there are still people alive? The king of super longevity? No, he should be called the legendary king of longevity. Who? Your most loyal underlings. Those guys from the star-gazing sect. Halola suppressed a laugh. The spiritual energy has revived, and an extremely rare treasure has appeared, one that can extend lifespan, and they obtained it. Given the spiritual energy conditions of the three heavens land, the appearance of something that nourishes the spirit and body, achieving a simple and direct effect of extending lifespan, can only be described as a miracle. Perhaps they listened to your suggestion to build affordable restaurants to benefit ordinary people, and the treasure just happened to grow in their potato field. It can be considered a blessing from you and your fries. Anyway, it's a gift from heaven, so I kindly gave them a few pointers and told them to cook and eat it. Jianghe was taken aback. Cook and eat it? Shouldn't it be used for alchemy? Wake up! Their alchemy skills can't keep up with this gathering of spiritual energy and the accidental success of this medicinal herb. Rather than wasting it by failing, they might as well just cook and eat it. Whatever effect it has, they get. According to Halola, Li Furan and the other two are already 100 years old this year, but they look like they're in their 50s. Apart from their strength being slightly less than in their youth, they show few signs of aging. Although after entering their twilight years, the Void Real border rarely goes to the Three Domes land, Li Furan always remembers his benefactors. Every year, he and his disciples would hold a grand offering before the statue erected in the Three Domes land. In private, the three of them would also prepare special offerings for the incense offerings at the Void Real border, offering things like fries, fried chicken, and soda, a far cry from the solemnity of formal sacrifices. They truly remember your kindness all this time. That kindness is truly inexhaustible. Reborn after death, hearing familiar faces still thinking of him, Jianghe was momentarily at a loss for words. For everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion, this was a novel experience. As if their souls had merged with Jianghe's, less than a week after he awoke, French Fries also awoke from a long deep sleep. Covering her still somewhat groggy mind, tears welled up in her eyes the moment she saw Jianghe. Jianghe understood. Hrala had set an anchor point for everyone's memory awakening, precisely on the eve of the launch of the star-proof server. This caused everyone who woke up to mistakenly believe, in their astonishment, that the beautiful memories they had shared, everything they had experienced together, was nothing but a dream. A profound emptiness washed over their spiritual bodies. The overwhelming beauty of everything, coupled with the disillusionment upon waking, the echoing void was enough to drive them, still conscious, mad with terror. Spiritual contact, aside from the lack of temperature, was little different from physical contact. French Fries clung tightly to Jianghe, refusing to let go. Don't be afraid, it's real, all real. Like soothing a child having a nightmare, he gently stroked French Fries' back. I really thought. Don't think I'm holding you. Jianghe chuckled, we're an old married couple, still so clingy? I don't care. Fine, let's stay clingy until we get our memories back. Jianghe accepted it readily. In the days that followed, the remaining 5 people on the boundary between reality and illusion gradually awoke. If, as Halola said, the order of awakening represented the resilience of their mental state, then the jailer was the weakest. And his awakening reaction was the strongest. Wah, orange tea. I don't want you to leave me. Don't let it be a dream, please. I give you my lifespan in exchange, okay? He clung to Orange Tea's leg, wailing uncontrollably. Even after Halola explained, the jailer still held on to Orange Tea tightly, as if letting go would wake him from the dream. If it weren't for his genuine emotions, everyone would have suspected he was having an old spree. This action made Squid hug the blankets tighter, and Nonya couldn't help but snuggle into the 4 Primal's arms. You shameless bastard, everyone's laughing at you. Orange Tea chuckled and cursed, but couldn't bear to pry the jailer's hands off, letting him cling to her like a child. Halola stood there with her arms crossed, quietly admiring the scene, her face full of so good, her eyes sparkling. Chapter 554. Unable to reclaim the experience and skill she gained after turning 30, Halola could still narrate the changes on the distant blue planet from an observer's perspective. The stable hosting of the Star Cup and the distribution of data every 8 years allowed nations worldwide to gain a deep understanding of the resource distribution on their lands. When the unknown became known, calculating the world's total energy reserves, determining the resource depletion deadline, and significantly advancing technological upgrades to avoid stagnation became imperative. Whether short-sighted or long-sighted, before the deadline determined by top scholars based on current technological levels, it was difficult to offer the composure of leaving the problem to future generations. After the Third Star Cup, the world entered a rare period of peace. While some geopolitical disputes remained unresolved, private scientific research cooperation among major powers began to intensify. In most fields, an era of cooperation where politics gave way to science quietly and slowly approached everyone. In the years leading up to Jiang He and his colleagues' passing, the miniaturization of controlled nuclear fusion had entered a critical breakthrough phase. Looking back at that blue planet, everyone's gaze was drawn to the shimmering points of light in near-Earth orbit. Dozens of streamlined engineering vessels were assembling some kind of large structure. Their titanium-silver hulls reflected sunlight like scattered fragments of a mirror. The unfinished annular hull was already taking shape, its surface covered with a honeycomb matrix of solar panels, resembling the intricate structure of a dragonfly's compound eyes. Near-Earth orbit engineering and navigation technology had matured, paving the way for the construction of starports. As the world was about to enter the next era, they might utter that word that was frequently used in countless science fiction and literary works at the beginning of the century: the cosmic era. In elementary school, most of them wrote essays on assigned topics, imagining the world 10, 20, or even 100 years from now. That was the age when everyone still looked up at the sky, dreaming about the future, countless imaginative ideas leaping onto the paper. What was written a century ago has finally become reality. The speed of technological iteration exceeds human imagination. After breaking through key nodes, it explodes exponentially. Halola once said that they had experienced the same event. "There's another interesting tidbit you might find interesting," Halola said. "Your deeds have been specially recorded. Although it's still a secret, they're discussing whether to name future starports and starships after you. By the way, the years when you were most active have been stored in the AI archive in the historical timeline, with very detailed biographical information. In the words of the jailer, you didn't die, but became cybernetics immortal." The name jailer seemed to have a natural comedic trigger, instantly making everyone a little less serious. The four primal bodies joked, "In our current state, wouldn't you say we're a male and female cosmic ghost?" Inkfish couldn't help but chuckle. "Then those who enter the cosmic era are in trouble. They might hallucinate our presence one day." Bed rubbed its chin. "The proof of the stars itself has the effect of slowly training beings' spatial and temporal perception thresholds. After decades of selection, maybe there really are some exceptionally talented individuals." Thinking about it this way, the cosmic era really does seem interesting. Before entering the Ana world, the boundary between reality and illusion could only wander the outer reaches of the world, as a cosmic ghost, unable to go anywhere. Not only could they not visit their three loyal underlings in the Three Domes land, but they couldn't even set foot in Halora's homeland to visit the Overlord. Controlling the variables had already begun. However, Jiang He realized from the conversation that while they were only forbidden from visiting each other's worlds, inviting the other over for communication wouldn't be a problem. This small detail made him thoughtful. "French fries?" asked Halora. "When do we have to wait?" Halora closed her eyes, receiving information from the doll. If the observations are correct, the next cycle of the Ana world will shatter within 2 years. The timing isn't precise, it might be earlier or later, with an error margin of within 1 year. Therefore, in the worst-case scenario, you have 1 year to organize the information you already learned. I notified the alchemist group the moment you woke up. After the passage opens, we will enter an area they pre-built to stay in. It was a pity, the boundary between the virtual and real worlds was quite looking forward to seeing the alchemist group, whom Halora described as somewhat eccentric. This group of tech geeks, possessing the highest level of civilization's technology, were revered even by a sovereign's disciple like Halora. They were definitely a group of geniuses. About a month passed. Everyone had finished organizing their memories after awakening, filling in gaps, and correcting each other's knowledge several times. Then, the passage slowly opened. It was a one-to-one replica of the Starlight Passage from the game Proof of the Stars. All materials were taken from real-world sources of high quality. Upon entering the passage and witnessing the dazzling starlight, Jiang He felt dizzy. His spiritual body, devoid of flesh and blood, felt as if it were being pulled and torn apart by giant hands surging from all directions. The intense pain almost literally caused his soul to scatter. Fortunately, it all happened in an instant. The excruciating pain caused everyone to lose consciousness. When they awoke, they found themselves in a completely white space. It was a large, square white box, shaped like a simple block house casually built in the wilderness when playing Minecraft. It made one suspect that the alchemist group who built this place was also a Minecraft player, displaying impressive skill with a seemingly casual creation. Looking around, they couldn't find Hooray. Just as they were wondering, a lump of green pudding fell from the sky. Considering that this large box made of white bricks was completely sealed, this thing appeared out of thin air. The soft, elastic body bounced on the ground, rolled a couple of steps, and then remained still. Several seconds passed, and everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. French Fries, being the boldest, walked over and squatted down to poke it to test its texture. Wriggle. A sticky wriggling sound accompanied the high-frequency vibrations of the green pudding's body. A blurry humanoid silhouette faintly reappeared amidst the tremors. A few seconds later, the people standing frozen at the boundary between reality and illusion gaped in astonishment. A head of flowing golden hair, like a giant hand, suddenly extended and rolled up some fries, pulling them into the other person's arms. Then, two chubby cheeks pressed together, rubbing against each other. Jianghe wasn't in a hurry, he had already recognized the other person. Long time no see, students of the other world. I've been waiting for you to die for so long. It wasn't human, and it didn't speak human language. Even the usually shrewd jailer could only sigh in admiration at this heartfelt, bizarre speech. Old foxes are shrewder. The mushroom girl, the big boss, who had given them so much suffering in the critical trial, was originally an elf, but unexpectedly ascended to become a god among the mushrooms while acquiring the power of faith. Her name was Vanessa. Even within the civilization ruled by the overlords, her status was extremely special, because she was the teacher of 3 of the overlords before they rose to fame. Hrala had once discussed with them, counting on her fingers, the matter of seniority and titles. The overlords were Vanessa's students. The boundary between reality and illusion was also considered Vanessa's student. Then how did they relate to the overlords? And how did she relate? It was all a mess. Although Fries had been warned by Halola that his teacher had some quirks, such as rubbing against people's faces, he still found it hard to resist the enthusiasm from another world, another culture. Hello, teacher. Fries reacted quickly. This greeting interrupted Vanessa's face-rubbing process. She became slightly more reserved. Released Fries, coughed twice, and asked with a smile. Did you have fun in your previous life? Although they lacked the life experiences and knowledge after the age of 30, it's easy to imagine how enjoyable their lives must have been, thanks to Halora's protection and the smooth sailing she provided. Halora told me about being friends for life and forming a guild for life, and you really did it. Life is a long journey, and the span of time makes this no easy feat. They exchanged smiles, their pride undisguised. Vanessa snapped her fingers, and suddenly, individual portraits floated in front of them. The sudden sight startled several of them, causing them to take 2 steps back to get a better look at what was before them. You have already memorized the information about the world of Anna through a combination of rote memorization and associative learning. Now we will arrange the best teachers to provide you with your own professions, optimal problem-solving strategies within Anna's magical environment, ensuring you can efficiently utilize your awakened powers. Clearly, the Overlord and Vanessa had already selected specialized instructors for the boundary between the real and the virtual. Each person had a different choice, and whoever was chosen would have their consciousness enter this special space to assist. Jianghe glanced at the list and noticed that the 4 primal bodies had the most options. The list of elemental mages was truly vast and impressive. Most elemental mages specialize in 2 or 3 elements, so the 4 primal bodies needed to first determine their preferred elemental attribute. Having already drawn inspiration from the Overlord's deeds, he chose wind without hesitation. Upon initially arriving in the Anna world, he was like a level 0 account in a game, utterly weak. Unable to fight, unable to escape, certain death. Choosing wind to escape was definitely the right choice. Jianghe himself had fewer options, only 2. Before the light and shadow even appeared, Jianghe was already sighing. The magic warrior was indeed an easy-to-learn, but difficult-to-master class, both in and out of the game. Even among the dominators, very few truly ruthless individuals chose this path. Oh, potato, don't choose it. Huh? Jianghe hadn't even seen his professor before Vanessa interrupted him. The guy you guys in the game community call a motherfucker, acting like everyone owes him money, a gloomy guy who's terrifying, is going to personally teach you. This string of adjectives and nicknames truly lowered the temperature in the room. Why does Halora report everything home? Is this something you can say to your parents? How could Vanessa say these things with a smile? Isn't this the person she loves most? Such strong aggression? Chapter 555. The moment they were led away by their respective professors, The group from the boundary between the real and virtual worlds vanished like a streak of white light into the already white, cubic room. Jianghe stood there alone, frozen in place, much like a child waiting to be picked up from school. After a long while, Vanessa's ethereal figure slowly reappeared. Beside her stood another person. Sayer, a man who perfectly embodied the concept of a walking pressure zone. His slightly thin frame was shrouded in a black, high-collared robe, following closely behind Vanessa like a floating ghost. Vanessa whispered something in his ear, and the gloom in Sayer's eyes lessened slightly. The oppressive seriousness was no longer so suffocating. His sharp, hawk-like eyes even softened slightly. Hirola, having noticed his talent, gave him a brief introduction to Sayer's life. This professor's most outrageous act in the original world was using his pre-modern talent to create a toy that could throw the magical worlds of two eras into chaos, nearly plunging half the continent into ruin. The mages, long since transformed by the magical environment, were helpless against his creation. This was a monster with unique stats and mechanics. And his specialty was mental magic. Sayer scrutinized Jianghe intently, his gaze seemingly imbued with some strange power, like a scalpel, precisely and sharply dissecting his soul. Talent, SOSO. Actually, I didn't really want to teach you. Jianghe hesitated, then instinctively said, "It's okay, I choose another teacher." The words had barely left his mouth when he heard Vanessa stifling a laugh beside him. Jianghe, oblivious to what was happening, suddenly sensed something and subtly observed Sayer's expression. His answer caused the teacher, whose demeanor was already low, to slightly twitch her lips, hesitant to speak, her facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, as if she had something to say but couldn't express it. Clearly, other people's consciousnesses had infiltrated this space, constantly monitoring the situation. Upon hearing Sayer's words, a male and a female voice spoke in succession. The first voice was a deep, resonant male voice, as if he were speaking with a blower in his mouth. "If you don't teach, plenty of others will. Don't waste the child's time." The female voice, however, sounded much more energetic. "If Teacher Sayer isn't interested in teaching, then I do it. I can help improve his physical skills. Martial arts are very important for a magic warrior like Potato in his early transmigrated days. While I can't smash a mind with one punch, I can certainly blow someone's body to pieces." In contrast, the former's arrogant tone clearly indicated she was a powerful figure of Sayer's generation. Sayer stood there awkwardly, neither speaking nor moving. The male voice, masculine and masculine, spoke again. "Get lost. They're going to the Ana-world to break the cycle of death. If you're not going to do anything right, get out of here. Don't waste the kids' limited time to get stronger. If you can't learn to crawl, come find me, I teach you." Holy crap, that's explosive. But daring to say that, they obviously aren't afraid of ruining the conversation, so it's highly likely. These two are pretty close? Shut up. Sayer clenched his fist, and the two voices around him instantly disappeared. Is this a sore loser, going to flip the table? Vanessa stepped forward. "Fine, I translate for you. Actually, you have a lot of talent. He really wanted to teach you, but he slept for over 1,000 years, and is still as awkward as before. He wants to teach you, but doesn't know how to start. He's tongue-tied and clumsy, so he subconsciously teases you. Before coming here, he looked in the mirror and tried for a long time to put on a good face, trying not to look like the simple-faced person the players in your world described. Actually, he subtly cares about this evaluation, which is strange, he didn't used to. Looking in the mirror and adjusting his expression had little effect, but at least his eyes weren't so scary anymore. You know, when I first met him, his eyes looked like he could eat you alive." Sayer feigned composure, gritting his teeth. "You're saying too much, these things are irrelevant. So, are you going to teach him or not? If not, I'm going to find Potato a new teacher right away." Vanessa's voice suddenly rose. "Don't waste the children's time." "I will. Is Potato's talent any good?" "SOSO. Then I find someone else. Faguthal is right, if you don't teach, plenty of others will." "Very good." Indeed, one thing subdues another. Vanessa had just tamed Sayer, then cupped his face and rubbed it against him. Taming and soothing, a smooth and effortless move. After doing all this, Vanessa floated to the side, arms crossed, watching from the sidelines, giving the two of them some space. Sayer was still trying to struggle when he slowly turned around. "Can you leave?" "Why?" "You see, I can't control the pace of the lessons." "No, what if I leave, and you relapse into your old ways, causing my good student to suffer?" Vanessa's tone was firm. "If I stay, I can also teach Potato a little something. He's the brain of the team, he needs to be involved in everything." After a long pause, Sayer sighed, the light in his eyes returning. His gaze returned to Jianghe. Your talent is indeed the most outstanding I've seen in a long time. If it weren't for Anna, I would want to keep you by my side and teach you. But this path isn't something talent alone can unlock. The geniuses I've seen. Ahem. Vanessa sensed Sayer's old nagging and immediately interrupted the spell casting. Jianghe waved his hands repeatedly. It's alright, this is part of the teaching. Seeing him say this, Sayer actually smiled. It's good that you understand what I'm trying to say. Sayer, though reluctant, had already planned out the path and methods for Jianghe to improve his mental magic after entering the Ana world before even arriving. This was the optimal solution he had given after carefully observing the existing types of mental magic in the Ana world and the world's magical environment. Vanessa curiously leaned closer, watching the content on the projection screen, her lips unable to suppress a smile. Primarily a defensive mental magic user, he employs both single target and area of effect magic. Those familiar with Sayer know that he has progressed so far in the realm of mental magic that he has never encountered a truly evenly matched opponent. This has led to his reputation for only offense, no defense in his innovations of mental magic. However, he is not a glass cannon, rather, he has taken the concept that offense is the best defense to its extreme, transforming all offensive mental magic into defensive forms. Only the weak consider survival. And Sayer has never lost. His most powerful opponent to date is a summoned creature in the Dominator's possession capable of warping the minds of intelligent beings over a vast area. It was precisely through sparring with his opponent that the rudimentary form of basic mental magic defense techniques now, before Jianghe was born. While Jianghe was still in his original world, he had already begun to improve these outdated defensive spells. Vanessa wanted to laugh. Improving magic, secretly, behind her back, and keeping it a secret. He outwardly complained about the first student in 1,000 years to acknowledge his talent, but secretly, he had been worrying about him even before the student died. Teacher, I'm not your teacher yet. Huh? Vanessa was already glaring at Sayer. Sayer hesitated, then spoke up. Have you ever had a pet? French and I had a cat. The cat died of old age. As its owner, how did you feel? Like French, for the first few days, when we didn't see it, it would come and rub against our legs every day, meowing for food, jumping around. We felt empty inside. Sayer stared into his eyes. Me too. Vanessa knew what he meant and complained, you're taking on students, not raising pets. The vicious cycle of the Ana world. No one knows what will happen. Even if we give them our fullest support, we can't overcome the butterfly effect of low probability events. Fate mocks everyone fairly, we all experienced it. Didn't you leave me because of it back then? Sayer sighed. You're not my student. At least that will make it easier for me to face that moment. Just deceiving yourself. Vanessa pouted. You're so conflicted. Jianghe thought so too, but subtly, he wasn't as reserved in Sayer's presence. But how should I address you? This is a short experience, you can call me by my first name, I don't mind. Is that appropriate? If you're lucky enough to return, you can call me teacher to make up for it. Putting aside his awkwardness, Sayer is definitely a qualified teacher. At first glance, Sayer might seem like the kind of person who gives students the cold shoulder and scolds them for slow learning or when they can't grasp concepts. But the reality is quite the opposite. Sayer is much more patient than imagined. He, as an absolute pioneer, peeled away the layers of mental magic, like an onion, repeatedly breaking down the knowledge, mashing it into a paste, and feeding it to Jianghe. It was practically ready to eat straight from the can. Besides basic mental magic training, Sayer also focused on solving problems posed by the mental magic examiners existing on the Ana continent. He dissected the mental magic techniques recorded by the examiners, the Great Snow Mountain Demon, the Metasequoia, and Dussel, and provided solutions, including but not limited to item-based punishments and magical countermeasures. The strategy is simple. If you have the strength, go all in. If not, seek external help. The plan is comprehensive and well prepared. Sayer earnestly said, there's a significant difference between theory and practice. The approach I'm giving you, when applied to life or death, instantaneous combat, cannot be rigidly applied, or you die. Jianghe nodded seriously. Their combat skills had already been greatly honed in the simulations of Star's Proof. As long as he didn't waste his attacks or greedily use his skills, he was confident he could defeat any opponent of similar ability. However, the lack of suitable weapons and equipment was a major weakness. Star's Proof is, after all, a game. It needs to provide a good gaming experience for players. Therefore, the advantages brought by good equipment become very apparent in the later stages. In the simulation of the boundary between reality and virtuality, the biggest variable was that they acquired high-quality equipment early on, making their combat power seem out of sync with the main storyline monsters. In reality, once they arrived in Anna, they couldn't find Ellervy at first, so they had to use cheap weapons. They also had to find ways to acquire the money to buy weapons. Not to mention, the enchanting system in the game is far more absurd than in reality. Furthermore, even if they found Ellervy, the quality of the weapons would likely not reach the same level as in the game. Vanessa and Sayer both stated that Origin elemental weapons could indeed be forged in the environment of the Anna world, provided that they could speedrun the Temple of the Clarities on the continent of Devilland, which was misplaced 100 years in the past to the present timeline. Not to mention that the misplacement doesn't occur in every loop. The most important point is, during the process of clearing the Temple of the Clarities, they died repeatedly. In reality, you only have one life. Once it's gone forever. There's no resurrection. Given the mediocre weaponry and equipment, the real competition comes down to raw strength. Many characters and monsters that were previously easily crushed and disregarded now require serious attention after the transmigration. With so many factors at play, the decision to venture into the Devilland continent and storm the Temple of the Clarities after transmigrating is truly a momentous and courageous one. Learning within the same white box space, the participants cannot see each other at the boundary between reality and illusion, yet they can all sense each other's presence. As if by prior arrangement, everyone's break times are roughly the same, and each class lasts about an hour. The amount of information is overwhelming. There's a concern that they might overread and not absorb it all. For those accustomed to learning in their own little world, like French fries, in their blankets or squid, classes are slightly shorter, with breaks every 30 to 40 minutes. They were also among the first to acquire puppet bodies at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds. Simply because they were martial artists, requiring intense training, an intensity that spirit body simulations could not provide. The adaptability was excellent. Each body was personally crafted by an unseen puppet master, resulting in a high degree of integration between body and soul, ready to use upon arrival. As Squid described it, it was lighter than the original body, as if the entire body was brimming with power. Damn, this kind of statement wasn't far from indulging in the agony of flesh and blood, or mechanical ascension. The martial artists' training partners weren't just bizarre monsters, but also their professional instructors. Compared to these powerful figures, the training intensity provided by Holola was like a baby bus from beginner to advanced levels. When Jianghe heard that Fries had encountered a teacher who introduced himself as being from the medical team, he immediately felt a deep respect. Such outrageous cross-departmental guidance was already the standard for invincibility and power. As expected, on the day of the confrontation, French Fries lost an arm. Fortunately, for practical training, the puppet master had installed pain suppression valves on each puppet's body. Otherwise, French Fries would likely have been burned to ashes on the spot. A martial artist's combat is always a life-or-death struggle. Only by maintaining a calm mind, activating bodily instincts, and imprinting the correct solution under the fear of impending death can one ensure landing in Anna and not being inexplicably killed by an accident. The intensity was explosive, but no one complained. French Fries, dragging his severed arm, fought the medical team's bigwigs for another 5 minutes. This fighting spirit even earned him the line, "Interested in studying medicine? I can teach you." That was probably the highest praise they could give. Chapter 556. During their specialized high-level professional training, the Trinity of Overlords did not appear. Long before their death, at the boundary between reality and illusion, they had joined forces with the Overlords specializing in puppets and games to create bodies perfectly suited to the 7 individuals. The only problem was whether they could successfully integrate into Anna. Their answer was, probably not a problem. In an event that inherently involves fighting against unforeseen circumstances, where success depends on both individual effort and luck, probably is far from a positive term. The Overlords understood this. But the problem lay in the fact that Anna, trapped in a vicious cycle, no longer adhered to fundamental laws. They were unable to verify its effectiveness through any experiments. Anyone tainted by traces of the Anna continent, anyone caught in their history, could not enter the cycle and complete the correction. This was why the Overlords couldn't experiment on their own and desperately sought a miracle. Successfully reincarnating in Anna, 1/3 of the battle won. Vanessa's consolation had a bittersweet feel to it. It turned out that their first problem wasn't even the dangerous period of being a level 0 character before their magic had fully awakened. It was the dice-rolling process that began the moment they were reincarnated. Even the Overlord didn't know what number would be considered safe. "Tell me if you hesitate." Everyone knows how difficult this path is, Vanessa said, gently patting Jiang Hei's shoulder. No one will laugh at you. She paused, then smiled. It's been a long time since we had any new people at home. 7 of them at once. It's always nice to see them when I wake up, especially after seeing your game records. Jiang Hei didn't answer the first question directly, but instead jokingly countered with a question. Even have you seen the jailer's incredible actions and quotes? Vanessa chuckled. Potato, do you really think the jailer's behavior would surprise us or leave us speechless? What else? In Jiang Hei's memories from before he was 30, there was the shocking incident of the jailer hugging her leg and licking it with his tongue. Licking it wasn't enough. He even muttered chocolate flavor, as if his brain had been marinated in self-suggestion, as if he could actually taste something. The jailer perfectly embodied the unity of knowledge and action in his personal quirks. Others just talk, but he wasn't. This is the pinnacle of godhood, isn't it? Vanessa rested her chin on her hand, her expression seemingly saying, You're just a kid who hasn't seen the world. We saw even more extreme forms of perversion back on the original continent 2,000 years ago. Its spirit will awaken around 239 years from now. If you can return, I definitely take Jailer to meet it. Because of Anna, the boundary between the real and virtual worlds prevents them from setting foot on the civilization-filled sky island called Dawn. In the teacher's descriptions, this is a sacred place that was already highly resource-rich and self-sufficient 1800 years ago. The soulless puppets occupy a niche on the Sky Island equivalent to what they perceive as AI, maintaining the operation of the island's facilities in an unmanned state. Unlike AI, the soulless puppets can survive through biomass and also become active by absorbing energy. This has led to the Overlord imposing restrictions on the soulless puppets, prohibiting them from being taken outside. Under certain circumstances, they possess extremely high destructive power over external life. Everyone proudly described this homeland, the place that held their souls and memories. The magnificent scenery captivated everyone on the boundary between the virtual and real worlds. Especially the Star Library, said to contain information about the original continent where the rulers originated, the several civilizations they passed through, and the planets where no civilizations had yet arisen. It was a temple, encompassing almost all the high-value information encountered during the entire journey of civilization's growth, like the soul and skeleton of civilization. Just listening to the teacher's descriptions, even the jailer couldn't help but murmur, I want to see it. Vanessa smiled. You see it. Your identity records have been entered. When you return, all the facilities will be open. Fries exclaimed in surprise. This is an ID card? From the day you chose to join Anna, we were prepared to welcome you, Vanessa said earnestly. Everything has been taken care of for you, so be sure to come back and collect it. Everyone on the boundary between the virtual and real worlds could feel the goodwill emanating from those around them. Everyone was a bit like Sayer when it came to the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, a kind of awkwardness. On one hand, they hoped these beings could end the chaos of the Anna world and provide the alchemists with enough observational samples. On the other hand, they didn't want the boundary between the virtual and real worlds to take this risk. They weren't an ancient civilization, they left their original world 2,000 years ago, gaining insight into the deeper mysteries of the cosmos and refining their primal power. After hundreds of years of explosive development, they grew into the colossal beings seen on the boundary between the virtual and real worlds today, moving among the stars, capable of traversing the world's barriers. The people here simply believe that if the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Unless absolutely necessary, children would never sit at the table. Instead, it would be them, one after another, who would step forward. Their conversation, devoid of any sense of superiority, was warm and approachable, as if it could illuminate a dim starry sky. We'd be back. Jiang He gazed into Vanessa and Sayer's eyes, and nodded earnestly. We come all this way. It would be a real shame if we couldn't see the sky island you've been talking about. Fries raised his index finger, and the alchemist group. I'm curious why Halora said they're the craziest people on the entire sky island. During their training, they had met members of various groups, but the alchemist group was nowhere to be seen. Then you might be disappointed, Vanessa explained. They're deeply ashamed that they couldn't find the solution, making you kids risk your lives. They're too ashamed to face anyone. Such a strong sense of responsibility. Aren't they a perfectly good group? Why does Halora always belittle them in front of them? Bad, Halora, bad. When people are focused on something, they often lose track of time. A year and a half passed in the blink of an eye. Perhaps because they had escaped the constraints of their physical bodies and existed as spirits, their concept of time was hazy and unfamiliar. Only after being reminded did they realize how much time had passed. There's something amiss in the Anna world. You should prepare yourselves. Vanessa brought not only information but also bodies, meticulously crafted by the overlords to perfectly match their consciousness. Created one-to-one based on game data. Fine adjustments were made according to their individual wishes. 7 lifelike dolls appeared before them. Simply approaching them evoked an inexplicable urge, a clamor compelling them to embrace them. These were probably the most exquisite figurines they had ever played with. A masterpiece of the overlords, unique and one of a kind. Jianghe, the primordial one, also known as Jailer Bro, chose the human race, just like in the game, and his character model remained unchanged. Ma Yu slightly modified his muscular forest elf model, lowering the muscle definition a bit, making it less exaggerated than in the game to avoid being too conspicuous. French Fry's forest elf focused on adjusting his skin tone, artificially adding tan lines to his fair skin. She believed this would help him initially disguise himself as an experienced mercenary, rather than a delicate, easily targeted asset. Bedside Dark Elf slightly increased his height. Based on her year of combat experience, this height perfectly suited his thrusting and stabbing movements, allowing for precise waist-splitting attacks. Orange Tea changed her race midway through the game, from human to rabbit ears. To better align with the attributes of the Ana human empire and her faith-based class development, she returned to the human race. Jailer Bro deeply regretted this. His handsome rabbit ears were gone. Entering their new bodies, they felt their consciousness, like a drop of ink falling into warm water, gradually spreading in a gentle, stretching sensation. The primal desire to find a home was satisfied. Deep within their souls, a piercing scream erupted. The flesh and blood instantly rejoiced, welcoming the new masters who had inhabited the bodies. The perfect union of soul and body occurred in just a few breaths. It fit together perfectly, as if divinely ordained, a masterpiece of nature. The 4 primal bodies glimpsed their wives, still drifting in spirit form. Where is Nongya's body? Vanessa explained, pressing on Nongya's shoulder. Because there's no rush, the Overlord hasn't created it yet. Don't worry, it's not forgotten, it's just that your bodies have the highest priority. Nongya was the only one among them who had visited the Holy Land, so she wasn't in a hurry. However, she was unanimously asked by everyone to keep quiet about the Holy Land. Before witnessing it firsthand, Nongya's descriptions, compared to the teacher's indirect descriptions, sounded more like spoilers and boasts. Unacceptable. The alchemist team updated their observation data. A violent surge of magical energy was observed centered on the continent of Ana. This is one of the significant signs that the cycle of the Ana world has reached its end. This cycle could end at any moment through collapse, and begin again. Listening to the report, Orange Tea couldn't help but murmur. How is Mint? Vanessa hesitated for a moment, then asked the alchemist team, receiving a reply. In this cycle, Mint and Renee's relationship remains extremely poor. Before she turned 30, they nearly had a life-or-death struggle, something not observed in previous cycles. Because of the 2 Doomsday Sages' severe injuries, the self-salvation of the Ana world has failed in this cycle. Elora seems to have found some information in the Shattered World, but unfortunately, the magical surge in the Ana world is too spectacular to observe detailed data. Jianghe was astonished. Now, has the Ana world already begun its destruction? Vanessa nodded. The Doomsday Sages are simply those who realize the crisis is coming earlier than ordinary people. The end of a world cycle generally lasts 3 to 6 months. During this time, all the beings of Ana can realize that the world's destruction is imminent. Orange Tea swallowed. Like a cage full of lab rats, slowly approaching the fire. Everyone knows destruction is imminent, and everyone is powerless. What is Mint thinking as the cycle nears its end? Cuttlefish hugged the blankets tighter, pursing his lips. Can we see Ana? Observe the destruction process? Vanessa shook her head. This could also be a variable that causes reincarnation failure. I'm sorry. The only thing we can do is have the alchemist team record the destruction process from all angles. When you return, you can watch it from whatever angle you want. Jianghe suddenly realized that the main purpose of this large, white, box-like space they were in was to isolate them from the influence of environmental variables. At this moment, training had stopped. The boundary between reality and illusion was ready at any time, prepared for reincarnation. They needed to take advantage of the chaotic window of opportunity created during the initial establishment of the Ana world cycle to infiltrate it as non-natives. The length of this window was uncertain. If it happened to be a long window, the success rate of reincarnation would greatly increase. If it was a short window, it was a gamble. For this reason, Orange Tea acquired a statue. Overnight, she became the common saintess of the Triune Ruler and the Puppet Ruler, enjoying the prayers and worship of the people in the sacred place. Jellyfish living in the sea, under the command of the Jellyfish Queen and the Siren, offer their short skirts daily as a sign of piety. Rolling slimes, led by the wise Slime King, gather at the statue, spewing crystalline juice that flows into the elemental lake. Forest spirits command tree spirits and beasts. Vampires command avian monsters. The Insect King manipulates swarms of insects. His specious flesh writhes and piles up. Whether intelligent or not, all must offer their piety, even if it's manipulated by humans. In the words of the Overlord, at this point, their good fortune with orange tea is somewhat due to belief. Having donned their new bodies, the virtual reality boundary members embrace their teachers one by one, expressing their gratitude for their meticulous care and dedication over the past year. Finally, they made a request to the Overlord. More than a decade later, the members of Virtual Reality Boundary once again entered the Proof of the Stars. Their game progress had been saved and frozen. Having played the game for almost their entire lives, everything else felt strangely unfamiliar to them, except for the familiar login screen. The successful Virtual Reality Boundary members spent the rest of their lives creating dozens of mods for the Temple of the Clarities Guild. The distinct interior and exterior design styles were vividly displayed in the mod descriptions. They could even see descriptions like cyberpunk, so out of place with the game content. The decor changed again and again, but the NPCs within the guild remained the same. Vanessa had specially granted everyone invisibility privileges. They just wanted to catch a glimpse from afar. For NPCs, when players are offline for an extended period, the world nearly freezes. By default settings, they automatically recognize when a player has been away for a very long time. As everyone enters the game, the NPC's almost frozen time begins to flow again. Min sat in the guild hall, her hands supporting her chin, elbows resting on her knees, staring blankly at the guild teleportation point in the distance. Orange Tea was the first to realize the meaning of this gesture, her eyes reddening. Renee, will they be back today? Probably. This time, their adventure went a little further than usual. Everyone's busy. They have everything, yet they still go on adventures. Ksha comforted her, we're all just kids at heart, we are, and they are. If they miss home, they definitely come back. That's right, they said this is everyone's home. Min said firmly, I don't believe they won't come back. Knowing it was all just data simulated by the game. But, choosing to remain invisible was the right thing to do. Vanessa patted everyone's heads. Once everything settles down, let's bring Mint and the others to see the save file. Chapter 557. A hazy white light and a prolonged dizziness dominated Jiang He's vision. The discomfort from the rapid fall manifested as stomach spasms. In a state of mental chaos, he instinctively grabbed a towering tree beside him and violently retched. After the intense feeling of weightlessness, the solid ground beneath his feet made him feel light, yet also as if he were walking on cotton. His steps were unsteady and swaying. His strength hadn't fully returned, and even his soul seemed to have shrunk, yet Jiang He gritted his teeth, clinging to the tree trunk, and began to climb. Sayer's training had worked. Even having just arrived in a strange world, with no magical foundation, he could grit his teeth and overcome his physical reactions. Jiang He couldn't remember the last moments before arriving in Anna. It was as if an eraser had abruptly wiped away the process of arrival, leaving only the result. Whether it was the teacher's actions to control variables, or just one of the many unexpected events that would occur upon his arrival in Anna. He survived. Even the Overlord himself admitted that the arrival phase was a matter of fate, completely unpredictable, yet he passed through it smoothly. In Sayer's words, this was already a third of the battle won. Like a drowning man struggling to reach the shore, sitting on a tree branch, Jiang He breathed in the fresh air, allowing his parched lungs to feel the vitality of the world once more. The dazzling light in his vision slowly dissipated, and in his hazy state, he was finally able to match and merge his hearing and sight. Jiang He's arrival site was on the edge of a dense forest. Sitting on a treetop, he could easily see the wisps of smoke rising from the distant mountains below, and the rows of wooden houses resembling black dots. He didn't act rashly, first checking his physical condition. A complete level 0 alt. No weapons, no equipment, and his body couldn't hold magic power. The good news was, he could sense magic power everywhere. After a period of immersion, his existing magical foundation allowed him to naturally awaken and unlock various spells he had learned before and after death. His current situation perfectly matched his teacher's predictions. Jiang He called out softly twice, trying to find the others, who might be scattered nearby at the boundary between the real and the virtual. There was no response. This was also within their expectations. Of the 7 people from the boundary between the real and the virtual, The only certainty was that they would inevitably descend upon the Ana continent, but their location was unknown. Upon their arrival, they were still weak. Rashly searching and shouting would most likely attract monsters and beasts waiting to feast, not their companions. Jiang He's contingency plan explicitly instructed everyone to conceal themselves upon landing, leaving any chance of encountering or forming teams to chance. The ultimate goal for everyone was to reach the southern border of Ana, the place where everyone's dreams began. Windpod City. Mitt was still living in the church at the Meta Sequoia, only 13 years old this year. There was still a year and a half before she dropped out of the Star Speaker Academy. This year was Korean calendar 32, 3 years before the start of the game's storyline. During these 3 years, everyone needed to act discreetly, slowly using their existing knowledge to improve their strength, and approach Windpod City, their final destination, while waiting for the game to begin. Having survived the initial dice rolls of arrival, the long and uncertain 3 years followed. The 7 people couldn't assemble initially, meaning they had to split into 7 groups, and every single one of them had to be safe. Without the support of other players' godlike perspectives, and without assistance from others, everyone must rely on themselves. He glanced up at the setting sun. He turned back to gaze at the increasingly deep and dark forest, where the roars of beasts were growing louder. Jiang He looked at his tattered clothes from the descent, and then turned his gaze to the wooden house by the distant stream. His options were limited. He had no weapons, his magic hadn't awakened, and he was alone on the edge of this unknown forest, gambling that the wild beasts and monsters wouldn't be interested in him, an outsider. Laughable, this body of his was forged by the Overlord himself. A Overlord-branded meatball, probably comparable to Tang Sanzang's flesh. Once a monster took a bite, it wouldn't stop. Although inhabited areas were equally dangerous, as long as he could communicate, his chances of survival were far greater than staying put. Having sorted out his thoughts, Jiang He didn't hesitate and strode towards the edge of the forest. He had to reach the village before the sun completely set. This wasn't a highly modernized city. Once dark, it was pitch black in the wilderness. After running for only a few minutes, Jiang He realized how wise his decision had been. The roars of beasts behind him rose and fell, the sounds of fighting and biting tore through the silent sky, piercing his eardrums and sending chills down his spine. Sunset wasn't a time for wild beasts and monsters to rest, but rather the point where they would emerge from the sweltering heat to forage for food. Even in the scorching summer, they were afraid of the heat. Crossing the swaying wooden bridge over the stream, Jiang He walked steadily and smoothly. Having completely escaped the activity range of the forest monsters and beasts, he deliberately slowed his pace. Along the way, he even luckily found a rabbit that had been killed by an unknown beast but hadn't eaten. After a careful search, more than 10 rabbits were found. Overkill. Some wild animals hunt but don't eat. There must have been a large rabbit burrow nearby, which the satiated predator had wiped out, leaving not a single escaped rabbit alive. From afar, a loud whistle rang out from the village's wooden watchtower. Jiang He, hearing this, obediently stopped. Soon afterward, several people on horseback emerged from the rows of wooden houses. Upon closer inspection, Jiang He realized his judgment was wrong. The horses were strong and powerful, their breaths deep and heavy, clearly well trained and well cared for. This wasn't the village he had imagined, it seemed to be a camp. In Ana, there was an adventurers' guild, and those who were frequently active on the move would build temporary outposts as camps for their work. These campsites were marked on maps made by the local people of Ana, making it convenient for travelers to stay. The leader of the riders, clad in armor, and with a burly build, arrived on horseback. "Who are you?" There was no obvious hostility in his tone, which reassured Jiang He. He calmly raised the rabbit he had picked up and tossed it forward. The riders were startled and about to become wary when he spoke. "A student." "A student?" The riders exchanged suspicious glances. "Summer project, hunting monsters, earning credits, encountered some troublesome fellows on the way, and got lost." After saying this, Jiang He ignored the riders and walked towards the campsite where a campfire had been lit. Even though some of the riders had drawn their weapons, which were pointed at him, in fright, he remained unfazed. The armored man at the head of the group held out his hand, signaling everyone to put away their weapons. Seeing Jiang He suddenly turn back, they curiously reined in their horses, watching him pull out rabbit ears from under his horse's legs, lift up his spoils, and then exchange another speechless glance. "Captain. This guy, he's too bold. He came out of the Black Rock Forest, fine, but what about us standing here? Aren't we human? He doesn't seem to respect us at all." The armored man dismounted, picked up the remaining rabbits, and gestured for silence. "Look at the fabric of his clothes, smooth silk, well-tailored, with silk and satin bases, bright and shiny. He's a student from one of the Empire's 5 academies. Several campfires stood in the camp, surrounded by adventurers who had accepted commissions, but didn't want to be active outside at night. When the group returned on horseback, Jianghe had already familiarly walked to an empty spot by one of the campfires and sat down. He casually asked for a butcher's knife, much like a member of the opposing adventurers group, and skillfully gutted and skinned the rabbit. The members of the adventurers group glanced around blankly, as if asking, "Whose is this? Claim it?" His composure and calmness bordered on arrogance. When someone asked, Jianghe simply smiled and replied, "I'm a student." It was as if the world had to give him special treatment just because he was a student. Even a shop that resold adventurer items would obediently give him a 90% discount, or even give it away for free. "Narian, who is this?" "Listen, he's an elite from one of the Empire's 5 academies. He just fought his way out of the Black Rot Forest, so he's in a sorry state," the armored man explained. The adventurers group members, who had quietly gathered around, turned around. "No wonder he's so arrogant. Just him alone? Idiot, the Empire's top universities have summer breaks. He's completing his summer monster hunting project. Of course he's acting alone. Goodness, students have holidays. I never had a break in my life. Every day I wake up busy looking for food. He's a mage. He'd probably be able to enter the mage tower someday. What are you? Then what should we do? We're not from his world. There's no need for us to cross paths. Eat and drink as usual, he leave at dawn." Even so, Narian, the most respected member of the entire adventurer group, still gave Jianghe a piece of beef he just hunted. Jianghe knew very well the awe that ordinary people in Anna, and most adventurers struggling to survive on the edge of life and death, held for mages. Even if there was a mage in the team, upon hearing about the mage tower, and the 5 great universities of the Empire, even these wild mages couldn't help but feel inferior. Every young mage who can enter the Empire's highest academy is exceptionally talented. Many come from families of high-ranking mages in the Empire, backed by powerful figures. Dealing with them requires extreme caution. As for wanting to harm him, Jianghe was tattered and ragged. The only valuable thing about him was himself. Adventurers are out there trying to make a living, and they kill for profit. Killing him just to anger a high-ranking mage in the Empire, only a madman would do that. Where is this? Blackrot Forest. Where is the Blackrot Forest? Several adventurer leaders were stunned, exchanging glances again. No mistake, he really is a student. Only a student could ask such a clear-headed but foolish question. Going out to hunt monsters, he only looks at the map of the hunting destination, not the surrounding map. His ability to get lost and become directionally challenged perfectly matches their imagination of the elites of the Empire's Academy. Very capable, but lacking in common sense. Chapter 558. Narian, the armored man Jianghe first met, took out a map he carried with him. "You probably entered from Water Smoke City in the northwest of the Black Rot Forest, crossed the Black Rot Forest, and arrived here." His finger moved across the yellowish leather made of animal hide, pausing. Jianghe examined it carefully for a while, noticing the absence of the name Windpod City, realizing it was a regional map. "Where is Windpod City?" Narian was stunned, and the person beside him answered for him. "Windpod, the southernmost part of the Empire, bordering the forest elves? That's not close to here. Weren't you hunting monsters? What are you doing there?" Jianghe calmly replied, "The monster hunting part is over, and now I'm going to visit the forest elves." Someone couldn't help but say, the Imperial Academy's assignments are really hard to complete. After inquiring about the location of the nearest city-state, and learning it was only about half a day's walk from here, Jianghe felt relieved and continued eating. Several adventurer groups around him were wolfing down their food. Their eating habits were comparable to any food vlogger. Jianghe, however, looked troubled. The rabbit meat was unpalatable. Even after light roasting, its inherent gamey smell was difficult to mask without seasoning. The local Anna beef, for some reason, tasted far inferior to what he had in his previous life. It was rather dry, and once the moisture evaporated slightly during roasting, it became tasteless. He suddenly remembered that the cooking skills in the game provided detailed descriptions of the properties of many local Anna ingredients. This part seemed to be the cuttlefish. Anyone who happened to be near him when they descended to Earth should be lucky. Even without seasoning, they could at least salvage the situation. To obtain the energy his body needed, Jianghe had to numb his spoiled palate to adapt to the food. Going from luxury to frugality is difficult. Several members of the adventurer group nearby were secretly observing him. Students from the 5 major universities of the Empire were rarely seen by ordinary people, so everyone was naturally curious. He looks like he's having a hard time eating. It would be strange if he could eat like that. Unlike us, who consider eating fresh meat a delicacy every day, the universities have people specifically in charge of our meals. Just the seasonings we know, and don't know cost more than maintaining weapons and buying equipment. If he had hesitated before, his poor sense of direction and the little expression of difficulty swallowing completely dispelled everyone's suspicions. Jiang He was unaware that his spoiled palate had indirectly helped him. His mind was still calculating how to quickly reach Fingjia, and how to make money. This was an urgent problem. Everyone at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds possessed knowledge comparable to a 9th-tier combat power in the Ana world. As their bodies are immersed in magic, they will gradually awaken. However, they remain vulnerable until reaching level 6. To accelerate this process, materials and items to enhance magic power are essential. This isn't a game. To find a safe place to stay, it's best to purchase property in a large, secure city-state. He can exchange knowledge for cash, but preferably in a major city. Right now, there's no village or shop in sight. He can't possibly walk the whole way. There are too many unforeseen events along the way. As he pondered this, someone sat down beside Jiang He. He tried hard not to show his disgust. After all, the other person was a bit smelly. After a long day of sweating and working, in the hot weather, and considering outdoor activities likely don't involve daily showers, the smell was truly irritating to the eyes. Even if it was a fairly attractive woman, around 20 to 30 years old, a normal person's reaction would be to want to stay away. Jiang He, however, restrained himself. As a student of the Imperial Academy, he should indeed show some pride, but not too much, lest he indirectly offend everyone here. He symbolically pursed his lips, subtly letting those peeking over notice his discomfort, before immediately returning to normal. No need for introductions. Just tell me what you want to do. Jiang He interrupted the woman's spellcasting, and the woman, understanding the situation, reached into her robes and pulled out. It looked like a scroll. I'd like to ask. The woman hesitated, unsure how to address Jiang He. Potato. Huh? We're just strangers. No need to scrutinize my name. Call me whatever you want. I don't mind. Oh, okay. The woman readily complied. Brother Potato. Lord Potato, could you please check the specific effects of this scroll? Otherwise, I dare not trigger it. She paused, then quickly added, I'm willing to pay a certain reward for it. Jiang He became interested. What's there to be afraid of triggering with a scroll? Knowing the effects, just inject some magic power, right? It couldn't possibly be a scroll that was deliberately locked by its creator, could it? In the environment of the Ana world, that's a very rare scroll, at least tier 6 or higher. In the early stages of the stellar game, it would be a good item to use against the Frankenstein's monsters in the Temple of the Clarities. He took the scroll, relieved. The woman's hesitation was simple. The inscriptions on the scroll were all in foreign languages. This was Argon, a continent adjacent to Ana, appearing in the later DLC of Proof of the Stars. Most mages are literate, unlike illiterate ordinary people. But mastering multiple languages and the scripts of other continents is an ability possessed by only a very small number of people. Without revealing his expression, Jiang He glanced around and held up one index finger. 1 Lion King silver coin. This, so expensive. Jiang He added, and give me some of that kind of beef you hunted. A murmur of discussion arose around him. In Ana's trading system, multiple levels of currency and tokens circulate. Lion King silver coins are widely recognized as high-value currencies, and even in the hands of currency exchange dealers, their price is not easily suppressed. 1 Lion King silver coin can at least guarantee an adventure team's food and drink for 3 days. As the most mentally taxing task before his transmigration, Jiang He, as the guild leader, had no choice but to tackle it head-on. If only squid and fries were here, they'd be more adept. The woman gritted her teeth and pulled out a mud-covered Lion King silver coin. Please tell me first, where does the writing on it come from? Jiang He replied lazily, from the Argon continent language family. The woman must have asked someone else beforehand, but they could only discern that the writing was from Argon, without being able to translate it further. Seeing Jiang He's accurate answer, she breathed a sigh of relief, and the silver coin landed in Jiang He's palm. And the effect? Does it require a special trigger? Jiang He shook his hand, returning the scroll to the woman's grasp. A mere elemental shield scroll. The effect depends on the element used to activate it, and the effect is terrible for me. The woman, utterly disappointed, clutched the scroll and reluctantly returned to her adventurers group. Jiang He, naturally drawn by the prospect of beef, landed near the campfire where the woman was. The armored man, Narian, quickly sliced a portion and handed it to Jianghe. Although spending one Lion King silver coin only resulted in a disappointing outcome, it was still a relief for everyone. Holding it was like carrying an antique, valuable, yet hesitant to use it lightly. It was also like carrying a highly explosive item, fearing an accidental trigger that would send everyone into a frenzy. "How did you obtain it?" Jianghe asked. The woman smiled. "When we were exterminating the monster, we found a lot of bones and relics under the rubble where it nested. Consider it loot. Then keep it safe," Jianghe said in a low voice. "It's a high-level wind attribute vortex that only a rank 6 mage could create. Once triggered, it will form a whirlwind around your bodies, guided by your magic power. It's both offensive and defensive, a pretty good all-in-one scroll." In an instant, the woman and Narian nearby were stunned. "Hold your things firmly. Control your expressions. Eat and drink as usual." With that, Jianghe casually picked up the water pouch the woman had placed on the ground and took a big gulp. "Damn, this is alcohol, so strong." Jianghe's throat felt like it had been pierced by red-hot iron pincers. A violent line of fire burned from the tip of his tongue all the way to the bottom of his stomach, causing a white light to explode before his eyes. My tongue felt numb, and even my teeth felt like they'd been soaked in alcohol. The alcohol, I coughed up spray from my nose and landed in the campfire, causing the flames to leap up a little. Jianghe's disheveled appearance caused the rest of the team to burst into laughter. Those around him turned around and, seeing his tear-streaked face, couldn't help but laugh as well. This little brat from the academy grew up drinking honey water. "I heard that the academy's mages can't handle strong liquor. It turns out it's not just a rumor, it's true." They chuckled, but Narian grew anxious. "Mara, give me your water." Taking the real water jug, Jianghe blew into it and rinsed his mouth, finally feeling the burning sensation in his throat lessen slightly. The woman swallowed and explained, "We rarely drink water. We need to stay alert while hunting in the wild, and we can't afford potions. This is the most effective thing. You probably can't handle it." Indeed, he couldn't handle it. There were no drunkards in the boundary between reality and illusion. They foolishly bought the water of life. Playing a punishment game, they basically passed out after 2 small cups. The taste wasn't even half as strong as the liquor in the water sack. Once Jianghe had recovered, Narian lowered his voice to confirm. "Really? That powerful? That scroll, as long as you don't provoke any particularly outrageous monsters, can definitely save your lives." Knowing that Jianghe's disdain in front of everyone was to accommodate their performance, Narian, as the leader, was immediately grateful. At the same time, he also let down the guard that adventurers always maintain. Jianghe's disdain was genuine. Even with such a precious scroll, he didn't show the slightest desire or attachment, even asking for only 1 Lion King silver coin. The pride of the Imperial Academy, too high a standard, too arrogant. Narian calmly reached into his pocket and took out 7 more Lion King silver coins. This was the limit of what he could offer with his usual currency. Jianghe didn't refuse, he was genuinely short of money. 8 Lion King silver coins should be enough for him to try and purchase some potion ingredients to accelerate magic infusion once he reaches the next city-state. He just doesn't know if there are any good apothecaries. Thinking of this, Jianghe's mind drifted to the image of Mint. Sigh, there's no one better than a mother. Chapter 559. Narian, realizing the scroll in his possession was incredibly valuable, lost interest in continuing the hunt and offered to travel with Jianghe. Including him, the team consisted of 5 people, a small number for a hunting party. The unwritten rule for basic wilderness hunting is a full team of 8, with only elite groups operating in groups of around 5. The strongest member of Narian's team was Nuna, the woman who had spoken to him that day. As one of only 2 mages in the team, she stood out with her 4th-tier combat power. In the early stages of the game, at level 20, the maximum level, she would be a level 11 or 12 mini-boss in the wild. During the journey, Narian and his companions were curious several times. As a mage, Jianghe surprisingly didn't attempt to cast spells to make his journey easier. When Nuna asked him about it, Jianghe simply smiled. The teacher said that during outdoor activities, we should try not to consume magic power to deal with unexpected situations. The formulaic, academic answer made a few people in the group tense. It perfectly matched their stereotypes. Jianghe was very satisfied with his chosen identity. He didn't need to do or say much. Everyone would naturally rationalize his actions. After all, given his excellent performance last night, who could imagine that this elite from the Imperial Academy was just a newcomer, a level 0 alt who hadn't even awakened his magic power yet? In Anna, where illiteracy was rampant, mastering a foreign language was still too overpowered. Luckily, the jailer was forced to learn a language by orange tea. Hopefully, his brain will catch on. Jiang He couldn't help but think. Her salt city, compared to fragrant breeze and wind pod that Jiang He had seen in the game, was much smaller in scale. The Empire's control over its periphery was insufficient, so many city-state lords simply outsourced their security services or simply abandoned them. These actions allowed adventurers to flourish, a situation welcomed by the lords. Outsourcing, where no compensation was required for deaths, was cheap and effective, far cheaper than the time-consuming and laborious process of building and paying salaries to a lord's guard. Upon entering the city, Jiang He saw Narayan constantly greeting his fellow adventurers. It was clear he was quite well connected here. Are there any good apothecaries here? Narayan asked curiously. Are you going to brew potions? Nuna tugged at his sleeve and coughed. We dealt with several in the city before. Trust me, they're reliable. After verbally naming the people and their location, Jiang He waved goodbye to the four. Once his figure disappeared into the rushing crowd, Nuna clicked her tongue in disdain. Potion brewing is a private matter. Why are you asking? Narayan scratched his head sheepishly. I'm not a mage, I lack vigilance. Different professions have different taboos. Among mages, potion brewing is a highly confidential topic. Those with ulterior motives can glean information about the other's condition from the potion's contents. Therefore, generally speaking, mages won't seek out potion makers of dubious origin for custom potions. Excellent potion makers always have clients who bring in newcomers through word of mouth. Someone like Jiang He, who dares to have potions brewed at a roadside stall by a suspicious-looking underage girl who looks like she has albinism, is someone a normal mage wouldn't dare to do. Buying ready-made potions is one thing, but daring to order custom-made ones? If other mages heard this, they all curse. Holy crap, what an idiot! Upon learning this common knowledge, Jiang He couldn't help but smile. No wonder Mint was so flattered back then. In her eyes, the seven of them were like clueless newbies, thinking they'd come up with a brilliant idea, when in reality they were automatically walking into a minefield. And she, of all people, was the only dud in that minefield that wouldn't explode. At least she considered herself a dud. Of the people Nuna provided, two were wandering the streets soliciting customers. Just like Mint before, they were catering to adventurers, focusing on high-traffic areas, their home turf. The remaining person had a small shop on the edge of the commercial district of her South City. After a good search, Jiang He finally found a shop squeezed between ordinary houses in a dark alley behind rows of buildings. The alley was narrow and cramped, the shop's door facing a dimly lit wall, requiring candles for illumination even in broad daylight. Jiang He pushed open the door and entered. The shop was empty. Just as he was about to call out, a burly minotaur pushed aside the curtain leading to the inner room and appeared. Jiang He admitted he was somewhat shocked. The minotaur, easily 2 meters tall, stood before the shop counter like a demon statue. Combined with his face, which appeared unpredictable in the flickering candlelight, Jiang He would have believed it if he said he ate people. What do you need? His voice was deep and powerful. Just listening to it, one could feel he could punch someone so hard they'd be stuck in the wall opposite the shop. Nuna introduced me. The minotaur, the apothecary, nodded slightly after speaking. Since you're a regular customer, I can offer you more services. The other party crossed his arms. Finished potions, custom potions, healing, herb recycling, which one are you interested in? Custom potions. What type? I have the recipe. You can follow the recipe to brew it. The minotaur's eyes suddenly widened, and he suspiciously sized Jiang He up and down. Who are you? Jiang He understood the other party's nervousness. Ordinary people couldn't possibly have potion recipes. The other party had already mistaken him for a fellow professional who had come to cause trouble. I'm from the Star Speaker Academy. It's our summer vacation now, and the Academy has assigned us many projects to complete, one of which is brewing potions. Jiang He spread his hands. My potion-making skills are terrible, so I need someone's help. Being a student, how useful. The Minotaur was stunned. To better see Jiang He's eyes, he half-squatted down, resting his large head on the table. Your Excellency, why didn't you find someone in the capital to refine it? There must be some excellent potion masters there. If someone sees me, I get a warning and punishment, Jiang He said matter-of-factly. So I wander around while I'm doing my other homework, secretly refining it in a secluded spot. The Minotaur was both amused and exasperated. He never expected his first order of the day would be helping a student with their homework. He handed Jiang He a piece of paper, squatted down, and read through the formula and refining details, nodding frequently. He could roughly guess that it was some kind of low-level potion formula that enhanced magic absorption and promoted magic circulation, or something similar. This kind of potion was the kind of garbage that the geniuses of the Imperial Academy wouldn't even glance at. It certainly looked like a quiz assigned by the teacher in a potions class. He basically believed Jiang Hei's words. Jiang He asked how much. Any additional requirements? Jiang He smiled slyly. Make 2 batches. One is of mediocre quality, the technique a little rough. One is of above average quality, better than the previous one, with fewer flaws. The Minotaur was stunned. Why is that? I can't make potions this good. If you make them perfect, won't the teacher see through it? After a while, the Minotaur chuckled. If he had any doubts before, now he was 100% certain that this was a young master from the Imperial Academy, struggling with his summer homework. He held up 2 fingers, 2 Lion King silver coins. As Jiang He expected, the 2 silver coins were casually placed on the table. Can it be finished today? Easy, it'd be ready before noon. For a skilled apothecary, this kind of basic potion is a piece of cake. The Minotaur brewed 2 batches of herbs of different qualities in one batch. Before noon, the commission was completed, without even breaking a sweat. Jiang He nodded repeatedly, his face full of satisfaction. Hey, you haven't even checked the goods yet. Are you leaving already? Jiang He snorted. Too lazy to check, I messed up the assignment, I come back to find you. The Minotaur apothecary shook his head with a wry smile, but looking at the 2 Lion King silver coins, his heart leaped with joy. Students' money is so easy to earn, there are definitely opportunities everywhere around the capital. I can't even imagine how much my colleagues there make during holidays. The refining process went exceptionally smoothly, and even the cost was far lower than Jiang He had anticipated. He went to the most luxurious tavern in the city center, rented a room for half a Lion King silver coin, and eagerly closed the door, taking out the potion. 2 batches, a total of 12 small bottles of potion, enough for him to accelerate his adaptation to magic and awaken his powers ahead of time. He specifically instructed that the potion be of low quality, for safety's sake. Suddenly consuming a potion that was too potent would place a tremendous burden on his body during awakening. The potion was a mesmerizing azure blue, packaged in small bottles, and at first glance, it resembled the zinc gluconate he used to drink as a child. Recalling Mint's instructions, Jiang He shook it slightly before drinking, took a deep breath, and downed it in one gulp. It was cool on the palate, with a rich, smooth texture, like milk slightly frozen into a slushy, rushing down his throat. A few seconds later, a warm sensation rose from his stomach. In an instant, Jiang He's body turned bright red. Before the burning and stinging sensation could spread, the rustling of a gentle breeze suddenly cleared his muddled mind. It was as if he were in a vast ocean, the soft waters gently supporting his body. They were everywhere, yet he couldn't find them when he opened his eyes. Jiang He stretched out his hand, enduring the still-spreading stinging and burning sensation, holding his breath and concentrating. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A weak vortex of wind rose from his palm. Weak swaying, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Your compatibility with mental magic is excellent, so compatibility with ordinary magic is not a problem. Others might need a few days to immerse themselves and adjust, but you don't need that. Find a way to complete the awakening as soon as you land. Teacher Sayer's strategy was reliable. Less than a day after landing in Anna, Jiang He completed the transformation from level 0 to level 1. In the world of Anna, whether or not you possess magic largely determines the trajectory of your life. The first step in saving Anna has been successful. Chapter 560. With a solid foundation in magical theory, Jiang He spent another day adapting to the use of magic and successfully recreated the spell. Swift Steps, a highly versatile spell that purely increases movement speed. In the game, it's a very versatile spell, but not as good as specialized blessings. In reality, it's just a trick that beginners like to use, but discard after the initial learning stage. It's not the best, but it's not the worst. Most of the time, it has no inferiority, because it is inferior. Who would bother to study an old spell that hasn't been innovated in nearly a century, and is dispensable? With his experience from his previous life in the game, Jiang He didn't hesitate much, drawing out all the magic stored in his body after the initial infusion, enjoying the thrill of being constantly accompanied by a swift wind. Others don't use it, he does. Since this was before the official launch of the Return to the Stars event, the emotional appeal needed to be maximized first. Jiang He looked at the 5 Lion King silver coins he still had in his hand, and fell into deep thought. Should he stay in Han City for the time being, slowly digesting the potion that was still active after his awakening? Or should he use this money to set off immediately, following the caravan along the main road towards Fingjia. After a brief hesitation, he chose to stay. The uncertainties in the wild were too great. Even along the main road, if something unexpected happened, with his newly awakened level, escape would be a pipe dream. At least here too, it's more appropriate to leave the safe zone with excess magic power. Having made his choice, the next step was to make money. Considering that he might run into people he had met before in Heian City, he needed to use some skills that were appropriate for his status, and that most people didn't possess to profit. Returning to the Minotaur's potion shop, the man seemed somewhat taken aback. Was there a mistake in the potion making? Earning money from a student is easy, but if the cleanup isn't handled properly, given the student's potential to attend an Imperial Academy, he'd likely face a lot of trouble in the future. Just thinking about this made the Minotaur speak cautiously. Name? Huh? I'm asking for your name. Oh, Tiku. Huh? Jiang He blinked, sizing up the burly man who looked 9/10 like a martial artist. He was indeed very cool. Potato, that's what my classmates call me. After exchanging names, Jiang He immediately stated his purpose. I need to earn some pocket money, and I hope to cooperate with you. Tiku swallowed, hesitated for a moment, and then pulled out 2 Lion King silver coins from his pants pocket. Lord Potato, consider it a free alchemy session for me. It was my fault for being so rude as to ask for payment. Take this little bit of money back. Jiang He sighed. What do you mean? Do you think I'm a scumbag who doesn't pay for things? Tiku didn't answer. No answer was an answer in itself. Last time you introduced your business, you mentioned that you also buy and appraise materials here, right? Jiang He said to himself, can you appraise items related to mental magic? Tiku frowned slightly. Appraising extremely rare and special natural mental materials required someone with some knowledge of mental magic. Mental magicians were as rare as spatial magicians. Most of them only operated in large city-states. Therefore, mental materials were often the easiest loot for adventurers to find. Uninformed shopkeepers would refuse to accept them, and adventurers would consider them worthless and simply discard them in the wild. Based on what had just been said, Tiku hesitated. Lord Potato, are you a mental mage? A little. Jiang He's plan was to be registered under Tiku's name at his shop for a period of time. If the shop needed appraisals during this period, he would help look at them and remind customers if any items met the criteria. As for the money he could earn, it would be 70/30 split. Tiku did the math carefully. Not bad. He wouldn't have earned this money anyway, so having Jiang He at the shop would increase the chances of finding a bargain. Why not? Besides, Jiang He didn't charge for being at the shop, he only charged after confirming the item's value. Every time he could capitalize on an information gap, it was a huge profit. However, Lord Potato, don't you? Your family give you any money? I'm going out to complete my summer homework, part of my travels. Do you think they let me spend lavishly? Tiku didn't know much about the nobles living near Inadu City. Everything was based on his imagination. But he felt there was nothing wrong with what he said. The elites who enter the Imperial Academy at this age are destined to become the elite of Anna. Having grown accustomed to luxury, a sudden financial strain will inevitably lead them to find ways to maintain their standard of living. Upon hearing that Jiang He was staying at the most prestigious tavern in Heian City, catering exclusively to top adventurers and local dignitaries, Tiku couldn't help but admire the young master. While discussing his training trips and summer assignments, he still couldn't resist indulging in the most luxurious comforts wherever he went. The cooperation was agreed upon, but no contract was signed, and Jiang He trusted Tiku's honesty. 2 days of practical experience had taught him that being a student at one of the Empire's 5 top universities was incredibly useful. In Anna, where illiteracy was rampant, most people couldn't distinguish truth from falsehood. As for going to the capital to confirm the details, if they had that ability, why would they be adventurers? Opening a shop in a city-state on the edge of the Empire? Faced with the possibility of him becoming a future member of the Mage Tower, everyone's awe of his fabricated identity was genuine. For 2 days, Tiku didn't contact Jiang He. He was prepared for this, not pitting all his hopes on making a quick buck and achieving instant success. Finding Narian and his group resting in the city wasn't difficult. Jiang He got straight to the point, explaining his financial difficulties due to family restrictions. Upon hearing this, the 4 members of the Narian group immediately reached into their pockets. I don't want your money. As you know, I'm here for summer training, so I need to earn my own money. Narian suddenly realized, you want to hunt with us? Jiang He felt a chill run down his spine. Hunting? Who hunts whom? A monster hunting him? That probably wouldn't taste very good, the flesh of a puppet's body, Wait, does a puppet's body even have any texture? Nuna, also a mage, understood Jiang He's meaning. You want to make money with knowledge, right? I happen to know a merchant from Fragrant Wind City who has collected a batch of books from another continent and is looking for a suitable translator. With connections, there are opportunities. Led by Nuna, he saw the merchant, with dozens of monsters acting as pack animals, on the edge of the planned trading district in Hersal City. Narian and his 3 companions were locally well known, possessing considerable influence. Upon hearing Nuna's description, the merchant's captain, a shrewd and capable short-haired forest elf, appeared before Jianghe. He scrutinized the merchant captain with his azure eyes. Nuna said, "You speak Argon?" And the languages of Devilland and Korhalu. A ripple appeared on the merchant captain's calm face. "So you're fluent in 3 languages?" Jianghe countered, "You don't believe me?" The merchant captain hesitated, then turned to his pack animal and retrieved a box. As he opened it, he said, "It's not that I'm unwilling to believe it, Mr. Potato. You should know how young you are, shouldn't you? For an average young person to understand one language from another continent at this age is already quite remarkable. Many old scholars, even after a lifetime of study, might not be able to fully comprehend the languages of 3 continents and translate them fluently and without errors. Yet you claim to be fluent." The merchant captain leisurely waved the yellowed book in his hand, along with 2 unsealed scrolls. "Go and fetch Bonnie." A moment later, a forest elf with light green hair and bright golden eyes arrived. Perhaps due to her lifelong association with books, she carried a scroll with an elegant and dignified air. The merchant captain introduced her. Bonnie fled from the Devilland region 100 years ago, eventually arriving in Anna after many twists and turns. She is fluent in the dialects of all the local Devilland tribes, and is familiar with slang and jargon. Since Mr. Potato wants to make this money and claims to be fluent, would you mind if I verify it? As he spoke, the merchant captain looked at Nuna. "It's not that I don't trust Miss Nuna, but out of respect for written language, I hope you can understand. If Mr. Potato truly demonstrates the appropriate ability, I will certainly offer sufficient reward. Remuneration aside for now." Ever since hearing that Bonnie came from Devilland, Jianghe's gaze had been completely fixed on this forest elf. 100 years ago was the turning point when the Eternal Night cult grew powerful and clashed with the Clarity cult's magic. Jianghe curiously asked, "In Devilland, the Clarity cult and the Eternal Night cult, which do you support?" Bonnie trembled as if electrocuted. After so many years, hearing authentic familiarity on a foreign continent was almost unbelievable. It wasn't until Jianghe repeated it a second time that Bonnie answered excitedly, her voice trembling. "The Clarity cult will always be the Clarity cult." The merchant captain was already prepared to test Bonnie. Books and scrolls were out. Suddenly, Bonnie's eyes welled up with tears, and she couldn't help but step forward and grasp the hand of her test subject, as if meeting a fellow countryman. The 2 chattered away in a language incomprehensible to everyone present, growing increasingly agitated. The test subject was alright, but why was Bonnie crying so loudly? Once she calmed down a bit, the merchant captain swallowed hard and asked in a low voice. "Bonnie, his is very, very authentic and correct Devilland, with an impeccable accent. He can even speak several Devilland slang terms. But he's so young. I can hardly believe it, but it's true." The merchant captain subconsciously rubbed his temples. He then called over an elderly man, who was somewhat fluent in Korhalu. After only a short conversation, the old man blushed with shame. His pronunciation, his grammar, are all very fluent, far superior to mine. The merchant captain was completely dumbfounded. Could someone really be fluent in 3 languages from another continent at the age of 17 or 18? No, how could that be possible? Immersed in the literature of another continent from the very first day of his life, educated by scholars from that continent in turn. Being a language prodigy alone wouldn't get him into the Empire's 5 great universities. In other words, this person before him not only excels in the field of linguistics, but also has achievements in other schools of magic. Please forgive my rudeness, your talent is truly too frightening. I have never seen anyone fluent in 3 languages before. Perhaps there are such people in the Mage Tower, but given Mr. Potato's age, please don't mind my abruptness. I'm willing to pay double the reward as an apology." The merchant captain, usually so tactful in business, was now at a loss for words. Seeing Jianghe's lack of response, he immediately changed his tune. 3 times the reward. Jianghe laughed. "You only mentioned the multiplier, but I don't understand. What's the base reward?" 3 times 0 is still 0. The merchant captain hurriedly explained, "Our translation fees are determined by the content and the language family. The most expensive is the language family you translate the least, right? Which one? Korhalu. Then I choose that. Given that Mr. Potato's abilities far exceed my expectations, I'm willing to offer you a base translation fee of 1 Lion King silver coin per day. The merchant captain's mind had completely clicked. Ordinary family backgrounds simply don't allow access to books and documents from 3 different continents. Immersion from childhood is necessary to cultivate this prodigy. What kind of family background must this person have, cramming an abundance of knowledge into their brain, ultimately yielding such a remarkable result? Although the onboarding test is a reasonable part of the process, the temperament of a prodigy from a magical family is unpredictable. His attitude towards the recruiter was perfectly reasonable, if the young master before him felt he had spoken ill of him. Nuna was also stunned. Her eyes held only awe as she looked at Jianghe. It turned out that the seemingly inexperienced student, who had dined with them last night and traveled with them, was not only a language genius, but also backed by an entire magical family. No wonder he was fearless. Jianghe was very satisfied with this outcome. Before transmigrating, everyone crammed knowledge into their brains according to their own needs. Language wasn't his strong suit, but considering the various unexpected situations he might encounter after landing, he adopted a cramming approach, memorizing everything by rote. The results were remarkable. Learning a foreign language really is useful. Thinking of this, Jianghe couldn't help but feel a little smug. I wonder how others fared in the early stages. Anyway, my foreign language approach was very successful. Chapter 561. The books from other continents that the merchants brought back from maritime trade were mostly unrelated to magic, focusing primarily on geography, culture, and miscellaneous observations, interspersed with some popular novels from those continents. Jianghe was pleased with this. These books had a very limited impact on the Anna continent. The merchant captain also frankly stated that his upstream channels generally consisted of 2 types of people. The first type were the refined, aristocratic sons of various city-states who sought highbrow culture. They were unlikely to ever have any interaction with other continents in their lives, but being able to thoroughly read obscure books, maintain a nonchalant air of sophistication in ordinary life, and enjoy the flattery of those around them, and the admiring glances of the opposite sex was enough for them. At the same time, this also served to appease and constantly remind their ambitious elders. The second type were scholars, who were passionate about collecting and researching. They had a great demand for translated books from other continents, and most of them accepted anything they received. Language specialists aren't particularly scarce, but the more skilled a mage is, the less likely they are to focus on the tedious pursuit of linguistic improvement. After all, the pursuit of power is their primary goal. The merchant captain suggested ingratiatingly that Jianghe's name be prominently displayed in the translated books. Jianghe initially wanted to refuse. Can my signature be a symbol? As long as it serves as a symbol of your identity, of course. At this moment, the merchant captain had no idea how strange the signature Jianghe had given him would be. Faced with 4 square symbols, he was utterly bewildered. It's also written in some other continent's script, using my nickname. It's very recognizable. The merchant captain, unsuspecting, readily made the arrangement. Having witnessed firsthand the translation efficiency of this erudite genius from the Imperial Academy, he harbored not a single doubt. The language of Korhala was obscure and difficult to understand. He had searched extensively, and only found a few skilled translators of about half the level of those in the Imperial Mage Tower. But these people were only fit to serve as scribes, diligently copying Jianghe's dictation. Jianghe only needed to pick up a local Korhala book, carefully browse it twice, and after a brief period of preparation, he would have a plan in mind. A rough translation on the first draft was corrected to be accurate, fluent, and elegant on the second. The Korhala translators were astonished and filled with admiration. Those who had never had the chance to meet a high-ranking mage in the Mage Tower experienced firsthand the intensity of being a Mage Tower reserve in this sweltering summer. They even felt that being paid only 1 Lion King silver coin per day, on top of the basic translation fee, was a form of exploitation. Isn't this bullying a student? Even the merchant captain felt the treatment couldn't be based on the standards for hired staff. Upon learning that Jianghe resided at the most expensive tavern in town, he hastily prepaid a month's fee as a sign of sincerity. Bonnie became Jianghe's assistant, and her task of translating the Devlandian documents was handed over to others. The merchant captain readily agreed to this request, even secretly envying Bonnie's extraordinary encounter. During this time, Bonnie used Devlandian as a starting point to communicate closely with him. Perhaps she had capitalized on his curiosity about Devlandian. In just a few days, Bonnie had practically become his follower. He was clearly pleased with her progress, taking good care of her daily. If this continues, Perhaps when he leaves, he'd take Bonnie with him. TSK. Being able to establish a connection with his family is something most people can only dream of. Jiang did indeed want to take Bonnie away, and Bonnie readily agreed, but it had nothing to do with his abusive status. After all these years, have you ever thought about going back to Devilland? A suggestion that brought tears to Bonnie's eyes. Bonnie was a clerk in a region of the Temple of the Clarities. After the Church of Eternal Night invaded the main temple, the Clarities' influence across the entire continent was thrown into chaos. In her coastal region, the number of cultists like Eternal Night surged. Without instructions or assistance from the Clarities, Bonnie and her companions embarked on a journey of escape on a rainy night. Some infiltrated the dense forest, trying to find their organization. Some bought large ocean-going ships, attempting to temporarily avoid the storm and preserve their lineage. Bonnie was merely one of those swept along by the tide, unable to control her own fate, forced to blindly follow. Some boarded ships, some disembarked. Amidst all this, only Bonnie remained. Bonnie's experience was strikingly similar to Jiang He's current situation. As a secretary, she already had a foundation in language learning and a good grasp of it. After arriving in Anna, she quickly found her footing. So, you're quite an experienced translator. Why are you still working for a merchant? Shouldn't you be much more famous? Bonnie was somewhat embarrassed, only offering an explanation for the somewhat unspoken reasons. Jiang He didn't press further. Bringing Bonnie back to Devland wasn't just empty talk. By grasping this core objective, he successfully gained his first follower since his arrival. The next step was to maximize the follower's loyalty. If this were a game, it would involve the tedious and boring tasks of giving gifts, running errands, and completing quests. But in reality, living, breathing people. It's not that difficult either. Over a century, the weak Bonnie who had just entered the ranks of the Clarities slowly climbed from Tier 2 to Tier 5. In this world where knowledge can be directly converted into combat power, the monopolization of knowledge is ubiquitous. The flow of knowledge within the Clarities doesn't exist in Anna. Therefore, she didn't have any magic matching her Tier 5 abilities. Even a tiny bit of Jiang He's vast knowledge would be enough for a Tier 5 mage. He casually recited a few spells that forest elves might like, and judging from Bonnie's level of shock, he tailored a power-enhancing plan for her. 1 month to master the 3 spells on the scroll, and try to do them. Bonnie swallowed hard. She didn't kneel to express her gratitude, but instead prostrated herself, completely subdued. Her green hair, like dried seaweed, cascaded down, trembling incessantly. Bonnie's favorability was far easier to cultivate than expected. It was practically off the charts. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, was such a big reaction necessary? Jiang He's carefully crafted plan to gain favor had ended perfectly after only taking its first step, making his caution seem like a joke. Even so, he had no intention of being reckless, insisting on a steady and cautious approach, step by step. While pondering, Jiang He heard Bonnie's call. "Master, these are the seasonings, kitchen utensils, and ingredients you asked me to buy." As dusk fell, Bonnie returned, carrying large and small bags, already treating him like a servant. After his loyalty level had increased significantly, Bonnie's way of addressing him in private had naturally changed. "From now on, you be responsible for carrying all these things while you're with me. Start getting used to it now." Looking at the pots and pans specially made from a local blacksmith, Jiang He smiled and waved them in his hands. "I wonder where you guys are now. Hopefully no one's messed up this early." The sprawling forest appeared and disappeared in the morning mist, undulating like the back of a sleeping giant. Ancient trees, their roots intertwined, their verdant canopies weaving into an impenetrable dome hundreds of meters above the ground. Intricately designed treehouses were built on the thick branches, their vine-woven structures slowly growing and changing with the seasons, their vibrant forms almost lifelike. The door of a treehouse 30 meters above the ground was suddenly pushed open. "Big guy, I come to play with you. How's your recovery going? Has your magic awakened?" Sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains in the center of the room, casting dappled shadows on the wooden floor. A tall, blond figure with long, flowing hair stood with his back to the door, the outline of his shoulder blades faintly visible beneath his linen shirt. Hearing the voice, he slowly turned around, the sunlight immediately highlighting his granite-like muscles. Even with rigorous training, it takes time and experience to develop such a terrifying physique. Every bulge in his muscles looked like it had been forged through countless trials. Among the forest elves, those with a physique like his were few and far between. In contrast, the forest elf who entered looked as frail as a tiny child, even though he was over 1.6 meters tall at a young age. "I'm not called Big Guy, I have a name. Squid, such an embarrassing name? The handsome little forest elf shrugged. What tribe names themselves after a seafood? If a siren heard that, she'd probably eat it like a snack. Then let's use another language. If you can't understand it, it won't seem so strange. The squid's descent was somewhat less than pleasant. Logically, after landing, everyone should appear on the ground. But before he could even process it, amidst a blinding white light, he experienced the exhilarating sensation of freefall. His soul, trapped within his body, desperately tried to struggle, but the fear of being unable to control his body lasted less than a second. Bang! A muffled thud, and the whistling wind beside him fell silent. The good news was, it wasn't too high, preventing him from dying before he even began, becoming the unluckiest person in the boundary between reality and illusion, the first to die instantly upon landing. The bad news was, he landed in a rather unfortunate place. The tree spirits of the Ana world primarily feed on absorbing magical energy. On certain holidays, they gather together, tightly connecting their roots that have sunk into the ground. Their human-like upper bodies mimic human arms, clasping together, encircling each other, basking in the warm sunshine in an open space. This activity, known as root resonance, is both a feast for the tree spirits to replenish their magic and an important ritual for maintaining bonds within the tree spirit clan. The squid, falling from midair, crashed headfirst into the altar erected for the ritual. When he half opened his eyes, a group of tree spirits with cracked bark and humanoid features on their skin, still holding hands as they had during the ritual, surrounded him. He looked around. Tree spirits were everywhere. They couldn't muster the anger of having their ritual interrupted. Each cracked face, with its slightly distorted features, bore the mark of confusion, bewilderment. Many tree spirits couldn't help but look up at the sky. The sky was clear and cloudless, with no magical fluctuations. Where did these forest spirits come from? Could it be that the forest goddess had descended to reveal that their ritual was poorly performed? At that moment, the cuttlefish couldn't comprehend the tree spirit's grievances and confusion. Only one image remained in his mind. You're awake. The surgery was a success. Now you're a tree spirit. Congratulations. You can be chased by alien races, chopped down with an axe, and taken home as firewood. It was as if everything before his transmigration was a dream. He wasn't the designated shield-wielding, muscular tree spirit of the boundary between reality and illusion, but just an ordinary tree spirit underling, one of countless others. The impact of the fall unfolded inexplicably, choking the cuttlefish until he fainted. The tree spirits present panicked. He fell from the sky, hit our ceremonial table, and died of natural causes. Looking at the bloodstains on the table, the shattered pieces of wood on the ground, and the deep dent, the tree spirit's world collapsed. A venerable tree spirit had inexplicably fallen and died in their own tribe. Those noble tree spirits certainly wouldn't believe such a bizarre thing. Just right, he fell right in the center of your ritual altar, his head splattering blood that flowed along the grooves and lines of the altar, filling every corner. The meticulously planned and executed ritual, resembling a sacrifice, would make even a magician exclaim, "The cultists are well prepared." Fortunately, the tree spirits were meticulous enough to carefully examine him, and find he was merely unconscious, thus abandoning their plan to compost the squid on the spot. However, the tree spirits soon discovered something even more bizarre. Elder, this forest spirit is unable to absorb the essence of plant elements. Fool! Use the best from the tribe. Elder, it's not that our essence is inferior, it seems. The elder picked up the essence to examine it, then reached out to examine the squid. What's going on? No magic could be sensed at all, it was a complete vacuum. Observing the squid's physique, even as an elder, he couldn't understand. Could it be that some forest spirits had truly abandoned their innate affinity for magic, completely severing their resonance with it, all to better embark on the path of a martial artist? Though he didn't understand, the tree spirit elder was certain that the squid had grown up in a wealthy and noble family. Only in this way could they have had enough resources to build up his terrifying muscle mass, allowing him to follow the crooked path of body cultivation. We can't control him, send him up. The tree spirits were just a small tribe in this vast forest. Above them existed much more powerful tribes. Passing from tribe to tribe, when the squid awoke from its coma on the third day, murmuring that it wanted water, what it saw were its companions. The mysterious, hulking figure awoke, instantly becoming the hottest news in the large tribe. Many forest elves who were out exploring couldn't resist rushing back for a glimpse. Simply because of his sheer size and imposing stature. The tree spirit's descriptions of his descent from the sky were shrouded in mystery. While the squid was unconscious, rumors of a miraculous display by the forest goddess had already spread. Assuming it was true, What message did the forest goddess want to convey? It couldn't be forest elves, I prefer muscular men, so you should all start training, right? Being of the same kind, the forest elves had no suspicion of the squid, and with a few healing spells, his injuries healed quickly. The squid had prepared an explanation for the two unusual occurrences, lack of magic and his sudden appearance from the sky. I accidentally stumbled into a natural teleportation array. This was one of the excuses the Overlord had designed for them, specifically targeting the extremely unusual situation of his descent from midair. Note, the last sentence, creating an account and entering the server carries the risk of instant death and account deletion, appears to be a separate, unrelated comment and is left untranslated. What a disaster! At this moment, Cuttlefish only hoped that no one else had encountered such an unlucky, low-probability event. Chapter 562. The tribe Squid currently belongs to is called Red Tea. When Squid first heard his forest elf companions introduce it, he felt a sudden sense of clarity. No wonder he had been unconscious for 3 days. The Red Tea tribe is located south of Windpod City, within the territory of the Decaying Leaf Elf Kingdom, on the other side of the Anna Kingdom's border. Unlike Anna, whose population is complex, the Decaying Leaf Kingdom only has a large number of other races near its capital. It's not that they are hostile, but most of the familiar faces seen within the kingdom are merchants. Squid was lucky. It was very close to Windpod City. Even though he was a forest elf from another continent, and at this moment, he had not yet awakened and had no magic power, he could naturally integrate into the group. He temporarily shelved his plan to go to Windpod City. Although he was on the path of a martial artist, everyone at the boundary between the real and the virtual world had to go through the awakening process. One could choose not to improve their magic power, but one could not pass by without entering. The relatively friendly atmosphere of the Red Tea tribe was truly a rare beginner's village. Because he lied about once possessing magic, the tribe's apothecary didn't offer immediate help. Instead, he suggested he first sense the flow of magic before seeking an awakening potion. He hadn't expected his excuse to backfire, causing such a delay. A whole month passed before Squid could finally sense traces of magic flow. The tribe had prepared a potion for him, and after taking it, Squid officially entered the ranks of magicians in just one night. The first to congratulate him were the children of the Red Tea tribe. Because he was a teacher in his previous life, Squid was quite adept at taking care of children. He adapted his experience from the game proof of the stars into reality. Or perhaps, he'd take a novel written by French Fries in his past life and present it verbatim. With a dazzling array of allusions and references, a complex and vibrant world flooded the children's minds. The forest elf children, brimming with a thirst for the unknown, sat obediently, knees drawn up, listening intently. A month-long storytelling session was enough for him to get to know the most active children in the tribe, and incidentally become their leader. The tribal elders, observing from the shadows, couldn't help but nod in approval, giving Squid a very high evaluation in their hearts. Knowledge cannot be faked, and character can be discerned from one's actions. If Squid hadn't mentioned that he would eventually leave the tribe and return to his homeland, the Red Tea tribe would have been a new addition to the tribe. During his awakening of magic, Squid had already tested his physical strength. Holding a spear and gripping a shield, he charged forward like a warrior from a primitive tribe. He parried the monster's charge, pierced its eye with a spear, and then mounted it, drawing a small knife and gripping it tightly. He relentlessly stabbed and slashed at the monster's back, drawing blood. The series of actions was fluid and seamless. Within a few breaths, thanks to the wondrous demon-suppressing power contained within its tusks, the ferocious boar, which had repeatedly injured and escaped during the Red Tea tribe's siege, had its towering back split open like butterfly wings. It galloped forward, spraying hot, crimson blood everywhere. Under the squid's relentless dissection and stabbing, it panicked and crashed into a boulder in the forest, its tusks broken, its life extinguished. Earlier, when its brakes failed, the squid had nimbly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding danger. The experiment was a success. The muscle memory he had accumulated in battle was perfectly preserved. In actual combat, relying on instinct, one can complete martial arts skills that ordinary people think only top martial artists can do in a few breaths. However, the shield parry felt terrible, and the feedback was a complete mess. Facing the boar's charge head-on, Shield aimed straight at its tusks. He was knocked off the ground like a sandbag. It made one wonder if the reality DLC had nerfed the shield parry to the point of being unusable. The tribal elders, who had witnessed Squid's performance, were even more convinced that before losing his magic, he was a powerful magic warrior. Poor child. Suddenly all his magic is gone. Starting from scratch, he's still so fierce, I can't imagine how powerful he was before. Although Squid will definitely leave, perhaps we can leave behind some bloodlines? Forest elves, sirens, dragons, these races, naturally inclined to magic and standing on the judging panel, all have problems with reproduction and survival to varying degrees. The continuation of offspring is a tacitly understood top priority for each race. Without further ado, alluring forest elf girls began to appear beside Squid. He was ignored despite his charming looks, then he find a gentle and lovely one. He didn't like that either, then he find a slightly petite elf. Should he also be firmly rejected? He couldn't possibly prefer a forest elf of similarly imposing stature. That would be impossible. A 2-meter tall, tower-like muscular forest elf was unique in the entire Leaf Kingdom. Where could he find a female version? At this moment, Inkfish was grateful that the forest elves of the Red Tea tribe had maintained some restraint. He considered leaving. The starting village was wonderful, but it was a little too wonderful. He worried about what might happen after he fell asleep. Besides, he still couldn't solve his money problem. The Red Tea tribe implemented a distribution system represented by elders. Within the tribe, all earnings from labor are distributed according to need. Therefore, whether hunting or gathering medicinal herbs, those who work harder are rewarded with more food, larger quantities of supplies during resource allocation, and greater rewards on special holidays. Landmarks are traded by the tribe's specialized merchants to other tribes or city-states directly under the kingdom's jurisdiction. The money earned is then used to purchase necessities according to the needs of each member of the tribe. This system is unique in the entire kingdom of Decaying Leaves. To prepare for everyone's reunion in 3 years, Inkfish felt it was his responsibility to plan ahead and earn as much money as possible to cover their expenses. Heaven knows what the others will encounter along the way. Without his care, will they become too picky about food, unable to adapt to the coarse food and bland soup of Anna, and grow thin? Just thinking about it made Inkfish's heart ache. I hope I can take care of myself in bed. Sigh, you're such a picky eater. Don't let yourself go hungry. Just bear with it. During his temporary stay in the Red Tea tribe, he adapted to local customs, eating natural food that was bland and basically without any seasonings or sauces. Like most truly healthy and natural foods, their common characteristic was that they weren't tasty. The Red Tea forest's recipes had a very low proportion of oil and salt, creating its fresh and elegant culinary characteristics. Not only that, but there was also an exceptionally extraordinary wine, praised by the elders as a must-try for outsiders. Fragrant fermented wine. It smelled like the jade feet that the jailer loved most, naturally exuding after a day of exercise and long stockings. Before tasting it for the first time, Cuttlefish couldn't help but recall the experimental rules taught by his chemistry teacher. First, fan it and smell it. He didn't really want to know this little-known fact, but after the jailer personally verified it, he launched into a long explanation of his personal experience. It was made from fermented, decaying leaves, with a strong, sour taste and a hint of rotten plant aroma. Then mixed with various fruits and some spices he couldn't name, it was done. Just one sip, and the jailer's face came to mind, and he decided to bring this specialty to Windpod. The jailer would love it. This was undoubtedly a jailer-flavored drink. Thinking this through, Squid wrote down his needs on the tribal merchant's routine purchase list. To hell with when in Rome, do as the Romans do. During these hard times, only maple syrup and honey water could bring him the warmth of home. Suddenly, he understood why the skeleton king of Huainan cried out for honey water even in his dying moments. A sweet drink to soothe the throat, how wonderful. The tribal merchant took the scroll handed to him by the squid, staring at the various shapes of vessels drawn on it with ink. The merchant was utterly bewildered, scratching his head repeatedly. The squid explained several times, but the merchant remained confused. Frustrated, he had no choice but to negotiate directly with the elder, obtaining the opportunity to accompany him to the capital of Decaying Leaves. This was the first time the squid had left the starting village since arriving in Anna, 3 months prior. Decaying Leaves City, a forest elf capital with a layout similar to, yet distinctly different from, human capitals. The city walls, tens of meters high, were not constructed of brick or stone, but rather formed by countless layers of vines as strong as steel, intertwined and overlapping. The giant archway leading into the capital's interior, upon closer inspection, revealed the texture of trees. According to the tribal merchant, this was a tree stump left after the felling of a towering tree, skillfully transformed into the capital's gate by a master craftsman. The squid was completely overwhelmed by the spectacle it had witnessed. Forest elves are the most classic environmentalists among the elves, mostly advocating for the preservation and maintenance of their own forests. They cleared forests, leveled land, altered the landscape, and built magnificent green capitals. They replicated the Anna Royal Palace, constructing a grand, imposing palace complex of decaying leaves, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. All of this is the most direct manifestation of the cultural influence of the thousand-year-old Ana Empire. The changes in cuisine are particularly noticeable. Ana Empire's culinary techniques, and dishes featuring these as their signature cuisine, are ubiquitous in the taverns of the decaying leaf capital. Grilled rock lizard skewers, whole lizards brushed with maple syrup sizzled on the grill, their surfaces a tempting golden brown. Abandoning its preconceived notions, the squid took a small bite. Subtly delicious, the texture was remarkably similar to squid tentacles. Deep-fried moonlight mushroom squid spent a while, recalling before finally finding the name moonlight mushroom in the ingredient list of some kind of mushroom. Its status in the Ana world is similar to that of the tea tree mushroom in his previous life. Eating as he walked, having spent so much time in the starting village, Squid was overwhelmed by the sudden arrival in the bustling capital. A crowd inexplicably gathered in a corner, motionless, pointing and whispering. Squid, participating in a market in another world for the first time, was filled with curiosity, and couldn't resist moving closer. Emerald Manor's special culinary competition announcement. To promote interspecies culinary cultural exchange and discover innovative cooking techniques, we are now extending an invitation to renowned chefs throughout the entire kingdom of decaying leaves. Intrigued, Squid squeezed forward a little more. He read it aloud. Entry requirements. You must submit a dish or certificate proving your chef's identity to Emerald Manor 7 days before the competition date. You must bring your own ingredients and complete the cooking at the designated time and place. Squid's gaze traveled downwards until it reached the point that caught its eye most. The ultimate winner of the competition will receive a generous reward. Now it understood. Chapter 563. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through layers of tree canopy, casting dappled shadows on the street. With the extra money, the kitchen utensils Squid needed were quickly processed. When the blacksmiths announced the harvest, they asked with interest, "What will you use them for?" "To make food." Squid couldn't forget the blacksmith's puzzled, curious eyes. Squid found the Emerald Manor before nightfall. This castle complex, standing on the outskirts of the capital city of decaying leaves, was actually owned by the kingdom's chief potion master. At the scene of the notice being posted, Squid overheard people discussing that the competition was for the kingdom's most avid culinary potion master, who was seeking fellow culinary experts to exchange ideas. Hearing this, Squid became quite interested in this chief potion master. While researching potions, he also researched cuisine. Was he playing the game of food and medicine sharing the same origin? There were many fellow travelers present. A note in the announcement informed participants that they could use the open-air kitchen provided by Emerald Manor to cook their entries and verify their chef identities. Most were forest elves, a few humans were also visible, and even sirens? Squid couldn't help but be surprised. Having been here for so long, living among his companions, this was the first time he had ever seen a shimmering sirens. This was a male sirens with a very large, thick tail. Seemingly lacking the corresponding potion, it remained in mermaid form after coming ashore, swaying its tail and gliding across the land. He couldn't help but think of Ksha. When they first met, she could freely switch forms. It seemed the difference in talent and ability among sirens was quite significant. The butler guarding the manor gate, distributing temporary identity tokens to each visitor, was an old-looking forest elf. He had been focused on his desk, quickly taking notes of the information provided by everyone, only glancing up when someone approached. When it was Squid's turn, the old forest elf's gaze gradually increased. Finally, he had to leave his chair, slowly stand up, and look up at the iron tower bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. "Blessed by the forest goddess, friend, which tribe are you from? I seem to have never heard of you." The usually quick and efficient butler couldn't resist the urge to strike up a conversation amidst the comings and goings of people. It was truly outrageous. Squid had already caused quite a stir in the queue. Many forest elves stared at him, their mouths slightly agape, their eyes wide with shock. Not just the forest elves, even the siren who had just registered turned back as she finished registering and was about to enter the manor. His gaze fell on the squid, and he lost focus. His tail lashed out at the statue in front of the door, curling up and sending the siren tumbling. All day, the squid keenly felt the sheer number of heads this body attracted in this world. It was impossible to be inconspicuous, it was simply too conspicuous. "Are you a chef?" The butler wouldn't ask such a foolish question to anyone else, but the squid before him gave everyone the impression of being able to kill them with a single punch. From any angle, such a person should be seen as a brute, fitting the stereotype. Even the kitchen utensils in his hands could become killing tools. With just a simple registration, the squid had successfully made himself a celebrity. Even upon entering the manor, fellow travelers and servants passing by stopped and stared intently at him. He received unprecedented treatment from other applicants. 2 waiters, specifically chosen by the butler, led him to the open-air kitchen. The mage supervising the chef qualification verification, who had been sitting calmly on a high platform, couldn't help but float down upon seeing Squid, curiously circling the open-air kitchen spot Squid had chosen, adopting a domineering, observer's posture. Squid fiddled with the kitchen utensils he had brought, placing them one by one on the ground. The supervising mage couldn't help but use his magic to sense his surroundings. I look like I'm about to cheat? Oh, just a normal check, please don't misunderstand. Blessed by the forest goddess, you really don't look like a chef. You're not the first to say that. Mind if I sit next to you and watch? I plan to record your cooking process with a recording crystal. Squid couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't even done anything yet, and he already amassed so much attention and influence just by his physical appearance? The open-air kitchen was essentially a fire pit preheated with fire elements, which the chef had modified to create a comfortable cooking environment. Compared to his previous life's cooking environment, it was incredibly rudimentary, but he expected it. Back in the game, players had to create their own cooking conditions in the wild. He accumulated enough experience to handle it with ease. He activated the fire elements in the fire pit, starting with a blazing fire. He washed and chopped the fresh beef brisket, blanched it in a specially made metal pot, skimmed off the foam, and finished in one swift motion. In another metal pot, placed on an iron mesh, he heated it until it was just beginning to smoke. Then, he picked up a knife, added peeled tomatoes, stir-fried them to release their aroma, and crushed them into a paste. Cuttlefish really wanted to add some potatoes to the tomato and beef stew to thicken it during cooking, achieving a waterless starch-based thickening effect. However, potatoes were very expensive in the capital city of Decaying Leaf. He couldn't even afford half a potato, let alone a whole one. The tribal merchant wanted to help, but his budget was exhausted. The only potato he could buy was from a merchant from the Red Tea tribe, who returned to share, freeing up his budget. 1 Lion King silver coin was the widely accepted currency in the Anna continent, enough to buy a single potato. If you were to calculate purchasing power solely based on potatoes, the prices in the Decaying Leaf Kingdom were hellish. Unfortunately, potatoes were the only thing so expensive here. Most of the Decaying Leaf elves disliked potatoes, supposedly because they disliked the lingering muddy taste. Therefore, there were no potatoes produced locally. The few potatoes available were exported by merchants from the Anna Empire, just to satisfy the palates of a small group of enthusiasts. Strange, the elves chew on leaves with relish, but they can't stomach potatoes with a hint of mud. After a flurry of activity, a fragrant tomato stew with beef brisket is ready. The squid took a bite, confirmed the seasoning was right, and then planned to take another large bite of the beef brisket. He was starving from the lack of flavorful food lately. Since it was a dish to verify the chef's identity, the examiners here would probably only take 1 bite and throw it away. Rather than waste food, he might as well sneak a big bite. Isn't it good? Why have you tried so many bites without stopping? The mage, who had been watching, was utterly puzzled. Having witnessed the squid's impressive culinary skills firsthand, he was truly amazed. This muscular man wasn't just fooling around, he had some real talent. Squid, still savoring the remaining sauce, licked his lips and handed the half-eaten pot of tomato stewed beef to the waiter. According to procedure, he now needed to wait patiently for the results. If the dish was deemed acceptable, he would qualify in 7 days. A magical bird landed on the shoulder of the mage beside Squid. He gently touched the bird, his brow furrowing as his gaze quickly fell on the muscular forest elf tidying up the kitchen utensils. You can't leave. Huh? Take your tomato stew with you. Someone wants to see you. The somewhat forceful tone startled Squid. What's wrong? Tomato stew could cause problems? Or is this combination considered a culinary disaster in the Kingdom of Decay? It's like eating rice noodle rolls with chocolate sauce or shrimp dumplings dipped in yogurt. In Decay, this would land you in the Inquisition, a grave crime of blasphemy against food? It doesn't make sense. He knows all the recipes and their historical origins in Anna by heart, but he has absolutely no memory of this. Somewhat nervously, they followed the magician through the manor's courtyard, past countless castles lined with Roman columns, until finally, after many twists and turns, they entered a magnificent, golden hall. The bright crystal chandeliers cast a warm, soft yellow light, illuminating everyone in the hall in a hazy, faded glow, like an old photograph. The contestant chef, Squid, has arrived. At the head of the round table in the center of the hall, an elderly man with gray hair nodded slightly to the magician, and waved for a maid to take the plate from Squid. Seeing Squid's somewhat dazed expression, the magician whispered a reminder. "This is the kingdom's chief potion master, Lord Hammonds." For a brief moment, the Inkfish, neither servile nor arrogant, performed the elven noble's greeting with a slight bow, lightly touching his heart to the ground. Hammonds, whose gaze was already fixed on the food, noticed the Inkfish's action and let out a soft exclamation. "Which tribe are you from?" "My tribe is not on this continent." The guests who accompanied Hammonds were all taken aback. "A person from another continent?" Someone blurted out, but there was no hostility in their tone, only surprise and curiosity. "Yes, I am from Devilland." The Inkfish lowered his head slightly and smiled slyly. Since the great turmoil that swept across the entire continent 100 years ago, contact between many continents and Devilland had nearly been severed. This century was a period of ignorance about Devilland for the other continents, allowing him to fabricate a story. Hammond stroked his white beard. "Is the turmoil of the eternal night in Devilland over?" "The clear ones haven't fallen. The eternal night wasn't extreme enough. Now, an even more extreme sect has emerged, continuing its confrontation with the clear ones." Hammonds nodded, exchanging glances with his companions. "Are there high-ranking elves with status on this other continent?" "In that case, please sit." Hammond smiled and gestured for Squid to sit down. Hammond's probing was not easily fooled by ordinary people. Although communication had ceased, the elites of various continents still had ways to obtain information about Devilland's current situation. The waiter had already distributed the tomato-stewed beef brisket to everyone present. "Please don't be surprised. I happened to catch a glimpse of you through the projection crystal while my friends and I were having a gathering. Your appearance is too imposing. We are quite interested. Someone bet me a potion ingredient, wagering you can't cook and are just a boorish fool who came to join the fun." Squid confidently declared, "Then today must be Lord Hammond's lucky day, because you already won." An old woman's lips curled into a smile. "Don't rush. Whether it's lucky or not, you only know after you tasted it. If it's not good, I can deny it." Hammond smiled warmly, his eyes fixed on the tomato and beef brisket in his bowl. "The portion, is it so small?" Squid craned his neck to glance around. Each person's bowl only contained a small portion. He quickly explained, "I came in a hurry and didn't prepare many ingredients." "Then why did you taste so many bites?" Squid was embarrassed. He'd seen everything. Hammonds had seen through everything, and was just waiting for his attempt to salvage the situation. This chief potion master of the kingdom, like a child, was just waiting to see him make a fool of himself. The rustling sounds of chewing and swallowing filled the hall. Squid's gaze swept across the faces of everyone eating, and he immediately understood. The sweet and sour flavor is just right, delicious. It's so hot, I wasn't planning on having a main course. Hammonds, I think you wouldn't mind if I had some bread?" A plate of bread was brought to the table, and several people tore it open, dipping it in the tomato and beef gravy in their bowls, chewing and nodding. Others had a dark green bean as their main course. A spoonful of beans, a spoonful of gravy, their faces equally satisfied. The meat is tender, the sinewy parts still have some chewiness. The more you chew, the more fragrant it becomes, a very complex flavor. "I misjudged you." Even the old woman, who had made the bet with Hammonds, couldn't help but sigh. "Those muscles of yours, weren't they honed for battle? How did you develop such excellent culinary skills?" Squid's lips curled into a smile. It perfectly matched his memory. The taste of the leaf elves had been assimilated by the culture of Anna over the centuries. As long as the food was cooked to Anna's liking, it was impossible to receive a bad review. Thinking of this, he humbly bowed his head. "My culinary skills were honed for my loved ones and friends, and these muscles were also developed to protect them." A perfect answer. Hammonds couldn't suppress the admiration in his eyes. His friends at the table also cast approving glances. Hammonds waved away the waiter, and once there were no outsiders in the room, he asked with concern, "How did you come to Anna?" Squid recounted the story he had told the Red Tea tribe. With the Red Tea tribe's corroboration, his identity was undeniable. Unexpectedly, upon hearing that he had fallen into the Red Tea tribe, strange smiles appeared on the faces of everyone present. The young man even covered his mouth to try and control his laughter. Hammonds couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. "I know why you stole food. Falling into the Red Tea tribe is your luck. They are easygoing and friendly. It's also your misfortune. Such excellent cooking skills, yet you ended up in a place lacking in culinary skills. Your mouth and stomach must have been suffering these past few days, right? Tell me the truth, don't you think the food in the Red Tea tribe is a bit strange?" It turned out that the other leaf elves also thought the red tea tribe was strange, and even felt sympathy for them. Why can that fragrant fermented bean curd wine be sold in the capital, and seems to be very popular? The squid remained tactful. It has local specialties of the red tea tribe, but it just doesn't suit my taste. That's my problem, not theirs. Hammonds laughed loudly. The others present couldn't help but clap their hands. You're quite the talker. Didn't you tease me like this, kid? Hammonds, I like this guy. Chapter 564. Hammonds posed the question to Squid. The portion was too small, just enough to fill our stomachs a little. What do you suggest we do? Squid, of course, wouldn't let this opportunity pass and immediately responded. Please allow me to use your kitchen and ingredients. Hammonds readily agreed, while simultaneously leading his friends to give a grand view. Previously, viewing it from afar through the projection crystal was somewhat hazy, leaving them wanting more. Squid didn't need any help in the kitchen, so all the servants were cleared out. Hammonds was a gourmand and loved to study food, so the manor's kitchen was expanded, almost the size of the main hall where they had just entertained guests. A nearly 20-square-meter oven was large enough to prepare meals for hundreds of people simultaneously. Fermentation vats of sauce were scattered throughout the kitchen cellar, containing Anna and Kuchaba's favorite salty, sweet, and extremely rare fish essence, exclusively produced in the Kuchaba kingdom. Hammonds opened a vat of perfectly fermented fish sauce, and showed it to Cuttlefish. He immediately understood. It was fish sauce. Sealed with the essence of ice elements, it was stored in an ice tank in the corner of the kitchen, functioning like a refrigerator. Ingredients needed for the day were retrieved from the warehouse in advance and placed in it. Seasonal vegetables and fresh produce were readily available. Hammonds also used more elaborate kitchen utensils than the average chef. Besides traditional knives and spoons, he also incorporated measuring cups, syringes, and droppers used by potion makers into his kitchen. He created a special booklet for quantifying seasonings, striving to closely link taste with visible standards. The driving force behind Hammonds' continuous research was his love of food. As the kingdom's chief potion maker, his status and achievements surpassed those of 99% of the people on the continent of Anna. He had the ability and the time to indulge in personal enjoyment. Material comforts were scarce. To take things a step further, he had to take matters into his own hands. The special cooking competition was something he organized to promote folk culinary culture. It wouldn't cost much, so why not? Squid realized he met a true foodie today. As long as he could satisfy Hammonds' palate, he could easily survive in Decaying Leaf for 3 years. Windpod City wasn't too far away, and with Hammonds' connections, his safety was guaranteed. He might even receive a hefty reward. When he showed up in Windpod City with his earnings, if these unlucky guys hadn't made any money, he'd be the savior. Use whatever you like, we're waiting for you to start the meal. Not revealing personal tastes or preferences, only saying anything is fine, was clearly a test. On the long brick platform, the adjustable hanging iron pot was removed, and a thin-skinned iron pot forged by Squid himself was placed on top. At a glance, Hammonds noticed that the Squid's iron pan was much thinner than the copper and iron pots used in their kitchen. He couldn't help but stroke his chin thoughtfully. Mind if I take a look at any other cooking utensils you don't need for the time being? Squid politely replied, please. Hammonds tossed the pan in his hand. It felt light and easy to wield. With his culinary experience, he immediately judged that this type of small pan was perfect for a 1- or 2-person field team, quick and easy for preparing simple frying or grilling. It was also far superior to using regular stoves for heating dry rations or making pastes. Just as he was about to look at the other items, the people around him murmured in surprise. Hammonds looked up and saw Squid pull the potato he bought with a single silver coin from his pocket. Squid hadn't added it to the tomato and beef stew earlier. It was too precious. He wanted to eat it himself. I was thinking of trying to make a dish with this potato. I wonder if that's alright. Potato? Is that what they call it in Devland? Hammonds glanced at his troubled companion and chuckled. I don't know if Devland potatoes are any good. Here, it's hard to please everyone. It's alright, I just try it. There are other dishes too. Hammonds nodded, but there's only one potato. It's not enough for everyone to have a taste. The others realized, yeah, why did you only prepare one? Now it was Squid's turn to look troubled. However, this indirectly revealed his financial situation. Sure enough, upon hearing his explanation, everyone present couldn't help but laugh. That's how the Red Tea tribe is. What bad luck, what bad luck. Hammonds waved his hand, ordering his men to immediately begin purchasing potatoes. Squid was speechless. Even the gourmand Hammonds' warehouse didn't have potatoes. The elves of the decaying leaves really disliked them. Strange, are the potatoes in this world really that bad? While waiting for the potatoes to arrive, Squid decided on a menu. One dish was learned from a game: lime-baked fruit worms. Fruit worms are plump, berry-eating, white, and thumb-sized fruit worms. An inappropriate comparison based on their appearance would be gigantic baby maggots. They are fairly omnivorous. When there are no berries, they will gnaw on leaves and bark. They are considered pests in the Anna world, widely hated by all the races that call the forest their home. However, due to its delicious taste, it holds a similar position in the Anna world as their sandworms. Before they can even do anything malicious, the leaf spirits will swarm in, capture them, and cook them. Plasma worm farming is also a local specialty, a way to raise these insect treasures for food. Even the forest goddess might find them distasteful. One dish is Cuttlefish's specialty: shredded chicken. In his previous life, he was practically glued to the boundary between reality and illusion. Before the age of 30, he was even more accustomed to Cantonese cuisine, with chicken and duck being frequent guests on his table. Among the various cooking methods, shredded chicken, which can be served as both a main dish and a snack, was widely praised. It's a pity the oven here can't make roast duck, otherwise he could have shown off his skills. Another dish is an experimental one. Since everyone says potatoes have a muddy taste, he stewed them with meat, using a rich sauce to mask it, and adding the aroma of braised meat that should cover it up, right? If that doesn't work, he resorted to the unorthodox method of adding a couple of drops of fish sauce for flavor. Surely fish sauce can't completely mask the muddy, fishy taste of potatoes, right? Saying potatoes are bad is unreasonable. He wants to prove potatoes are divine. The last dish was a complimentary side dish: stir-fried double crispy delicacies. According to his information, the important figures in Shioya don't have the habit of eating offal. If he can make them rave about it, that would be even more secure. No help in the kitchen, chopping and washing vegetables, all done independently. The custom-made cleaver for Mayu was far sharper than expected. The local blacksmith's sincere forging resulted in it piercing the cutting board with a single stroke. Such craftsmanship. Next time, I buy the whole set from him. In return, he received a thick tree stump. The rhythmic sound of hooves as he chopped vegetables echoed in the kitchen. Gazing at the clean, swift strokes of the knife, the afterimage of its blade, Hammonds became intrigued by the seemingly excessively heavy and wide cleaver in Squid's hand. He praised both the man and the knife repeatedly. Hammonds' friends were all potion makers, who regularly ate at Hammonds' kitchens. Although their culinary skills were limited, they could still appreciate the beauty in Squid's coordinated movements. Such a robust and large physique, yet handling ingredients with such effortless ease, the stark contrast made them want to applaud. Entering the stir-frying stage, after heating the iron wok, Squid reached out to test the temperature and couldn't help but shake his head. "Lord Hammonds, please adjust the temperature for me." The highest-ranking potion maker, Mount Sumeru, readily agreed, his face beaming with excitement. "This temperature is already quite high. Do you want it even higher?" "Yes, even higher. I want a high flame." Squid had already lightly tested the iron wok's heat resistance when it was forged. The different ingredients make the iron woks of Anna world more durable. "Okay, I control the temperature. High or low?" Shout it out loud, don't miss the heat. Stir-fried double crispy pork belly is a dish that relies heavily on precise cooking time. Stir-fry over high heat until done. Overcooked, it becomes tough and chewy. Squid slides the marinated fresh pork belly tips and chicken gizzards into the wok and quickly stir-fries them. Instantly, the kitchen is filled with the sizzling sound of oil. Before anyone can react, Squid quickly stirs and flips the ingredients, then takes it out of the wok. In the blink of an eye, a hot dish is ready. "Ah, it's done already? Is it cooked through?" Squid glances at the red-hot wok, quite satisfied with the new wok's performance. He said, "Lord Hammonds, please tell your friends to try it quickly. If this dish sits too long, it won't taste the same." With that, he continued working on the remaining 3 dishes. Hammonds was a seasoned gourmet, having tasted almost every ingredient imaginable. In his eyes, offal was a delicacy. His friends were slightly hesitant, but the elves of Devil Land seemed quite skilled. They had never had the chance to try food from another continent before. With the intention of just having a taste, each person took a spoonful. The sauce was glossy and shiny, and the crispy bits on the spoon were still slightly chewy. Hammonds vaguely remembered that just before it was finished cooking, the squid seemed to have poured a spoonful of white water into the pot, giving the dish its glossy, bright color. Amazing. Crunch, crunch. It was as if the crispy fried vegetables had punched them in the mouth, turning their oral cavity into a battlefield. their tongues locked in fierce combat. The crunchy echoes, as they chewed, gradually transformed each of the leaf elves' initial resistance into, "Oh, not bad. So crisp, so hot, so delicious. It's just a little oily. I need a plate of beans. No, this dish should be served with rice. The kind of rice from Anna that's most filling. Hey, eat slowly, don't let your spoon clash with the plate, it sounds awful." "It's alright, you can be more refined then." Hammonds chewed with increasing relish. The more fragrant it became, the more he wanted to chew. He couldn't help but inwardly complain about his old friends. They used to say that offal had a unique flavor, and everyone would hold their noses and complain. Since the elves from another continent made it, they gladly tried it. Is the moon on another continent this round? But it's really delicious. He himself couldn't make it this good with offal. There will always be a slight offal smell, but if you completely remove it by soaking, it feels like the original flavor of the ingredients is completely ruined, and you're just eating rotten meat. How to strike the right balance has always been a dilemma for him. This time, he really struck gold. Chapter 565. One dish was delicious, every dish was delicious. The lime-baked worms were served and immediately devoured. The taste and presentation were impeccable. The tender bodies, soaked in lime pulp from years of consuming it, were fully infused with the sweet and sour flavors of lime, which neutralized the slightly cloying sweetness of the worms themselves. This was also a dish requiring precise cooking time. Overcooked, the worms would be shriveled and chewy. Talent, absolute talent. For a newcomer from another continent to prepare such a specialty dish of the decaying leaf region, so skillfully, was astonishing to everyone. Two dishes requiring precise cooking time, solid skill, like those from a prestigious culinary lineage. The hand-shredded chicken was a completely different experience. They witnessed the entire process of the squid tearing the chicken apart by hand, the brute force revealing its roughness. It lacked the artificial beauty of distinct strands sought after by court chefs. The shredded chicken was juicy and topped with a complex sauce made from various spices, the squid so tender that each strand seemed to have absorbed all the flavor, releasing a rich, meaty aroma with every bite. Hammonds was overjoyed by these successive delights. He had originally planned to participate in a special culinary competition to discover some new dishes, refine them, and promote them. Unexpectedly, a new dish had been delivered right to his door. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look forward to the final dish, braised pork with potatoes. Even the others, who were usually indifferent to potatoes, couldn't help but urge, "Hurry up and bring it out." The squid stewed the potatoes until they were very soft, then mashed them slightly with a spoon after cooking, allowing them to absorb the sauce. After taking a small bite, aside from the difference in the sauce, the taste wasn't too different from the home-cooked meals he used to make for everyone in his previous life. The stew, though slightly undercooked due to insufficient cooking time, was still incredibly flavorful and perfect with rice. He had tasted it before serving. The potatoes were soft and delicious, without the muddy, unpleasant taste that the leaf elves commonly complained about. Confident in his creation, he served it to Hammonds and the others, each spoonful of meat and potato a delightful surprise. The rich sauce spread through their mouths, setting the stage for a truly amazing flavor experience. The stew, which Squid still felt had room for improvement, churned and swished on everyone's tongues. With each chew, the deeper layers of spices and the meat's own flavor were released, leaving a lingering fragrance. Satisfaction and contentment were written on every face. Squid felt much more at ease. "No problem, come on, convert to the potato cult." Hammonds's expression suddenly changed, and his chewing slowed considerably. He gently rubbed the potatoes with his tongue, his lips already pursed. Everyone looked troubled. Squid asked hastily, "A muddy taste?" Hammonds nodded helplessly. "That shouldn't be the case, I can't taste any muddy taste." Someone couldn't help but shake their head. "Everyone says it's a good ingredient, and the Anner people love to eat it, but we leaf elves seem to be forever barred from it. The elves of Devland can eat it, but we can't?" Squid realized where the problem lay. The leaf elves seemed to have an innate aversion to potatoes. The Anner people could eat them, and other types of elves were fine with them, but those of them who had never been used to potatoes since childhood would associate them with a muddy taste whenever they tasted them. However, stewed meat is also delicious. Yes, potatoes should be delicious too, it's just our problem. Even in Anna, this is a dish that would make their mouths water, Hammond's friends reassured him, giving Squid high marks. Squid squeezed the remaining potatoes on the stove. "I try again." No one stopped him. Wanting to try is a good thing, there's no need to dampen that enthusiasm. Burp. He might not be able to eat anymore. The potatoes were peeled, cut into strips, blanched, and drained. Hammonds became interested, This step was clearly different from the previous stewing. He heated the pan and poured in. So much oil? That's at least half a pan. The potato strips were deep fried, then fried again, each one turning golden brown. They were then drained, arranged on a plate, and sprinkled with a little salt. Seeing that Squid had no further steps, everyone was surprised. That's it? Want to try? Squid handed the plate to everyone, and Hammond became the first to try it. He picked up a strip and put it in his mouth. The others stared intently. Hammond's Adam's apple bobbed as he finished chewing and swallowing. How is it? Squid asked nervously. Hammond frowned, glancing at the fries, then at the potatoes not far away, finally fixing his gaze on Squid. You? What magic did you use? No more muddy taste. Try it, all of you try it. Hearing this, the others looked on incredulously. The crispy golden crust made a soft crunch, while the inside released a soft, cloud-like aroma of potatoes. The hot starch granules melted on the tongue, the salty umami igniting a dormant sweetness. This feast of oil and starch completely overturned the forest elves' understanding of potatoes. It smells so good. The aroma of oil. Is this what potatoes really taste like? Such a rich and fragrant scent. There's really no muddy taste anymore. What did you do? Just fry them? The Squid hadn't expected its final move to completely reverse the potato's reputation in the Leaf Village. Without further control experiments, the root cause of the Leaf Village elves' perception of the muddy taste was unknown, but the solution seemed simple. Conventional cooking methods were useless. Let's just make French fries. Potatoes won't work. French fries, sure. The guests, who were already full, devoured a full plate of French fries, still wanting more. The Leaf Village elves' biggest prejudice against potatoes has always been that they taste like eating dirt. Although frying is a luxury using oil, something ordinary elves can't afford, it's enough to make it a surprising snack for guests at a banquet. In their short time together, Hammond's impression of the Squid changed several times, each time more agreeable than the last. Your culinary skills are truly breathtaking. It seems my previous self-introduction was too modest. So what are your plans now? Squid asked bluntly. My companions and I were transported here together due to an accident, so I want to save up some money first, then travel to Anna and find them. Hammond and his friends exchanged glances, their smiles barely concealed. I understand. In that case, don't stay in the Red Tea tribe. Those guys have atrophied palates, they only eat coarse food, a waste of your culinary skills. This manor is large enough, with many vacancies. A servant will show you to one later to stay temporarily. Squid was secretly pleased, but still responded politely. What should I offer in return? Perhaps Lord Hammonds could offer me a job? Hammonds chuckled. What, you want me to simply pay you to exchange ideas on all sorts of strange and wonderful cooking techniques and recipes? Is that not enough? Even without payment, I'd be happy to exchange ideas with someone who shares the same interests. Good, good, good. Applause erupted around them, marveling at the Squid's skill. Hammonds, since he's not willing to freeload, I have an idea. Your new student seems to need some physical training. Right, Hammonds, you thought highly of that kid, didn't you? Focusing solely on magic is fine, but training with Squid, look at those muscles, TSK, training with him would be a sure thing. Indeed, in our entire lives, we never seen such a robust elf as Squid. He's definitely more reliable than those physical fighters from the Leaf Village. Hammond stroked his beard, smiled, and nodded, quite satisfied with the plan. Besides physical training, let's teach her cooking too. This child hasn't had much of a good meal before, and she's been suffering in Anna. Squid knew his sincerity had won everyone's approval, so he nodded in agreement. Not only did he have a meal ticket for a long time to come, but cooking and teaching students were both his strengths, so it was no problem at all. Just like in his memory, the majority of the Leaf Elves' high-ranking officials were normal people compared to those in Anna, and their attitudes were peaceful. The Anna Empire had flourished since the rise of Kurian. While the rulers of Leaf Elf weren't as dazzling as Kurians, in terms of the overall quality of the high-ranking officials, they could proudly give the Lion King the middle finger. And the Lion King would join them in giving the middle finger to their own nobles. In Vanessa's words, the likes of the Leafwalkers, in Anna where the nobles were all humanoid, were the pride of their race. A somewhat timid voice sounded outside the kitchen. Teacher, may I come in? Hammond went to open the door himself. The girl's long, reddish-brown hair resembled maple leaves soaked by a downpour, a few strands clinging to her forehead, which was beaded with sweat. She wore a gray robe that was clearly too large, the rough linen lining peeking out from the worn cuffs. The moment she looked up, her amber eyes suddenly lit up in the shadows, like two pieces of beeswax suddenly polished. Well-behaved, cute, and polite, that was Squid's first impression of her. The girl curtsied to every Leafwalker potion master present, receiving smiles full of doting affection. She was very popular. "Let me introduce you to my new student, Dana," Hammond said. "A poor child, her parents are uneducated, her name is incomplete. I wanted to complete it for her, but I left the choice to her." Dana craned her neck high, almost standing on tiptoe. At about 13 or 14 years old, she was only about 1.4 meters tall. Looking at Squid, it was like not recognizing the true face of Mount Lu, only because one is in the mountain itself. He was so tall, her neck ached, and she was dumbfounded. Noticing Squid staring intently at her, she timidly shrank back. This scene was like a cannibal choosing today's dessert. Ever since hearing the name Dana, a voice had been echoing in Squid's mind. That name sounds familiar. After several flashes of memory, he suddenly changed color. During the main storyline, when accompanying Shaw to the capital of Anna to demand justice, there was a scene involving verbal sparring with nobles. Mint's mother dropped a bombshell. A talented potions apprentice had been persecuted by the youngest son of a powerful nobleman, who burned her palms and broke her fingers. That potions apprentice's name was Dana. Threatened and forced, she fled Anna and, by chance, became the head student of the Deadleaf Potions Master. The Fallen Star Siren storyline takes place in year 35 of the Korean calendar, and it is currently year 32. This perfectly matches Mint's description of 3 years ago. An insignificant background NPC from the game storyline was now standing vividly before him. Inkfish's excitement was indescribable. A historical figure. Would this interaction cause a major shift in the starting point of the Wind Pod storyline 3 years later? There was no time for Inkfish to be stunned. Lingering on Dana for too long would make him look like a weirdo. Before officially starting his job, Squid made a small request. "Tell me, what kind of compensation do you want?" Hammonds asked with interest, hands behind his back. "Could you send someone to the Red Tea tribe to tell them I won't be going back for dinner?" Squid scratched his head sheepishly. "And I'd like to get an advance on some of my compensation to give to the elders and the children there. After all, they took good care of me after my fall." Hammonds paused for a moment, then pointed at Squid with his index finger and shook it. "Sure, very good. I arrange everything for you. Just settle in comfortably." Squid's accommodation was arranged not far from Dana, convenient for him to teach as a physical training instructor. Accustomed to sleeping in the treehouses of the Red Tea tribe, no longer needing to lie on hard rattan mats, but instead surrounded by soft bedding, a spacious bed, and bright crystal wall lamps, Squid felt for a moment as if he had returned to his past life. Thump thump thump. Squid, who had been rolling around in bed hugging his blankets, suddenly sat up, his life shifting from frugality to luxury. "Please come in." He expected a maid's routine inquiry, but it was Dana peeking in from outside the door. Without permission to enter, she respectfully stepped onto the doorframe and bowed in greeting. Then, she brought out homemade sweet soup from the food cart outside the door. "Teacher Squid, I learned to make sweet soup with Teacher Hammonds, so please have some." Squid was startled, his fists clenching. Dana's inherent gentleness made him feel even more sorry for his past experiences. Those nobles of Anna, those iron beasts, only know how to bully honest people. Since they called him teacher, he had no choice but to act as a teacher and fight back for his student. So what if they're nobles? "We settle accounts in 3 years. Dana made potato soup, sweet and delicious. Clearly, she had specifically asked Hammonds about today's events. "It seems you also think potatoes are delicious." Dana nodded vigorously, but Professor Hammonds and the others didn't like them, so I said I didn't like them either. A bit too sensible. In my hometown, there used to be a kind of apprenticeship ceremony. Now that I drunk your soup, I definitely teach you everything I know. "Thank you, Professor." Dana suddenly hesitated, stammering. "What's wrong? Could you make me a portion of what Professor Hammonds and the others ate today?" Dana swallowed hard. "They ate it all so cleanly, I only got a little potato stew." Squid's mouth practically flew to the sky. "Okay, not only will I redo it for you, but I also teach you how to cook to fill your stomach. You learned, right?" "Yes, Teacher Hammonds also said that potions and ingredients are, in a sense, from the same source, so we can learn them simultaneously." Squid chuckled. He wondered what everyone else was doing right now, but anyway. His current progress was perfect. Landing in the Leafy Elf Kingdom was the right decision. Although the start was a bit unlucky, overall it was a case of hardship turning into happiness. No one's had it smoother than me, right? Chapter 566. The stench of charred flesh brutally tore open the consciousness of the primal being. The smell was like a dull knife, scraping along his nasal cavity to the depths of his brain. His eardrum suddenly snapped open with a pop, his hearing becoming as clear as a drowning person surfacing. In the distance, burning beams crackled and popped, while nearby, liquid dripped steadily. His senses of smell and hearing were awakened in succession. The white light that filled his vision hadn't even dissipated when the primal being sensed something was terribly wrong. A scorched earth. 30 meters away, half-charred, collapsed high-rise buildings lay askew in the ground like bones gnawed by giants. A flag embroidered with a dark red lion was curling into ash in the embers, the scorching metal flagpole sizzling as it pressed down on the corpses beneath it. Charred bones, collapsed houses, burning flags, broken weapons. The primal body moved its regained consciousness, its feet finding a soft surface. It was a corpse lying face up, its abdomen completely ripped open, its internal organs gone. The dead man's ashen face was frozen in terror. The primal body guessed that he was most likely alive when he was devoured. And the culprits were the bizarre and varied monsters lying among the corpses of various intelligent races. Wolves, cows, spiders, mudworms. Numerous. The training was meaningful. Their threshold for dealing with bloodshed had been raised high enough through the trials of numerous flesh and blood creatures. Even Orange Tea could calmly handle the food spat out by these creatures, playing with it for a while. The primal body wasn't frightened. It continued to silently and calmly survey this bloody place where the battle had clearly taken place not long ago. The houses lining the streets looked as if crushed by a giant's hand. The brick and stone structures still held their frameworks, while the wooden ones were completely reduced to charred piles. In the collapsed bakery, scattered black bread from the oven was indistinguishable from charred arms. Further away, several soldiers clad in heavy, silver armor resembling canned goods were piled together in bizarre poses. They had been struck by some kind of high-temperature magic, molten iron rings and flesh fused together to form gruesome metallic sculptures. Judging from the architectural layout and ruins, this was a city-state of considerable size, with a large number of guards and mages. Their enemy was an extremely large army of monsters. The trampled stone bricks on the ground allowed the four primal bodies to imagine the terrifying scene of countless beasts stampeding. Black smoke curled upwards. From afar, the city-state was occasionally pierced by mournful howls, breaking the silence of the setting sun. The four primal bodies realized their situation was dire. The battle was far from over. A terrible landing location. From the very first minute of arriving in Anna, survival was the only option. He pulled a long sword from a massive, nearly 2-meter-long dire wolf, weighed it in his hand, and carefully inspected for any nicks. Everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion underwent physical training, solely to prepare for potential extreme situations. The Overlord's exact words were, "I hope you are all blessed by Orange Tea. These skills won't be needed in the early stages of your arrival." Unfortunately, the four Primarchs were incredibly unlucky. The burning building provided illumination, and the four Primarchs cautiously crept along the wall towards the direction from which the shouts of battle had originated. The sounds were loud. It must be a gathering of people. Another option flashed through the four primal bodies' mind: flee in the opposite direction of the invasion. The monsters attacking the city-state were likely pushing all the way to the end. The outside might be a safe zone. But who could guarantee that these monsters weren't commanded? The commanders might be waiting patiently outside the city for the post-battle cleanup. Rushing out would be suicide. With such a disastrous start, there was no room for chance. In the endgame, there were no right or wrong answers. Before making his decision, he silently recited Nong Ya's name and softly chanted Tea God. Amidst the crackling of burning buildings, other sounds gradually arose. The slapping of armor blades and the rustling of dragging objects alerted the four primal bodies. Damn it, can't find a single usable scroll. Wake up! Even if you had a scroll, how would you trigger it? The great mages have all died for their country. Damn beast. What is that? With a whoosh, an arrow hurtled straight towards the face of the primal. The combat instincts honed through years of life-or-death battles were quickly activated in this life-or-death crisis. The primal suddenly turned to the side, flicking its broadsword like a fan, deflecting the arrow. Spears, long swords, daggers, bows and crossbows, some in the light, some in the shadows, some on streets clogged with rubble and corpses, some amidst the ruins of collapsed buildings, all were aimed at the primal, who was gradually emerging from the shadows into view. Not a beast. Put it down. Put it down. One of our own. Friendly troops, don't fire. The leader, carrying a torch, stepped forward. Before even getting close to the primal, a strange expression appeared on his blood-stained face. It's a great man. The tone was filled with barely suppressed elation. What? Except for the archers on high guard, everyone else stepped forward and knelt on one knee in salute. Some bowed with perfect precision, while others, bewildered, lowered their weapons, prostrated themselves, and kowtowed. The primal being worshipped, was somewhat bewildered. He understood the meaning of great man. In most parts of Anna, this honorific was reserved for mages and nobles. Why was he immediately identified as a mage or a high-ranking figure? Had he transmigrated? There was no status bar above his head. Suddenly, the primal being caught a glimpse of a sleeve and realized. Wearing brocade and satin, with exquisite and vibrant robes, his status was unquestionable. The clothes Jianghe had specially chosen for everyone before their arrival had worked. The primal being coughed and quickly got into character. Tell me the current situation. The person who had just stepped forward with a torch to check the situation hesitated, asking, here? The primal body vaguely heard howls coming from afar. The eerie roars of monsters grew more frequent after nightfall. Take me to a safe place. Yes. The group sheltered the primal body in the center of the formation, while scouts on either side nimbly leaped through the ruins, maintaining a vigilant stance as they retreated. Upon closer observation, the primal body understood. Well-trained soldiers, experienced adventurers, and ordinary civilians hastily conscripted to defend their homes. These three groups formed the force before them. Combined with the previous conversation, the primal body could further confirm that the initial intensity of the battle was extremely high. The mages bringing up the rear, in a large-scale battle, should have been in the middle or rear, but they had been completely wiped out. The burning dark red lion banner belonged to Kurian's direct subordinate force, the Dark Lion Guard. They were stationed in some of the Empire's border cities, both to relieve the pressure on border guards and to monitor the border lords. Even they were all wiped out, someone must have misjudged the situation, leading to the enemy's bull-like charge that breached the defenses, forcing the mages into close combat with thousands of troops. Conversations with the survivors confirmed the four primals' deduction was correct. This was a terrifying monster riot. Starting in early spring, numerous adventurers reported an unusual surge in monsters in the dense forests outside Demir City. Experienced adventurers and hunters suspected that years of bumper harvests and abundant food in the forests had caused a massive increase in the number of monsters. The region's ecological threshold had been breached. Monsters on the verge of intelligence could vaguely sense the impending crisis and collectively became agitated. Throughout the spring, monsters from all walks of life in the forests fought frantically, their frenzied aura spreading in waves. The monsters and beasts active in the area grew restless. Adventurers' and hunters' reports piled up on the Lord's desk. The local lord informed the nearby Dark Lion Guards, politely inquiring about how to handle the situation. Just beasts, let them fend for themselves. The Dark Lion Guards, considering themselves elite, thought mere inferior monsters unworthy of their attention. Until the night before the incident, the howls of monsters echoed incessantly from the depths of the forest. Such an obvious anomaly, he still ignored it, believing it to be monsters killing each other, not worth mentioning. And so he died. In the words of those present, he wasn't a coward. He led the Dark Lion Guards to hold the breach in the city wall, buying time for the people inside to evacuate. The four primal bodies could sense that no one was offering much comment. The Dark Lion Guards were the Empire's elite, and their opponents had already perished. They could only grit their teeth and swallow their curses. A misjudgment led to the complete annihilation of the border city-state standing guard. It also affected another fortress on the border, which was attacked. The Lord and his personal guards were completely wiped out. Countless ordinary people died or were injured. The city-state was called Demir. The four primal bodies gently rubbed their foreheads. They vaguely remembered this was a momentous event in Anna history. It was urgent, they had to remember it quickly. My lord. My lord. The four primal bodies' thoughts were interrupted. They realized they had arrived. The corpses were piled up like mountains. This was not a figure of speech, but a literal description of mounds of flesh and blood. Rampaging monsters stormed into the city-state, rampaging through the roads and destroying buildings. Undeterred by the collective influence, they merged into the same torrent, surging forward. Having overcome numerous obstacles, they finally came to a halt here. Humans, monsters, and architectural ruins were all compressed together, ultimately coalescing into a horrifying spectacle within this area with a radius of 500 meters. The ordinary people who had taken up arms to defend their homes, reassured by the soldiers, kept their eyes fixed ahead, not daring to look down at the hellish scene. The battle had been fierce, and now that it had subsided, no one knew whether there were any survivors elsewhere. A makeshift ramp, made of rubble and planks, had been constructed atop the mountain of monster corpses. Beyond the nearly 3-meter-high wall of corpses, the ramp led to streets and buildings temporarily spared from the attack. Some of the remaining survivors were arguing about something. Talk, 56, a seasoned hunter and adventurer with some influence in Demir, who was communicating with the Primarch, stepped forward to stop them. Quiet. We found a master. Noticing the Primarch's exquisitely crafted robe, the remaining guards fell silent. Tell me, what's all the commotion? After a moment's hesitation, one of them stepped forward and bowed. Sir, we want to get some of the people in the cellar out to clean up the battlefield, another interjected, disregarding the others. They gone mad. They think the monster uprising is over, and they can relax now. Talk almost screamed, over? Who told you it's over? Look, there's no movement in the city. Those monsters that entered are either dead or have fled far away across the city-state. It's over. Talk pointed at the young man and cursed, idiot. Look at all the corpses here. Think about the number of monsters we saw in the forest. You think they're all dead? Think about the surviving, starving monsters. Food is everywhere in the city. No need to search, just walk in and eat. This place is like a living spring in the forest. All monsters will come to it. These words sent shivers down the spines of the survivors, who still harbored illusions. What are we going to do? Where are the messengers? Did we send any out? Mages were almost all dead this morning. The magical messengers probably didn't get through. We're doomed. Don't the people at Krikri Fortress know what's happening here? How could we possibly fight those monsters? Their teeth, their claws. I saw a mage being torn to shreds with my own eyes. Anxiety spread, and the faint sobs of those less resilient could be heard. Talk's reprimand was meant to urge people to abandon illusions and fight for survival, but the overwhelming reality was crushing the will of the ordinary people. Let's run. Run now. That's right, running out now will definitely be safe. Experienced adventurers, and the remaining soldiers sensed the shift in atmosphere. If it continued, the will to resist would vanish. The remaining soldiers were now clinging to life by sheer willpower. Once that will was broken, they would crumble. They all turned their gaze to the most authoritative person present. The primal knew that many of them would also want to escape if they could. They hadn't fled before because they feared being outnumbered and scattered in the wilderness. Now they weren't fleeing because of the sudden appearance of the primal, this great mage. The primal considered himself a person lacking in charisma, unable to command the unconditional trust of those around him like Talk. If it were a potato, what would you do? A hazy memory surfaced in a moment of melancholy. In that familiar villa, in the living room etched into his DNA, the Primarch slurped up the lovingly made noodles Nonya had prepared, leaning back on the sofa. Across from him sat Jianghe, intently staring at the Halora projection, reciting the Anna chronology. The densely packed tree diagrams, enough to give anyone a headache, made the Primarch's heart ache. What am I memorizing today? Why is one of the tree diagrams academic? Damn, weren't you memorizing the chronology? How did it turn into academic? I want to kill this idiot mother. The usually calm Jianghe started by mentioning his mother, showing how annoyed he was. There was this pig-headed commander who made all the wrong choices during the Demir Forest resource collapse, leading to the city's fall and a series of other messes. Ugh, can't he just die already? Does he know how annoying it is for me to memorize all this stuff? The Primarch jolted awake. Seeing how pitiful Jianghe was, he squatted in front of the projector and suffered alongside him for the entire afternoon. He remembered the Demir Forest resource collapse incident. This was the event that Kurian later gritted his teeth, swallowed his pride, and acted as a master of impartiality, getting the historians to rewrite the events. Also remembered, "Don't run! Absolutely don't run!" the four primal shouted. "Whoever runs dies!" Chapter 567. The official characterization of the Demir Forest resource collapse incident by the Anna Empire was that it was caused by consecutive years of bumper harvests, leading to a surge in monsters and reaching the region's ecological carrying capacity, resulting in a regional monster uprising. In this incident, the 400 Dark Lion Guards stationed on the border fought bravely to defend Demir City, and all perished. Externally, the incident was categorized as an ecological imbalance collapse, not a man-made disaster. Internally, Kurian erased the Dark Lion Guard commander's foolish actions, compromised with some individuals, and saved face for his core faction. The Anna High Command believed this to be the whole truth. However, Vanessa and others, with their omniscient perspective, clearly knew that a third party was explicitly involved in the incident. The corrupting serpent people, living deep within the dense forests outside Demir City. Looking beyond the Empire's borders, their power was barely among the top ranks, far inferior to powerful races like the Forest Elves and Dark Elves. However, by manipulating high-level monsters and stimulating unintelligent monsters, they prematurely accelerated the rampaging of the giant lightning, making Dimir City the primary victim. If Dimir City remained unscathed, it might affect their own monster agitation, which could be resolved effortlessly. If Dimir City fell, it would weaken the Empire's military strength on the border. Those who inquired into the oddities of this incident would discover that the biggest beneficiaries were not the Snake People, but other, more powerful races, diverting the trouble eastward. If the Empire clashed with the suspected races as a result, it would be an opportunity for the Snake People. Historically, they had successfully hidden behind events, scheming against everyone. At this very moment, outside Dimir City, many alien races bordering the Anna Empire were aware of the monster attack and sent high-level mages to observe from a distance. They dared not cross the Imperial borders, for doing so would be tantamount to invasion. As the sounds of fierce fighting still lingered in Dimir, they tacitly accepted that the city-state remained under the protection of that majestic lion. No race was prepared to openly sever ties with the behemoth that was Anna. The Serpent People were an exception. They were eager to confirm the elves' suspicions, and to this end, they had already silently crossed the border, manipulating some of the monsters with potions. The battlefield was chaotic enough to fish in troubled waters. Getting too close would draw attention. Being completely undetected prevented them from framing anyone. They eagerly awaited unfortunate souls leaving the city, allowing them to be killed by their manipulated monsters, leaving behind intriguing clues for the Empire to investigate further. A brilliant tactic, but Kurian had no intention of investigating further, eager to move on. Besides the Serpent People, countless ravenous monsters outside Dimir were also heading towards this buffet-like scene of carnage. The hasty escape was merely a matter of food delivery. It was simply a difference between dedicated delivery and crowdsourcing. They absolutely couldn't leave the city. Leaving meant dealing with not only the monsters, but also the cunning and despicable snakemen. The four primal bodies only explained the latter. The restless crowd stopped shouting for escape, and instead anxiously asked what to do. Hold on. Without us? Tomorrow, after sunrise, Krikri Fortress will send reinforcements. The four primal bodies shouted, injecting a boost of confidence into everyone. The messengers are effective, but they also been attacked by monsters and are currently overwhelmed. The crowd murmured, some voices questioning, but their tone was no longer as desperate as before. The four Primarchs weren't lying. The monster swarm's impact was vast. Even the neighboring Krikri Fortress, according to records, only managed to kill and repel the attacking monster tide near nightfall. He, like a butterfly before it even landed, couldn't create a hurricane powerful enough to change history. So, if he could just hold out for one night, the problem would be solved. But how? The four Primarchs, now nominally the highest-ranking official in Dimir, swallowed hard under the watchful eyes of countless people. Historically, Dimir was reduced to almost nothing. Only a few survivors managed to escape by hiding in cellars, avoiding being dug out by the monsters. Hiding was useless. The monster senses were far more acute than imagined. The four Primarchs stroked his chin, suddenly recalling a keyword that appeared on the academic tree diagram. Hunger. But expecting these low-intelligence monsters to cooperate was clearly impossible. They were simply driven by survival and hunting instincts. Once the resonance permeating the group fades, the monsters will revert to their most primal state, survival of the fittest. The four primal bodies' eyes lit up. Are there any monsters still barely alive? The crowd looked around blankly. Find any monsters still breathing. Search through the piles of corpses before they enter the city. The soldiers' execution was still sharp. Upon hearing this, they immediately sprang into action, searching along the piles of corpses and traps for anything matching the description. After a search, they actually found many monsters of varying sizes, clinging to life by sheer physical strength. Dragged them all to the middle of the road and placed them in a conspicuous spot. Elder Talk, a centurion with extensive hunting experience, immediately understood the four primal bodies' idea. Seeing that some fools remained motionless out of fear, he roared. Move if you don't want to die. These gasping corpses won't kill you, but the ones entering the city later won't be so gentle. The primal body issued its second order. Collect all usable weapons, swords, spears, hammers, anything goes, take them all. Soon, the weapons salvaged from the corpses were neatly arranged on the ground. Get everyone over 14 years old out of the cellar. Women too. Anyone who can lift a weapon, draw a bow, or even wave a torch, come out. This isn't a suggestion, it's an order. Old Talk, responsible for relaying the order to the primal body, hesitated, his lips trembling. Male children over 14 are fine, but what about the women? What's wrong with women? If they can't wield swords, can't they at least hold torches? The primal gritted its teeth. You think monsters are picky eaters, only consuming men and letting them go? You think hiding in the cellar will suddenly disable the monster senses? The cellar door has a built-in magic blocking effect, so they're unaffected? Compared to dying in the cellar, being devoured by monsters, they have a sliver of hope fighting on the surface, unless they're willing to hear the sound of monsters biting their necks and crushing their bones. I emphasize again, send all the children to the basements of the city's high-ranking nobles, and have people defend the nearby strongholds. That way, even if they all die, the monsters should be full and have had their fill, too lazy to search for and attack the hidden basement entrances. As for the other strongholds, I can't protect them, and I don't intend to rescue them. Let fate decide. A terrified voice rang out. It was a woman whose features were obscured. She cried out in a shrill voice, "There are so many corpses in the city. Shouldn't the monsters eat them? Why are they being so cruel?" Cruel? The four primal bodies laughed in anger. Monsters don't understand cruelty. Eating is instinct, and so is torturing their prey. These are memories etched into their blood, awakening in the appropriate circumstances. Someone else chimed in. "You're talking nonsense." A person huddled in the shadows of the ruins suddenly screamed. Their stained skirt was still stained with a child's blood. Those monsters are clearly eating corpses. They don't care about the living. We just need to hide. He interrupted mercilessly. I can't control whether they eat corpses or the living. I hope you wake up. You better assume they all love eating the living. Don't be complacent, or you die a horrible death. The four primal bodies knew that their words had made many who thought hiding would save them curse silently and consider fleeing. He turned to Old Talk, solemnly calling out the roll. Centurion Talk. Yes, sir. My comrades have all perished. I am the only survivor. The primal's eyes sharpened. I am not a coward. Since I demand that everyone enter this brutal inferno with me, then. The primal drew its broadsword from the ground. I will forsake magic and go with you. I will not retreat. I will live and die with you before dawn. Charge. Everyone shouts. Follow me. But that requires resolve. The primal had resolve. A cataclysmic start, no room for error. A martial arts instructor named Zinald once said, on the battlefield where life and death hang in the balance, the more afraid you are of death, the more likely you are to die. Cowards are relentlessly pursued by death. The brave are avoided by death. The primary mission of the four primal bodies is to ensure survival. Organizing the survivors to resist as much as possible increases the chances of survival, and incidentally, helps these poor souls. The words have been spoken. Those who remain ignorant and cling to wishful thinking are simply caught in the whirlwind of survival of the fittest within Demir City. Roar! A powerful roar ripped through the silent night sky. The tranquility of Demir City was instantly shattered, with roars of beasts echoing from all directions. Interspersed among them were some mournful, dying cries. Soon, a scout rushed back. Talk, they're fighting. Old Talk clapped his hands sharply, and knelt excitedly on one knee before the four primal bodies. The four primal bodies' judgment was correct. Monsters are monsters. Previously, influenced by the collective atmosphere, they only attacked the humans of Demir City. But once their bestial instincts regained control, they immediately realized that those accompanying them were not allies, but rivals. The dying monsters that the four primal bodies had found and placed around were the triggers to unleash their ferocity. These weren't completely inanimate objects, they were very attractive to the monsters' hunting instincts. The commotion generated by the hunt was like a whirlpool, enough to pull in all the surrounding monsters. Like the unlucky victim who fired the first shot in a battle royale game, all the teams that heard the gunshot rushed over to join the fray. Many of those who had received weapons and were still crying were overjoyed upon hearing the news, thinking they wouldn't have to fight, and the four primal bodies didn't bother to explain. With such a large monster horde, there were always lucky ones who bypassed the main battle and went straight to the buffet table. A massive free-for-all was inevitable. The four primals selected 100 elite warriors, all of whom were deeply impressed by the primals' courage in abandoning magic and fighting alongside them in hand-to-hand combat. Do you know what I'm going to do? The others shook their heads. The primal's lips curled into a smile. I'm going to fight my way out of the city. This mage, what's with the way he talks? Is his left and right brains fighting each other? Chapter 568. The process was tedious, and the Primarch had no time to explain, forcefully waving his hand. Those who think I abandoned Demir and fled alone can stay. With that, he slung his bow and arrows, longsword over his shoulder, gripped his long sword tightly, and turned to leave without the slightest hesitation, regardless of whether anyone followed. In times of crisis, most people lack their own judgment. They instinctively follow, obeying those who act, fearing they might make the wrong choice. Old Talk was the first to catch up. He opened his mouth to ask a few more questions, but seeing the Primarch simply walking briskly with his head down, he swallowed his words. The elites who suspected the Primarch's behavior was flaring up followed one after another. They vaguely sensed that the person before them was different from the mage they had seen before. My lord, this direction seems to be towards the woodland? Dimir was like a buffet table, with monsters coming from all directions. No direction was safe. But in terms of the most dangerous side, the woodland side was undoubtedly the most dangerous. The 4 primal bodies led them against the current. The crowd behind them followed closely, their breathing rapid and disordered. They were accustomed to walking close to the edges of the still-standing walls of the ruins. The crumbling bricks and stones offered them a semblance of safety. The 4 primal bodies hissed angrily, "Don't walk against the walls." A beastly roar exploded, like thunder crashing back and forth in the narrow streets. The walls trembled, and shards of glass rained down from the broken window frames. Left. Old Talk roared. The 4 primal bodies didn't even turn around. With a horizontal slash of his long sword, a giant wolf, with fangs, leaping from a crack in the ruins, was severed in half midair. Its foul-smelling entrails splattered, splashing onto the faces of the crowd, warm and pungent. Before they could wipe it away, the ruins on one side of the street collapsed with a deafening roar. 6 black, barbed limbs burst from the ground, piercing straight through the chest of a soldier standing nearby. A scream, a blood-curdling scream. Another monster sprang from beneath the ruins, its sharp forelimbs piercing the jaw of the screaming, retaliating soldier. The man hung suspended in midair like a fish on a hook, his twitching ankle ensnared by more black tentacles emerging from the cracks. With a sickening ripping sound, he was torn in two. The 4 primals clearly saw the monster's true form, a gigantic creature nearly 3 meters tall, resembling a tarantula. There was more than one. They lurked within the ruins, digging burrows and setting up natural traps, waiting for unsuspecting prey to pass by. These patient hunters had most likely entered the city during the day and begun their sleight of hand, using their excellent concealment to rest until nightfall before becoming active. In game terms, this deserves the praise of a top-tier player. Speed up, charge. The Primarch drew his bow and arrow, piercing the air and striking the giant spider's black, pearl-like eye. The giant spider, in pain, stumbled backward, crashing through the ruins and collapsing back into its burrow. This bought everyone time to speed through the food street. Temporarily out of danger, Old Talk couldn't help but stare intently at the Primarch's retreating figure. He was an experienced hunter, active as an adventurer for decades, his combat skills surpassing those of many soldiers. The arrow fired by this mage was almost a blind shot. The street was dimly lit, illuminated only by embers scattered among the ruins, and the faint glow of the torches held by the group. The giant spider was entirely black. They could accurately target the firelight reflected in its eyes while it moved, completing their preemptive shots. His. This is an ability only a magic warrior possesses. Old Talk quickly noticed that not only was his archery superb, but his weapon handling was also exquisite. His broadsword, after cleaving through the skull of a lion-like monster, developed multiple nicks, so he picked up a spear from the roadside and continued fighting. He always charged ahead, single-handedly clearing a path for everyone. All they needed to do was protect his back, and the monsters that suddenly appeared from the flanks, bloodthirsty, and devoid of their instincts for survival. Their bloodlust drove the monsters mad. Countless scenes of them tearing each other apart and engaging in massive battles unfolded along the way. Bloody slaughter between groups was a constant occurrence within Dimir City. All the weapons the 4 Primarchs initially carried were rendered unusable. They missed the wear and tear in games, where even broken pieces could still be used. In reality, that didn't work. Once a sword or blade had a nick, it had to be discarded. Ordinary forged weapons lack sufficient strength and toughness. When cleaving through flesh and bone, the moment the monster's ferocity was unleashed upon injury, its monstrous strength in its death throes was beyond human resistance. The primal was thus injured. A colossal beast, resembling both a wolf and a badger, lunged. His blade slashed horizontally along its gaping maw, but the moment it jammed, the beast's powerful jaws snapped shut. This parting gift left a row of gruesome teeth marks on the primal's arm. A dense network of small holes, oozing blood. Basic healing magic could effectively suppress the pain and stop the bleeding. But the primal had no magic power. The vast knowledge in his mind was useless. He, an elemental mage, was in danger from the very first second after landing. Now, he was fighting with a blade that was neither elemental nor mage-like. According to old talk, some of these unintelligent monsters possessed magic. The four primal bodies were deeply grateful, encountering slimes, the type of low-intelligence monster most susceptible to magic, would have likely resulted in their demise. They had been fortunate enough to avoid those exceptional few. Even so, the group, which started at nearly 100, had dwindled to more than half by the time they reached the gates of Demir. The four primal bodies could only protect those closest to them. He had done everything he could to save the lives of these brave warriors. His injuries were also to save Old Talk, who was also trying to save others. He didn't believe that Old Talk, this experienced hunter, didn't understand the consequences of rescuing a wounded soldier who had fallen behind in the chaos of battle. But he did it anyway. Every face was covered in blood. The intense fighting had made their hands, gripping their weapons, numb and trembling. It was this blood that caused the monsters scaling the city walls to join the fray to overlook their presence. The group of people who had been lurking in the shadows close to the city wall watched as the monsters leaped down from the high walls, like dumplings, or filed in through the breaches, holding their breath in fear. The monsters were in complete chaos. They were all frenzied, fighting each other as they marched. They continued fighting as they entered the city. They witnessed two monsters clash as they scaled the high walls, twisting and turning in midair like pretzel twists, before crashing heavily to the ground, releasing a cloud of blood mist. Their severed heads, driven by a tenacious will to live, still twitched slightly. The four primals took a deep breath. "You should hide here," Old Talk said, puzzled. "And master you?" The four primals explained. "I'm heading towards the woods. I can't quite explain the specific reasons, but doing so will likely reduce the number of monsters. If we continue to act in groups of so many, we'd be too conspicuous and attract the attention of the monsters. While the monsters are out of their minds, I can be more discreet by acting alone. Besides, I can't protect you all once we're outside." If before everyone had doubts about the four primal bodies' reliance on physical combat rather than magic, now they were filled with admiration. His close combat skills alone were nothing short of divine. It was unimaginable how someone so young could possess such astounding magical and martial arts prowess. They all swallowed hard, watching the monsters surging into the city like a tide, their voices trembling. "My lord, if the reinforcements arrive by dawn, we can hide here together, right?" The four primal bodies used a bucket of water from the city wall to wash away the stench of blood, turning to answer. "There's no room for error. It's tantamount to sitting and waiting for death, praying for good fortune. I'm not the tea god. I'm not worthy of being favored." He didn't understand what the tea god was, but the meaning was clear. Taking advantage of the lull in monsters at the city gates, the four primal bodies darted out, speeding along the shadows of the city wall's edge. Under the moonlight, the earth trembled, the dust raised by the rushing monster army obscuring the moonlight. The four primal bodies murmured, "Nengya. Bless me." This was a gamble. In the surging tide of monster attacks, the four primal bodies were swimming against the current. The chaos became his best camouflage. The monsters were numerous, their scents indistinguishable. Visually, it was difficult to discern the four primal bodies, far smaller than the giant beasts. Several times, the warm blood splattered from the monster's hunt drenched him, and once again stained with the stench of blood, his heart nearly leaped out of his chest. It was as if he were in the middle of a vast ocean, surrounded by sharks. Fortunately, this ocean was already stained red with blood. The sharks were far less interested in a whole piece of meat than a scrap. After an unknown amount of time, the forest came into view. The primal body climbed to the treetops, leaping and weaving among the large trees. He didn't know the exact location of the border, but his keen observation skills allowed him to stop shortly after venturing into the forest. Along the way, he could see monsters gathering in various numbers, but this area was utterly silent. It was as if everything that had happened in the distant city of Demir was merely an illusion. The primal body chuckled coldly. "Lots of spectators, huh? Don't you want to come out and chat?" No one answered. The primal body remained composed and spoke again. "Before setting off, I sent a magical messenger. You don't seem too keen to know what I wrote inside. By the way, I'm now the only mage in Demir City." A few seconds later, the rustling of the surrounding trees echoed. A forest elf with butterfly-like, translucent wings floated down from a towering ancient tree. Before the pre-march, several shadows rose and writhed from the darkness like mist and smoke. A troll, nearly 3 meters tall, ugly in appearance, with wrinkled skin and an algae-green body, entered with its head bowed. The forest elf snapped her fingers lightly, and the dense foliage trembled and parted to the sides, revealing openings in the impenetrable canopy above, allowing moonlight to penetrate. The moonlight illuminated the Primarch's pale face, ravaged by exhaustion after the bloody battle. Why bother with all this? Why not light a fire? The leading female forest elf replied emotionlessly. We don't like fire elementals. Setting fire to the mountains will land you in jail for life, I understand. Forest elves, dark elves, and trolls are the three largest races bordering the northwest of the Anner Empire. Compared to the south, the forest races here haven't established a unified kingdom, but rather cooperate in tribes, similar to a united kingdom. Many important figures from the elven tribes have come to watch the show. All three largest races are present. There are probably smaller tribes observing from other locations. The Anner Empire, showing signs of decline, has achieved another resurgence under Curian's leadership, returning to its peak. The millennia-old empire's tolerance for mistakes and its deep-rooted foundation allowed the elves, who had suffered during the expansionist period, to not wait for the empire's collapse. In that case, watching the empire suffer a setback is quite entertaining. Anyway, it's none of their business, and the fire won't affect them, so why not just watch the show? The last mage, are you here to play the victim? Anna, trying to beg for our help this way? The troll crossed his arms, and uttered two words in agreement, liar. The Primarch was speechless. The Dark Lion Guard's foolish actions were unbelievable even to their enemies. What kind of idiot could lead an entire city-state's elite mages to wipe them out in a single morning? These pigs couldn't even send a single magical messenger to deliver a message before they died. If it weren't for the cleverness of the people in the neighboring fortress, Dimir would already be a dead city in history. I'm telling the truth, the Primarch continued, maintaining the flow of the conversation. The Dark Lion Guard all perished, the local lord's guards were all wiped out, and I am Dimir's only remaining mage. After a moment of silence, a male dark elf stepped forward, looking directly into the Primarch's eyes. Evidence. Without evidence, you can choose not to believe. The forest elf chuckled. Here's the question, what difference does it make whether we believe it or not? Just because all your mages were wiped out, does that mean we have to help? Don't forget, during the time of the Anna settlers, they pushed their borders to the edge of our woodlands, causing many of our tribes to migrate. Your settlers may be dead, but we are long-lived and experienced what happened back then. We can be considered enemies. The primal laughed. What are you laughing at? I informed the Empire through the magical messenger that the monsters that Dimir City encountered this time were manipulated and guided by someone. It wasn't a natural disaster, but a conspiracy and man-made calamity. The Dark Elf was enraged. Human, you are deliberately provoking war. Blood will flow like rivers. Do you think the Empire would easily start another war for a single city-state? Your mages will uncover the truth. That impartial emperor cannot act arbitrarily under the control of the imperial nobles. Outrageous. The infighting between the imperial nobles and Curian is common knowledge among all races of the Anna continent, isn't it? The incompetent nobles are infamous throughout the continent. The four primal bodies shook their heads. It's not about provoking war. The investigating envoys will find traces of demons being manipulated. Nonsense. Not everyone intends to seek justice for the Dimir people. The lives of ordinary people are not valuable in the eyes of nobles. If it's a forgery, then it's true, as you say. But is there really someone manipulating demons near the Dimir city-state? Who? The four primal bodies threw out the most important clue, the one they had painstakingly used to reach this place. The corrupting tribe, those snake men. The forest elves, dark elves, and trolls fell silent for a moment. Sowing discord? They manipulated monsters to ravage Dimir, leaving clues, hoping to create a fierce conflict between Anna and you, so they can profit from it. The Primarch laughed. My messenger has already been sent. When the Empire's envoy thoroughly investigates the annihilation of the Dark Lion Guard, they will surely find the clues they left behind. When all the evidence points to you, it would be best if you could still condescendingly utter a word of sowing discord. The onlookers from the three races had uncertain expressions, unable to immediately discern whether the Primarch's words were true or false. The only thing they were certain of was, the Primarch couldn't die. If he truly was the last mage of Dimir, Anna would naturally have ways to verify the truth of his words. But once he died, there were too many things that could be done with a dead man. The male dark elf, unwilling to be manipulated, snorted coldly. Even if there were just a sliver of evidence, would the Empire send troops? This is war. The primal retorted, do you think His Majesty Curian wants a record of territorial expansion, a grand victory in a foreign war, to once again place his authority above those incompetent noble classes? Even if he doesn't, given his worries about his successor, wouldn't he use this opportunity to send his preferred heir to gain prestige? These two sentences silenced the dark elf. The troll gasped for breath. What do you think we should do? First, enter the border, find the corrupted serpent people, and capture them alive. That way, we can have an explanation. Second, do everything possible to stop the monsters from continuing their advance towards Demir City. After a moment's hesitation, the forest elf nodded in agreement to the second point. We can activate high-level monsters, awaken some monsters with basic intelligence, and the rest, that's a natural selection. The killing will continue. The dark elves and trolls also agreed to the second point. As for the first point, they were somewhat sensitive about crossing the border. The primal being, without a word, held its sword to its neck. What are you doing? Agree or I die. Let's all gamble. The primal being's lips curled into a smirk. Its disdain for death sent chills down everyone's spines. You're a madman. You want to save the people in the city, don't you? What do they have to do with you, that you risk your life like this? The primal being replied nonchalantly, my mother didn't teach me to be a heartless person, and my wife loves me just the way I am, so I think this is the right thing to do. Your mother and your wife are a bit foolish. The primal being silently let the sword cut its skin, and blood flowed freely. Shut up, you idiot. The dark elf snapped at his companion, gritting his teeth. I agree. A little too late. Slap the guy who just spoke twice, or I die instantly. The primal body sneered. I bet Anna will declare war. You can only bet with me that it won't. You? Looks like you want to gamble. Then come on. Just as the primal body was about to exert force, a crisp slap rang out. Seeing that the primal body was still unwilling to let go, several more slaps followed. The primal body only had to bet one life, but they had to bet the entirety of their race. No one dared to take the gamble. His face remained calm, but inside, the primal body was in turmoil. He lowered his weapon, his hands trembling uncontrollably behind his back. Seeing the forest elves summon hordes of high-level demons brimming with magical energy, the primal body felt a huge weight lifted from its shoulders. That afternoon, suffering alongside Jiang He was the right thing to do. Chapter 569. Demir City was ravaged. Few buildings remained intact. The once lavish mansions of the city's nobles were now occupied by a massive number of mages and well-trained guards. Several scribes moved through the crowd, questioning Demir survivors. From the second-floor balcony, everyone seemed as busy as ants. Dren Brendan pushed open the door, and his scribe meticulously recorded Old Talk's description. His bodyguard opened another door not far away. In the room, a handsome man reclined in a soft chair, his eyes closed. The door opening failed to rouse him. His neck and arms were wounded, and his unwashed body was covered in blood and grime, emitting a pungent stench. Brendan's scribe couldn't help but pinch his nose. Brendan's bodyguard stood behind him, his face full of curiosity. After inquiring with many people under their lord's command, they finally met this mysterious figure, mentioned by almost every Demir, yet not among the Demir mages. No one knew his name. In the chaos, everyone habitually addressed him as Sir. Brendan lit incense and waved for breath-freshening, invigorating gummies to be served. The man opened his heavy eyelids, shaken by his guards. He showed no sign of nervousness, calmly following instructions to eat the gummies. Brendan was pleased with the man's performance and introduced himself. Kekri Fortress, well, I don't like that name. It should be called Kekri City now. Anyway, I am its lord, Brendan said. I think you should give a brief self-introduction. The Primarch. Is that your name? A title. Why not your name? It's more memorable. After a moment of silence, Brendan stopped dwelling on the topic. You're not from Demir. No. The Primarch answered honestly, I come from the other continent of Devilland. An accident brought me to Anna through a natural teleportation array, and I just happened to get caught up in your chaos. Brendan frowned. It was bizarre and coincidental, but that wasn't the point of concern right now. Brendan picked up a scroll that had just been brought into the room. Old Talk said during his questioning that you possess unparalleled combat skills. As a mage, you relied on martial arts to clear a path, carving a way out for everyone. Your courage is the greatest he has ever seen, going against the tide, venturing into the monster horde, and entering the forest. Your kindness was not feigned or based on pity. You led the alien races back to Demir, rescuing people from dire straits. He picked up another document. An adventurer who fought alongside you also praised your decisiveness. Given the number of monsters seen at the time, the survivors in the city would probably be less than 1 in 100 by dawn. Choosing not to wait for rescue, but to take the initiative, was the right decision. The primal entity humbly replied, You flatter me. Brendan shook his head. It's not flattery. Almost at the same time that Demir fell, The city of Kekri was also besieged by monsters. Brendan, as a frontier lord, took over the former fortress from the pioneer era and transformed it into a city. His actions were permitted by Kurian, granting him far greater authority than Demir, and his city-state development was also superior. Having withstood the first wave of attacks, Brendan realized that something might have happened to Demir. He led his troops to the rescue under cover of darkness, and at dawn, he saw the dead monsters lying on both sides of the road. He initially thought Demir was a dead city, but to his surprise, butterfly-winged elves and departing monsters drove away and crushed low-level monsters. Tall trolls were working together to clear the corpses from the city. Brendan prepared for the invasion, but before that, he, as usual, initiated diplomatic meetings to try to understand the reasons for this undeclared war. After the two sides met and exchanged information, Brendan was dizzy for several seconds. Elite Dark Lion guards were killed by low-level monsters. Only one mage remained in the city, negotiating with the various races alone, using the threat of death to force rescue. This mage did not use any magic throughout the entire process, only afterwards did they realize. He, who claimed to be an elemental mage, was just an ordinary person who had not yet awakened. The amount of information was immense. After taking over Demir, Brendan immediately drove away the monsters and began the investigation process. The elves and trolls weren't lying. Their descriptions perfectly matched those of the Demir survivors. In the elves' eyes, the Primarchs were audacious, but also courageous and resourceful. Even after discovering they'd been deceived, the elves, embarrassed, merely uttered angrily, "I get my revenge someday," venting their frustration without seeking retribution. To many of Demir's survivors, the magician was a wise and decisive figure who saved countless ordinary people. In short, the Primarchs, even without magic, were heroes in the eyes of both sides. Not to mention, the elves, following the Primarch's clues, actually captured the lurking serpent men. Brendan asked, "One wrong step, and you're doomed. Aren't you afraid?" The Primarch laughed, "I have no chips. I can only gamble everything. 1 time isn't enough to turn things around, 2 times barely break even, 3 or 4 times to reverse the situation. I have no choice." Brendan asked again, "Why gamble with your life when you can remain unscathed?" The primal constellation thought for a moment, then repeated what he had said to the elf the previous night. The 2 guards looked at him with admiration, and felt a strong urge to drink with the primal constellation. The courage to hold a sword to one's neck and risk one's life was something few could possess. As for how he learned of the corrupting serpent people's plot, the primal constellation only said that he stumbled upon it by chance in the wild. This part could not be verified, and given his previous statements, Brendan did not intend to press further. At this point, how he knew was no longer important. The primal constellation had prevented the vortex of the conspiracy from engulfing the Empire's northwestern border in chaos. That was a fact. As a lord, Brendan also felt an urge to clink glasses with the primal constellation. Upon learning that the primal constellation had temporarily lost his magic due to the teleportation array, Brendan felt a pang of guilt. Mentioning the hero's sorrow was truly against the virtues of a nobleman. The Primarch suddenly asked, "How do you plan to punish me?" "For huh?" echoed in the room. The guards, scribes, and their lord all lost their composure. The Dark Lion guards' foolish actions during the Demir incident were enough to enrage Kurian, leaving him utterly dejected. Amid such an abstract error, the Primarch's brilliance emerged. The Empire was too busy rewarding the Dark Lion guards' mistakes to punish a hero who had turned the tide. Wouldn't the other races beyond the borders laugh their heads off? The Primarch smiled bitterly. "So I'm not a criminal after all. This morning, after you took over the city-state, I was locked up in a room. No one cared about my water or food. I thought I was going to jail. Could you give me something to eat? I'm exhausted and hungry. I really can't take it anymore." Having landed without food or water, after a day of intense fighting, the Primarch had already seen Nonya in the sky in his dreams. Brendan covered his face with his hands, suppressing his anger. Who was in charge? "Don't assign blame yet. Let me eat first," the Primarch weakly pleaded. Brendan hurriedly ordered his guards to bring food. Thinking about how the Primarch had endured hunger to complete the conversation with him, he couldn't help but admire him even more. The Primarch wolfed down his food, discarding his knife and fork, grabbing pieces of meat with his hands, and stuffing them into his mouth, completely disregarding appearances and cleanliness. Brendan sweated a little watching this starving creature's eating habits. If the Primarch were exhausted and hungry, weakened and dying suddenly, then what he had done would be almost as abstract as the Dark Lion guard's actions. The maid who made the decision to starve the prisoner was trying to understand her superior's intentions and advance her career. She received a reward. While the Primarch was eating, the whipping was being carried out simultaneously outside the room. If it weren't for the Primarch's words, "Don't kill them," the enraged Brendan wouldn't have decided to stop. "Your Excellency, I want to make a deal with you." Brendan, who was reviewing the scribe's documents, looked up, somewhat puzzled. The Primarch pushed his plate away, burped, and gestured for another. He wiped his mouth and continued. "Do you want to be a hero? You mean the corrupted serpent people?" Brendan waved his hand. "The elves and trolls will handle it. We don't need to get too involved." "I mean, the hero of the Demir incident." Brendan frowned. He gestured to his guards to close the door tightly and simultaneously cast a soundproofing spell. "What do you mean?" The Primarch said. His Majesty Kurian's Dark Lion Guard made a foolish mistake and was completely wiped out. Even if they wanted to cover it up, it would be difficult to do so. Those who need to know will find out. In this incident, His Majesty's trusted men might face criticism if they didn't demonstrate some merit. From our conversation, you were once one of His Majesty's trusted men, and should be considered a member of his inner circle. Suppose I, the hero of the Demir incident, was actually a messenger you sent to Demir City, a reliable bodyguard. It was your skillful training and command that resolved the crisis. Or, if His Majesty desires more, he could directly claim that you activated me, the border messenger, and remotely completed the negotiations, making a great contribution. For you, this reputation will make you more popular in Kekri City. For His Majesty, although the Dark Lion Guards were disgraced, other trusted men still performed admirably. One positive, one negative, neither a complete loss. You helped His Majesty cover up the foolishness of another subordinate and mitigated the losses. You will likely be even more valued. The scribe's quill fell to the ground. Brendan swallowed hard, his breathing erratic. What do you want? This favor was too great. Putting aside everything else, covering up His Majesty's embarrassment was undeniably valuable. For the next 3 years, you will have someone take care of my food and lodging. You will provide the materials for my magical resurgence. Several of my friends were caught in the same teleportation array malfunction and ended up in Anna. I need to borrow your power to gather information. Brendan was stunned. Not because the request was too difficult, but because... Holy crap, it's that simple? So simple that even nodding in agreement would make Brendan feel guilty. He had always considered himself one of the few normal people among the insect-infested nobles. A hero, with a noble soul from the pioneering era. You become a hero, with the Empire's reward. You could easily obtain this too, couldn't you? The Primal Shade shook its head. I'm just an ordinary person. Even if the Empire's reward translates into a title, it won't translate into power in a short time. It's better to borrow from your Excellency. This benefit is far more beneficial to you than to me. I seek short-term gains, while you, as a lord, need long-term benefits. We each get what we need, maximizing our profits. A win-win situation. This windfall left Brendan slightly dizzy. He stood up and bumped his head on the corner of the table. After a while he asked, "What did you do before?" The Primal Shade smiled. "Looks like the deal is done?" Brendan smiled too. "I don't think anyone could refuse." Chapter 570. A month after the Demir incident, the Primarch met with an envoy sent by Kurian in the city of Kekri. He was taken to a special reception room, soundproofed by magic, and, with an Imperial notary present, repeated his orders to Brendan. "All your answers are documented and archived on a scroll. Are you sure?" The notary asked 3 times, and the Primarch answered yes each time. The title of hero, who averted the crisis for Demir, had changed hands. Besides the standard procedure of pressing his fingerprint and signing his name, the envoy even brought an artist to paint a portrait of the Primarch. At this point, the Primarch had guessed that Kurian had more or less guessed his deal with Brendan. Due to the issue of the Dark Lion Guard, he tacitly approved of this. However, whether it was the notary's questioning or the portrait, these details were Kurian's warning to Brendan not to use his power to intimidate. Brendan felt quite aggrieved. The day after the clearing of Demir City, he spread out a map of Kekri City, allowing the 4 Primarchs to choose their residences. If someone already owned a place, he would buy it and move the original owner. The standard of living was basically equivalent to that of a lord like himself. If any of the 4 Primarchs had any desires, they only needed to say so, and suitable equivalents would appear on his desk, ready to be spent. Brendan considered himself one of the few nobles in the Empire willing to pay the blood tax. Even if the border regions were all disloyal, he was willing to remain loyal. This fair-skinned, slightly plump middle-aged man regarded this as an honor. His pride was not like that of other insects in the Empire, which was merely a performance. However, Having been away from Anadu for many years to build up the borders, even his trusted confidants, whom he had personally selected from among the noble children of the academy, could only be trusted with a mixture of suspicion and deliberation. The envoy departed, taking with him the truth and a serpent man's head. It would become a trophy offered to Kurian. The name of the corrupted horde was forever erased from the history of Anar. The ideal state of a schemer is to manipulate everyone without being noticed. The day the truth was revealed, their demise was inevitable. The elves and trolls were thorough, killing everyone except those with extremely high slave value. In this matter, both sides displayed a rare tacit understanding. Brendan provided no manpower support, but he did provide a batch of supplies. After the dust settled, when the various races of the woodland divided the corrupted horde's wealth, a portion was reserved as compensation for Demir and the 4 Primarchs. Their excessively courageous display that night drew admiration from those who witnessed it on the other side of the border. Afterwards, Anna's reward was given to Brendan. It's obvious this is the Empire's old problem again, lords using their power to bully and steal credit. The elves and trolls, unable to stand it any longer, said they couldn't stay in Anna and could sneak away. The Primarchs couldn't explain too much, but they appreciated their goodwill. The trolls are straightforward. Whatever you want, we leave it for you. The various woodland races tacitly accepted that Brendan was a beast, only good for bullying heroes from other continents with no foundation. The gifts might be divided among the Primarchs even if they reached them, so they simply had the 3 most prestigious races act as notaries to store the spoils outside Anna. When the Primarchs needed money, they could sneak over to collect them. Unable to refuse their hospitality, after much deliberation, the Primarchs decided to demand a batch of snakemen skins and gallbladders. He vaguely remembered that both of these items could be used to make potions. Reality isn't a game, many materials aren't readily available. He'd prepare a batch of herbs beforehand, and then use them when they met. He couldn't imagine what kind of expression men would make. He knock knock knock. Come in. The Primarch didn't turn around, continuing to scrutinize his attire in the full-length mirror. An elderly man with half-gray hair, but a sprightly demeanor, pushed open the door and entered. It was old Torque, with whom he had fought side by side 3 months ago in Demir City. Brendan let the Primarch choose his residence, and he ultimately chose the southern district of Krikri City. A prominent adventurers guild was located here, in the bustling area of the vast Krikri City, adjacent to the commercial district. Brendan kept his word, generously offering him his manor located there. Being new to the area and unfamiliar with everything, the Primarch simply called old Torque over after settling in to act as his butler. Some matters he couldn't handle personally were left to old Torque. Now he's changed his name. Primarch. During conversations, Brendan and the others would often wonder why a number was added before Primarch. Primarch holds a special alchemical meaning in Anna. The events that occurred in Demir were officially defined as the Demir Woodland Resource Collapse Incident. Despite the involvement of the 4 Primarchs, the overall direction of the events and the final chapter still aligned with the correct historical record. The struggle for survival on the ground caused such a commotion. If possible, he didn't want the next 3 years to produce any major events that would excessively affect the reunion in Windseeker. The Primarch decided to start with his own name, hoping that, after regaining his magic and leaving, he could sever his ties with the past. Primarch, this is today's Security Patrol report. Old Torque adapted quickly, while the Primarch, who had initially completed his identity transformation, felt somewhat awkward. Being addressed as Primarch so formally felt strange. But being called Master at home was also odd, so he simply ignored it. Kekri City, as a former fortress, was extremely vast. The southern district, a densely populated area, was home to a large number of locals and other races. Their different customs and beliefs led to frequent clashes and disturbances. Brendan assigned the southern district's security knights to the Primarch, asking him to take care of them while he lay low. If he hadn't seen the Primarch's abilities in the Demir incident, he, as Lord, wouldn't have been worthy of Kurian's attention. Besides, there were benefits to doing this. The dense population and diverse mix of people also meant abundant information sources, making it easier to find information about his missing friends. After some explanation, the primal body took up his post as the southern district governor. The knights maintaining order in this diverse area were all carefully selected by Brendan. In their words, they were thoroughly respectable men. As lordly knights, they disdained taking bribes or protecting criminals. Therefore, security patrol reports were generally data summaries, recording the types of incidents handled that day. Interestingly, the idea of creating these reports was Brendan's. This actually made things easier for the primal body, who had spent a long time dealing with various reports in his previous life. The crimes in the southern district are mostly theft, Occasionally there are drunken brawls or street fights, but they are few in number. Overall, the security knights are mostly dealing with anti-pickpocketing matters. Prevention first, combined with crackdown, addressing both symptoms and root causes, building a harmonious southern district together. The Primarch unconsciously recited this passage, then laughed. Breakfast was brought in by a maid, and he gestured for Old Talk to sit down and eat with him. The latter didn't hesitate. He had already sensed that this lord was very approachable. Primarch, have you heard of Night Rat? The Primarch asked subconsciously, chewing on a meat pie. Is it a monster? No, a thief. Very famous? For neighboring city-states have all fallen victim to him, including consuls, bishops, and lords. The Primarch gave a soft "oh," showing interest, and gestured for Old Talk to continue this little story. According to Old Talk, far more than just 4 city-states were targeted by the Night Rats, but many important figures, feeling deeply humiliated after being robbed, kept the news a secret. However, word leaked out about these 4 city-states, making them the focus of public discussion. A ceremonial sword bestowed by the Lion King, the governor, a diocesan bishop's sacred texts, a lord's identity ring, a misprinted Lion King gold coin from a nobleman's collection. All were stolen while the victims were asleep. Their security forces were not weak, yet they were practically non-existent in the face of the Night Rats. The Primarchs wondered, if the Night Rats are so skilled, stealing things so silently, how do they know the names? Old Talk quickly explained, the Night Rats leave behind cards at the scene after stealing something, mocking the victims. The Primarch blinked. How familiar this was. So, no matter the world, master thieves all share similarities in their displays of skill. Nearby major city-states have all been targeted. Unless this Night Rat, who loves high-risk challenges, is so shameless as to embarrass himself by going to the rebuilding city of Demir, Kekri is probably the next target. The Primarch specifically visited to mention this, and Brendan just smiled, put his arm around his shoulder, and drank together, watching the maids in their gauze dresses dance gracefully on the gleaming marble tiles. As a nobleman, he regarded other nobles as insects, his face full of disdain. They were robbed because they were incompetent. I'm different. My manner is impregnable, he can't get in. The Primarch also felt that Brendan was capable compared to others. A group of formidable confidants had gathered around him. Bullying decadent nobles, who are practically like stray dogs on the street, is one thing, but harassing a truly capable person is like asking for trouble. Oh, by the way, have you heard anything about your friends lately? The Primal Shade shook its head. Finding 6 scattered individuals in the vast Anna is like searching for a needle in a haystack. It's not that simple. He checked in at the Adventurers Guild almost every day to inquire. The bounty had been up for 3 months without any news, clearly indicating that everyone from the boundary between the virtual and real worlds was not in this area. Today, he had already removed the bounty, giving up the struggle. Brendan raised a glass to invite him to drink, comforting him, look on the bright side, at least your magic power has recovered to tier 2. It's not like there's nothing going wrong. With convenient resource acquisition, the Primal Shade's advancement after awakening was exceptionally smooth. This was the first time Brendan had ever seen someone who had completely lost all magic power, awakened from scratch, and still recovered so quickly. The scholars of the Empire, seeing this, would likely flock to him, inviting him to the Mage Tower to exchange insights. After all, there were many cases of magical accidents resulting in the depletion of magical power, and the inability to regenerate it. After sharing a couple of drinks, and watching a suggestive short video from another world, the Primarch returned to his residence. The best way to minimize influence was to stay home unnecessarily. He executed this admirably. There was no curfew in Krikri, and the Knights of Brendan provided strong security, allowing the night markets and entertainment to remain vibrant. He had artisans make playing cards and mahjong sets, then invited his servants to play. Winning brought rewards, losing brought punishments, everyone was equal at the table. He then personally demonstrated a few rounds, proving that beating him truly brought no harm, but rather reward, creating a strong competitive atmosphere. On nights when the Primarch didn't need magical rehabilitation, his card and mahjong partners eagerly awaited the start of the game. Often, a game of cards could fill one table, and a game of mahjong could fill another. The prizes were always food, the most valuable form of currency for ordinary people. The games usually lasted until late at night. When the primal beings were tired, they would go back to their rooms, lie down, and quickly fall asleep. Occasionally, they would dream of the proof of the stars from their past lives. Today's dream was exceptionally real, the physical sensations incredibly perfect. Cold metal pressed against his throat, the sharp edge slightly digging into his skin. It felt real. The primal beings instantly awoke, but his body remained motionless. He could feel the breathing of the person behind him, light and slow, a seasoned veteran. "Don't move." The other person's voice was extremely low, a deliberately feigned hoarseness tinged with a hint of mockery. "I know you can use magic, but my blade is faster." This uninvited guest was clearly very confident. "Night rat?" "You guessed right." The Primarch was puzzled. "Why didn't you look for Brendan, but came to me?" "How do you know I didn't look for Brendan?" "Well, even the impenetrable security couldn't stop this big rat. You didn't manage to wake the owner up and make him experience the strange feeling of having his treasure snatched right in front of him, did you?" The current situation was rather serious, and he couldn't say anything strange like "there's a cow here." "You're number one." "Why?" "During casual conversation, I overheard some of my elven companions saying that you were the hero of Demir's city 3 months ago, and that Brendan shamelessly stole your credit." The Primarch broke out in a cold sweat. "You didn't kill Brendan, did you? Why are you so worried about him, Primarch?" Nightrat chuckled. "No, your name, though an alchemical term, makes me want to laugh." "What's so funny?" "I really want to ask which Primarch you are. Are you planning a grand birthday celebration for Kurian?" Nightrat suppressed a laugh. "Anyway, we're both emperors, it doesn't matter." The Primarch picked up the dagger resting against his neck and gently moved it away. Hey, don't be so familiar, or I have to use force." Nightrat clicked his tongue, forcing the dagger back. "We are the T0 Guild." In the darkness, only their breaths echoed. "Where's the light?" The Primarch reached out and waved his magic near the bedside. A magic crystal emitted a warm yellow glow, illuminating the two people in front of the bed. A dark elf, shrouded in a black robe, held a dagger, his neck tilted, his face filled with disbelief. A few seconds later, "Holy crap, the Primarch. It really was you in bed." Chapter 571. The long-sought companion appeared before them in a wondrous way, leaving both speechless with excitement. The 4 primal bodies went to the kitchen, retrieved the meat simmering in the pot, and the soup that had been slowly cooking until dawn, and hurriedly set the table. A glass of low-alcohol, chilled fruit wine was taken out, and filled to the brim. Finally, the soundproofing array was activated. It felt like watching the final episode of an anime in a past life. The ritual was fully realized. Beiwo was also hungry, grabbing a piece of meat and tearing into it with a bold and unrestrained manner. "Your mouth, spoiled by the cuttlefish, won't this taste bland?" Beiwo's cheeks puffed out. "You know, when we first arrived, it was quite torturous. The start wasn't as difficult as the 4 primal bodies, but it wasn't much better." Beiwo landed in a desolate swampy area in the northwest of the Empire, where intelligent life was scarce. It was summer, the days unbearably hot, and the nights filled with the roars of beasts. Not wanting to witness a chaotic battle between beasts and monsters, chasing scents all the way, Beiwo could only travel during the day. The swamp was humid and hot. Within 2 days, Beiwo looked like a wild woman. Her daily diet consisted of wild fruits or bland, half-cooked animal meat. Every time she chewed, Beiwo couldn't help but spit it out. Having grown accustomed to the meticulously prepared food by Mayu, this food, which even a dog would sniff for several seconds to determine if it wanted to eat, made her want to jump into Mayu's arms the next second. With the ability to seamlessly revive martial arts and physical skills upon landing, and Beiwo's profession as a shadow stalker, coupled with her race being a dark elf, gave her an even greater advantage. Relying on the dark elf's innate stealth abilities, once the initial discomfort of her arrival subsided, she could easily avoid beasts and monsters, moving silently. The lack of magic didn't hinder Beiwo's performance, which was a valuable asset in the early stages of the martial art style. Having mastered Anna's botanical atlas, he could navigate the harsh swampy environment, searching for wild fruits and avoiding poisonous creatures. The 4 primal bodies took a sip of their drink and nodded repeatedly. Squid and fries should have no problem getting through the early stages. "It's me, the mage, who hasn't awakened yet. If we encounter a cataclysmic start, it'd be too difficult." He paused, then urged. "And then? How long did it take you to escape the swamp?" 6 days, I think." In those 6 days, Beiwo, the savage, gradually figured out, through battles with monsters, how much influence the combination of Shadowwalker martial arts and Dark Elf talents could have on high-level monsters. Having completed the initial practical testing of martial arts and physical techniques, Beiwo planned to test it out on intelligent races to see how high-level mages he could fool without magic. "So you steal?" Blanket shook her head, then nodded excitedly. "Suppose you were me, possessing powerful stealth skills, able to crouch in the shadows, and leave mages clueless, stealthily stealing as if it were your own backyard. Tell me, What would you do if you were broke and starving? The primal immediately replied, skill level is overwhelming, it's definitely time to advance to the thief path. Blanket didn't steal from just anyone. In her words, anything she targeted wasn't anything good. The governor, whose ceremonial sword, bestowed by the Lion King, had just forcibly seized the land of a group of unfortunate people. Blanket also delivered the information about his lost sword, along with the contract for the forced purchase of the land, to his nemesis, an imperial inquisitor. The diocese bishop who'd lost his sacred texts was secretly selling highly addictive, forbidden potions to the local gangsters from a church in the suburbs, using them to brainwash young people. So, when Bed was stealing, he also gave his daughter and son a mouthful of the potion, letting them try out his new stuff. He also handed the detailed potion-making list to the regional archbishop, expecting to soon have a long talk with the Inquisition. If not, Bed would steal again. The regional archbishop certainly had some good stuff at home. A nobleman who collected misprinted Lion King gold coins was having an affair with the newlywed wife of another nobleman. Actually, this wasn't a big deal in Anna. Many nobles had mistresses. Their wives were even mistresses of other men, or their wives kept mistresses. Their private lives were very chaotic. This newlywed wife, used to being flamboyant, encountered Bed, who was looking for food, on her way to a tryst at night. She insisted on playing around, and had the guards arrest and torture him. This morbid practice of fabricating charges, and reveling in controlling others' fates infuriated the woman in Bed. After fleeing the scene, her anger only grew stronger. She abandoned her reconnaissance, and sneaked into the mansion late at night. While they were making love in bed, she broke into the treasury, and packed up the nobleman's collection. She took what she could, and set the rest ablaze. Taking advantage of the chaos as the nobleman tried to put out the fire, she left a note stating that she had started the fire because she disliked the nobleman's new wife, another man's wife. As far as she knew, the two noblemen were now preparing for a duel over this matter, supervised by the notary, Anna. A duel of life and death. Upon hearing this, the four primals sighed. This noblewoman really messed with the right person. Being chased by a group of people in the game, she got angrier and angrier, and decided to fight them to the death. In short, it's best to let her vent her anger on the spot, so that when she reviews the game and decides, I'm going to fight you to the death, and make you explode, the other party will definitely suffer. The lord who lost his identity ring is the only one among the four widely publicized victims, who can be considered innocent and unlucky. She stole his things simply to test the limits of her abilities. Rumor has it that he has several rank 6 mages protecting him. In previous challenges, she had confirmed that, if she was careful enough, even a rank 5 mage would have difficulty detecting her movements in the shadows from several meters away. So, she sneaked into the lord's mansion and silently took the ring from the sleeping lord's finger. That lord's reputation was alright. I didn't intend to make things difficult for him. I even wrote the card I left behind, just borrowed it to play with for a day, intending to return it intact when the time was up, but the lord himself exploded, and now he's hunting me down the whole city. The four primals sighed. So you returned it? Yes, I returned it. I sneaked back, and put it on his bedside table while he was asleep. The quilt smiled, resting its chin on its hand, then he suddenly stopped hunting me, hee. Rank only indicates that a mage has a certain amount of magic power and combat strength matching that level. Knowledge reserves are strongly correlated with combat strength, but not necessarily. In a major city near the Imperial Center, if the quilt dared to play like this, a rank 6 mage could probably chase her to the ends of the earth. Anyway, I figured it out. Here, as long as I don't do anything too reckless, I can walk around like a madman at night with the knowledge I learned from my teacher. Unless you run into a dark elf, the Primarch warned, you can bump into each other in the shadows. At this point, the Primarch suddenly swallowed hard. What did you steal from Brendan? Nothing. He has some very troublesome people guarding his side. Before I even got close, it was as if they sensed me, floating out to search around. Luckily, I slipped away quickly. No comparison, no harm. In an environment full of incompetent people, the forces Brendan built had an average quality far exceeding their peers. He gulped down a large mouthful of meat soup, and let out a satisfied burp. I originally heard that he stole your achievements, which is why he made you a powerless puppet governor, intending to ruin his reputation. I didn't expect to run into you. He clicked his tongue in amazement. Only 3 months, and you done so well. Governor of the Southern District, with a big house, a bunch of servants, no worries about food or clothing, and no need to wander around in the sun and rain. He showed off his rough, textured hand. Look at you gotten so tanned. Primarch facepalmed. Why don't you try to recall your race and remember what you just said? The cuddled figure chuckled and continued eating. Didn't you steal a lot of good stuff? How come you're in such a sorry state? They're after me everywhere. Not many of those stolen goods are easy to sell. There's no way to get them on the black market. Both the legitimate and criminal worlds are setting traps for me. I can't escape. The cuddled figure said, I can't possibly steal from ordinary people. At most, I find a few scoundrels and steal some money to eat. It's all right now. I can just eat with you. For the Empire. Pre-march, Your Excellency. The blank play began. She stood up, saluted the primal, and recited a pledge of loyalty. Needless to say, the primal wasn't going to let the blank play continue to be exposed outside. She obediently stay and enjoy the magic revival package with him, rehabilitation during the day and mahjong at night. The servants didn't think much of the sudden appearance of a swaggering dark elf in their master's mansion. The master had finally seen the light. That was a good thing. He said he only stay for 3 years, but who knew what would happen after 3 years? They were eager to be associated with such an easygoing master as the primal, wishing they could have a meal ticket that would last a lifetime. Brendan didn't say anything, just patted the primal lightly, with an expression that said, if you had told me your needs earlier, I wouldn't have given you the wrong gift. It's all a misunderstanding, as long as they don't think of the blank play as a night rat. The alliance of night rat victims wanted nothing more than to skin her alive and make her into rat meat. One morning, the maid hurriedly pushed open the door. Seeing the 4 original beings slurping down their rice porridge, the maid quickly bowed. So urgent, is it something important? Yes, Your Excellency, the Adventurers Guild sent me to tell you. The maid looked up. A request has suddenly appeared in the guild. A request? The requester is a merchant. He's listed at the guild for 5 Lion King silver coins. The request contains only one word. What word? The boundary between reality and illusion. This was the very word that the newly arrived 4 original beings had listed. Instantly, the 2 who were leisurely eating stood up abruptly. Soon, a security knight led the merchant into the mansion. The 2 dismissed all outsiders and stared at the plump, fair-skinned caravan leader, asking the question that made them tremble slightly. Who sent you? The caravan leader swallowed hard, bowed respectfully, and carefully confirmed. A guild for life? Don't ask. The boundary between the real and the virtual is the guild's name. Having exchanged the code, the merchant captain's eyes lit up. He returned to the caravan and retrieved the hidden letter. Opening the envelope, the 4 primals were stunned. It's Potato. Bed was both surprised and delighted. How did he know we were here? The 4 primals handed over the envelope, saying he obtained information about the Demir incident through the merchant's internal channels and discovered that the corruption tribe had been eliminated. Bed was taken aback. In their Anna history, the corruption tribe's conspiracy had never been exposed. The most likely explanation for this change is that a variable large enough to influence a major historical event has appeared in this region. That alone was enough for Potato to make his judgment. Chapter 572. The letter can be summarized in 2 sentences. Stay put, focus on magical rehabilitation, and avoid further impact. He's currently scouting several key locations to prepare for the future. He immediately joined forces with Kekri afterward. The letter was written entirely in their familiar script. If something goes wrong during delivery, even if the people of Annaworld see it, they'd be completely baffled. The 4 primals instructed Old Talk. Give this gentleman 30 Lion King silver coins. The merchant captain hurriedly waved his hand, claiming it was just a small favor. Old Talk, used to such situations, forcefully stuffed the coin into the man's pocket. Jianghe is currently a prodigious genius at the Imperial Academy, but this status will undergo a minor change after the summer. He might not use the merchant's information channels later, and the letter didn't specifically mention it, but the 4 primals believed that having multiple channels meant having more options. A little money is enough to make profit-driven merchants remember the sweetness of success, so why not? Summer and autumn passed quickly. The lingering warmth of the blazing sun was sucked away overnight. When the first frosty morning breeze swept across the city walls, Kekri City seemed to have been wiped of color by some invisible hand, pale and cold. Walking through the bleak wind, draped in a chill, the visitor knocked on the door of the Kekri South District Governor's residence with just a few words. The 4 primal bodies and Bed were overjoyed. Now someone has improved the diet. Jianghe, who arrived late, introduced Bonnie to the 2. Bed was quite surprised to learn that she was actually a member of the Temple of the Clarities 100 years ago. After the maid took Bonnie away to change into new clothes, she couldn't help but say, "You really mastered history. You can even find these insignificant figures. Determining their location through the corruption tribe is impressive enough, but landing in any area and immediately figuring out how to speedrun through it, collecting all the necessary items. This guy must be a multi-playthrough expert. Could they have already reincarnated several times, and Jianghe just awakened early? Jianghe waved his hand. It's purely coincidental. The four primal bodies asked, "Where have you been all this time?" Jianghe rattled off a list of locations. Some they remembered, others completely unheard of. The four primal bodies were surprised. Didn't you say that it's best to find a safe spot after landing, and not move around too much? A plan is a plan, and changes are changes, Jianghe said. Initially, we're too weak, and actions are too risky, but I also have strategies to mitigate those risks. The Wowo clicked its tongue in amazement. You're already at tier 3, and your mental magic is so monstrous, yet you already swam across half of Anna? I hired people. By disguising his identity, and translating books and documents, Jianghe accumulated startup capital. After Bonnie's loyalty was maxed out, he used the information channels circulating among merchants to filter major events and locate Kekri City before the summer vacation ended and his student identity might be exposed. With the startup capital, Jianghe hired a group of adventurers he had selected before his arrival. These people had only one characteristic, an exceptionally high sense of morality. They were very special anomalies in the mixed group of adventurers. No need to remember their personalities or build deep relationships. Just give them money and praise their character, and you're good to go. After all, Jianghe only needed temporary bodyguards. But you still haven't told me what you did with these bodyguards? To retrieve these things. As he spoke, Jianghe emptied the contents of his backpack onto the table. The first thing that caught his eye were 3 ancient, yellowed scrolls. He picked one up and began to read. Ellara. Her eyes suddenly widened. Ellaravi. Could this be? Ellaravi and the witch Tina Loris buried these promised scrolls out of boredom. They're the prototype for the item in the game that guarantees Ellaravi's training success. The 4 primitives picked up one, muttering involuntarily, "You gone on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. Windpod City is the Holy Land. I just did some research beforehand, collecting necessary story items to make triggering easier," Jianghe laughed. Anyway, 35 years ago in the Korean calendar, no one would have discovered these 4, so I took them all. Now we have a starting point for Ellaravi, who's the hardest to reach. Jianghe shook his head. Isn't this a good opportunity? This is a shared memory for both of them, the famous little wish machine in history. Jianghe exclaimed in surprise. In the game, there are 2 things that shocked Elena. First, we possessed a space beyond their comprehension, which we used as a guild base. Second, our strength was enough to obtain a large quantity of rare materials for her, allowing her to craft frying pans and conveniently sign a contract of servitude. After a pause, Jianghe continued, but in reality, we don't have the magical guild base from the game, and secondly, many rare materials in the game only appear after the story progresses, and some are simply given as rewards in the game, so they have no reference value. Therefore, we need to find substitutes ourselves. Of course, ideally, we do it all in one go, make a trip to the Temple of the Clarities, and get our hands on the origin element. The 4 primal bodies hesitated, but the Overlord said the distorted time passage to 100 years ago doesn't appear in every cycle. So we can only prepare for 2 things, make money, stockpile materials she might be interested in, and at the same time, find out about Devil Land and understand their current situation. The woman in the blankets murmured, holding up an object in her hand. What's this glittering scale? The scale shimmered with iridescent light under the lamplight. It's a scale that Queen Mirrorheart shed during her walk ashore, Jianghe explained. She buried it in a secluded flower field as a travel souvenir, and I dug it up. That sounds like a really perverted thing to do. The woman in the blankets clicked her tongue. Jianghe sighed. This is preparation for the Great Snow Mountain storyline. We don't have the gluttonous incarnation. If we follow the original timeline, dealing with Kesha won't be a problem. But how do you convince her and lure out the fallen star sea monster? You're using a roundabout approach? Jianghe nodded. If we can't recreate the Great Snow Mountain and Kesha storyline, we use these scales to open the door to the fallen star sea. Even the blanket felt exhausted listening to this. Although she had tried to memorize things before landing, with combat skills, magical knowledge, and cultural geography and history, when it came to actually using them, it was like taking an exam. Her mind was a complete mess. Jianghe had crammed so much into her, yet she could still systematically filter and organize it, creating a self-made strategy guide upon landing, preparing for a speedrun 3 years later. Just thinking about it made her scalp tingle. After learning about their experiences, Jianghe also felt quite sorry for them. He landed without much trouble and quickly entered a safe zone, smoothly navigating the most dangerous phase. Both the primal and the quilt were a bit moldy. One elemental mage started by directly confronting a major historical event, immediately facing the beast plague. The other landed in a deserted area, adopting a wilderness survival mode. No news from anyone else? The primal asked anxiously. Jianghe shook his head. I haven't seen any changes in other major historical events. The quilt rested its chin on its hand, its lips pouting. I experienced it myself these past few days. Shield parrying is practically impossible in reality. Squid, please don't rely on that path and accidentally send yourself there. Jianghe comforted him. In your eyes, is he really that stupid? Hard to say. Actually, I'm not too worried about Squid and Fries. You know the strength of a martial artist landing. Even I can fight alongside seasoned adventurers. Imagine what it would be like if Fries landed. The two looked up in unison, their minds conjuring up the gruesome image of a bloodthirsty Fries, covered in ketchup, crawling out of a pile of corpses. Humans are the root of all problems. Kill them all, and the problems disappear. Before their arrival, amidst everyone's tense banter, Fries had comforted them in this way. Not a problem, not just comfort. Fries eventually had 5 martial arts instructors. Without exception, they were all top-tier experts on the dominant side. They marveled at Fries, each radiating the joy of having struck gold. Given that in the world of Anna, those without magic have a very low social status, Fries underwent advanced training as a magic warrior. In the early stages of her arrival, she might still be wielding a knife and brandishing it at people. Once she gets past the initial stage, she'd be holding a knife in one hand and a fireball in the other, telling you, I don't eat ketchup. It seems the only problems are Jailer and T-Goddess, said the 4 primal bodies. Jianghe nodded. Yes, one's a necromancer, the other a summoner, beast tamer, and healer. Both need magic to function effectively. He swallowed hard, suddenly worried. They have experience in life or death battles. Will they be alright? I'm not too worried about T-Goddess. She's very composed. As for Jailer, since being with T-Goddess, Jailer wasn't as lively, but only relatively speaking. Cutting away life experience after 30 might be a good thing, a controlled variable. But for Jailer, nothing changed. What controlled variable? Had he changed at all? Jianghe rubbed his temples, got up, and drew back the curtains, letting the stubborn warmth of the sun shine through the clouds into the somewhat dim room. He gazed at the bustling streets of the Kekalinan district in the distance and slowly spoke. Worrying about them is useless. Let's do what we need to do now. The woman in bed asked, for example? Making money, Jianghe said. This isn't a game where you can just dump goods on merchants and get gold coins, or casually run dungeons and get tons of hard currency. We need to accumulate wealth to facilitate our actions 3 years from now. The primal body tapped its fingers lightly on the table. What's your plan? How much power do you have as the Southern District Governor? Brendan entrusted me with everything except taxation, the primal body asked. He's an old-fashioned nobleman, righteous but proud. If I abuse my power for personal gain, he objected. Doing so could easily ruin this hard-won stronghold. I won't touch it unless you tell me, Jianghe said. What I want is the part related to the Adventurers Guild. Then I can speak up. This area was originally established by Brendan for stability, and to reduce security spending. Just consider most of the adventurers in this region as outsourced workers doing dangerous jobs. He paused, then added, it's hard for ordinary people to make a living. You don't want to compete with them for every scrap of rice they have, do you? Jianghe sighed. How did I end up as such a despicable character in your eyes? To save the world, I have to start making sacrifices right now. The Primarch covered his face and apologized. Sorry, being a governor for a while feels like going back to my old job. You know, my boss is a beast. Jianghe tapped his head lightly. The forests and valleys bordering the northwestern border of the empire, where various races meet, are not only home to monsters and beasts, but also to a large number of bandits and robbers, who make a living by plundering. Two-faced people who use the guise of adventurers to commit dirty deeds in secret. Irregular smuggling slave groups. For these black market activities, their money naturally needs a suitable place to be stored. They can't carry it with them. So, the woman in the blanket's eyes lit up. Treasure. Jianghe nodded with a smile. You can remember all of this? I remembered part of it, but it's enough. Jianghe looked at the 4 original bodies. I need you to put on a show. Night fell. Brendan, who had been busy with city construction all day, returned to the manor. He intended to drink some chilled fruit wine, then summon the maids to enjoy their graceful dance, and then take a relaxing bath, but the butler barged in at an inopportune moment. Brendan, without drinking or eating, stared at him with raised eyebrows, as if to say, "You better have something important to say." "My lord, old Talk has been robbed." Brendan frowned. "The steward of the Four Primals?" "Yes, he was beaten badly on his way back to the city, covered in wounds." "Who did it?" "The Knights of the Peace couldn't catch him, but he himself said it was robbers. All the items he purchased for His Excellency the Governor, as well as the remaining money, are gone." The steward said the other party probably saw the governor's document, which is why they spared his life and didn't dare to go too far. Brendan was furious. Right outside the city, within the patrol area of our Knights of the Peace, the governor's confidant was robbed. If word gets out, what will become of our city of Kekri? Brendan grew angrier as he spoke, pacing back and forth. The steward hurriedly said, "His Excellency the Governor has already apologized to you." "Apologized for what?" "He was robbed. Is that wrong?" Brendan laughed in exasperation, waving his hand. "Tell him to find the culprit. Don't let those damn nobles laugh at me, thinking I'm on their level." Having received Brendan's instruction, Jianghe and the other two exchanged knowing smiles. Early the next morning, the Four Primal Bodies issued a high-value bounty on the Adventurers Guild, seeking the culprit. Jianghe spent the entire night compiling all the information he could remember into a scroll. By occasionally dropping some bombshells, he could guide the adventurers to hunt down and eliminate the monsters that attack people, the most heinous criminals, and the most wicked adventurers who betrayed their companions. And they, too, could hide among the crowd and quietly hunt down treasures. Having cleared out the regional scum, the adventurers received their bounties, the virtual and real borders gained startup capital, and the security of Kekri City, under Brendan's management, was thriving. A win-win-win situation for all four, leading to a bright future for everyone. Chapter 573. Fragrant Breeze, a renowned commercial city-state within the ruling center of the Anna Empire, is located in the Proof of the Stars. In the game alone, it's depicted as a behemoth with a permanent population of 500,000. In a world of swords and magic with medieval elements, the community's fact-checkers often criticize its inconsistencies. Those who disagree respond silently with a faded, pixelated abstract image and the number 7. The debate is pointless. In reality, the number is far more exaggerated. In the Anna Empire statistics, beings other than imperial citizens are not considered people. Even local governors struggle to accurately determine the exact number of transit residents within their jurisdictions. The jailer is lucky he landed just outside Fragrant Breeze, deep within the Empire's heartland, a safe haven. But unfortunate, he can't find food. Outsiders in Fragrant Breeze are but a drop in the ocean. Establishing a foothold and securing a place here is the dream of countless ambitious young people in the Empire. Making a name for oneself is no easy feat. Most people spend their entire lives failing to leave a mark on the great city-states of the Empire, let alone make a ripple. Those with low levels of education are essentially limited to the path of brute force. Starting as adventurers, they either need to be recruited by a knightly order or gain entry by winning the favor of nobles through their reputation. But once they begin, they discover that there are always people more capable than themselves, and the world is vastly different. The adventurer guilds that are ubiquitous in the game don't exist in reality. They only appear in territories outside the imperial ruling center. In major cities like Xiangfeng, which are directly controlled by the Empire, security is primarily handled by the knightly orders and the governor's guard. The outsourced portions are snapped up the moment they appear, never reaching the malice of ordinary adventurers. Most of the adventurers active here are caravan bodyguards. They are merely passers-by in this important imperial city. To stay and secure a place, they need to become renowned throughout the Empire. Throughout Anna's history, adventurers fitting this description are few and far between. The jailer found a small tavern still open late at night, showed off the fine clothes Jianghe had chosen for him, and received a sumptuous meal. When asked for payment, he simply said he'd pay on credit. Neither the owner nor the waiter dared to stop him, letting him enjoy a free meal. Squatting by the roadside, full and satisfied, the jailer knew this couldn't continue. In a world where magic exists, the lowest level jobs are done by those without magic. Their income is disproportionate to their effort, so they would never touch such work. Even relying on his clothes for food and drink will eventually lead to depletion. But without awakened magic, he dared not leave the safe zone of Fragrant Breeze City, caught in a dilemma. The free meal operation lasted for 3 whole days. Following his in-game memories, the jailer, pilgrimage to the holy sites within Fragrant Breeze City, caught sight of a shop on a street corner. His eyes, though weak from exhaustion, gleamed. Wow, I'm such an idiot. How could I forget this? He wanted to slap himself for his belated realization. The shop guard, noticing the jailer's somewhat tattered clothes, instinctively tried to stop him. I gave you a chance to reorganize your thoughts, and you still try to stop me and leave. His bluff worked. The shop owner told his attendant to take over the customer, and hurriedly came out to greet him. The gallery owner ran an art gallery. In this line of work, appearances were not to be judged. Many renowned painters were unkempt, and their behavior seemed eccentric to ordinary people, defying conventional standards. Besides, the jailer looked clean and tidy, not at all like someone from a poor family. The jailer cut to the chase. You're the owner, right? I'd like to discuss a business deal with you. Hearing this, the gallery owner quickly invited the jailer to a side room, but he insisted on first looking through the gallery's works. Currently, the prevailing painting trend among the nobility of the entire Ana Empire was oil painting. Therefore, 90% of the paintings exhibited and sold in the gallery were oil paintings. According to the owner, only a very small portion of the works for sale were realistic sketches, black and white, with a generally hard style, catering only to a select group of collectors. The preferences of the nobility determine the direction of painting trends. In Ana, the pursuit of art is top-down, and only the nobility possess the vast wealth to support their non-material enjoyment of aesthetics, whether it's merely a superficial pursuit or a genuine cultivation of character. Through conversation, the gallery owner guessed that the jailer was an art enthusiast from below, subtly hinting, to make money, you have to cater to their tastes. No matter how successful you think your work is, without their approval, it can't be monetized, it's worthless. You have to eat your fill first, then talk about art. The jailer curled his lip, revealing a disdainful expression. Observing his expression, the gallery owner said no more, thinking that further words were pointless. Reality would teach every arrogant person a lesson. Do you have any more provocative paintings? The gallery owner asked, puzzled. Provocative? Violent and bloody? Of course, but in the deeper galleries, according to imperial law, these works cannot be displayed in front of the shop entrance. I'm asking about paintings containing elements of desire, the jailer blurted out, as if afraid the other party wouldn't understand. Erotic art? Do you have any erotic art here? The gallery owner was speechless for a moment, then slowly nodded. We do sell that type of painting, but in limited quantities. Why limited? Because few people paint them? That's only one reason. Another reason is the buyers. The gallery owner pointed overhead. The demand from noble gentlemen is huge. Ana's artists have their own pride. Painting nude figures for the sake of their art is acceptable. But depicting the human body purely for desire makes them feel their souls are being defiled. Therefore, for paintings with such special demands, any buyer with a commission must pay a substantial consolation fee. Even so, they can't get paintings from famous masters. Even moderately renowned artists will haughtily wave their hands in refusal, as if hearing such a request would taint their ears. Defile the soul? The jailer laughed. What's the big deal? My soul has never been clean. Hearing this, the gallery owner was startled. Sir, could it be? Don't ask yet. Take me to see what these erotic paintings you're talking about look like. The gallery owner hesitated for a moment, then personally led the jailer into a dark room and turned on the wall lamps on both sides. The jailer paced around the dark room, his eyes scanning the canvases. The more he looked, the more his brow furrowed, and the more troubled he became. These are the paintings you said can defile the soul? The gallery owner nodded, puzzled. No, can you tell me what's erotic about them? A group of naked women, standing naked in the center of the picture, with a few strokes added to create a background. Is that considered erotic? I could buy a sheep, pluck its wool, and hang its front hooves up. That'd be more erotic than that. And look at this one. It's not that showing skin automatically makes it erotic. Half her body is covered by a sheet. I can't see any coy shyness in her half-hidden face. This old woman, devoid of any youthful energy, posing like this, I only think of an old woman trying to act like a young girl. It's neither art nor eroticism, it's a complete mess. No talent, yet trying to paint erotic pictures. The gallery owner was initially shocked, but later became somewhat indignant. The three artists we collaborate with aren't exactly masters, but they're quite well known. Their private paintings have countless collectors. The jailer was speechless. Someone who's never had a good life can taste braised pork even in chaff. The nobles of the Ana world are pitiful. What good food could they possibly have eaten? Nothing more than a few partially exposed bodies. No figure, no posture, no style. Their food budget is even less than that of the members in his group. The group members share trash every day, and after that, they can even post a few erotic pictures to cleanse their eyes. And yet, some guys with high standards still criticize it as not erotic enough and suggest reposting it. Seeing the jailer show pity, the gallery owner, a veteran of this kind of business, felt a deep sting from the pity he usually felt for a country bumpkin. "Sir, I don't know who you are, but since you look down on the artists here, why don't you show us your work, and we have a contest?" The jailer shrugged. "I have no work." The gallery owner, furious, decided to have the prison guard thrown out. "But I can paint one right now. You just need to provide the materials." His competitive spirit ignited. The gallery owner quickly arranged all the necessary props and waited in the painting studio. Today, he wanted to see what kind of masterpiece this seemingly eloquent prison guard could produce. Seeing that the prison guard wasn't using ink, only charcoal, he asked, "You don't need a model?" "Why would I need a model?" The prison guard nodded his head. "My mind is full of models. I can paint whoever I want." Arrogant! He had never seen an artist who could paint well without any reference material, relying solely on his imagination. With just a few strokes, no human figure was visible. Instead, a cross and a circle were drawn on the canvas. What did this mean? This unprecedented technique made him suppress his doubts and anger, and he quietly examined the painting. As time passed, a human figure appeared on the canvas in a strange way. But why is this painting style so odd? The eyes of the person in the painting are significantly larger than those in reality. Could it be a special humanoid race from some continent? At first glance, it seemed strange, but after staring at it for a while, combined with the graceful figure and physique, he couldn't help but swallow. The jailer glanced at him sideways, and couldn't help but chuckle. As a seasoned ecchi artist, having eaten too much, commissioning alone wasn't enough. To satisfy his needs more directly, he embarked on a path of no return. With money and free time, he enrolled in painting classes. Just watching wasn't enough. The jailer wanted to cook the feast himself. He had some talent. After a few years of study, he successfully earned unanimous praise from Jianghe, Mayu, and Siuani. It's usable. Only the old gentleman knew the true value of those 3 words. In the barren soil of Anna, where erotic art is scarce, every stroke of the jailer's brush possesses a fatal impact. Artistic trends are inherently elusive concepts. The jailer can look at erotic art from 10, even 20 years ago. If it's well drawn, he thinks it's usable. Style? Erotic art isn't something so inconvenient. You underestimate it. As long as it's erotic enough, any style can instantly strike at the depths of your soul, awakening desire. The power of desire is limitless. The jailer stopped drawing and looked back at the gallery owner. He clearly grasped the essence. Completely immersed in the shock of this new style of painting, his face flushed with excitement. "I'm sorry, sir. I may not be qualified to make a decision. I need to consult with someone." "Then go and inform your buyer to come and appreciate it." The jailer stretched. "This style, in all of Anna, is unique to me. There's no other like it." Chapter 574. The jailer had a significant misunderstanding about the circulation of erotic art in Anna's upper echelons. After the gallery owner's explanation, he learned that for similar transactions, buyers wouldn't appear in person to ensure privacy. Usually, buyers would send a servant with a photographic device through an intermediary to carefully observe the artwork before making a purchase. The intermediary prevented them from seeing the actual buyer. "Buying a painting is like being a thief, even worse off than us," the gallery owner said, unsure what the jailer meant by us. Normally, he would avoid people lacking common sense, fearing they might unleash a torrent of negativity and blow him up. Today, he felt unusually patient and continued explaining. This process mainly protects the artist's privacy. They all care about their image. Nobody wants to be closely associated with erotic content, as it's bad for their reputation. Seeing the jailer nodding repeatedly, the gallery owner felt he understood the artist's good intentions. "You mean, in all of Anna, there aren't any erotic illustrators?" The gallery owner shook his head. "Everyone avoids them like the plague." He never heard of anyone actively seeking them out. The jailer was overjoyed. "Doesn't that mean I'm the number 1 in Anna?" The gallery owner's head was buzzing. Just being near the jailer had already shattered his worldview and values. Erotic illustrator, the number 1 in Anna. Anna language has this kind of combination. It's truly a niche treasure of vocabulary. Everyone tries their best to avoid being forcibly associated with erotic and obscene keywords. So how could an illustrator be so happy like a child upon hearing this? "Sir, some ambitions are quite lofty." The nearly 40-year-old gallery owner had never felt so helpless. Dealing with the jailer required more mental effort than dealing with the petty nobles. He couldn't find a better word, so he simply smacked out ambitious. Even after saying that, he felt his Anna language was going to malfunction. "Sir, please wait a moment." The gallery owner released a magical messenger. As night fell, a young man pushed open the gallery door and, with nods from the servants, walked unimpeded into the darkroom. The darkroom now contained only the jailer's paintings. In half a day, he had hastily completed 4 erotic paintings. Without color, using only a charcoal pencil, he had created masterpieces on the canvas, depicting characters of different physiques with a powerful allure. The moment the jailer looked up, the gallery owner immediately stepped forward to help explain. Selvet, currently studying at the Imperial Mage Tower, and also a collaborator with this gallery. The jailer paused, observing the young man, who appeared to be only 25 or 26 years old, with great interest. Being able to study at the Imperial Mage Tower at this age was proof enough of his exceptional talent. Selvet seemed hesitant to meet the jailer's gaze. His eyes darted between the canvases, somewhat dazed. The jailer was quite pleased with his work, having managed to impress even a member of the Mage Tower. "I apologize, my friend has slighted you, master. We don't even know your name yet." The jailer barely suppressed a laugh. In Anna, master was the highest title, reserved only for those who had reached the pinnacle of their art. It was clearly a slip of the tongue. Jailer. Saret and the gallery owner both frowned. The jailer understood their thoughts. Could that be a name? Having been used to being called Shucheng in his past life, his parents felt a little uncomfortable calling him that. However, they both accepted it. As a nickname, it's certainly memorable. Not really a nickname. The door to the secret room closed, drawing back the curtain on this meeting that might leave a significant mark on Anna's history. Selvet cautiously inquired about some personal information from the jailer. French Fries had written several character profiles for everyone, so they could use them anytime, anywhere, depending on the situation. The novel's writing was meticulous, and the years of deliberation on the setting were of high quality. Servet didn't see anything wrong with it. However, the jailer could tell that even if he was spouting nonsense, Servet wouldn't press him. He couldn't recall anything else right now, but he clearly remembered the Anna noble's extreme pursuit of art. Kurian, observing the Empire's flourishing prosperity and impending crisis, desperately tried to salvage the situation, while the nobles below remained indifferent, indulging in nightly revelry. The game is replete with descriptions of the noble's decadent lifestyle. As a result, the cultural industries closely intertwined with the nobility exhibited a morbid and frenzied state throughout Anna. This pervasive atmosphere led to a rapid rise in the social status of artists, who gained widespread respect. Thinking of this, the jailer posed a question. A member of the Imperial Mage Tower's glory, also involved in the trade of erotic art? Servet was quite frank, offering a wry smile. Further magical training requires funding. The Empire's subsidies are distributed with varying focuses, so to advance further, one must also work hard. The gallery owner was a friend of Servet's from before his rise to power, so the two naturally began the most booming art trade in Kurian's 30-year history. Through Servet's identity, he gained access to noble circles and opened up sales channels. But in their words, they were only playing small-time games. Many galleries had connections and influence that even reached the princes of Kurian. The jailer thought of Kurian's anthropomorphic sons in the game storyline. So, your father worked tirelessly to build his empire, consolidate power, and pave the way, while you indulged in nightly revelry with the nobles. Spending orgies, drinking brothels, viewing erotic images, and even doing things that backfired and dug pits for the empire. How come Kurian, such a wise old lion king, has sons who are all sullen cats? Servet brought up this topic to drop a bombshell. 2 nights later, at the Clinton Manor outside Fragrant Breeze City, there would be a special banquet. This was an advanced transaction that the gallery owner hadn't mentioned before. Those invited to the banquet were mostly potential buyers of the paintings, and some well-known artists would also be present. The banquet was held in 2 venues. The exhibition hall had a main hall for regular paintings and a private inner hall. The jailer asked, "Do you have an invitation?" Selvet nodded. "I'm willing to take Master Jailer there." The jailer asked playfully, "So what do I have to give in return? What kind of agreement do you want us to sign?" Servet glanced at the canvas, his face flushed with youthful vigor. "If you become famous in the future, how about giving our gallery one of your works to sell every 6 months? Seeing the jailer tilt his head, Servet quickly added, "Or a year." "You misunderstood me. I thought you'd tie me to this gallery and make me your painter. Otherwise, why bother promoting me to the banquet?" The jailer was confused. "That's an important resource, isn't it?" Servet was an honest man. "We have no chance of retaining a master. Once you become famous, resources and connections will rain down on you. Signing a binding agreement will only bring us unpredictable trouble. If you find my proposal offensive, consider this invitation as me making friends with the master," he said. "Yes, it's a gift. A very good angel investor, and his demands weren't unreasonable." The jailer waved his hand. Then one per year, and by the way, you keep calling me a master, but I haven't sold a single piece of my work yet. Servet was certain. It's only a matter of time before you become a master. That's true. By the way, give me some money, about 5 Lion King silver coins, and some loose tokens. Servet was puzzled as to why there were both odd and even amounts, and the sums were so small. The jailer just wanted to settle his bill. He'd been eating for free for the past 3 days in Fragrant Wind City. He had no choice but to eat and dash, so he should make up for it now that he had the money. Over 2 days, with Servet's help, the jailer crammed on the details of art dealing and the etiquette to observe at banquets. On the night of the banquet at Clinton Manor, the night sky outside Fragrant Breeze City was filled with the flapping of wings of flying monsters, and the clatter of carriage wheels hitting the cobblestones. Only outside the city, where flying was not prohibited, could one truly appreciate the grandeur of the nobles present. The carriages were merely containers for people. Nobles who appreciated art generally disdained extravagant decorations on their carriages, considering it tasteless. The focus of everyone's unspoken competition was their monsters. You used a griffin, I used a wyvern, and he used a winged horse. If there were exotic or unusual species, it would be even more impressive. If they could find a dragon, the jailer had no doubt these people would go crazy enough to become dragon riders. The flying monsters' physical and mental states also had to be on point. If they appeared listless, people would question whether they could even take care of a small monster, yet they were trying to collect art. What a bunch of bumpkins. Kurian's life wasn't even a fraction as comfortable as theirs. But it was fine, whoever had money, he make money from. He had no qualms about fleecing these people. Everyone entering had to wear a mask, still to protect the artist's privacy. The garden of the Clinton Manor was filled with tables and food, which the guests could freely help themselves to. The scale was even more extravagant than the standard for a player receiving a noble's invitation in the game. Long tables stretched all the way to the end of the garden. So the overlord is still keeping things under wraps when making games, he couldn't help but mutter. The spacious manor's foyer was completely empty of furniture, leaving only framed paintings hanging high on the walls and easels behind the boundary. The setting resembled a large-scale art exhibition. The banquet was essentially a monthly art fair held within the imperial ruling center. However, there were special elements. A keyword would be written down in advance by the Clinton Manor and hung high after the banquet began. Artists who saw the keyword could participate in a themed painting competition. Completing the painting before midnight would allow them to participate in a competition decided that very night, with the winner determined by vote. The winner would receive a substantial reward. Furthermore, the themed painting competition was held simultaneously in the outer and inner halls. The theme had just been revealed by the servants when the jailer entered. Summer. This was a completely irrelevant part for the two of them. The outer hall was all vegetarian. The people there were longtime vegetarians, and they had nothing in common with them, who were heading straight for meat. Servet urged, let's go straight to the inner hall. The jailer was already impatient. The mediocre artwork in the gallery held no appeal. Servet even claimed it was above average. He didn't believe it. There must be some good stuff at an exhibition, right? They bypassed the corridor and, led by a servant, pushed open a door guarded by several mages around the corner. The exhibition was the same, but unlike the throngs of artists in the outer hall, only a handful of people here wore their artist badges. Servet whispered to the jailer that many artists would also come in to appreciate the art, but they would remove their badges beforehand and hide in the crowd. TCH, hypocrites. Looking at lewd pictures while pretending to be virtuous. These kinds of people only deserve to eat the second-hand internet garbage shared by their chat group members. The inner hall had a sparse collection of exhibits, only about 10 panels in total. Framed and hung on the wall, these indicated they were certified by the owner of the Clinton Manor, and were works by renowned artists. The inner hall had none. As for the quality of the artwork, having grown accustomed to the erotic feasts of his previous life, the jailer missed his all-powerful internet more and more as he looked at them. For the first time, he felt that transmigrating was so painful. Back then, a mere fraction of his share of the profits was enough to support a bunch of artists with unique styles, commissioning him work, a privilege comparable to choosing a concubine. Whatever pose he wanted, that was it. Whatever attributes he wanted, that was it. A customized feast to his heart's content. Oh no, he won't be able to find anyone to commission work from now on. What a lavish meal. He have to cook for himself. Hell? Hell? Sigh, there are no humans left. Although they wore masks, the desire in the eyes of the nobles visiting the paintings was unmistakable. Their fanaticism and madness were laid bare. Every painting in the exhibition was marked sold. They had been pre-ordered early in the exhibition, As the gallery owner said, demand far exceeded supply. The Anna nobles are eating terribly. Servet quietly reminded the jailer to keep quiet. Everyone was seriously admiring the artwork. The jailer had a headache. Did he really need to use the word admire? Only delicious food deserves appreciation. Subsistence meals are just a matter of good enough. I'm not going to die. This place was full of subsistence meals, and it was a members-only restaurant, no less. The jailer couldn't stand it anymore. He had to save the decaying aesthetics of the Anna Empire. No one's commissioned paintings here? Servet's brain was about to explode from that question. In the inner hall, right there, under everyone's gaze, a commissioned painting session? The jailer's words were becoming increasingly niche. It was strange. How could he still understand? Before he could say anything, the jailer had already rushed over to the head guard in charge of order in the inner hall. The head guard's eyes widened. He had been in charge of the exhibitions in the inner and outer halls of the Clinton Manor since its inception 5 years ago, and he had never seen an artist paint in the inner hall before. He asked quietly if they had come to the wrong venue, but received a resolute reply from the jailer. Not the wrong venue. Trembling, he had his easel brought to him, and the entire crowd in the inner hall fell into a brief silence. Like a boulder thrown into still water, murmurs arose. The jailer simply pulled up a chair, sat in the center of the inner hall, and began to paint, without blushing or skipping a beat. Chapter 575. In the Anna Art Circle, where even drawing erotic illustrations was done discreetly, no one had ever been as composed as the jailer. Seated in the center, his expression serene, his brush moved with divine inspiration. The surrounding discussions had no effect on him whatsoever. The instant he grasped the brush, his mind was solely focused on the erotic illustration he had conceived. Transcendent, selfless. In any world, the love of watching a spectacle is the nature of intelligent beings. Upon learning that a prodigy had appeared in the inner hall, the crowd in the outer hall, who had been watching the master create a painting on a given theme, quickly dispersed. The master, seeing the sudden decrease in the number of people around him, looked up in bewilderment, wondering what had happened. He overheard a few words during the discussion. Someone is painting live in the inner hall. He couldn't help but shake his head, thinking he was just too engrossed and hallucinating. If the direction of the crowd's movement represented civilization, then the erotic illustration was undoubtedly the supreme treasure of today's banquet. The inner hall had limited capacity, and with the banquet filled with nobles, the guards dared not obstruct the flow of people. Seats were first come, first served. Those who had been appreciating the art in the inner hall were fortunate enough to have the opportunity to watch the jailer paint up close. The technique is unique. The figures are unique. The lines should be sharp. They should be rounded. The eyes are strangely large. A bit disproportionate. Is this a new style? Does anyone know the name? Subtle. Although the eyes are unconventional, when you look at the whole piece, it doesn't feel too jarring. It seems to subtly conform to some kind of golden ratio structural aesthetic. I really feel it. Slender branches and large fruits, plump where they should be, slender where they should be. Enchanting. That's why I love elves and sirens. They possess such perfect proportions, so beautiful. These two pieces of cloth are so daring. Is this clothing? What kind of tribal decoration is this? Didn't you guys notice that the painter's brushstrokes were more delicate and meticulous when depicting the feet than the other parts? Perhaps it's the painter's own unique anti-counterfeiting mark. Each painter has their own unique details that are difficult for their peers to imitate. This painter's depiction of the human body is so beautiful, so detailed, but why is the background completely unpainted? And without color? I can't imagine how captivating it would be if it were colored. The people in the front row stared intently, their faces growing redder with each glance. The people in the back row couldn't help but crane their necks, trying to catch more details. Outlining the basic human figure was effortless for the highly skilled jailer. Their memories and experiences had been erased, but their skills had been perfectly preserved. Just looking at the incredible coordination between his hands and brain, the effortless mastery of lines and composition, the jailer knew that his past self was terrifyingly strong. You never had a good life. Just a swimsuit-clad anime character, and you're all dizzy from exhaustion. Your faces and necks are red, your eyes are all blurry. This is nothing. In the old group, this would be considered a vegetarian meal. The jailer complained and sighed. There was no sense of superiority, only pity. The erotic art of this world needs to improve. Otherwise, who will he ask if he wants to be lazy or commission work? He must bring these advanced technological achievements and his favorite cultural styles into Anna. He casually tossed the charcoal pencil onto the table, and the surrounding onlookers fell silent. Could it be that the discussions had displeased the master? It's finished. Let's see your feedback. The theme is summer, and I drawn it quite refreshingly. Many of the nobles visiting Clinton Manor were seeing the inner hall's inspection for the first time. The most recent inner hall inspection had focused on the theme of war. The painters, freely splashing ink to depict scenes of purgatory, all depicted elements of blood and violence. But this inner hall inspection of erotic paintings was unprecedented in Anna's history. The organizers of Clinton Manor sent an appraiser dressed in a silver robe, his face completely veiled by a mask. The crowded nobles spontaneously made way for him. The appraisers hired by Clinton Manor were all top figures in their fields, renowned artists whose works could be framed in the outer hall. No one participated in the inner hall's commissioned painting. The only participant, whose work matched the theme, would be the ultimate winner. The appraiser approached the canvas, paused to examine it, and remained silent for a long time. In the silence, he asked in a deliberately disguised low male voice, "Technique style, does it have a name?" The jailer replied casually, "No, I name it later." "Did you create it?" "Of course." "Such a novel and wonderful technique. I see that you, sir, possess great skill and tension in your use of human proportions and lines. You must have either immersed yourself in it for a long time, or have extraordinary talent." After a pause, the connoisseur said, "Such excellent technique, yet you choose to become famous in this way?" He pointed to the drawing board. "Since it's not signed yet, then don't sign it." A figure flashed past the connoisseur. The jailer grabbed a charcoal pencil and neatly wrote jailer in the Ana language, then added 3 square characters as a further precaution against forgery. The connoisseur's throat tightened. The jailer's actions nearly caused him to suffocate from the force of the blow. "Thanks for reminding me. I forgot to sign it. It's the official work now." The connoisseur exhaled a breath of stale air. "Young man, wasting divinely bestowed talent, wasting those captivating lines. What a pity." "You said it's divinely bestowed talent, then I reluctantly accept it. Perhaps I truly am a gift from the gods to Anna. To let you see more and more exciting erotic art, I need to continue my efforts." Cough, 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 cough. The connoisseur coughed violently. The people of Anna weren't exactly conservative, but compared to the jailer's outrageous remarks that could be made in public, they were too simple-minded to sit at a table with children. The jailer didn't intend to embarrass the connoisseur. He could sense a hint of appreciation for his talent, but how could he respond? Should he join the Ana painters in their hypocrisy, putting on airs and behaving arrogantly? Going down that path would likely lead to him being recruited by the connoisseurs after the event, entering their so-called circle, and following its rules to curry favor. Since his technique was unique in Ana, then he was the one. There were plenty of aloof, high-class painters in the mainstream. But he was the only one who truly enjoyed the lower world. Would nobles really seek out erotic art from the mainstream? In the end, wouldn't they all come to him? In such a grand setting, instead of posturing afterward, it was better to act decisively and announce it widely. "From this moment on, I, jailer brother, am the #1 artist in Anna's lower world. The undisputed king of erotic art. What mainstream painters won't paint, he paints. What mainstream painters paint, he also paints. He, jailer brother, paints the most. Anyone who embarks on the path of a painter inevitably yearns for fame and fortune." The nobles present understood that after today, the doors of the mainstream art world would be permanently closed to the jailer. The privileges and resources enjoyed in public would be hard to replicate for him. They had never seen anyone like him, someone who, given an opportunity, accepted it head-on, even at the cost of his life. He swore allegiance to his inner desires in one swift motion. So pure. The connoisseur didn't give the jailer a hard time, awarding him a meets the standard rating. As he left, the nobles erupted in commotion. The shocking scene left many of them reeling. So, he be accepting commissions on all similar themes from now on? He said it himself, so it's certain. The mainstream art world won't accept him. "Master! This is Master Jailer!" The quick-thinking nobles had already shouted. Since there were never any truly authentic artists from the underworld, the jailer's arrival with his convincing new style naturally makes him a master. The jailer clapped his hands, signaling everyone to be quiet. These nobles, who wielded considerable wealth and influence even in Ana, indeed fell silent like obedient children. The jailer strolled to the slightly elevated platform, where the head guard of the inner hall stood. This was supposed to be the exclusive position for the guards responsible for security to observe the scene, but he simply stood there. Seeing this, the head guard, under the noble's piercing gazes, obediently stepped back. Frankly, as someone from another continent, I'm disappointed by the quality of Anna's erotic art, very disappointed. You think, the jailer pointed to the masterpiece he had just painted, this is excellent? But this is just a half-finished product. Even my brother didn't feel anything when he saw it. The nobles exchanged glances, trying to find the jailer's brother. Erotic art shouldn't be like this. It's a work of art, a sacred ritual depicting this divinely bestowed body with the most reasonable and gentle brushstrokes, using appropriate yet not excessive exaggeration. Every painting is a dual expression of the soul and the body's essence. After you indulged in your desires, when you look at it again, you can still sincerely praise it from the bottom of your heart, with a mind not controlled by desire. How beautiful! Excellent erotic art is desire itself, a mirror reflecting what your hearts desire and yearn for. The jailer was speaking off the cuff, and after finishing, he felt like a cult leader, uttering highly seductive and inflammatory words. Won't I get arrested by some kind of inquisition? Just as he was wondering, thunderous applause erupted. The audience, comprised entirely of Anna nobles, regardless of gender or age, clapped enthusiastically. It wasn't just passive agreement, it was genuine, heartfelt fervor that sent a shiver down the guard's spine. He was just casually mentioning it, so why did everyone agree? Oh, not entirely casually, some of it stemmed from his past life's experiences. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Master Guard, would you be willing to sell this painting after the audience leaves?" It would have been better if he hadn't asked. The mention of it immediately made everyone realize how incredibly valuable this painting truly was. It possessed both commemorative and historical significance. Years later, if Master Guard were to achieve fame in Anna, and the school of art he founded were to flourish, then this would be a relic of the highest order. I intend to burn it. Upon hearing this, the entire hall erupted in uproar. It's so hastily painted, so poorly done, there's no point in keeping it. The visiting nobles were frantic. Don't burn it. Please make a bid. Name your price. I don't know how to set a price, and I don't have the ability to organize an auction. The jailer seemed resigned to the situation. Too much trouble. A rat scurried across the hall, through the crowd, and landed on the head guard's shoulder, whispering something. He hurriedly went to the jailer's side. My master is willing to act on behalf of Master Jailer, conducting the auction after today's event, without accepting any commission. He only hopes to have a chance to exchange ideas with Master Jailer. The jailer hadn't expected his actions to lure out the mastermind behind it all. The Clinton family was merely an earldom. In the empire's bloated system, there were many such powerless, but wealthy nobles. Given their size, organizing such a large-scale exhibition and banquet on a long-term basis was simply impossible. Clinton was merely a tool used very conveniently by some untouchable bigwig. Everyone who visited knew this, and thus silently followed the rules. All right, I leave it to you. The jailer only wanted to become the number one figure in the underworld. Offending one group was enough, but he'd treat the other big spenders well. Trouble with him was a matter for 3 years later. In these 3 years, he'd make his money first. These nobles with brains no bigger than walnuts, foolish and rich, come quick. At every Clinton Manor banquet, after the deadline for the assigned painting, the crowd would disperse. After all, by this time, most works were either pre-ordered or sold on the spot by wealthy individuals with an insatiable desire for possession, who would then shower them with large sums of money and send them away. Today was different. At midnight, after the assigned painting session ended, the dining tables in the courtyard were completely removed, creating ample space for all visitors to closely examine the works about to be auctioned. The Clinton Manor repeatedly asked the jailer about the name of the work. The auctioneer needed a suitable term. Then let's call it oh-ho-ho. The auctioneer couldn't find a corresponding word in the Anna language family. It was either a language from another continent or an onomatopoeia. Oh-ho-ho. Yeah, is my pronunciation wrong? The jailer retorted impatiently. The seasoned auctioneer took a deep breath, forced a professional demeanor, and turned to the crowd, loudly introducing the piece. Lot oh-ho-ho, starting bid 1 Lion King copper coin, bidding begins. The eager buyers were all stunned for 2 seconds by the name. How strange, such a random name. Not strange at all. A chord musician simply took books from the library, randomly flipped to any page, picked a character or symbol from each page, and combined them to create a song title. If it weren't strange, I wouldn't have bought it. After just a few rounds of bidding, what the jailer considered mediocre junk had reached the price of 1 Lion King gold coin. Why is it only 1 gold coin? That's too little. He muttered to himself, recalling the basic currency training before his arrival. 1 Lion King silver coin was enough to feed an entire squad for about 2 days. For a frugal family, 1 silver coin could cover 3 days' worth of food, even with a little meat. And there were at least 2 commonly used currencies for conversion between Lion King silver coins and Lion King gold coins. It doesn't seem like much. He calmly finished calculating, wishing the people bidding below would punch their brains out. Whether the prison guard's fame would skyrocket over time became the key to the appreciation of Oh-Ho-Ho. This wasn't an auction item or an artwork, but rather a financial product with financial attributes. Each bid was an assessment and bet on the prison guard's future prospects. 220 Lion King gold coins. The person who offered this price had never participated in the bidding before. His appearance directly increased the price by 50 coins from the original 170. His determined spirit dominated the entire room. Many people's bids were driven by a sense of pride and saving face. The number 220 gave the previously fiercely competitive bidders an excuse to gracefully withdraw. The prison guard didn't immediately grasp the purchasing power of this number, but still felt it wasn't enough. Forget it, I just make this much for now. Later, I draw something even more lewd and blue you country bumpkins rice. Chapter 576. Count Clinton was a man in his early 30s. His family's accumulated wealth had instilled in him a foundation in the arts from a young age. He was versed in painting, music, poetry, and sculpture, a rare polymath among the nobility. His study was filled with masterpieces, vibrant and cool tones, presented in gradients, created visually striking and spectacular color blocks, mirroring the framed paintings on the walls. When the jailer led him into the study, he was communicating quietly with someone through a magical messenger. The servants lit incense, and all withdrew. Having witnessed the jailer's behavior in the hall, this refined gentleman didn't beat around the bush. After a brief self-introduction, he went straight to the point. What level of better does the jailer speak of? As he spoke, he rose and went to the cabinet, took out a bottle filled with a rose-red liquid, and slowly pulled out the cork. I don't drink, the jailer stated bluntly. What I mean by better is something that will make your blood boil, and your lower body react instantly just by looking at it. Count Clinton poured himself a drink, the fragrant, rose-red liquor about to enter his mouth. The jailer's words caused the glass to knock against his teeth. Sorry, I lost my composure, Count Clinton said, biting his lip and enduring the pain. I have no doubt about Master Jailer's abilities, I was simply curious about the presentation of better. The jailer sighed. Fearing misunderstanding, Count Clinton quickly explained, perhaps my words were offensive. The jailer got up and walked to the unused easel. What XP system do you use? Huh? Oh, you don't understand our old gentleman's slang. So what's your fetish? The jailer coaxed. What kind of subject matter resonates with you? The dove-like magical messenger on Count Clinton's shoulder cooed softly. Elves, I guess. You guessed? I prefer elves. Clinton confirmed. Be more specific, what kind of elf? For example, hair? Long or short hair, bangs or side-swept bangs, hair color. Never mind, I'm too lazy to color it. Then, the jailer snapped. You even hesitate about what your little brother likes? I drew it for you to admire, and you still hesitate about this? Can't you be a little more considerate of your own body? Give me an honest answer. Stop being so coy and pretending to be high and mighty. You can't even state your needs properly, yet you're asking for artwork. Count Clinton, bombarded with angry words, felt no resentment, only shame. The jailer master's unwavering frankness was astounding. Elf, blonde hair, hairstyle isn't that important. Taller, preferably as tall as me. Figure, actually, the figure from the Oh-Ho-Ho painting the jailer master did tonight would be fine. Expression, preferably a gentle type. The jailer brother had already mentally sketched out the outline on the canvas with charcoal. What kind of play do you like? Play? Under the jailer brother's idiotic gaze, Count Clinton felt as if he'd been electrocuted, involuntarily trembling slightly. This? Didn't you want to see something better? I show you an even more advanced play. The jailer began introducing his services. I can draw a single image, or I can design a storyline. I draw you as the protagonist, immersing you in the experience, according to the script. A storyline? Klitschko shrieked. No storyline is fine too. Just mindlessly jump into the gameplay and fight from beginning to end. Every word the jailer uttered possessed unparalleled destructive power, carving a huge hole in Count Klitschko's mind, constantly letting in drafts. The other end of the magical messenger's line was silent. Seeing Klitschko's petrified expression, the jailer thought to himself, what kind of lousy nobleman is this? Such composure, easily stunned into silence by a few words. To avoid wasting time, the jailer didn't wait any longer, sketching the paper doll Klitschko liked, and casually transferring him onto the drawing paper as well. Seeing the two little figures on the drawing board about to enter battle mode, Klitschko could no longer contain himself. He quickly stepped forward, pushing aside the jailer, apologizing as he stopped the captivating pen from continuing to draw. Enough, I hope this masterpiece can be presented in a more private setting. The jailer's lips curled into a smile, feigning ignorance. Isn't the study private enough for just the two of us? Clinton, sweating profusely, quickly changed the subject. Master Jailer, please allow us to discuss a more crucial issue first. You don't yet have a place to stay in Fragrant Breeze City, do you? Fearing the jailer might utter some shocking, mind-blowing statement, Clinton spoke rapidly. Coincidentally, I have a small but suitable manor in the northern suburbs of Fragrant Breeze City, where you can temporarily reside, Master. So what do I need to give in return? This is a gift, the Clinton family. It is a great honor to establish a lasting friendship with the Master Jailer. The jailer didn't refuse. This was exactly what he desperately needed. After personally seeing the jailer off and watching him board the carriage to the manor, Earl Clinton remained stunned by the day's events. Never before had anyone made him feel that his worldview and values, shaped by 30 years of trials and tribulations, could crumble in an instant. What do you think of the Master Jailer? The pigeon on his shoulder spoke in a human voice. Earl Clinton instinctively lowered his head slightly. The nobles of the Empire, before him, are as innocent and naive as children. His peculiar style, and his understanding of desire, complement each other perfectly, reaching the pinnacle. I did indeed feel desire in it, and beauty. The pigeon fell into a long silence. Take good care of him, fulfill his requests. Let me think, what kind of commission should I make to him? Your oh-ho-ho, I have it delivered right away. The voice from the pigeon was full of regret. Find a craftsman to color it. I can't imagine what a magnificent sight it would be if Master Jailer were willing to personally pick up the brush and color it. The events at Clinton Manor spread throughout the central administrative region of Anna in the shortest possible time. It was an unavoidable topic of discussion among the nobles, who were fervent collectors of art. A new master had arrived in Fragrant Breeze City, named Jailer. His paintings were far more intense and passionate than the stimulation and pleasure provided by the outburst of primal instincts. Most importantly, he only painted erotic images that conventional painters resisted. For a time, visitors flocked to the jailer's manor. If he was in a good mood, paid enough, and met two conditions, he would paint. This was a stark contrast to the aloof and pretentious hypocrisy of ordinary painters. Over time, those commissioning works learned a thing or two about the jailer master's temperament. If the commission contained keywords like nun, saint, or clergy, the jailer master's approval rate was very high, nearly 90%. If someone explicitly requested detailed depictions of legs, as long as it didn't conflict with some very subtle requests, the jailer master would almost certainly grant their request. Other keywords with high approval rates included beast ears, demi-humans, and beast tails. These were the keywords that various white glove commissioners could openly discuss. More advanced details, however, left many commissioners, who had worked for their respective noble families for years, feeling a surge of heat upon their first conversation. And the finished painting gave them a sensory experience even more stimulating than actual combat. It was as if simply looking at it brought a primal sense of pleasure to the very soul. It was an astonishing audacity. Was this the composure and power of someone who called himself the king of the underworld artists? Even so, the prison guard master bluntly called them bumpkins. They eaten, played, and even fought in real life, yet they still blushed when looking at pictures. At these times, they would obediently nod. The master said they were bumpkins, and they were bumpkins. The prison guard master was right. There were keywords the master favored, and keywords he disliked. Fuzzy. When this keyword appeared, the prison guard master would ask very detailed questions. If the furry creature were only depicted with ink on its ears and tail, he would gladly accept it. But if the description included its skin, the jailer master would change his previous gentle attitude, forcefully quoting an exorbitant price that any discerning eye could tell was a refusal. Subtle. In just 3 months, the jailer master completed at least 20 paintings. His efficiency was unparalleled in the Anna painter circle. Painters who couldn't produce a single work in 2 or 3 months were utterly incredulous upon hearing this. Has this guy grown a body full of tentacles? How could he be so fast? Even without color, there's no reason for him to be this fast. The jailer master's only flaw was his lack of color. Although experienced collectors noticed that the jailer master's style and technique, conveying tension through lines alone, always. They couldn't help but wonder, would coloring make it even more stimulating, even more beautiful? The jailer master understood the desires of these nobles. In his past life, he could paint, but that was using the software's built-in palette. In Anna, to paint, you first need to mix colors. The sheer volume of pigments, just figuring out the combinations and proportions, would take him a long time to figure out. After 3 months, He barely earned 600 Lion King gold coins. Still not enough. It's not time to settle down yet, the jailer muttered, counting the coins in his box. Only this much money? Potato, and the others will laugh at us. Can't even afford to buy some good potion ingredients for Mom, sigh. Oh well, fury it is. It's stupid not to make money. That guy who likes riding horses, draw him too, he get a good amount. Sigh, I sacrifice so much for everyone. I fallen, really fallen. Orange tea, I'm doing something insatiable, please stop me. Kekri, the Southern District Governor's mansion. The three men stared at the box filled with various coins, and couldn't help but high-five. Stirring up trouble, a resounding success. Under the cover of Kekri's anti-bandit operation, they easily uncovered several black market treasure troves. They devised a detailed plan, perfectly avoiding everyone's attention. They even sold the stolen goods from the betting. Step by step, steadily and surely, the progress is gratifying. Total value, 41 Lion King gold coins. We're amazing. The blanket couldn't help but kiss the clean Lion King gold coins. We haven't even finished exploring the treasure trove, and we already have 41. Once we counted them all, it'd be at least 100. Mid will probably be amazed by our earning efficiency. We're truly incredible. Chapter 577. The jailer didn't simply indulge in the pleasure of unleashing his nature. After earning money, he used an alias to search for traces of others on the border between the real and virtual worlds within and outside Fragrant Breeze City. Not wanting to reveal too much information, and lacking any henchmen to assist him, he could only use the pretext of gathering information to travel to other city-states and place bounties through adventurer commission offices. Inefficiency was predictable. For nearly 4 months, spanning from late summer to early winter, he found nothing. When he first arrived, he was a penniless vagrant who had to rely on his clothes to get by. Now he was a nobleman in Anna, indulging in extravagance and pursuing the ultimate spiritual enjoyment, the object of everyone's admiration. Magic awakening and magical rehabilitation proceeded methodically. For months, rank 2 level. In the star system, that's just a level 6 newbie monster in a starting village. But his identity was starting from scratch. A visitor from another world imbued with magic, the jailer was quite satisfied with this speed. However, the biggest problem since his arrival remained unresolved. His magical rehabilitation was also stalled. Where am I going to get corpses? In the studio, the jailer, who had just finished a sketch, paced back and forth on the canvas, charcoal pencil in hand, muttering to himself. Rehabilitating his necromancy required a large number of corpses and skeletons. The Anna Empire's attitude towards necromancers was not very friendly. The code clearly stated that desecrating the corpses of the dead was a crime of varying severity. He was already a celebrity in Fragrant Wind City. If it were revealed that he was a necromancer, the consequences would be quite severe. He didn't want to run into Mint and, upon mentioning his renowned name in Anna, scare her into thinking he was on his way to eat children. Those who are too intelligent won't do, they might be too talkative. They need to be quiet and discreet, so they won't leak secrets. The jailer stroked his chin, the confusion in his eyes gradually fading. Count Clinton, having received the magical messenger, was somewhat puzzled. A monster? A powerful monster? Yes, where can I buy one? Please allow me to inquire about its purpose. The jailer was prepared. The guys who commissioned me lately have increasingly peculiar tastes. To write better, I need to carefully observe and study the texture of monster fur and their movements. Since we're already buying them, we might as well buy a powerful one to use as a mount. Count Clinton had also heard about the interesting things about commissioning memorabilia. They fantasize about their beloved horse becoming a beautiful wife, both a horse and a horse girl. No artist in Anna would accept such an outrageous request. They might even scoff and say disgusting. But the jailer was different. He listened to the request and simply commented, "You're quite the player." There was no discrimination, no belittling, only praise for imagination and unwavering desire. Perhaps the XP system was recognized, a resonance of souls was found, because this behind-the-scenes buyer, surprisingly, allowed the person who commissioned the purchase to show everyone the jailer's masterpiece. Leaving aside the horse, this female horse, her fluffy tail swayed like a ribbon. The tip of her tail, adorned with bits of grass and golden sunlight, wobbled playfully. Her calf muscles were like bronze sculptures, the powerful physique creating a beautiful contrast with her delicate face. Although I didn't quite understand what the strange, form-fitting clothing the female horse was wearing was called, the parts clinging to her body, soaked with sweat and barely visible. Even without color, the texture was rendered with such artistry. Is this the power of a master? The clients present were certain they were normal people, utterly uninterested in horses. But after staring for so long at the delicate, feminine horse girls in the illustrations, and then looking at the horse in the painting, how could it be so handsome? Without using magic, relying solely on pure technique, it could influence people's minds and distort their perceptions. After that day, the praise for the master jailer among the nobles reached a new level. For the past 4 months, the jailer had barely left the manor. Ordinary painters needed a constant stream of inspiration to create the breathtaking blend of art and reality on their canvases. But the jailer's inspiration seemed inexhaustible. Hearing him say he needed to find inspiration to satisfy those eccentric nobles, Earl Clinton was relieved. It wasn't truly inexhaustible after all. His perception he had preserved. Count Clinton asked, "Would you like to go out?" Of course, how can a photographic device compare to touching it in person? The request was made in the morning, and Count Clinton had prepared a list for the jailer that afternoon, covering families with experience in beast taming and merchants who had long been engaged in the monster taming business. Flipping through the list, the jailer's gaze suddenly fixed on something. "Gryan? Isn't that Renee's family?" he asked calmly. "Gryan, the famous magical family of Anna? Do they also have a beast taming business?" Count Clinton smiled and explained, "The Gryan family doesn't participate in the monster taming trade, but pack animals are an exception. They have close ties with several large families. Besides assisting in training pack animals, they also filter out some unsuitable individuals." After this explanation, the jailer understood. Pack animals are a collective term for many monsters with high carrying capacity and high endurance, not a single individual. Training pack animals, with an innate sensitivity to or for mining, is a common business for many noble families with mines. Because of this high degree of monopoly by these nobles, it's very difficult for players to buy mining pack animals in the game. Those that fail to become qualified pack animals are either not docile enough, unyielding, or they lack stamina, unable to withstand constant exploitation, or they suffer incurable injuries from high-intensity, high-pressure training, making them unworthy of investment. In short, these families occasionally produce some rejected pack animals. They unfortunately become commodities for sale, briefly entering the secondary market. The jailer suddenly understood. No wonder Renee was able to acquire pack animals that everyone else couldn't handle in the game in her previous life. Anyway, she had no affection for the family that raised her. Using some tricks to steal a well-trained pack animal wouldn't be difficult for her. Renee's selection process was rigorous, and she had to examine them. The pack animal that the major magical families, led by Grelian, had revealed was a robust white bull with black cloud-like markings on its coat. When the jailer found it in the cage in the pasture, it lay crookedly on the ground, its hooves bent. The beastmaster picked up a whistle and blew a strange melody. The black-striped white bull involuntarily struggled to its feet, its slightly crooked hooves straining against its back. Its dark eyes burned with intense resistance as it stared intently at the beastmaster who had enslaved it, filled with resentment. Clinton had said that all the pack animals rejected, after a brief period of waiting to be sold, would be executed and stripped of their materials if no buyer met the seller's requirements. The black-striped white bull knew clearly what fate awaited it, yet it still resisted. It could think of no other reason than to seek death. Stubborn fool. The jailer chuckled, stopping the beastmaster from increasing the dosage and whistling loudly. "Can I speak with him alone for a moment?" The beastmaster hesitated for a moment, then, urged by Clinton, handed the whistle to the jailer. "If it suddenly gets agitated, blow it." The jailer's identity had been verified. Knowing he was bought as a mount and also as a source of inspiration for his paintings, the Grelian and other families were happy to give this rising artist some face. After all, the Grelian family had also commissioned him. Clinton, perfectly attuned to the atmosphere, set up a soundproofing array. Seeing that only a relatively weakling remained beside him, the black-striped white bull suppressed its aggression, chewing on the dirt and grass in its mouth, and lay back down. It didn't even bother to exchange a glance with the jailer. By human standards, you're at Tier 5, just a little short of entering the realm of high-tier monsters. The black-striped white bull flicked its tail, intending to shoo away the buzzing flies. "You hate them, right? Want to gore these idiots to death and stomp on their backs with your hooves? Perfect, I'm just like you. I really dislike them." The black-striped white bull turned its massive head, its eyes filled with confusion. "I know you can understand what I'm saying. Here's a deal. If you agree, you be free in 3 years. The black-striped white bull continued flicking its tail, treating it as a fart. No one was paying attention, but that didn't stop the jailer from talking. His lips moved, becoming increasingly pleased with himself. "I really don't even want a low-level monster like you. There's no point in enslaving you. In 3 years, I'd be a dragon knight, or at the very least, someone fighting alongside the Slime King. In that scenario, you're not even cannon fodder, you're just a cooked steak. Do you understand? Our current situation is, it's free money for idiots, so why not take it? You help me through this awkward period, then you go find your little cow, and I meet up with my friends. We each get what we need. The black-striped white ox snorted. Having a temper is useless. You understand once you met those guys. You're really just a tool for me in the early stages. In the game, even choosing you as a mount would be awkward. Give me a straight answer. If you agree, lower your head and nibble on some grass. If not, I'm leaving. You wait here to turn into steak, and I wait over there for fresh beef. I start the feast for you. The black-striped white ox sometimes lowered its head in thought, sometimes looked up and stared. It didn't quite understand why this person could talk incessantly without anyone responding. Was he out of his mind? Shouldn't he at least explain something? He bought it, so what was he supposed to do? Like a madman lost in his own world, his mental state wasn't ideal. But it did understand one thing. It called everyone around it an idiot. It agreed with this. After hesitating for a moment, it silently lowered its head, took a bite of mud, and chewed. Oh, you agreed? Which part of my words moved you? Tell me quickly, and I use that part to repeat next time I try to persuade someone. The black-striped white ox quickly spat out the dirt. It's probably better if it's dead. The beast tamer returned to the scene at the jailer's gesture. Alright, now he's my ox. The beast tamer was somewhat amused and, out of professional courtesy, introduced, it's a tough nut to crack, won't budge. Come on, ox, eat some dirt. The black-striped white ox chewed and chewed. The beast tamer, looking puzzled, took the whistle and blew it. The ox resisted the melody, and stubbornly ate the dirt. This, Master Jailer, what did you say to it? In such a short time, he could make a stubborn monster obey without relying on external objects. Who exactly is the beast tamer? Returning to the manor, with the black-striped white ox, Jailer dismissed all the servants. In the deserted courtyard, his previous playful demeanor vanished, replaced by seriousness. I know you still don't quite believe what I said before, and all you can think about is finding a suitable opportunity to escape. Now, no one in the manor capable of stopping you is here. Go ahead and run. It's up to you. It didn't cost much to buy you anyway. However, if you believe me, help me gnaw on the weeds in the yard. I come back to inspect tonight. With that, Jailer returned to his studio and continued painting. After finishing half of a picture of a siren spouting water, it was already late at night. He went into the kitchen, grabbed a bowl of potato soup he had cooked, and, as if remembering something, picked up the pot and slowly strolled into the courtyard. In a corner of the courtyard, unnoticed by the servants, the weeds had been eaten to the same height. The black-striped white ox lay beneath a fruit tree, slowly opening its eyes at the sound of footsteps. Since you haven't run away, I give you another heads up, the jailer said in a low voice. I'm a necromancer. I need your help to kill some monsters, obtain fresh corpses, and practice my magic. He placed the potato syrup on the ground. The whistle that could interfere with the black-striped white ox's movements was casually crushed. If you think I'm evil and hate me, then this syrup is poisoned. Don't drink it. Run away while everyone's asleep. I'm sleeping. Do as you please, the jailer stretched. If you're still here when I wake up tomorrow, then our agreement is complete. The black-striped white ox was intelligent enough to understand what was happening to it, and what a necromancer meant. In the deserted courtyard, it stared at the sugar water, its eyes bulging wide, gradually cooling in the cold wind. As dawn broke, the jailer heard the servants' hushed conversation outside his quarters. A habitual late sleeper, he rubbed his ears and impatiently pushed open the door. Before he could utter a sound, a small black and white hill came into view. The black-striped white ox had somehow settled down outside its quarters, crowding the spacious passageway to just half its length. The pot of sugar water lay upside down on the ground a short distance away. Seeing the jailer, it nudged the pot with its hoof. Understanding that this was tantamount to agreement, the jailer smiled irritably. All right, stop bothering the maids. Go find somewhere to lie down outside. The black-striped white bull was obedient, wagging its tail and moving away. For some reason, the jailer suddenly felt a sense of hallucination. In his past life, he and Orange Tea had a very well-behaved mongrel, bright yellow with a soft, chubby face. It would come whenever called and never destroy the house. Most dog owners would angrily rub the dog's head. After a bit of fuss, they sent it away, and it would wag its tail and happily stroll outside. Hold me like you would hold Big Yellow. Orange Tea's voice suddenly echoed in the jailer's mind. That was their special routine, doing nothing, just silently cuddling. Upon landing, the joy of everything going smoothly suddenly dissipated. The sky was overcast, and the first snow of winter was poised to fall. The jailer let out a long sigh. Orange tea, you're so lucky. Did you land somewhere outside the central government? I spent so much money. Why can't I find you? What I do should be easily identifiable. Can't you find me either? Chapter 578. Zhu Zicha climbed upwards along the rough bark of the tree, her fingernails quickly filling with moss and sawdust. The tree was very tall. Looking down, most people would probably feel weak, but it wasn't a problem for her. She used to climb her family's fruit trees like this when she was a child. When she reached the highest branch, Zhu Zicha couldn't help but gasp. Countless canopies spread out beneath her feet, like a pot of boiling, dark green soup. When the wind swept through, the entire forest seemed to emit a low groan, the swaying of the treetops forming waves that traveled from nearby to the distant, undulating mountains. The forest, composed entirely of a single tree species, was like a thick woolen blanket, covering every undulation. There was no smoke from chimneys, no roads, no sign of human habitation. In terms of scenery, it was so beautiful that Zhu Zicha, who had just arrived, felt genuinely refreshed. But in terms of her situation, suffocation was the first word that popped into her mind. Before descending, the teacher ranked the possibilities of their landing. The best scenario was near a major city, the heart of the ruling power, directly controlled by the core forces of the Ana Empire, with a high security index. With decent clothes, it would be easy for them to use their unique abilities and establish themselves. The worst scenario was on the Empire's borders, in city-states where monsters were active and conflicts with other species were intense. Orange Tea felt her current situation was probably the second worst. Mountains upon mountains, trees upon trees, a desolate place devoid of intelligent life, relying on her own 2 feet. She didn't know when she would be able to leave. Landing, she found a sturdy wooden stick. After a long period of contemplation, Orange Tea twirled it and gently tossed it into the air. Looking at the direction the stick's branches pointed after landing, she made up her mind. Without any landmarks or direction, Orange Tea decided to rely on luck. It was the height of summer, and a recent rain had left the woodland damp with rising steam. After walking only a few steps, Orange Tea felt as if she were back home, humid still, and the earth felt like an oven. No wonder she hadn't seen a single animal after walking for so long, only birdsong. A disastrous start, but the weather had given her a considerable margin of error. She had a whole day to find a relatively safe place to settle. Tossing and dropping her stick, Orange Tea felt a little dizzy from the heat when the sound of flowing water invigorated her. Beside the stream leaping through the forest, several deer dabbed at the water with their tongues. Orange Tea felt relieved. Animals were drinking, the water was safe. After a few sips, she suddenly noticed that the deer were craning their necks, looking back at the woodland. Seeing this, Orange Tea quickly lowered her head and took a large gulp. It had moth wings, a horse's body, a deer's tail, and antlers like lightning strikes, V-shaped and pointing upwards. Its body was as strong as an ox. Seeing the appearance of the visitors to the stream, the herd of deer did not flee but continued drinking peacefully. Thinking a large monster had arrived, Orange Tea, who was about to run away, also stopped. Mint's mother's voice echoed. "It's a winged deer." Orange Tea was delighted. She hadn't forgotten the little story Mint's mother had shared about the potion-making embarrassment of dealing with winged deer droppings. This was a lesson every academic potion master would go through. Winged deer are gentle and rarely attack other creatures. They are well-known herbivorous monsters. In the wild, they travel in herds, using their uniquely shaped antlers to channel magic to defend themselves against enemies. Looking at the wooden stick in her hand, Orange Tea smiled and put it away. She already knew what to do. The winged deer, having drunk its fill, nibbled at the soil and grass in the clearing before the woodland. As it wandered, several familiar figures appeared on the ground. "They're back, they're all back," just like the large clumps of cow dung it used to see when it was a child. As soon as the winged deer defecated, the surrounding herd of deer and birds rushed forward to lick and peck at it. The Ana academic community didn't yet understand why the animals chased after the winged deer's dung. One hypothesis was that, under extremely coincidental circumstances, the winged deer's dung could produce a natural potion-like effect. The first animal/monster to try it developed a taste for it, and thus, over a long period of evolution, the creatures in the winged deer's habitat eagerly imitated it. As a former veterinarian, Orange Tea felt quite lucky to have witnessed the Ana ecological landscape described in the books. Thank goodness the jailer isn't here, otherwise he'd probably say something weird and ruin the atmosphere. Muttering to herself, Orange Tea followed the 6 winged deer. The deer walked, she walked. The deer stopped, she stopped. The deer stuck out their tongues and twirled berries along the roadside. She quickly took off her clothes and packed up all the berries she could see. Seeing her fiddling around, the six-winged deer slowed their chewing. During their walk, the lead deer stopped several times, turning its head to stare at Orange Tea with its bright yellow eyes, seemingly pondering. Where did this pervert come from? Thud. The six-winged deer, in perfect unison, tossed down deer crystals. This is the scientific name in potions. Colloquially, it's feces. Orange Tea blinked, meeting the deer's gaze. Suddenly, she understood their meaning. This silly kid must have lost to the other monsters. That's why he's following behind us waiting for extra food. Poor thing. The winged deer, also an intelligent creature, couldn't hide the pity and compassion in its eyes. It seemed to say, "Come and eat, it's fresh. I don't want your poop." Seeing that the winged deer were paying attention to her, and didn't show any obvious resistance or intimidation, Orange Tea tiptoed closer, taking a step. She took out some berries she had picked, and fed them to the winged deer one by one, giving each one a share. "I don't want your poop, I just want to stay with you for a while. I don't mean any harm, look, I don't even have magic power." Orange Tea had figured it out. This forest had no end in sight. Rather than gambling on a journey and challenging her not-so-outstanding combat skills honed during her life-or-death battles, it was better to stick with the winged deer. Tame, intelligent, acting in groups, providing a great sense of security. The winged deer, with its magnificent antlers resembling lightning strike patterns, circled Orange Tea several times, then sniffed her carefully. "Who?" It exhaled, gently flicking its tail against Orange Tea's hand. Mother Mint's little lesson had worked again. This was the standard greeting from a winged deer. After being accepted by the winged deer, Orange Tea was led through the woods for a long time. She thought the winged deer would take her back to its den, but instead, they arrived at the edge of a dark forest covered in fallen leaves and decaying vegetation. The winged deer's antlers emitted a soft, earthy yellow glow, and the earth seemed to surge like flowing water. A dozen skeletons appeared before Orange Tea, leaving her speechless with astonishment. The lightning-struck winged deer stepped forward, stomping on the now solid ground, gesturing for Orange Tea not to be afraid, to come closer. The broken skeletons and battered armor spoke of the ferocity of the battle. The two sides fought to the very last moment, perishing together. Many of their skeletons were incomplete, clearly indicating that the carnivorous and scavenging monsters of this forest were grateful for nature's bounty, and enjoyed the feast immediately. Orange Tea didn't quite understand what the winged deer was trying to do until the lightning-struck winged deer dropped a short knife at her feet, and then pulled out a relatively intact suit of armor. "You want me to take it?" The lightning-struck winged deer nodded. Orange Tea was both amused and exasperated. To the winged deer, she was not only harmless, but also pitiful, given her frailty. Unable to refuse its hospitality, Orange Tea began searching through the ancient mass grave. A long sword, a tattered leather armor, and a dirty pouch. Buried underground for so long, these were the only usable items. The leather armor was quite special, while the metal armor was rusted away. Its texture remained flexible and corrosion-resistant. The sword was a battle-damaged, tetanus-resistant limited edition. Its advantage was that it wasn't broken, so it could be used for self-defense. The pouch was tattered, but with a little trimming, it could hold things. Using the pouch, she picked quite a bit of fruit along the way, and also raided a squirrel's food storage burrow. These industrious hoarding squirrels would store food for winter, as late summer turned to autumn. Zhu Zicha was very happy with her looting. Various nuts were an excellent source of energy. "Since you don't eat them anyway, you might as well give them to me." Squirrels are always silly, hiding things haphazardly here and there, often forgetting the location of their storage burrows or how much food they have. Zhu Zicha silently memorized the location of the squirrel's little storage burrow, planning to come back and check it out later. As night fell, a dark cave appeared before Zhu Zicha's eyes. Consistent with her observations, the lightning-struck winged deer was the leader of the herd, commanding 30 deer. Sensing her presence, the deer, who had already returned to their burrows to rest on either side of the cave, showed no wariness towards Orange Tea's unfamiliar scent. Upon entering the cave, the deer tilted their heads, some sniffing at her, others nudging her hand with their heads, completing an acceptance ritual. At that moment, Orange Tea felt a sense of assimilation, and had a strong urge to nudge them with her own head. The cave was deep, dry, and spacious enough. Orange Tea chose a spot, and carved a horizontal line on the rock wall with her sword, marking her room and the time. Seeing the lightning-struck winged deer lying not far away, observing her with one eye, Orange Tea generously demonstrated how she modified the bag with her sword. She disassembled the bag, using resilient vines she had found as ropes, and after some cutting, created a net. It could be used to store berries and miscellaneous items, and also for fishing, killing two birds with one stone. Knowing that the lightning-struck winged deer was highly intelligent, Orange Tea initiated a conversation. I don't know how long I'll be staying here. After awakening my magic, I probably won't be safe until I reach level 3. The only thing I can do for you, I think, is to gather food, so you can have an easier time getting through the winter. I can help roast dried fruit, which will make it last longer. Let's do that. I start working tomorrow, as a way of returning the favor. However, I don't have magic, so I might have to ask you to start a fire. I heard from a friend that you are omnivorous, so if I can hunt some game, I can try to make some dried meat, cured meat. Oh, we don't have salt. A flicker of fire appeared between the lightning-struck winged deer's antlers. So you have fire? What about salt? The lightning-struck winged deer stuck out its tongue and licked Orange Tea's hand. Not this kind of salt. Chapter 579. Most monsters have a salt requirement that is no less than, and perhaps even greater than, that of humans. Carnivorous monsters, upon killing their prey, usually suck the blood immediately, just to savor that captivating salty taste. Herbivorous monsters, on the other hand, will go to great lengths to find the salt and alkali hidden in riverbeds and mud. Those plants that provide salt and a salty, fishy taste are as valuable as water. The winged deer is omnivorous but docile, and will not attack unprovoked, so it led Orange Tea to a densely vegetated mudflat upstream. This is your salt? Orange Tea looked at the plant hidden among the weeds in the mudflat, somewhat surprised. Numerous bulbous flower buds swayed in the breeze. The size of a ping-pong ball, the texture somewhere between crystal and seashell, the overall color milky white, delicate and dewy. Thick, fleshy petals bloomed at the top of the bud, with sticky threads faintly visible on the inside. Orange Tea rubbed some on her hand and licked it. The faint salty taste made her savor it repeatedly. After recalling it for a while from her memorized plant encyclopedia, Orange Tea let out a soft hum. As its name suggests, the salt flower is a unique plant with strong adaptability, yet relatively rare in the wild. Because of its ability to convert nutrients into salt crystals, it is highly favored by monsters. At this moment, the lightning-struck winged deer was carefully licking the sticky sap from the petals, afraid of damaging the salt flower. With most monsters' limited intelligence, their understanding of the salt flower was no different from that of a berry. Eat it once, and new ones will appear in half a year. Expecting them to be treated with the same care as the lightning-struck winged deer, content with just a couple of licks as a snack, was simply unrealistic. As it licked, its eyes narrowed beautifully. Seeing this, Orange Tea took out a large piece of armor plate she had dismantled and slowly dug down along the edge of the soil around the two salt flower plants until their delicate roots were exposed. Then she began to feel for them with her hands. The lightning-struck winged deer's eyes bulged, and it tugged at Orange Tea's clothes, pulling her back. No, I didn't mean to ruin your food, Orange Tea quickly explained. Don't you want to try moving these flowers to near your cave? The lightning-struck winged deer tilted its head. It's too far from your cave. What if some other creature chews them up or uproots them? You can't stop them. I can help you transplant them, and I can also help you purify the salt crystals, and incidentally, grow more salt flowers. It's not difficult. This time, the lightning-struck winged deer didn't bite Orange Tea's clothes again. It breathed heavily, pressed its head to the ground, and nervously watched Orange Tea carefully protect the roots of the salt flowers, pulling them off the ground and placing them into her newly woven backpack. To return to the cave as quickly as possible, the lightning-struck winged deer readily became Orange Tea's mount, galloping at breakneck speed. Leveling the land and loosening the soil could all be accomplished with magic. Under their leader's command, the deer transformed the terrain for Orange Tea's journey. In the open space beside the cave, the salt the deer had longed for was planted. For several days in a row, every morning, the deer, out foraging for food, would circle the salt flowers, exhaling. On the 7th day since Orange Tea arrived in Anna, and the 6th day since the salt flowers were planted, all the salt flowers were still thriving. The lightning-struck winged deer no longer hindered Orange Tea. One salt flower after another was transplanted outside the cave. The deer went out in search of wild salt flowers, leading Orange Tea there. For a month, the winged deer, who used to only be able to indulge in a small taste of salt crystals every 3 or 4 days, could now smell the intoxicating aroma of salt outside the cave every day as they returned from foraging. During this month, besides busily transplanting the winged deer's long for snacks, Orange Tea also managed to awaken her magic. It went very smoothly, without any hiccups. Having gained a basic grasp of magic, She couldn't resist trying the handmade flame technique that her former prison guard brother often talked about. "If I had magic, I'd make you a self-heating hot pot every day with my hands." That's how he was, capable of uttering some adorably silly and hilarious remarks. In the dimly lit cave, Orange Tea, now a magician, was like a child touching a lighter for the first time. The flame in her palm flickered on and off. When Orange Tea came to her senses, she realized that the winged deer around her were silently watching her silly grin, with the eyes of someone looking at a child with affection. Born with magic, they couldn't understand why Orange Tea was so happy playing with a flame. This smile reminded them of the monsters that followed them around scavenging droppings. When they feasted, they occasionally wore similar expressions. Orange Tea was unaware of the winged deer's subtle inner thoughts. Excited, she slept soundly until dawn, then immediately got up and busied herself. This month's experience reminded her of her rural days. At the crack of dawn, she would get up to feed the pigs, chickens, and cut grass for the cows. After getting into university and joining the virtual real boundary, these activities and skills were forgotten in the corners of her memory. Away from the internet, away from crowds, with the winged deer by her side, and grounded in reality, she felt exceptionally peaceful. Orange Tea didn't feel unlucky, on the contrary, she was incredibly lucky. She found water by throwing sticks. Through the water, she found docile winged deer. They naturally accepted her, and she lived with them, her safety guaranteed. What was there to complain about? As long as she could regain her strength, everything was temporary. The only problem was the food. Wild boar, rabbits, river fish, there was always something to eat, but without seasoning, the taste of wild game was indescribable. At times like this, she couldn't help but think of everyone. Don't let any of you fall into remote places. Being raised on cuttlefish and potatoes has made you so picky, you definitely won't be able to handle it. Especially you, Sai. Jailer, let him use my good luck first, don't let him starve. The blood of the prey, the rotting fruit fallen to the ground, the rich humus accumulated over countless years, and large chunks of phosphate rock. All of these were used as fertilizer by Orange Tea, filling the soil around the salt flower. The slowly absorbing nutrients and forming salt was just for fun. Systematic composting was the real solution. Tasting the fine salt crystals on the surface, one could already sense the enhanced flavor of the spherical salt flower, but Orange Tea felt it wasn't enough. Spending a day, using fire element provided by the winged deer, she refined armor fragments into cups to serve as containers. Scraping salt crystals and mucus from the petals and veins, impurities were visible in the water-separated portions. The jailer had promised her he'd make a self-heating hot pot with the flames in his palm, and she had accomplished it herself. Laying the armor pieces horizontally over the fire pit, she roasted them over a low flame, resulting in noticeable granular salt crystals. After purification, the salt crystals from the spherical salt flower exhibited a wondrous cherry blossom pink hue. Under light, they even refracted a faint iridescent glow within the cave, eliciting a series of panting breaths from the winged deer. All right, a month of hard work just for this. Orange Tea happily collected the salt crystals scraped from the armor plates into a metal cup. In one day, she extracted about half a cup, enough for her. She started counting from the cave entrance. The herd of 34 winged deer were all there. This was a habit she developed on her 10th day of practicing tally marks. She always made sure all her companions were present at sunset. The winged deer cooperated well. Whenever she counted, even those sprawled on the ground would slightly raise their heads, as if waving. The salt crystals were fine and difficult to distribute, so Orange Tea held the cup, and as she passed a winged deer, she dipped her finger in and smeared it on its lips. The pink tongue curled slightly. Huff, huff, huff. Excited panting filled the air, the entire cave echoing with the winged deer's joyful trotting. Many winged deer, after just one sip, involuntarily collapsed, their hooves swaying on the ground. Orange Tea was startled, initially thinking there was a problem with her purification process. But upon closer inspection, the spherical salt flower didn't have any toxic side effects. The lightning-struck winged deer was the last to taste the salt crystals. After just one bite, it couldn't help but bury its head in Orange Tea's lower abdomen, rubbing it incessantly. Wow, why are you like this too? It took Orange Tea a while to realize what had happened. She had underestimated the allure of high-purity salt crystals to monsters. Most monsters would never taste salt of such high purity in their entire lives. The best salt they had ever eaten was from natural salt mines, the white sand of saline alkali land. The salt Orange Tea provided was too pure. So pure that it gave their bodies the ultimate pleasure, their thresholds instantly broken, reaching a near ecstatic state with just their taste buds. The lightning-struck deer lay down in front of Orange Tea, its 4 hooves in the air, rubbing against Orange T's legs instead of its belly. Its tail swayed rapidly, like a helicopter propeller, as if it were about to take off. Its eyes were glazed over, its tongue constantly licking Orange T's calves, as if the ultimate pleasure awaited its licking there. How come you're just like that jailer now? Chapter 580. Delicious, delicious, and irresistible. The tangerine tea, with its intensely salty taste and core salt crystals, captivated all the winged deer. This was a flavor they had never experienced in their lives. Even chewing on a whole salt crystal wouldn't bring them such ultimate pleasure. After a satisfying gulp, they snapped back to reality, and all the winged deer's massive heads swarmed around the tangerine tea. With nowhere left to retreat, the tangerine tea was pushed against the rock wall, holding aloft the salt jar that made every winged deer drool. If you push any further, I won't refine it for you. Lightning flashed from the antlers of the lightning-struck winged deer. Ripples of magic spread through the cave. The winged deer, their eyes still stung by the salt, straightened up and quickly retreated, lying down under their leader's disapproving gaze. However, their heads remained held high, their eyes fixed on the salt jar. Small eyes, big longing. Be a good girl, and you can have a lick every day from now on. But don't eat too much salt might not be good for you. Orange Tea didn't know if this common sense applied in Anna's magical environment, or to monsters. She just said it instinctively. The winged deer obediently nodded, looking like children eating candy for the first time, their expression sweet. Originally, Orange Tea, who helped gather food everywhere, was a mascot in the eyes of the winged deer. Now, because of salt, she became the most special person in the herd. Where there's Orange Tea, there's salt. Where there's salt, there's happiness. With this closed-loop cognitive chain, Orange Tea was practically the winged deer's saintess. Wherever she went, lightning-patterned winged deer accompanied her, several following as her attendants. Aside from the meticulous work of leveling the land and tending to the salt flowers, all other tasks could be easily accomplished by the winged deer rushing out to help at the slightest sound of Orange Tea's voice. Even before she could put her newly acquired beast-taming skills, learned from her teacher and whose magic had just awakened, into full use, she had already made a group of friends. Orange Tea felt relieved. Who said the start was bad? This start was fantastic, perfectly meeting her needs. The winged deer's agility and temperament were no different from the big yellow deer she had raised as a child, and they were even smarter due to their awakened intelligence. The lightning-patterned winged deer could clearly understand every word she spoke, except for obscure terms. Contact with intelligent beings required caution and careful consideration. But dealing with most wild beasts and low-intelligence monsters was much easier. Raiding squirrel burrows was an essential part of Orange Tea's daily routine outside of work and rehabilitation. She had practically explored all the tree holes near the cave. She herself had a strong desire to expand her activity area, just to raid even more. The lightning-struck deer didn't quite understand why she liked to search for small tree holes in the forest, and then frantically dig them out after confirming there was no danger. Just for those pine cones and nuts? If she wanted to eat them, they could do it for her. Orange Tea could sense the deer's confusion. Those who haven't dug wouldn't understand. A squirrel's food stash is like a giant blind box. You never know what you find next. The teacher's teaching was good. The phrase "if you can't find food, go find a squirrel" enlightened everyone about the boundary between reality and illusion. She didn't overeat, taking only a little each time. The careless squirrels couldn't do the math either. Even if they only picked up the tasty nuts, they'd probably still. The lightning-struck deer's tail brushed against Orange Tea. She stood in front of the squirrel's nest, counting her spoils with a sly grin. Following the gaze of the lightning-struck deer, Orange Tea looked up at the treetops in the distance. A row of squirrels stood on the trunk, some upright, some on all fours, staring intently at her. Was it her imagination? Why did she see teary eyes? Stealing the fruits of their labor right in front of the squirrels made Orange Tea feel a little embarrassed. Then she decisively picked out all the nuts and stuffed them into her pocket. Sorry, she really loved them. Catch them. The deer obeyed, whipping up a gust of wind that swept through the branches, and every squirrel watching was brought before Orange Tea. The poor little creatures trembled and cried out incessantly. I don't want them for nothing, I trade with you. The squirrels cowered, bewildered, and were taken back to the vicinity of the cave. Beside the salt flower bed, renovated by Orange Tea and enclosed with bricks she personally crafted, a conspicuous pit stands out. The composting effect of the winged deer droppings is excellent, and the salt flowers are thriving. Such precious material cannot be wasted. Therefore, the winged deer's habit of relieving themselves indiscriminately near the cave has been corrected. While roaming and foraging for food, feeding monsters and beasts is fine, but back home, They must properly relieve themselves. Her daily provisions for 34 winged deer are simply insufficient for her winged deer home renovation plan. To prevent monsters and beasts from stealing food at night, Orange Tea assigns the winged deer to take turns standing guard. If the monsters and beasts of this forest knew that their buffet was ruined by Orange Tea, they'd probably want to breathe on it. The squirrels are now silent, remaining motionless even after the winged deer have released their magical restraints. Orange Tea, who had dealt with cow dung countless times since childhood, casually opened the cover of the pit. The dried deer crystals were hard, light green in color, and didn't have a strong odor. She chipped off a corner and placed it in front of the squirrels. Eat. Deer crystals were the hard currency of the forest ecosystem. Few animals could refuse. The squirrels didn't move. I know you understand what I mean. If you don't eat, I eat you. Forced to eat, the squirrels eagerly devoured the deer crystals with their paws. After their cheek pouches were bulging, they couldn't help but look up at Orange Tea, as if asking, "Is there more?" They were confused. This was actually something they, as squirrels, could eat. Usually, as soon as deer crystals were produced, they were consumed by powerful animals and monsters in turn. These small creatures could only scavenge scraps. Another crystal landed in front of the squirrels. They buried their heads in their food again, their cheek pouches swelling to twice their normal size, looking like they were determined to take the rest home to enjoy later. Orange Tea was quite pleased with the squirrels' performance, even though they seemed a little dizzy from eating too much. Now that you gained some intelligence, you can help me with some tasks for a while. The squirrels tilted their heads back in unison, blinking their eyes. I'm helping the winged deer stock up on food. These pine nuts, these nuts. I cough cough cough, the winged deer love them. You guys help collect them in this area. Don't go too far, or I won't be able to protect you. The squirrels nodded immediately. After they happily skipped away, hopping and hopping across the fallen leaves, Orange Tea stretched comfortably. She patted the lightning-struck winged deer and rubbed its big head. I be leaving this place someday. The lightning-struck winged deer exhaled softly. There's no way around it. I have very important things to do. Falling here was just a coincidence. But since it's fate, during this time I'm recovering my magic, I want to help you all as much as possible to make your lives better. Your group has only grown to 34 in so long, the food supply must be insufficient. The salt flour is just the first step. Next, I find ways to increase your food sources. Before I leave, I teach you how to care for plants. They're all simple methods, but your magic is strong enough, you definitely achieve the desired results. Don't hang your head. It'd be at least 1 to 2 years before we set off, enough time for your daily lives to be turned upside down. Just then, several winged deer ran back, munching on Orange Tea from a fishing trap placed by the stream. Overnight, the trap contained several plump fish. Another trap also contained many river shrimp and crabs. As omnivorous magical creatures, the winged deer sometimes resorts to brutal electrofishing when they crave fish. Electric shock through its antlers, both spin. Unfortunate fish passing by in the stream instantly flip belly up. This indiscriminate electrofishing method, killing both adults and juveniles indiscriminately, is a huge waste of resources and magic. Now, Orange Tea has taught several winged deer who frequent the stream how to use a fishing trap. The winged deer don't understand how the trap works, they simply imitate it, patiently waiting for fresh fish to appear inside. Next, Orange Tea will teach the lightning-patterned winged deer how to craft tools, transforming it into a method more easily understood by the other winged deer. Orange Tea now has priority access to the food, a right that originally belonged to the lightning-struck winged deer. The fresh fish are still lively and jumping around, splashing and leaping happily. Orange Tea picks up a stone and, with a few quick movements, lulls them all to sleep. She guts them, skewers the peacefully behaving fish, and places them on the fire pit to roast. In her previous life, thanks to Cuttlefish and Potato, the culinary skills of everyone else in the boundary between the real and virtual worlds were all lackluster. Cuttlefish, I'm hungry. Potato, I'm hungry. These classic 5-word spells conjure up a table full of fragrant food. Fortunately, during her time of plenty, Orange Tea learned grilling from Potato, otherwise, she can't imagine how miserable her diet would have been during this period. With salt crystals, the flavors of the food are enhanced. She spreads some on the grilled fish, puts the fattiest part of the belly into her mouth, and with a satisfied expression, Orange Tea quickly invites everyone to try some. She became like a mother to the 34 winged deer, dividing the fish and meat equally, so they could enjoy it when they returned at different times. The deer also enjoyed being cared for. Holding a salt shaker, she tended to the salt crystals, enriching crop yields and collecting food. Orange Tea, She was a goddess. Boom! The explosion caused by the compression of magic brought the winged deer in the cave back to their reverie over the salt crystals. Orange Tea immediately ran out, only to see a giant bear fleeing in panic, looking back from afar. The pit containing the winged deer crystals had its cover broken. After being standardized by Orange Tea, monsters and animals could no longer find anything good to eat around the cave where the winged deer lived. The previous principle of mutual benefit had been broken, and the creatures of the forest were not yet used to it, resorting to force. Orange Tea chuckled. Since you all want it so much, let's make a deal.